Chapter 1. A great accomplishment shakes the ruler. The donkey is slaughtered after the millstone is removed. General Xian Hui's son, Chinzay, is granted special permission to enter the court without bowing and to ascend the hall with sword and boots. In the great Dacian dynasty, during the 8th year of the Zhengde era, a eunuch announced loudly outside the Golden Luan Hall as the words echoed. A tall figure strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. This was a young man with a stern countenance, his eyes resembling a sky full of stars, and his demeanor strikingly handsome. Dressed in resplendent garments woven with gold and jade, his noble attire was beyond compare, and the golden embellishments upon his sword accentuated his imposing presence. Even before entering the hall, Chinzay sensed a chilling atmosphere, causing his expression to grow increasingly severe. Memories surged within him. This marked the 18th year since his fateful crossing into this realm. He was born in a land called Dacian, a nation that did not belong to any historical dynasty. Dacian's territory spanned millions of square kilometers, a nation of formidable strength, and he was the son of the illustrious General Qin Haoyan, known as the Tiger Might. General of the Dacian dynasty, his father, Qin Haoyan, was a man of great valor and tactical acumen, leading the Red Flame Army, renowned far and wide. At that time, Dacian was weak and its territory not nearly as vast as it was now, often besieged by foreign tribes, leaving its people to suffer immensely. However, through years of relentless warfare under Qin Haoyan, the glorious empire of Dacian was established. As Qin Haoyan's son, Chinzay practiced martial arts from a young age, learning military strategies, and by the age of 15, he had begun to accompany his father in battles, earning his own reputation. Yet, everything changed a year ago in a brutal campaign against Fusang. The Qin family faced a catastrophic upheaval. That battle was particularly fierce. Qin Haoyan was ambushed on the water and killed, taking with him tens of thousands of soldiers from the Red Flame Army. Chinzay was not present at that time, and upon receiving the dreadful news, he was engulfed in grief, vowing to annihilate Fusang and make them pay with their lives. However, after that battle, the current Empress, Jin Fenghuan, signed an accord with Fusang, who submitted to Dacian as a vassal state, agreeing to pay tribute annually. Upon learning this news, Chinzay hurried back to the capital, only to find that the Empress had already issued a decree removing the military insignia, scattering his father's soldiers among other armies. In that moment, Chinzay understood Dacian's position was now stable. Foreign nations had submitted, and the world was at peace. There was no longer a need for a great general whose accomplishments overshadowed the ruler as he had anticipated. After relying on the Qin family to resolve external threats, the Empress no longer granted them any military power. Within a year, the Qin family faced stringent surveillance, effectively placed under house arrest in the capital. In the early hours, Chinzay received a secret letter, delivered by his father's former subordinate. The Red Flame Army had been disbanded and mixed into other forces, and some officers, grateful for the Qin family's past favors, had paid a heavy price to ensure this letter reached the Qin residence. The letter stated that the Empress would bestow land upon the Qin family today, and regardless of the location, they must not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, lest the Qin residents face dire consequences. Chinzay understood well. The Qin family had rendered immense service, and the world acknowledged it. Now that Dacian's position was secure, if the Empress were to ruthlessly eliminate a loyal general, it would surely dishearten the populace. Thus, she chose to offer land as a pretext to silence the masses. At this moment, Chinzay stood before the great hall, raising his gaze to see ministers and generals lined on either side of the court, while seated above was the Empress Jin Fenghuan. With lowered eyes, Chinzay stepped into the Golden Luan Hall and bowed respectfully. "Your humble servant, Chinzay, pays homage to your majesty." On the dragon throne, Jin Fenghuan, adorned in a phoenix crown and a robe of 9 dragons, sat with poise. Her features were exquisitely delicate, akin to a finely crafted jade, her complexion fair and luminous, with bright eyes and a radiant smile that conveyed an air of regal authority. "Rise." Those 2 simple words bore an undeniable authority, tinged with a chilling undertone. Jin Fenghuan parted her cherry lips to speak. "The Tiger Might general has fought valiantly for the court throughout his life. With the realm now at peace, according to law, he shall be rewarded. Chinzay, your presence in court today is to discuss your commendation." Jin Fenghuan slightly turned her gaze, sweeping over the assembled ministers before settling her eyes on Chinzay. Your father labored tirelessly and earned great merit. Had he lived, I intended to appoint him as Dakian's only non-surnamed king. Alas, enough. As they say, a tiger's son will not be a dog. I see your father's shadow in you, Chinzay. At this point, Jin Fenghuan addressed the ministers. My esteemed ministers, the vast lands of Bailiang, spanning thousands of miles, I propose to bestow this territory upon Chinzay. What say you? Upon hearing this, Chinzay's heart turned cold with laughter. Bailiang was indeed the most desolate region within Dakian's territory, sparsely populated and recently rumored to be on the brink of rebellion. To assign such a land as a fief was to condemn his entire family to perish there. What a cruel heart. The ministers exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Some lamented, others scoffed, and a few wore sinister smiles. Speak freely. Jin Fenghuan stated coldly. As her words fell, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Li, bowed and remarked, Your Majesty, with all due respect, this course of action is unwise. General Qin has withstood the Hu cavalry in the north, campaigned against the southern barbarians, resisted Fusan in the east, and battled the Shirong in the west. After 10 years of warfare, we have achieved the glory of Dakian today. With all nations paying tribute, it is lamentable that General Qin met his end in the last sea battle. How can his only descendant be consigned to such a frigid land? I propose he be appointed Duke of Benhai, with the lands of Su and Hangzhou as his fief, to honor the spirit of General Qin in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Yong, emerged from the ranks, bowing as he declared, Your Majesty, I must disagree. General Qin devoted his life to warfare, and he despised any indulgence. His son, Chinzay, has gained renown from a young age and exhibits his father's spirit. To place him in such a setting would be to tarnish General Qin's legacy. Another voice chimed in. What the Minister of Revenue states is indeed true. The vastness of Bailiang is precisely where young General Qin can showcase his talents. Rumor has it that over the past 2 years, young General Qin has displayed extraordinary martial prowess and a diligent nature. I dare say Bailiang would be an excellent opportunity for him. He could lead troops in a battle and guide the people in cultivating the land. A few years of experience there would be splendid, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Chinzay cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, a general named Huang Long, who commanded the Panlong army. This man had always been at odds with his father, possessing little combat skill, yet eager to seize credit. After the Red Flame army was dissolved, the Panlong army now stood as Dakian's most formidable force. At that moment, a voice of authority rang out. Enough. Each of you presents valid points. Yet I believe assigning Bailiang to Chinzay is not a poor choice. Chinzay, do you wish to go to Bailiang? Jin Fenghuan's icy gaze pierced through Chinzay like a blade. Chinzay understood that if he so much as uttered a word of dissent now, the Qin family would undoubtedly face calamity. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, an unusual sound echoed in his ears. Beep. Supreme Lord System loading. Loading complete. Supreme Lord System. Earn 1 point per second. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 population. Note. Exchange population consists of able-bodied adults. Accumulate a certain number of points to visit the system shop for military supplies and generals. A flood of information inundated Chinzay's mind, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to race. At last, you have arrived. Chapter 2. Chinzay requires no soldiers. Chinzay savored the information from the system, his heart racing almost to the brink of explosion. Earning 1 point per second, which signifies population, translates to an astonishing 86,400 seconds in a day. This implies that he could potentially convert 86,400 individuals each day. Astonishing. Chinzay felt a shiver run down his spine, his breath becoming slightly labored. In this ancient world, population equates to military strength. The great Qin dynasty boasts hundreds of millions of subjects, which is the foundation of its immense national power. With these commoners trained into soldiers, they could become an unstoppable war machine. Yet, despite this, due to natural disasters and man-made calamities, raising a child to adulthood is no simple task, let alone training them into soldiers. However, with his Supreme Lord system, he could increase his number of capable adults by 86,400 in a single day. This is faster than a sow giving birth to a litter, considering pigs have gestation periods. This system is not merely extraordinary, it is utterly transformative. Turning to the second feature, points could be spent in the system's marketplace for resources. With a mere thought, Chinzay accessed the marketplace section on the glowing screen. The screen shimmered, revealing a plethora of categorized resources. There were provisions, weapons, and various military necessities, an overwhelming array of options. Chinzay promptly selected the Provisions tab. Provisions, 100 points can be exchanged for 100 pounds of grain. Upon reading this, Chinzay was astounded. As someone who has experienced the battlefield, he understands that besides personnel, provisions are paramount. The adage "the army marches on its stomach" holds true.
Additionally, in this ancient world, food is the most critical resource. Although the Great Qian is prosperous, this prosperity is relative to the nobility. On the lower rungs of society, many commoners still struggle to feed themselves. For them, resorting to cannibalism is a grim reality. Even a single pound, or grain, of food could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for a destitute individual. Yet, he only needs 100 points to exchange for 100 pounds of grain. What does this mean? If he were to utilize the 86 for 100 points accumulated in a day, he could procure over 80,000 pounds of grain. This implies he could effortlessly ensure his subordinates have ample food, alleviating any concerns regarding provisions. With people and food, training them into soldiers would yield a formidable war machine. Apart from various resources, the system's marketplace also offers templates for generals and troop types, which Chinzay intends to explore further, albeit these will require substantial points. Meanwhile, in the lower left corner of the glowing screen, a blue number continuously fluctuated, 567. Chinzay recognized this as his growing points. Observing this, his gaze gradually turned steely. My esteemed Qin family has rendered significant contributions to the Great Qian. Yet the Empress not only fails to treat us with kindness, but also seeks to cast us out, as if we were mere beasts of burden. The so-called fief of Bailiang is, in truth, a banishment for my family from the Great Qian. Truly, she is a formidable Empress, employing ruthless methods that are beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. However, it appears that claiming the remote Bailiang as my fief may not be entirely disadvantageous. There I can train troops. By erecting strong walls, stockpiling provisions, and biding my time, I shall await the day when I can return to the capital, which will undoubtedly be the moment when the Golden Phoenix relinquishes the throne. At this moment, feeling the icy gaze of the Golden Phoenix upon me, I responded in a deep voice, I shall heed the Empress's decree. The Empress narrowed her eyes, her fierce gaze fixated on me, attempting to decipher my expression. Unfortunately for her, my countenance remained unperturbed, as if I had genuinely accepted this arrangement. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. She had anticipated that, being the son of Qin Haoyan, I would resist, or at the very least display some indignation, yet I accepted her decree with such composure. It seems the moniker of a tiger's son is indeed an overstatement in my case. I am ultimately a mere weakling. So be it. A tiger with its teeth removed bears no distinction from a cornered dog. The fief of Bailiang, granted to me, will surely spell the demise of my Qin family within a year. Contemplating this, the Empress laughed heartily and proclaimed, Excellent. Truly, you are worthy of being the son of General Qin. Bailiang is most fitting for you. Chinzay, today I appoint you as the Prince of Northern Defense. The vast lands of Bailiang shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Upon uttering these words, the Golden Phoenix lifted her chin and asked, My loyal ministers, how many troops do you believe would be most appropriate for the Prince of Northern Defense? As her words settled, the Grand General Huang Long bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the people of Bailiang are currently living in peace. Therefore, we require not many troops. I believe 3,000 shall suffice. Hearing this, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Li, furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, General Huang, your statement is misguided. How can 3,000 troops be adequate? Bailiang is barren, teeming with bandits and marauders, and borders the barbaric Hu-horse tribes. I believe we need at least tens of thousands of soldiers. Seeing Zhang Li repeatedly support Chinzay, Huang Long raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, Minister Zhang, you preside over personnel matters. Do you presume to possess greater understanding of military affairs than I? It is said that a tiger begets no dog, and the son of the formidable General Huang cannot possibly be inept. 3,000 troops shall be more than sufficient. The common folk in Bailiang can also be trained as soldiers. Should your Majesty send me to Bailiang, I assure you, even if we were to have that number, it would pose no issue. With his chin held high, Huang Long exuded an air of self-satisfaction. He was well aware that the Empress would never permit him to go to Bailiang. His words were intentionally crafted for Chinzay's hearing. During the lifetime of Qin Haoyan, he often clashed with Huang Long, and now that he is deceased, what prowess does the Qin family possess? 3,000 troops sent to Bailiang will surely lead to their demise within a year. At that moment, the Empress's cold gaze fell upon Chinzay, her lips curling slightly as she inquired, Chinzay, do you believe that these 3,000 troops are sufficient? A bitter laugh resonated within Chinzay's heart. Sufficient? Not in the slightest. If you were to bestow 3,000 men upon Huang Long, do you think he would dare to defend Bailiang? Anyone can boast with words. To Chinzay, this so-called force of 3,000 had become utterly trivial, akin to a mere chicken rib. He understood that even if the Empress granted him these troops, they would be comprised of the old, the weak, and the sick, perhaps even infiltrated by spies, useless for any serious endeavor and likely employed to monitor him instead. What purpose would such a contingent serve? With the system at his disposal, he could summon tens of thousands in a single day. Did he truly need these 3,000? Yet, to avoid raising the Empress's suspicions, Chinzay feigned enthusiasm and declared with fervor, "Your Majesty, I, Chinzay, am not one to cower in fear. For this journey to Bailiang, I require not a single soldier. I shall bring only my family and 800 loyal retainers." Upon arriving in Bailiang, he vowed to rally the common folk and train them as soldiers. There was no need for her to worry. Observing Chinzay's impassioned, naive demeanor, Huang Long nearly burst into laughter. Did he truly believe himself significant after receiving a few compliments? Without even a soldier, once he reached Bailiang, the local officers would scarcely regard him. Huang Long scoffed inwardly at his foolishness. On the dragon throne, the majestic visage of the golden phoenix softened slightly, revealing a hint of casualness. Since Chinzay was willing to sever his own path, she found herself relieved. "Very well. Given your audacity, I grant you permission." The Minister of Personnel, Zhang Li, sighed inwardly, recognizing that Chinzay was still too young and inexperienced, far from being a match for the Empress. Bailiang was vast yet sparsely populated, rife with bandits and bordering foreign tribes. How could one establish a foothold without an army? This was not a fief, but rather a sentence for the Qin family to perish in Bailiang. The loyalty of General Qin was unwavering throughout his life. Yet his family faced this cruel fate after his death. It was truly disheartening. Zhang Li cast a sidelong glance at the spirited young man, his eyes betraying a hint of compassion. Upon arriving at the Bailiang royal palace, Chinzay instructed his servants to tidy up briefly, allowing them to rest early in preparation for the morrow's endeavors. Once his household was settled, as evening fell, Chinzay mounted a fine steed and rode alone from the palace to the desolate barracks. Despite the fatigue from his arduous journey, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy and excitement. In his mind, the system's points were incessantly fluctuating. Within about 10 days, his points had accumulated to 925,000. Opening the system's marketplace, Chinzay's penetrating gaze swept across the offerings before he pondered briefly and issued a command to the system. Exchange for 9,000 populace. Ding. Consumed 9,000 points. Exchange for 9,000 populace. As the system's announcement concluded, a swirling cloud of black mist enveloped the ground, revealing 9,000 adult men clad in simple garments. "We pay our respects to our lord," they exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply to Chinzay. He nodded slightly. These robust young men were in their nascent state and required appropriate equipment. He turned his gaze towards the one-star marketplace, meticulously selecting gear. Black iron helmet, 20 points. Black armor, 20 points. White refined sword, 20 points. Long halberd, 20 points. Xian Yu Bao, 20 points. Black maned horse, 100 points. He commanded the procurement of 9,000 black iron helmets, 9,000 black armors, 500 white refined swords, 2,000 Xian Yu bows, 1,500 long halberds, and 1,500 black maned horses. As he issued the command, the system's voice resonated. Black iron helmet x 9,000, deducting 180,000 points. Black armor x 9,000, deducting 180,000 points. White refined sword x 5,500, deducting 110,000 points. Xian Yu Bao x 2,000, deducting 40,000 points. Long halberd x 1,500, deducting 30,000 points. Black maned horse x 1,500, deducting 150,000 points. Remaining points, 226,000. A flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and 500 fully armed infantry wielding white refined swords, 2,000 archers, and 1,500 light cavalry materialized before Chinzay. He surveyed his newfound army with a satisfied smile. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He needed to provide them with unit templates. With just over 220,000 points remaining, he could only afford the most economical one-star unit template. Exchange for one-star unit template. Ding. Detected that the host possesses 9,000 soldiers, consuming 90,000 points to exchange for one-star unit template. Once again, a golden light flashed, visibly enhancing the soldiers' physiques, their faces now reflecting the unwavering resolve characteristic of warriors. Chinzay approached one soldier, patting his robust frame, and examined his armor, helmet, and weaponry. Upon inspection, Chinzay's heart swelled with joy. The gear from the one-star marketplace surpassed the standard equipment of the current soldiers in Qian. Such equipment would befit only elite soldiers in any army. Whispering to himself, a radiant smile graced Chinzay's face. However, this was not the end. An army requires commanders. Without hesitation, he opened the general marketplace and opted to exchange for a general. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Detected that the host has military units. First time, general discount. consuming 100,000 points, and the system will randomly select a general. Chinzay's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated a discount from the system. He wondered about his fortune and what star-rated general he might draw. Very well, deducting 100,000 points, he thought, his heart brimming with anticipation. Ding! Consuming 100,000 points, the system announced, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 3-star general template, Dianwei. As the voice faded, a towering figure, a robust man standing over 8 feet tall, strode forth with a commanding presence. Clad in armor, he bore 2 iron halberds on his back and a long sword at his waist. His arms were as thick as a grown man's waist, immediately revealing his extraordinary strength. I am the humble Dianwei, paying my respects to the Lord. With one knee on the ground, Dianwei clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence. Exuding an intimidating aura, there is no need for excessive formalities. Rise, Chinzay replied with a smile in his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement at the sight of Dianwei's formidable physique and fierce demeanor. The name Dianwei was well known in Chinzay's previous world. He was a fierce general by Cao Cao's side, wielding halberds weighing 80 pounds with unmatched strength, earning the title of Ancient Evil from Cao Cao himself, a testament to his valor. Moreover, Chinzay was pleasantly surprised to discover that the general could enhance the physical prowess of his soldiers. During his earlier assessments, he had noted that the soldiers were already quite robust, even surpassing the average soldiers of the Great Qian. Now, with the general's enhancement, their formidable physiques would undoubtedly translate into greater combat strength. How exhilarating! It seemed that as his points accumulated, he could exchange for more generals to bolster his soldiers' combat capabilities and forge an indomitable army. Upon glancing at the light screen, the initial system panel had undergone changes. Host, Chinzay. Points, 36015, increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 123 square kilometers. Level 1 troops, 500 infantry, 2,000 archers, 500 light cavalry. Generals, Dianwei, 3-star. Chinzay smiled faintly, retracting his gaze to Dianwei. After rising, Dianwei stood quietly, awaiting further instructions. Dianwei, you shall command the 9,000 troops from this moment forth. The hills surrounding Shifeng City are rife with bandits. Arrange for the soldiers to enhance their patrols, familiarize themselves with the terrain, and establish defensive lines in strategic locations. Yes, my lord. Dianwei promptly acknowledged the command. At this juncture, Chinzay's expression grew increasingly steely as he contemplated. Some may already be unable to restrain themselves. Within 3 days, someone will undoubtedly come to take my life. Now, while these bandits remain unaware of my forces, I shall lie in wait and strike decisively when they come to attack. Subsequently, Dianwei began organizing various military matters, including assigning roles and dividing troops, an area where he required no guidance from Chinzay, as he was well-versed and fully capable. On the other hand, Chinzay pondered how to utilize the remaining 30,000 points. Food costs 100 points for 100 pounds, and each soldier requires 2 pounds daily. With 9,000 troops, this translates to a daily need of 180,000 pounds of food. With 36,000 points remaining, he could purchase enough provisions for 2 days. Although 2 days' worth of supplies was not substantial, with over 80,000 points due to arrive tomorrow, it would suffice. Without hesitation, Chinzay utilized all his points to exchange for 180,000 gene of grain. Ding! Consumed 36,000 points. Exchange for 36,000 gene of grain. Chinzay then organized a contingent of soldiers to store the provisions in the granary. At this moment, Dianwei approached, clasping his fists in salute. My lord, I have organized all 9,000 troops. Chinzay nodded slightly and spoke. This area is rife with bandits. Beginning today, we shall impose a lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit the city. The road outside Shifeng City is flanked by mountains on both sides. Deploy 2 teams to establish ambushes among the hills along the route, maintaining vigilant surveillance to prevent bandit incursions. Understood, my lord. Dianwei responded and departed. Once everything was arranged, Chinzay stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively at the mountains. He now commanded 9,000 fully armed soldiers. An army unknown to anyone, a hidden force. Moreover, if bandits were to invade Shifeng City, they would have to traverse the road at the foot of the mountains. An ideal location for laying traps. The nets and bait were already prepared. It remained to be seen which greedy fish would take the bait. Chapter 7. Conspiracy. Mountain bandits in the commander's office of North Yuan City. Several burly men wearing straw hats kept their heads lowered, squatting in a narrow alley outside the commander's residence. Zhao Yuan was returning from Shifeng City when he spotted the men in the alley, causing him to furrow his brows. His attendant immediately stepped forward and reprimanded. "What are you lot doing here? Go to the back entrance." "Yes, yes." The burly men hastily complied, shouldering their burdens and following the attendant to the rear entrance. Inside the residence, in the back room, Zhao Yuan sat in a chair, observing the burly men with narrowed eyes. He remarked, "Did I not instruct you to avoid coming to my residence lightly? There are too many eyes here. Do you not understand this principle?" The leading burly man removed his straw hat, revealing a scarred face, and chuckled. "General, we had no choice but to come. We have brought you some small gifts." As he spoke, he lifted a corner of the black cloth covering the bamboo basket, revealing glimmers of silver within. Zhao Yuan waved his hand, and the attendant took the basket away. "Now speak. What is it?" Zhao Yuan said coolly. "General, we have received news that the king of the north has entered Bailiang today, claiming he intends to eradicate the bandits within the territory. We do not know if this is true." Zhao Yuan nodded slightly. It was indeed true. Otherwise, why would the court have dispatched him? Upon hearing this, the scarred man exchanged alarmed glances with his companions, their expressions betraying their fear. The scarred man stammered, "General, we have been with you for a long time, and we have delivered the silver we plundered on time each month. If the king of the north intends to exterminate us, you must intercede on our behalf." Zhao Yuan's expression darkened, and he reprimanded in a low voice. "What is there to panic about? Are you frightened by a so-called king of the north who is more figurehead than substance?" The scarred man trembled and dared not respond, merely lowering his head. Zhao Yuan took a sip from his teacup and then chuckled softly. "I shall divulge but a single piece of information. The court has not provisioned him with an army. The lord of the northern frontier arrives in Bailiang with merely his 800 loyal soldiers. However, should he subsequently gather the populace of Shifeng City and train them as troops, the situation may change significantly. At that point, one might fear for your safety." As the words fell, the scarred-faced man felt a sudden jolt in his heart and pondered to himself. If the commander states that the lord of the northern frontier has brought only 800 soldiers to Bailiang, does this not imply that he currently stands weak and isolated? Should he acquire an army in the future, it would spell trouble. Now, while he remains unformed and vulnerable, it would be prudent to strike decisively and quash him here. It appears the commander harbors intentions for the lord of the northern frontier's demise. Contemplating this, a sinister expression crossed the scarred man's face as he glanced at Zhao Yuan and made a gesture across his throat. Zhao Yuan merely smiled slightly, remaining silent as he lifted his teacup to sip. Observing Zhao Yuan's lack of response, the scarred man thought for a moment and then had a sudden realization. The commander, being an official of the court, would not dare to openly speak of killing the lord of the northern frontier. It seems he wishes to use our hands to eliminate him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the lord of the northern frontier must perish. If he lives and grows strong, we may find ourselves at his mercy in the future. Thus, it is better to eliminate him swiftly, preventing future calamity. With this thought, the scarred man nodded with a smile and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Commander, for this valuable information. It is getting late, so I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave." Zhao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Several burly men promptly exited, and Zhao Yuan set down his teacup, shaking his head with a smile. "Chinzay, oh Chinzay, with dangers lurking, this Shifeng City shall be your final resting place." In Jibachuan, at the Black Tiger stronghold, although the sun had set, the stronghold was ablaze with light. In the conference hall, the three leaders of Jibachuan gathered, their expressions grave and silent. Moments later, several men entered, led by the scarred man, Wang Meng, the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold. Upon his arrival, Zhao Daiyou, the leader of Qingfeng stronghold, immediately inquired, "Wang, you have finally returned. We have been anxiously awaiting your arrival." Wang Meng, with a relaxed demeanor and a smile, replied, "I apologize for the wait. According to reliable sources, although the lord of the northern frontier, Chinzay, has a formidable reputation, he is but a paper tiger, nothing to fear." Zhu Fu, the leader of Wolfhead stronghold, stroked his chin in confusion and asked, "What exactly is the matter? Please elucidate, Wang." With a calm smile, Wang Meng responded, "As for his expedition into Bailiang, can you guess how many troops the court has allocated to him?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Daiyou frowned and said, "Wang, please do not be so cryptic. Speak plainly. Everyone is saying that the lord of the northern frontier intends to eradicate us. He has made Jibachuan his base. If he enters Shifeng City, we will be his primary targets. If he strikes, we must act swiftly to evade his wrath." Wang Meng shook his head, chuckling dismissively. "Fear not, Zhao. You may sleep soundly tonight." Upon entering Bailiang this time, the court has not provided him with a single soldier. He possesses merely 800 loyal guards. What can he possibly do against us? Ha ha ha. As these words were spoken, astonishment painted the faces of all present. Soon after, a cacophony of laughter erupted, with smiles illuminating the faces around the table as they burst into hearty guffaws. 800 loyal guards? It is utterly ludicrous. What kind of northern suppression king is this? Huh. With such a meager force, he is outnumbered even by the men in my Wolfhead stronghold. It appears this so-called northern suppression king has indeed been banished from the capital by the court. How utterly disgraceful. To think he dares proclaim the eradication of all bandits within Baelyang with such a paltry number is comical indeed. I have heard that this northern suppression king is merely 18 years old. I had expected great prowess, but it turns out he is just a mere child. Huh. What a false alarm. Amidst the laughter, however, one individual furrowed his brow. It was Zhao Daiyou, the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold, who wore a contemplative expression. He then turned to Wang Ming and said, Chief Wang, how can we trust that he truly possesses only 800 loyal guards? Could there be some deception at play? Chinzay, son of Qin Haoyan, has garnered some renown on the battlefield. Is it not possible that behind these 800 loyal guards lies a hidden army? Perhaps this is a ruse to lure us out? Wang Ming displayed a hint of derision, dismissing Zhao's concerns. You are overthinking it, Chief Zhao. Where would he conjure an army from? Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. My words are not mere fabrications. The information I have is utterly reliable, and there is no falsehood. He indeed possesses only 800 loyal guards. I would wager my life on it. This northern suppression king has fallen out of favor with the court, which is precisely why he has been assigned this territory in Baelyang. Seeing Wang Ming's adamant assurance, Zhao Daiyou finally nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Wang Ming smiled slightly and continued, in conclusion, dear chiefs, there is no need for concern. He commands only these 800 loyal guards. My Black Tiger stronghold boasts over 6,000 men, not to mention the forces at your disposal. However, as he currently occupies Shifeng City, should he manage to recruit and train the local populace, it may pose a future threat. While he is still weak, we must take action promptly to eliminate any potential dangers. As he spoke, Wang Ming cast his gaze over the assembly. Since learning that the Northern Suppression King had only 800 loyal guards, he felt no trepidation. Nevertheless, he had no intention of being the first to strike against the Northern Suppression King. Considering there were other strongholds, he deemed it unnecessary to put himself at risk. After all, this Northern Suppression King is the first of a different surname in the Great Qian. Should the court seek retribution later, it could lead to complications. Yet, Wang Ming understood that even if he refrained from acting, others would not. He looked at Zhao Daiyou, who, with a glint in his eye, remarked, This Northern Suppression King has brought his entire family to Baelyang. Surely his residence must harbor considerable treasures. After all, he is the Northern Suppression King. My Qingfeng stronghold is somewhat distant from Shifeng City. Otherwise, I would venture forth tomorrow. Chief Zhu, you are much closer. With over 5,000 valiant men in your Wolfhead stronghold, it would surely be a simple task to subdue the Northern Suppression King and his 800 guards. As the conversation unfolded, Zhao Daiyou's gaze fell upon the youngest chieftain, Zhu Fu, standing at a height of 7 feet. Zhu Fu donned a leather coat that accentuated his formidable physique, with muscular arms bared and a massive axe hanging at his waist. Although he was not yet 30 and had only recently embraced the life of the Greenwood, he was known for his ruthless and audacious demeanor. The Wolfhead stronghold was the closest to Shifeng City, and Zhu Fu had frequently plundered its riches. Hearing Zhao Daiyou's words, he let out a hearty laugh and declared, Naturally, I can go to Shifeng City whenever I please. Who in the city does not know of Zhu Fu? When I stamp my foot, they dare not stir. That little brat Chinzay boasts of annihilating the northern bandits with his 800 troops. Tomorrow, no tonight. I shall lead my men to Shifeng City and teach him a lesson. Once I storm into the northern king's residence and sever his head, let his women and children serve me, haha. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and Zhao Daiyou exchanged glances, both smiling with approval. Well said. Brother Zhu Fu is indeed a true hero. Come, let us raise a toast. Here's to Brother Zhu's grand endeavor of slaying the northern king. After this battle, his name shall resound throughout the Greenwood. With Wang Ming's call, his subordinates brought forth drinks and poured them generously. Zhu Fu guzzled a large bowl of wine, his face glowing with exhilaration. Standing to acknowledge Zhao and Wang, he proclaimed, Though I am the newest chieftain of the Wolfhead stronghold, I shall not shun this opportunity since my fellow chieftains have shown me such courtesy. After I slay the Northern King tonight, I will promptly share the news with you all. Please, continue your revelry. I must take my leave. Chapter 8. The bandits assault upon exiting the Black Tiger stronghold. Zhu Fu led his men down the mountain. Initially anxious about the Northern King's campaign against bandits, he now felt a surge of excitement upon grasping the truth of the situation. As he rode, Zhu Fu licked his lips, a cruel smile gracing his face. He turned to his third-in-command, Li Chong, and urged, Let us not delay. We must catch them off guard as they arrive in Shifeng City. The city is filled only with the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. We have little to fear. Assemble all brothers upon our return to the stronghold. and let us march on Shifeng City. Gold, silver, fine wine, and women await us. Tonight marks the rise of the wolf-head stronghold. Ha ha ha. Li Chong scratched his head and ventured, "Boss, does the Northern King truly require all our brothers to confront his 800 men?" Zhu Fu furrowed his brow and retorted, "How foolish you are. 800 elite soldiers are not ordinary folk. They are surely skilled fighters. By deploying all our forces against his 800, we can minimize our casualties. You spend your days indulging in pleasures. It is time you learn a bit of strategy." Li Chong, his face flushed with embarrassment, nodded repeatedly. Zhu Fu, brimming with pride, raised his chin and laughed heartily. "Stay close behind me. You have much to learn. Tonight, I will show you how to breach Shifeng City." With that, he urged his horse forward. As autumn settled in, the sun dipped below the horizon, bringing a refreshing chill to the evening air. Under the luminous moonlight, the denizens of Shifeng City concluded their day as toil and were preparing to rest when the rhythmic sound of footsteps outside drew them to their windows. Eager to discern the commotion, in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock, their bodies trembling. In the radiant moonlight, a battalion of fully armored soldiers traversed the streets. Their black armor glinting ominously under the moon's reflection, exuding an aura of foreboding even from within their homes. From whence do these warriors hail? The Northern Protector entered Shifeng City today, yet I saw only a handful, murmured the townsfolk, their voices hushed in trepidation. Could they be phantoms of the underworld? Meanwhile, atop the city walls, the troops dispatched by Jian Wei had arrived to take command. The leading centurion, with a countenance as cold as steel, ascended the ramparts, startling the original sentinels at the sight of this enigmatic force. Alarmed, they hastily inquired, "Who are you?" Before they could finish, the centurion's deep voice resonated. "We are the soldiers of the Northern Protector. This fortification is now entrusted to us. You may return to your rest." Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the seasoned guards quickened, a look of disquiet shadowing their faces. They had witnessed General Zhao Yuan escort the Northern Protector into Shifeng City, clearly noting that he had only a few hundred soldiers. Where had these formidable troops come from? Moreover, their demeanor suggested they were seasoned veterans, not mere recruits. At that moment, the centurion raised an eyebrow and intoned, "What? Is there dissent?" The guards hastily replied, "Nay, we dare not question further. We shall retire immediately." Without lingering, they descended the walls in haste. Soon after, the centurion deployed a contingent to maintain vigil atop the ramparts, rotating watchmen. As night deepened, soldiers concealed within the mountains reported the sound of numerous hooves approaching from 5 kilometers away, seemingly headed for Shifeng City. The centurion, not daring to delay, promptly dispatched messengers to the Northern Protector's residence and the military encampment. In the military camp, upon receiving the news, Dian Wei's lips curled into a grin. "Send scouts to ascertain the extent of their numbers. At this late hour, they are likely brigands. If so, we shall eradicate them completely." Ha ha. On the other side, upon hearing the tidings, Chinzay swiftly donned his garments and made his way to the military encampment. Dian Wei and several centurions were already awaiting his arrival. As Chinzay approached, Dian Wei immediately reported, "My lord, we have just received word that these intruders number around 3,000 to 5,000, and judging by their attire, they appear to be brigands." Nodding thoughtfully, Chinzay gazed at the map illuminated by candlelight. Beyond Shifeng City lies an expansive terrain, a further 3 miles ahead. There are hills. They must traverse the path at the foot of those hills to reach Shifeng City. Arrange the troops as I instruct. With that, Chinzay began to strategize the troop formations. The full moon hung high, and the fierce wind stirred the dust into a frenzy. Leading a charge of over 1,000 gallant steeds, the band of the Wolf-Head village, under the command of their chief Zhu Fu, thundered down the road, while behind them followed a troop of over 4,000 infantry. Zhu Fu was acutely aware that if this venture succeeded, he would amass a considerable fortune. With such wealth, he would gain renown and attract more refugees to his stronghold. Should everything go smoothly, this battle could potentially elevate Langtu village to the pinnacle among the various strongholds resisting Beichuan. That timid lot, unaware that greater risks yield higher rewards. Once I storm into the Northern King's manor, let us see if they will regret their cowardice. Zhu Fu, brimming with excitement and unable to contain his inner desire, licked his lips and declared loudly, "Brothers, if we succeed in this endeavor, glory and wealth will be ours." "Indeed, boss." The jubilant laughter echoed around him. Knowing that Chinzay commanded only 800 men, Zhu Fu felt emboldened, leading 500 cavalry ahead, quickly creating a gap between himself and his followers. However, unbeknownst to him, archers, strategically positioned on the flanking hills, lay in wait. With grim expressions, they concealed themselves behind trees, quietly observing as Zhu Fu rode out of the mountains, heading towards Shifeng City. Their mission was to deal with the bandits behind them who lacked horses. As Zhu Fu emerged from the hills, he found himself in an expansive area. Just a few miles ahead lay Shifeng City, a place he was exceedingly familiar with. He was preparing to charge forward and force open the city gates when suddenly, his brow furrowed. Under the moonlight, the ground appeared to be coated with a layer of white frost. The night wind howled, stirring up dust, and an air of foreboding loomed. Zhu Fu raised his hand to shield his eyes and gazed into the distance. Though the moonlight illuminated the night, visibility was not entirely clear. Nonetheless, he could faintly discern a vast shadow ahead. Could it be people? Zhu Fu pondered. Just then, a shrill cry echoed from the rear. Startled, he turned to look. The wailing emanated from the mountains behind, precisely along the path his 500 men were to traverse. His deputy, Li Chang, broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Boss, this is bad. The Northern King must have set an ambush there. Our brothers may have fallen into a trap." Zhu Fu furrowed his brow, retorting coldly, "What are you panicking for? This young fool possesses some skill. He actually anticipated that I would strike tonight. But so what? With more than 4,000 of us, how many ambushers can he possibly have? He commands only 800 men. Even if he deploys all his forces, they are no match for us." Upon hearing this, Li Chang's expression softened as he responded, "Boss, the brothers behind us lack horses. We should." Before he could finish, Zhu Fu let out a series of mocking laughs. "It matters not. They can handle themselves. That clever young man is overreaching. With only 800 men, he dares to split his forces to set an ambush in the mountains. How many defenders can there be in Shifeng City?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang smacked his forehead, realizing the implication. "Boss, are you suggesting we directly assault Shifeng City?" Zhu Fu nodded, laughing heartily. "If he divides his troops, then Shifeng City will be as unguarded as a deserted wasteland for us. Young Chinzay must be within the city. Let us charge in and behead him." As his words fell, Zhu Fu struck his horse's flank, leading his men towards Shifeng City. Peering ahead, Zhu Fu noticed the city gates firmly shut, with only a handful of soldiers stationed atop the walls. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Shifeng City remained unchanged, unaffected by the arrival of the King of the North. Zhu Fu bellowed, "Open the gates. Delay even a moment, and I shall slay your entire family." No sooner had he spoken than the gates swung open, and Zhu Fu rejoiced, thinking the guards were indeed wise. Under the moonlight, a robust figure on a steed emerged from the city, the wind howling fiercely, stirring up dust and obscuring Zhu Fu's view. He rubbed his eyes for clarity, and upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed. The man was imposing, wielding 2 heavy iron halberds on his back, a clear indication of his formidable prowess. "Who are you blocking the way?" Zhu Fu shouted. As his voice faded, the man on horseback advanced a few steps and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Who dares approach? State your name." The echo of his voice reverberated through the stillness of the night, startling the horses into a frenzy. The men hastily restrained their mounts, barely managing to regain control. Zhu Fu's heart raced, his right eye twitching, an inexplicable anxiety seeping into his being. At that moment, his lieutenant Chi Biao exclaimed in alarm, "Boss, something's amiss. There are numerous ambushers behind us. Our brothers are rushing out from the hills." Zhu Fu turned swiftly, and in the moonlight, he saw groups of his men fleeing in distress, some even sporting arrows lodged in their bodies. With just that glance, a cold sweat broke out on Zhu Fu's back. Archers must be lurking in the woods. Just then, from the shadows of the city walls to the left and right, a multitude of troops surged forth. Zhu Fu's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. He was acutely aware that Shifeng City had little in terms of military strength. Although the King of the North had arrived today, he only commanded 800 loyal soldiers. Yet now, these forces numbered over 1,000. Where had they come from? Realizing this, Zhu Fu urgently turned to Dianwei at the city gate and demanded, "Who are you?" As his words left his lips, a deep voice resonated from the front. "All troops, heed my command. Let us exterminate the bandits. Kill." With that proclamation, Dianwei's face darkened as he charged forward on horseback, wielding his dual halberds. Chapter 9. Annihilation of the Bandits. Points increased. Zhu Fu was taken aback, knowing that a brutal conflict was unavoidable. He shouted quickly, "We are ambushed. Follow me. Let us break through." His men swiftly turned, but the thousands of soldiers surging from outside the walls had already formed a tightening encirclement, each brandishing formidable blades, their murderous intent palpable as they charged forward. Under the moonlight, the figure clad in black armor emanated a chilling gleam. The long knife in his hand was captivating yet terrifying. Zhu Fu cast a glance and felt a chill run down his spine. Their attire was so meticulously organized that it was evident they were a fully equipped regular army. Moreover, judging by their imposing aura, they did not seem like mere recruits fresh from the battlefield. In a panic, Zhu Fu hastily retreated. "Quick, rejoin with the brothers behind." No sooner had he spoken than a booming laughter echoed. "It would be a miracle if your subordinates escaped from the mountains. let alone rejoin you. On the heights, I have set 2,000 archers at your disposal. Today, none of you shall escape. At these words, Zhu Fu's heart sank, his body turned cold. If there were indeed 2,000 archers hidden in the mountains, his men would be utterly vulnerable. There was no avenue for evasion. How could they withstand thousands of arrows? And with no horses, the prospect of escape was nearly impossible. With his retreat cut off, Zhu Fu contemplated carving a bloody path forward when he suddenly heard a thunderous shout. Prepare to die? His gaze shifted, and Dian Wei leaped from his steed, brandishing a heavy halberd that came crashing down towards Zhu Fu. Terrified, Zhu Fu quickly seized the axe at his waist to parry the blow. With a resounding clash, sparks flew, and pain shot through Zhu Fu's palm. The impact shattered his grip, sending the axe flying from his hand. Not only that, the residual force of the strike landed squarely on the horse's head, splintering its skull and showering Zhu Fu with blood and brain matter. Zhu Fu, seized by terror, fell from his mount. Since becoming a mountain bandit, he had encountered countless ruthless individuals, but never had he witnessed such ferocity. The sheer power of a single strike was nothing short of astounding. In the next instant, his eyes widened in horror as a massive hand reached for him, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him hard against the ground. The force left Zhu Fu feeling as though his insides had shifted, and he could scarcely count how many bones had broken. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, lying motionless on the ground. Observing his condition, Dian Wei approached with a furrowed brow. How can you be so fragile? Kid, don't die on me. I still have many questions for you. Zhu Fu coughed up another spurt of blood and, with great difficulty, shifted his gaze toward his men, hoping for salvation. However, that glance plunged him into despair. His soldiers were now engaged in brutal combat with their adversaries, who were fully armed and clearly more skilled than ordinary soldiers. Most alarming was the sheer number of foes. They numbered in the thousands, a force entirely beyond compare. In mere moments, more than half of his men had perished, blood and flesh flying, turning the ground a vivid crimson, with corpses strewn about like a scene from a battlefield of hell. Zhu Fu watched in horror, his vision blurring, as a wave of cold dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Stone Peak City. Where had these thousands of soldiers come from? At this moment, Zhu Fu understood that today was the day of reckoning for Wolfhead Village. A chill crept into his heart as he turned to Dian Wei, tremblingly pleading for mercy. Noble warrior, please spare my life. Dian Wei grinned, nodding in agreement. I fear your death, for your survival allows me to report to my lord. Faced with that ghastly smile, Zhu Fu trembled uncontrollably, his trousers thoroughly soaked. My lord, is your master the king of the north? He stammered. What do you think? Zhu Fu's eyes widened in horror. The king of the north? Wasn't Wang Meng adamant that he commanded only 800 loyal troops? Where did all these soldiers come from? Could it be that treacherous Wang Meng deceived me? The king of the north has far more than 800 loyal soldiers. Overcome with rage, Zhu Fu could not catch his breath and fainted on the spot. On the city wall, Chinzay watched the carnage below with a cold gaze. The 1,000 horse bandits led by Zhu Fu had been utterly routed, leaving only a little over 100. Meanwhile, the 4,000-foot soldiers in the rear faced relentless volleys of arrows from the archers on the mountains. Even if they miraculously survived, light cavalry would soon descend upon them to deliver the final blow. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle had been predetermined. Soon, as the last group of bandits fell, a voice echoed in Chinzay's mind. Ding! Detected the host's first kill of an opposing faction, triggering the annihilation feature. First reward, basic points 1. Annihilation. Points will increase based on the scale of enemy forces defeated. This is a first kill reward. Subsequent rewards will increase based on the scale of the faction. The moment the system's voice faded, Chinzay noticed that the points on the screen were no longer incrementing by 1, but had transformed into an increase of 2. Stunned, he quickly realized the implications. His heart swelling with joy. This meant that what had previously been a gain of 1 point per second had now become 2. The rate of point accumulation had doubled. With points now accruing at 2 per second, he would amass over 170,000 points in a single day. How exhilarating, Chinzay murmured softly, feeling a wave of elation wash over him. This was a significant concept. It implied that in just 5 days, his army could potentially double in strength again. No, that is not all. If he continued to eliminate bandits within these 5 days, wouldn't his points continue to rise? Calculating this, he realized his rate of point acquisition would accelerate, enabling him to enhance the weapons of his soldiers and unlock stronger troop templates. Excellent. The more factions he vanquished, the more points he gained. Then let the slaughter commence. Not a single one shall be spared. He would begin by cleansing the surrounding areas of all bandits. In the interrogation chamber, Chinzay sat upright, coldly observing the prostrate Zhu Fu. Wake him up, he commanded. With that, Dian Wei strode forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps, causing Zhu Fu to awaken, his teeth shattered. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhu Fu beheld the imposing figure of Dian Wei, tears and snot streaming down his face as he hastily recoiled. Dian Wei pressed his foot upon Zhu Fu's chest, bellowing, "Open your eyes wide. Look and see who stands before you. The Lord has inquiries for you, and should you dare utter a single falsehood, I shall carve you into mincemeat, fit only to be fed to the dogs." It was only then that Zhu Fu noticed Chinzay, seated expressionlessly in a chair. Trembling, he stammered, "General, spare me. I beseech you." Chinzay narrowed his eyes slightly and raised a hand, summoning a soldier who brought forth a terrain map of Beichuan. "Where is your stronghold? How many men remain? Indicate it on the map for me." As Chinzay cast the map aside, Zhu Fu hastily caught it, his hands trembling as he said, "General, if I speak, will you spare my life?" No sooner had he spoken than Dian Wei raised an eyebrow and struck Zhu Fu's calf with his iron halberd. The blow was like 1,000 pounds of force, collapsing Zhu Fu's leg, the bone protruding grotesquely. "Ah!" Zhu Fu let out a wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chinzay's voice was cold as he declared, "I possess 100 methods to make your life a living hell. If you wish to act the hero, so be it. I shall still pursue you, merely a matter of when." Tears streaming down his face, Zhu Fu gazed at the youth before him, feeling a terror more profound than the brute beside him. He dared not resist any longer. Spreading the map before him and pressing his bloodied finger onto a location, trembling as he said, "I have brought all the men from my stronghold. There is no one left." Upon hearing this, Chinzay smirked coldly. "I have only just entered Bailiang today, and you have already mobilized your entire force to ambush me under the cover of night. You are quite bold indeed. Now speak. Who directs you from behind?" At that moment, Zhu Fu recalled Wang Meng's fervent assertions within the tiger's den, claiming the king of the north had but 800 loyal soldiers. Now it appeared he had far more concealed forces. No wonder Wang Meng had evaded coming to Shifeng City. He clearly harbored ill intentions and had no understanding of the king of the north's true strength. His words were merely a ruse to make Zhu Fu his pawn, sending him to his own doom. That treacherous Wang Meng, how vile his heart. Chapter 10. Interrogation. The more Zhu Fu pondered, the angrier he became. Resolute, he decided to drag Wang Meng down with him, ensuring his subordinates would share in the fate of his demise. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "General, it was not my choice to come to Shifeng City. It was Wang Meng who forced my hand. That scoundrel, ruling over Xuanqi Mountain, summoned us to conspire against you and your family. I was deceived by him, which led to this dire situation." Before he could finish, Dian Wei interrupted with a sharp command. "Mark on the map where he is located on Xuanqi Mountain. How many bandits does he command?" Startled by the command, Zhu Fu quaked and hurriedly pointed to a location on the map, saying, "Here?" He mentioned having over 8,000 men. "I cannot attest to its truth, but that is all I know." Chinzay stroked his chin and said with a faint tone, "You just mentioned that Wang Meng summoned you. Tell me, how many bandits are there in Jibeichuan? Where are they located, and how many men do they command? Make it clear." Zhu Fu understood in his heart that the title of the northern town king was not mere vanity. He was indeed intent on eradicating all bandits within the territory. The thought filled him with regret for having taken the initiative. Whether he spoke or remained silent, death awaited him. Silence would only lead to further torment at the hands of this man. Zhu Fu felt a deep sorrow. "Hurry up," Dian Wei barked, seeing Zhu Fu hesitate. He banged his iron spear against the ground, glaring fiercely at Zhu Fu. Thud, thud, thud. As Zhu Fu heard the sound of the strikes, his heart raced, sensing it as a death knell. Trembling, he quickly marked another location and, with tears streaming down his face, said, "This is Qingfeng village, led by Zhao Daiyou, with a force comparable to Wang Meng's." Chinzay fixed his gaze unblinkingly on Zhu Fu's eyes, making Zhu Fu feel a chilling dread, his body shaking uncontrollably. Thud, thud, thud. Dian Wei continued to strike with the iron spear. "I truly know no more than this. If you wish to inquire further, ask Wang Meng. He is familiar with Zhao Daiyou and knows the details well." Zhu Fu cried out like a madman. Chinzay took the terrain map and left the interrogation cell with his hands clasped behind his back. As he departed, Zhu Fu hurriedly shouted, "General, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden." Thud! The sound of the iron spear crashing down interrupted Zhu Fu's cries, silencing him abruptly. Outside the city, Chinzay issued orders to the centurion. "Take 1,000 troops to Wild Wolf Village. Regardless of how many remain, eliminate them all, leave no one behind. After capturing the village, inventory the supplies, and bring back anything useful." "Yes, my lord." The centurion accepted the command and led the troops away. Subsequently, Chinzay commanded Dian Wei to gather the troops and assess the battle losses. In this confrontation, due to the archers' ambush in the mountains, more than 3,000 of the main force at Wolf Head Village fell to the rain of arrows, perishing amidst the hills. The remaining 1,000 wounded soldiers, barely escaping the mountains, were pursued by light cavalry. Having lost their will to fight, they were naturally unable to resist the onslaught. Meanwhile, the bandits on the city wall were besieged and exterminated. Ultimately, Chinzay discovered that only a little over 200 of his own men were wounded, with fewer than 20 soldiers dead. One could say the casualties were remarkably minimal. Although the victory was attributed to numerical superiority and the ambush that decimated the forces at Wolfhead Village, it also showcased that even basic troops possessed far greater combat prowess than ordinary bandits. This realization heightened Chinzay's anticipation for the renowned troop templates. Chinzay planned to wait until the next day when his accumulated points reached a sufficient level to prioritize the replenishment of his forces. After all, the current troop strength was adequate to deal with these bandits. Points had now escalated to an accumulation of 2 per second, allowing for a continuous supply of manpower. With news of 2 more bandit groups in Jibachuan, Chinzay's resolve to annihilate them entirely solidified. Once these 2 brigands are dealt with, the increase in points will surely rise. After a night of relentless travel, Chinzay now felt weary, burdened with numerous tasks awaiting his arrangement. The once formidable forces of Shifeng City had dwindled to only a few hundred aged, weak, and sickly individuals, and Chinzay had no intention of utilizing them. He planned to distribute a sum of reward money the following day, after which they could return to their fields. Furthermore, Chinzay ordered the captain to station troops at the main thoroughfares of Shifeng City to prevent any information from leaking to the outside world. Once everything was arranged, Chinzay returned to the royal residence to rest. The following day, as dawn broke, the citizens of Shifeng City opened their doors and ventured out to labor. The land here was barren, with swirling sands beyond the city walls, and only a few patches of cultivated fields within. Though the populace was small, they managed to subsist through self-sustenance. However, half of their seasonal harvest had to be surrendered as military rations, leaving them in a state of hunger. The remaining portion of food was difficult for the citizens to safeguard, as the mountains were rife with bandits who frequently descended to plunder, leaving the people in despair. Yet, on this day, an unusual air pervaded. As the citizens approached the city gates, they beheld a grim sight, a pile of severed heads at the foot of the walls. Those with a measure of courage ventured closer, only to discover that the heads belonged to the very bandits from the Wolfhead camp who had terrorized them. Furthermore, a notice was affixed to the city wall, proclaiming, "The Northern King has taken residence in Shifeng City and last night executed 5,000 bandits from the Wolfhead camp." Soon, a throng of people gathered at the city gates, their excitement palpable. The citizens erupted in jubilation. The Northern King had arrived in Shifeng City and vanquished the Wolfhead camp. How wise. Alas, my son perished at the hands of these beasts, but today, justice has been served. The general is indeed my benefactor. Those cursed brigands, they deserve their fate. Laughter, cries, and cheers resounded, and the entire Shifeng City was ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, an already risen Chinzay was at the barracks. Inside the tent, he examined the position of Zhu Fubiao from the previous day. As Jianwei reported, "My lord, we seized 20,000 pounds of grain from the Wolfhead camp last night, along with 1,000 horses and various weapons numbering in the thousands." Chinzay nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, store the grain in the granary. As for those weapons, they are of no use to us, inferior to what we currently possess. Let the soldiers utilize the horses." Jianwei responded, "Understood, my lord. They have already been put to use." "My lord, are we to march upon the 2 bandit camps indicated by Zhu Fu? The Black Tiger camp lies at a distance, while the Green Peak camp is closer. Shall we not attack this nearer stronghold?" Chinzay stroked his chin, pondering briefly before responding, "No, we shall remain on standby." Jianwei, perplexed, inquired, "Remain on standby?" Chinzay chuckled lightly and replied, "Our greatest advantage now lies in our intelligence. The bandits believe that I possess only 800 loyal soldiers. Thus, the audacious men from Wolfhead Village dared to launch an attack on us last night. You must dispatch soldiers to bolster our patrols, establish sentries within the mountains and forests, and extend our surveillance routes, particularly focusing on the road leading into the city. Additionally, send a team to repair the city walls and strengthen our defenses. Even if these bandits were to unite, they must not be allowed to breach our city. If we fortify this stronghold, we can continuously cultivate our military forces." Chapter 11. Invincible Forces in the Heart of the People. Great accomplishments await. In Beichuan, at Shuangqi Mountain, within the Black Tiger village, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth within the stronghold. A night has passed, yet there has been no word from Wolfhead village. Could something have gone amiss? His second-in-command, Wang Shuang, spoke up, "Elder brother. Zhu Fu is a man of grand ambitions, brimming with bravado yet lacking in strategy. He is most reckless. Though he may claim to have over 5,000 men at Wolfhead village, it is possible he has exaggerated and did not bring his entire force. General Zhao suggested that the king of the north possesses only 800 loyal soldiers, but he did not specify their martial prowess. I suspect they are elite fighters. Otherwise, he would not dare enter Bailiang with merely 800 men. Perhaps they are all seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. However, it is high time to resolve this matter. Let us await his correspondence. Meanwhile, within the walls of Shifeng City, Chinzay observed the fluctuating points displayed on the luminous screen. Since last night, the points had surged to an increase of 2 points per second. Now, after 14 hours, the total had nearly reached over 110,000. Chinzay accessed the system store, his gaze perusing the offerings. Soon, his attention fixed upon the Black Xian shield, 20 points. Previously, he had been unable to exchange for shields due to insufficient points, but now, with ample points at his disposal, Chinzay issued commands without hesitation. Exchange for 2,000 Black Xian shields, 1,000 forged blades, black iron helmets, and black armor. Increase the population by 1,000. Exchange for 1,000 templates of first-tier troops. Reinforce the losses from yesterday's battle. Ding! A total of 110,020 points have been consumed. On the luminous screen, the points dwindled to single digits. Yet correspondingly, the army swelled to 10,000. Chinzay commanded 2,000 infantry to don their shields, thus augmenting his forces with a contingent of shield bearers. Host, Chinzay. Points, 6, currently increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 123 square kilometers. First-tier troops, 4,500 infantry, 2,000 archers, 1,500 cavalry, 2,000 shield bearers. General, Dian Wei, 3 stars. Gazing at the updated panel, a smile graced Chinzay's lips. Now, he commanded a fully equipped army of 10,000. With such a well-armed force, even if these bandits were to unite in their assault on Shifeng City, we would not find ourselves at a disadvantage. After all, they are merely a rabble, their weaponry and martial skills varying greatly. Most importantly, they lack the discipline and precision that a well-trained army possesses, where orders are followed with unwavering obedience. This distinction underscores the difference between an organized military force and scattered bandits. A trained army operates like a meat grinder. Subsequently, Chinzay made his way to the city gate, where the bodies of the bandits from the Wolf Head stronghold, slain the previous night, lay in a grim accumulation. Upon his arrival, a multitude of citizens had gathered, and upon seeing Chinzay, they knelt in reverence, their voices rising in joyous cheers. Chinzay understood well that these people had long endured the oppression of bandits, struggling to fill their bellies. Their gratitude for witnessing the demise of these vile marauders was palpable. Riding his steed through the crowd, Chinzay approached the body of the bandit leader, retrieving a torch that had been prepared beforehand and casting it onto the corpse. Flames erupted instantly, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. The crackling sounds of the corpse igniting sending shivers through onlookers. Many citizens, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their fear. Glancing at Chinzay's stern visage, they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. With a face as cold as frost and astride his noble steed, Chinzay addressed the gathered citizens. His voice resonant. In times of chaos, one must apply drastic measures. These bandits have committed unspeakable atrocities, ravaging our lands and inflicting suffering upon you all. As I, Chinzay, bear the title of the Northern Pacifier, I vow to grant you peace. From this day forth, with my presence, be it this city or the entirety of Jubai Chuan, I shall eradicate every last bandit without exception. As his final words echoed, the citizens lifted their heads and erupted in fervent cheers. The general is wise. The general is wise. Chinzay's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and he raised a hand, bringing immediate silence. The banditry in Jubai Chuan has reached unprecedented levels. I arrived in Shifeng City only last night, and that very night, bandits launched an assault. There are 3 bandit strongholds in this area: the Black Tiger Stronghold, the Green Peak Stronghold, and the Wolf Head Stronghold, of which one has now been destroyed. Shifeng City has suffered repeated attacks. Surely, there are traitors within our walls. I understand that you have lived in fear of these marauders, hesitant to speak out. But with me here today, you may speak freely and expose the spies amongst us. I assure you, your safety will be guaranteed. For anyone who reveals a spy, a reward of 10 taels of silver will be given. As his words lingered in the air, a brief silence was followed by a robust shout from a burly man. General, I know some who. Before he could finish, several strong men surged into the city. A cold smile crept across Chinzay's face. He had anticipated this. As the only city within Jubai Chuan, Shifeng undoubtedly harbored spies, providing intelligence to the bandits. Despite having sealed off the main routes, Chinzay could not rest easy while these informants remained. Observing the fleeing figures, Chinzay narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, releasing several arrows that swiftly struck the fleeing spies. In the next moment, cries of agony echoed, and several fell lifelessly to the ground. Chinzay proclaimed with authority, "Until the two remaining bandit factions from Beichuan are eradicated, no one is permitted to leave the city. Should you suspect there are spies within our walls, report it immediately." The townsfolk responded with fervor. Their animosity towards these marauders had reached a boiling point. Yet they had long suffered due to the local military's reluctance to dispatch forces to root them out, allowing the bandits to grow ever more brazen. Witnessing the Northern King's iron-fisted resolve to suppress these brigands, gratitude welled within the hearts of the people. To wage war requires provisions and funding, a truth well understood by the citizens. The Northern King's campaign against the bandits was indeed a monumental boon for them. Merchants within the city, who had suffered from the marauders' depredations each time they ventured out for trade, found hope in the prospect of safe passage should the bandits be vanquished. Immediately, a merchant cried out, "General, I am willing to contribute silver to fund your military efforts. Assist in ridding us of these brigands." Another added, "General, I will offer grain, merely asking that you clear away these vile bandits so we may no longer endure their oppression." Chinzay surveyed the crowd and declared with conviction, "I am deeply grateful for your kind offers. However, I, Chinzay, shall not take a single coin from your hands. Northern Liang is a land of hardship, and it is no small feat for you to secure your basic needs. I will procure funds and provisions from these bandits themselves. The slaughter of these marauders is solely for your future peace." His words resonated powerfully, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the populace who erupted in cheers. Long live the Northern King. Observing the exhilarated citizens, Chinzay felt a surge of joy within. To master Northern Liang and eventually march into the capital, mere military prowess was insufficient. One must capture the hearts of the people. Invincible troops and a united populace would pave the way for great achievements. Jin Fengwan. Await my arrival in the capital, Chinzay mused, gazing skyward as he returned to his camp. Chapter 12. The Expedition to Half Moon Mountain. As dusk fell, within the confines of Qingfeng's stronghold, Zhao Daiyou was reveling with his subordinates, indulging in hearty drinks and food. Amidst the clinking of cups, Zhao Daiyou's face glowed with intoxication, a jovial smile adorning his features. His second-in-command, Sun Zheng, raised his cup and chuckled, "Boss, it's been a while since we had a chance to plunder. The brothers are itching for action. When shall we descend the mountain for a big score?" Zhao Daiyou gulped down his drink and, with a belch, replied with mirth, "What's the rush? It's autumn, and those fools in Shifeng City will be harvesting rice and wheat soon. We'll strike when they venture out to trade." Sun Zheng nodded with a grin, "Boss, last year we didn't seize enough grain around this time, and the brothers had a rough winter. This year, we ought to take more." Zhao Daiyou rolled his eyes and waved his hand, shaking his head. "Ah, you're missing the point. If we take everything from them, they won't survive the winter. Who will plant for us next year? Don't you understand the principle of sustainability?" Sun Zheng smacked his forehead and promptly raised another toast. "Indeed, the leader speaks wisely. Alas, the situation in Beichuan is dire due to poverty, if only a substantial opportunity were to arise." At this juncture, Sun Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Daiyou and continued with a grin. "Leader, the Northern King, upon his arrival in Shifeng City, must surely be laden with considerable wealth, a veritable catch. It is a pity that the bandits of Wolfhead Stronghold have seized this chance. It would have been a shame to let such an opportunity slip by. If we had succeeded, our lives would surely have been more comfortable." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Daiyou narrowed his eyes, sneering, "What do you understand? If the Wolfhead Stronghold were to attack the Northern King, despite his shortcomings, he is still an official of the court. Committing such a grave offense would surely compel the court to act, even if they hold disdain for the Northern King. They would feign concern publicly. It is likely they would exert pressure on the local commander to dispatch troops against the bandits. Zhao Yuan, that scoundrel, has grown discontented with the tributes we have sent him over the years. With 3 strongholds vying for control over Shifeng City, what spoils can we truly claim?" Sun Zheng, enlightened, nodded in agreement. "It certainly is not worth the risk. However, on another note, Leader, shouldn't Zhu Fu have dealt with the Northern King by now? Why have we not heard any news?" Zhao Daiyou scoffed derisively. "Zhu Fu, ever eager for glory, has a brash temperament. He is likely busy transporting the spoils from the royal estate back to the stronghold. Once the goods arrive, he will surely throw a feast to celebrate. Surely, there are some delicate ladies and beautiful maidservants among the Northern King's household." At this, Sun Zheng licked his lips, a glint of envy flashing in his eyes. "It is unfortunate that it is not us who have ventured to the Northern King's estate," he sighed inwardly. Outside the stronghold, on the watchtower, a few bandits meandered carelessly, oblivious to the lurking figures hidden within the dense forest nearby. Within the military camp, considering the fierce battle of the previous night, Chinzay decided to take a day to recuperate. allowing his soldiers to regain their strength before marching to eradicate the second band of bandits at Qingfeng's stronghold the next day. Since Wolfhead's stronghold had taken the initiative to attack, they had fallen into a trap and met defeat. Proactively launching an offensive against the bandits would be an entirely different matter. Thus, early in the morning, Chinzay dispatched scouts to the Crescent Mountain where Qingfeng's stronghold is located, with the first objective being to survey the terrain, followed by assessing their defensive arrangements. Just then, a soldier galloped in to report, "General, we have spent the day scouting Qingfeng's stronghold. The terrain of Crescent Mountain and the precise location of the stronghold have been thoroughly mapped." As he spoke, he presented a hand-drawn topographical map to Chinzay. Chinzay unfurled the map, his gaze lingering upon it for a considerable time. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "Excellent. Continue the surveillance. Do not alert them. We shall march against Qingfeng's stronghold tomorrow." As his words fell, Dian Wei beside him grinned broadly, silently tightening his grip on his halberd, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the break of day, as dawn's light began to filter through, the autumn breeze whispered, bringing a hint of chill to the morning. Chinzay donned his attire and left the northern king's estate, heading straight for the military camp. Considering the considerable distance of several dozen miles from Half Moon Mountain to Shifeng City, and the necessity of traversing mountainous terrain to assault the stronghold, Chinzay instructed his soldiers to carry provisions sufficient for 2 days, allowing for a nimble advance. Should supplies prove inadequate, they could always utilize points for exchange. Thus Chinzay harbored no concerns regarding food. Furthermore, upon conquering Qingfeng's stronghold, it was inevitable that they would seize additional provisions. At the city gate, Chinzay, astride a magnificent steed, bore a solemn expression, as numerous townsfolk had gathered to bid farewell. "General, exercise utmost caution on this expedition against the bandits," cried one. "General, these brigands are ruthless. Tread carefully." Chinzay turned to face the citizens, proclaiming with conviction, "My friends, return home. Allow me to eradicate the bandit scourge, so that everyone may enjoy a prosperous new year." With his words resonating in the air, Chinzay spurred his horse forth from the city, addressing the assembled troops. "All forces, heed my command. We march towards Half Moon Mountain to eliminate the bandits at Qingfeng's stronghold." "Yes, General." The army resounded in unison, their spirits soaring. Having previously established sentinels along the route, Chinzay felt assured that this expedition would go unnoticed by the bandits. At least until they reached Half Moon Mountain, he had no cause for concern, thus they proceeded without haste. Upon arriving at the mountain's base in the afternoon, the scouts who had been dispatched earlier awaited their arrival. "Report to the general, the bandit sentries at Qingfeng's stronghold have been identified." Chinzay's expression turned steely as he commanded, "Eliminate them, and ascend the mountain immediately. Dian Wei, you are to take charge." As Dian Wei stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, he affirmed, "This subordinate shall comply. I order you to command the infantry and archers to hasten to Qingfeng's stronghold, securing all entrances. Allow not a single one to escape." "Yes, my lord." Dian Wei accepted the orders and promptly led 2 contingents, totaling 6,000 men, into the mountains. Given the treacherous terrain, Chinzay opted not to send cavalry first. The infantry, having conserved their energy previously, now possessed ample vigor and advanced swiftly. Chinzay followed closely behind with 1,500 light cavalry and 2,000 shield bearers, hastening their ascent. Thus, even if the bandits within the stronghold sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, they would be ensnared in this dual encirclement. Yet, Chinzay understood that the bandits had already forfeited their chance of escape as they ascended. Earlier scouts had reported that the bandits were reveling within the stronghold, their so-called sentries utterly ineffective. It was not surprising, for how could these brigands anticipate the presence of such a well-trained army of 10,000 lurking within Beichuan? Glancing at the score displayed on the screen, Chinzay noted that in the span of 30 hours since yesterday morning, his points had accrued to over 216,000. As Chinzay gazed at the points, his expression turned pensive. Chapter 13, The Crimson Flame Banner, Half Moon Mountain. The sun dipped low in the west, a gentle autumn breeze wafting through the air outside Qingfeng village. 2 bandits stood at their post, observing the clouds at dusk, engaged in idle chatter. "Where are Zhaoxi and Wang Wu? When will they come to change shifts? I'm about to starve to death," complained a gaunt man, slouched against the railing, listlessly rubbing his belly. "Enough already. Will you perish if you eat a little later? No matter how much you eat, you won't gain any weight," retorted the bald man beside him, picking his nose with an air of impatience. "Time to catch a break. If we don't pull off a score soon, my blade will be dull," the gaunt man exclaimed suddenly, urgency creeping into his voice. The bald man cast a disdainful glance at him. "You're as thin as a stick. You should train more. You ought to have some muscle like me." With that, he straightened up and flexed his arms to show off his brawn. The gaunt man looked on enviously, grinning. "Li Gu, Your muscles are impressive. Teach me. The bald man lifted his chin, boasting, I possess extraordinary talent. If you want to learn, you should be born again into a better body. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound pierced the air. One of the bald man's eyes was struck from its socket, a black arrow emerging from the darkness of the forest. The powerful shot penetrated his skull, the arrowhead protruding from the empty eye socket. In an instant, a spray of red and white erupted from his eye, splattering the gaunt man. Ah, enemies. The gaunt man's heart raced, his face turning pale with terror as an uncontrolled scream escaped his lips. Just as he uttered those words, several more arrows whizzed through the air from various angles in the woods, impaling him, one even piercing through his open mouth. He could not utter another sound as his body slumped, falling from the watchtower. In the dense forest, several soldiers clad in black armor descended from the trees with cold, piercing gazes. All taken care of. We just await the general's arrival, they murmured among themselves before vanishing into the thicket. Within Qingfeng village, Zhao Daiyou and his men were reveling at a banquet, laughter echoing around them. Just then, a deafening crash reverberated, causing Zhao Daiyou to nearly spill his drink. What is happening? Zhao Daiyou exclaimed, regaining his composure. Before he could finish, a terrified subordinate rushed in, stumbling over the threshold and landing heavily, bloodied. What is the matter? What is going on? Zhao Daiyou stood, his voice laced with anger. Boss, it's bad. The official troops have come up the mountain and reached the village gate. What? Troops? Zhao Daiyou's eyes widened in shock. Where did they come from? How did they reach the gate? What about the sentries? I don't know, boss. There are too many of them. Could they be under the command of the general? The general? Impossible. That cannot be. How could it be his men? Quickly, gather all the brothers. Zhao Daiyou felt a tightening in his chest and, with a fierce shout, brandished his great sword and rushed outside. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, where a sea of armored soldiers loomed before him, their expressions icy and resolute, each wielding a long blade that sent a shiver down Zhao Daiyou's spine. At the gate, a massive stone block, weighing at least several hundred pounds, obstructed the entrance, beside which stood a towering man of 8 feet. With a commanding demeanor and eyes like bronze bells, he held 2 iron halberds, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. As Zhao Daiyou surveyed the scene, his brows furrowed and cold sweat beaded on his palms, panic taking root within him. Are you Zhao Daiyou, the leader of Qingfeng stronghold? What a grand undertaking you have here. You've constructed such a large stronghold, yet your grandfather has made 2 trips to blockade your gates. Jianwei bellowed. Zhao Daiyou's eyes widened in shock. Could the earlier noise have been the sound of that stone being moved to block the gate? At that moment, a frantic subordinate rushed in with alarming news. Boss, it's bad. There are many people surrounding the back of the stronghold, and a pile of large stones at the entrance. At these words, Zhao Daiyou trembled, cold sweat pouring from him. He called out to Jianwei, Who are you? Whose soldiers are these? Jianwei's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Whose soldiers? Can't you figure it out? You'll know soon enough. Keep your eyes open and don't let a single bandit escape. Zhao Daiyou's heart raced as he observed their stance. They surrounded but did not attack. Did this imply that there were more troops behind? Hastily, he retreated and shouted, Brothers, arm yourselves. We must not let them in. Understood. Immediately, all the bandits within the stronghold rushed out, each wielding weapons, but their faces were marked with unmistakable fear. After all, for so many years, they had not faced a serious encirclement by the officials from Beichuan. The forces surrounding the stronghold were fully armed, their armor and helmets of exquisite quality, indicating they were an elite army. To say they were not afraid would be a lie. If those soldiers were to charge in, a bloody battle would surely ensue. Seeing the anxiety in his men, Zhao Daiyou shouted, Do not be afraid. With over 6,000 brothers in the stronghold, who among them hasn't faced death? If they dare to enter, let them come and never return. Damn those officials. Don't think we fear you. Jianwei laughed heartily, striking the stone with his halberd, which shattered into fragments. Were it not for the Lord's command, you would perish here at this moment. Witnessing the effortless display of power from Jianwei, cold sweat poured down Zhao Daiyou's back. Where had such a fierce warrior come from? The officials from Beichuan were nothing but useless drunks. So where did this man emerge from? Could he be one of the men from the Northern Defense King? The thought barely crossed his mind before Zhao Daiyou dismissed it. He knew that Wang Meng and Zhao Yuan shared a close relationship, and any intelligence Wang Meng obtained from Zhao Yuan could not possibly be false. Yet suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind with startling intensity. There had been no word from the Wolf Head village. It had been 2 days. Logically, whether or not the Northern King had been dealt with, news should have emerged by now. For the past 2 days, he had indulged in revelry within the village and had failed to consider inquiring about the situation. Abruptly, a terrifying notion took root in Zhao Daiyou's heart. Could it be that the people of Wolf Head village had perished in Shifeng City? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Dayo glanced once more at the soldier's armor, and his eyes widened in alarm. The armor of these men was indeed unlike that of the local soldiers from Bailiang. This was an army he had never encountered before. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. At that moment, a rapid sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside the stronghold. The relentless rhythm of the galloping horses was akin to a death knell, causing beads of sweat to cascade down Zhao Dayo's brow, for indeed, a large contingent was approaching. A gust of autumn wind swept through, and Zhao Dayo observed a burly man dismounting, while the soldiers surrounding the stronghold parted to create a pathway. A troop of iron cavalry emerged from the crowd, led by a banner that fluttered in the wind. Beneath the crimson sunset, the bright red standard resembled a blazing flame, emblazoned with the character for Qin. At the forefront, on horseback, sat a young man clad in armor, his eyes like cold stars, wielding a long spear with a chilling demeanor. The moment Zhao Dayo caught sight of that banner, comprehension dawned upon him. This flag was none other than the renowned Qi Yin military banner, famed for its conquests across the land. The Northern King? Zhao Dayo gasped in shock, instinctively retreating. In response, a sharp command rang out. Dianwei, heed my orders. Break open the gates and annihilate the bandits. Chapter 14. Leave no trace, strike with fear. With a single command from Chinzay, the soldiers erupted into furious roars, surging toward the stronghold's gates. Dianwei had been eagerly awaiting this moment. He thrust his iron spear into the ground, bent his legs into a horse stance, and with his powerful arms, seized a massive stone. Lift! He bellowed, his face reddening, veins bulging in his neck as the heavy stone gradually ascended from the earth. Inside the stronghold, Zhao Dayo stared in horror at Dianwei lifting the enormous stone, his body trembling. Boss, is this really human? Stammered his deputy, Sun Zheng. Quick! Get away from the gates. Zhao Dayo finally reacted, shouting urgently. But no sooner had he spoken than he witnessed the colossal stone soaring into the air, hurled by Dianwei toward the gates. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated as the stronghold's gates were violently breached. Not only that, but the stone continued its momentum, rolling several meters beyond the threshold. Among the bandits who had been blocking the gate, several sluggish ones were struck by the stone and the splintered wooden door. In that instant, they were left mangled and bloodied. Even Chinzay, seated atop his steed, felt a shock coursing through him at the sight. He had instructed Dianwei to seal off the exit of Qingfeng's stronghold, but never anticipated he would use a boulder to barricade the entrance. Such an act was utterly absurd. Most importantly, this stone could truly be lifted only by him. Ancient texts describe Dianwei as possessing immense strength, exceeding that of 1,000 pounds. And it appears to be indeed the case. Simultaneously, upon breaking through the stockade gate, the soldiers charged forth without hesitation, adorned in their black armor. This army resembled a torrent of steel, immediately engaging the bandits within the mountain stronghold with ferocity. After the initial chaos, the mountain bandits quickly regained their composure and clashed with the soldiers in a fierce battle. They were, after all, individuals who thrived on the edge of danger. And at this moment, their ferocity was ignited as they brandished their large knives and fought valiantly. Chinzay swept his gaze across the throng, ultimately fixing his eyes on Zhao Dayo. With a chilling glare, he bellowed, "Capture the thief by seizing the king first. Dianwei, follow me to slay the bandit leader." As his words echoed, Chinzay led a squadron of cavalry towards Zhao Dayo. Trained in martial arts from a young age, Chinzay wielded a fire wind-breaking halberd, cutting through enemies with ease. Zhao Dayo, noticing Chinzay, gritted his teeth and, with a pale face, shouted, "Kill the king of the north! Kill the king of the north! Brothers, let him know we are not to be trifled with." No sooner had he spoken than his deputy, Sun Zheng, charged forth on horseback with a group of followers towards Chinzay. Chinzay's expression hardened like ice. Seeing the bandits approach, he smirked coldly. They dared to retaliate instead of surrendering to their fate. With a sharp cry, Chinzay swung his halberd, cleaving the head of a bandit who stood in his way. Then with a swift motion, he hurled the severed head towards Sun Zheng. Startled, Sun Zheng dodged just in time, but blood from the head splattered across his face. "Quick! Quick! Kill the king of the north!" Sun Zheng roared, and several bandits spurred their horses forward. "My lord, I come to assist you." Dianwei's thunderous voice resonated like a clap of thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of the bandits before they had even engaged in battle. In a flash, Dianwei, mounted on his steed, yanked the reins sharply, and the horse reared up. Its hooves aimed at the bandits as Dianwei followed suit with two swift strikes of his halberds. With two resounding thuds, two bandits who had yet to raise their weapons found their skulls crushed, their brains splattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Chinzay's gaze sharpened. With a sweeping motion of his halberd, he severed the heads of several bandits at his feet. The light cavalry valiantly cleared the surrounding bandits. And in the blink of an eye, a significant number had fallen. The heavy scent of blood wafted across the battlefield, the ground now shrouded in crimson. Witnessing this scene, Sun Zheng was overwhelmed with fear, retreating hastily. "Bring me a bow," Chinzay commanded. A soldier promptly retrieved a bow and arrows from his back and handed them to Chinzay. Planting the halberd into the ground, Chinzay took the bow, drew it to its full extension, and aimed at the direction from which Sun Zheng was fleeing. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released. Sun Zheng, hearing the sound of the arrow behind him, sensed danger. As he turned, the lethal arrow had already reached his face. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through Sun Zheng's terrified visage. Blood erupted in an instant, and Sun Zheng fell backward, marking the end of his nefarious existence. "My lord, that scoundrel Zhao Dayo has fled into the stronghold. I shall pursue him. Indeed, ensure he does not escape." Without hesitation, Dian Wei spurred his horse forward. "Annihilate the bandits. Leave none alive." Chinzay roared with fervor. "Kill, kill, kill." The phrase of defeat is like a mountain collapsing rang true as the mountain bandits, once fierce, now succumbed to terror before this ironclad army. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated, and as the sun began to set, the stronghold transformed into a veritable hellscape. 6,000 bandits faced the infantry's onslaught head-on, while cavalry charged from the left, their ranks already in disarray, retreating into the stronghold amidst a chaotic fray. They abandoned their armor along the way, leaving the ground strewn with dismembered limbs and scattered entrails. The attacking soldiers bore ferocious expressions, veins bulging at their necks, their swords chipped and stained with flesh and bone. One soldier, with an arm severed by a bandit blade, continued to charge fearlessly, wielding his remaining hand to strike at the demoralized foes. From the very outset, war had plunged everyone into madness. The banner of the Crimson Flame Army waved in the wind, its base already piled high with corpses. Blades flashed, and the cries of battle echoed throughout Half Moon Mountain. The sun had fully set, yet the conflict raged on. Flames erupted within the stronghold, illuminating the Qingfeng stronghold, while the stench of blood permeated the battlefield, inducing nausea. The ground was carpeted with the dead, their flesh trampled into a morass by hooves. Within the stronghold, Zhao Dayo led a group of loyal subordinates, desperately seeking an escape route. His face was ashen, his grip on the dagger trembling slightly. As a mountain bandit, he had taken many lives, and the taste of death was not unfamiliar to him. Yet this time, the scent of death emanated from his own side. Zhao Dayo had encountered other armies before, but none as fearlessly relentless as this one. These soldiers were merciless, brutal to others, and even more so to themselves. They fought like demons, seemingly oblivious to pain, even when gravely injured, determined to drag down a comrade with them. Seeing the flames reaching for the heavens and realizing that only a few hundred of his men remained, Zhao Dayo understood that escape was futile. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Just then, a manic laughter echoed from not far away. "Ha ha, come, taste my spear." Dian Wei, drenched in blood, appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, displaying a frenzied demeanor. Upon witnessing him, Zhao Dayo felt all remnants of fighting spirit vanish, and he quickly turned to flee. But in the next moment, a piercing wind rushed toward him. A blood-soaked spear cut through the air in a deadly arc, swinging toward him with unmatched ferocity. Chapter 15. Blood-soaked Half Moon Mountain. Zhao Dayo's eyes narrowed in horror as he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. A resounding clang echoed through the air, sparks flying from the clash of metal. At that moment, Chinzay's battle robe was drenched in crimson blood, his expression as cold as ice. With a fierce shout, he tightened his grip on the long handle of the breaking array halberd, flicking his wrist to ensnare Zhao Dayo's blade with a horizontal edge, and then yanked it back with tremendous force. Zhao Dayo's palms trembled violently, blood gushing forth as his great sword was wrenched from his grasp by Chinzay. With a sharp focus, Chinzay thrust the halberd forward with the swiftness of a shooting star, leaving Zhao Dayo no time to evade. He could only raise his hands to shield his chest. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade penetrated his flesh, even piercing through the bone of his arm. In agony, Zhao Dayo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chinzay sneered coldly, the halberd still lodged in Zhao Dayo's arm. With a forceful step, he hurled Zhao Dayo into the air. Mid-flight, the halberd twisted, and the horizontal blade swiftly severed Zhao Dayo's arms. His bloodied limbs plummeted to the ground, and Zhao Dayo's body crashed heavily onto the earth. Chinzay's icy gaze was as piercing as the harsh winter. He wiped the blood from his face and approached Zhao Dayo with deliberate calm. With his arms severed, blood sprayed from his wounds, and Zhao Dayo's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body shaking uncontrollably. Confronted by the embodiment of death that was Chinzay, terror gripped Zhao Dayo's heart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping weakly. "Today, I am defeated by your hand, and I have no words to offer. Before you take my life, grant me clarity." Chinzay raised the breaking array halberd and replied coldly, "Speak. What do you wish to know?" Zhao Dao's pupils began to glaze over as he lay on the ground, his breaths becoming increasingly shallow. The eradication of my Qingfeng stronghold was indeed a treacherous scheme orchestrated by Zhao Yuan, he confessed. Chinzay narrowed his eyes, contemplating the revelation. Before responding in a deep tone, "What do you mean?" Zhao Dao's face contorted into a grim smile, and he gritted his teeth. Indeed, it is Zhao Yuan who has plotted in the shadows. What a vile heart he possesses. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected turn of events transpired. Zhao Dao suddenly rolled over, a dagger slipping from his grasp. He bit down on it, and, like a crazed fish leaping from water, sprang towards Chinzay with reckless abandon. Beside him, Dian Wei swiftly intervened, hurling his iron halberd. Yet, before it could reach Zhao Dao, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed with a thunderous thud. Overwhelmed by his injuries and excessive blood loss, coupled with the fury consuming him, Zhao Dao launched a final desperate strike, only to succumb to cardiac arrest. Watching Zhao Dao's body grow increasingly cold, Chinzay issued his final command. "Purge the stronghold of all bandits. Leave not a single soul alive." "Yes, my lord," Dian Wei affirmed, picking up his halberd and striding forth with purpose. The moonlight, as frosty as the winter's breath, illuminated the Qingshan stockade. Within its confines, flames soared high into the night sky, and after the Red Flame army dispatched the last remnants of bandits, they proceeded to deliver the final blow to the gravely injured foes, ensuring their passage to the netherworld. Amidst the inferno, the soldiers of the Red Flame army lifted the lifeless bodies of the bandits and cast them into the flames. With a population of 5,000 to 6,000 in Qingshan stockade, failing to incinerate and bury these corpses could easily lead to a plague in the future. Under the nocturnal sky, the blaze atop Half Moon Mountain radiated brightly, with the acrid stench of scorched flesh permeating the air, a scent so potent it could induce nausea. From sunset until the moon now hung high, this brutal battle had finally drawn to a close. Beneath the moonlight, several leagues away, a group of robust men clad in coarse garments, their waists adorned with simple swords, gazed in terror at the towering flames on Half Moon Mountain. Their eyelids twitched involuntarily. Despite the distance, they could still perceive the noxious odor wafting through the air. One man could no longer suppress his revulsion and doubled over in retching. Damn it! Could it be that everyone in the stockade has been slaughtered? They hailed from the Black Tiger stockade, and their cautious leader, Wang Meng, had grown anxious after receiving no word from the Wolf Head stockade for over a day and a night, prompting him to dispatch several men to investigate. Arriving under the cover of darkness, they were met with the sight of flames reaching for the heavens atop Half Moon Mountain, prompting them to stop and watch in horror. Curse it! The chief was indeed right. Something has gone awry. One man stammered. "What should we do? Should we still go to Wolf Head stockade?" Another queried. "To hell with that. Can't you see Qingshan stockade has been obliterated? There must be a multitude of soldiers there. Going now would be courting death. Hurry. We must return and report to the chief." Without hesitation, they mounted their horses and rode away in haste. In the stockade, Chinzay approached the well and drew a bucket of clear water to cleanse the blood from his face. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host eliminating a faction. Reward. Basic points 1. The points displayed on the screen fluctuated rapidly. 250003, 250006, 250009. The points earned per second had escalated to 3, causing Chinzay to shudder as the weariness that had accumulated within him evaporated instantaneously. Earning 3 points per second, he could amass nearly 260,000 points in a single day. A fully equipped first-level infantryman required 71 points, meaning he could potentially create over 600 infantrymen daily. In the Deqian Kingdom, training a civilian into a soldier typically demanded a year or even several years before they could be deemed a seasoned warrior. Yet, the rate at which he was accumulating points would condense that process exponentially. With warfare as his means of sustenance, he could undoubtedly procure even more points through combat. Moreover, in the past few days, having conquered these 2 stockades, he had not expended any points to exchange for provisions. Excitement flickered in Chinzay's eyes. He could hardly wait to utilize his points to recruit an even greater army. He turned his gaze back to the system attribute panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 250012. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 100,123 square kilometers. Tier 1 troops. Infantry 4015, Archers 1964, Light Cavalry 1496, Shield Bearers 2000. General, Dian Wei, 3 stars. This battle, unlike a surprise attack, resulted in some losses during the fierce combat against the bandits of King Feng's High. Among the casualties, the infantry suffered the greatest toll, nearing 500 lives lost, as they led the charge at the forefront. Nevertheless, The total number of sacrifices in this engagement amounted to just over 500. In stark contrast to the 6,000 bandits from King Feng's high, the casualty ratio reached an astonishing 1 to 11, marking it as a brilliantly executed annihilation campaign. Gazing at the current total of 250,000 points, Chinzay fell into deep contemplation. The northern region of Jibachuan still had a stronghold, Black Tiger Village, yet to be conquered. Unlike the previous two bandit camps, Black Tiger Village had long established its dominance over the Shuangqi Mountain, being the foremost among the three bandit factions in Jibachuan. The strength of the bandits within undoubtedly surpassed that of the previous two. Additionally, Zhao Daio's dying words revealed to Chinzay that his deployment of 800 elite soldiers to Shifeng City must have been leaked by Zhao Yuan. This was precisely why the Wolf Head village had launched an assault that very night. Had he not hastily assembled a formidable force, he might have perished at the hands of these bandits. Zhao Daio, unaware of the origin of Chinzay's army, mistakenly believed Zhao Yuan had disseminated false information, which fueled his rage leading to his demise. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Dian Wei strode over with purpose. My lord, we have already accounted for the supplies within the village. The seized grain totals over 100,000 pounds. This King Feng's is far more affluent than Wolfhead Village. Chinzay acknowledged with a nod, realizing that the bandits, having depleted their own supplies, would soon turn to plunder the common folk, all of which were the people's provisions. Dian Wei continued, My lord, the location of Black Tiger Village in Shuangqi Mountain is quite distant. When shall we launch our attack? Chinzay stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. Let us rest for 2 days before advancing on Black Tiger Village. Chapter 16. The flustered Wang Ming after much deliberation. Chinzay decided to accumulate points for another 2 days to exchange for a unit of light cavalry. The area where Black Tiger Village is situated is a low-lying plain within Shuangqi Mountain, where the infantry's charge would be too sluggish for a decisive victory. On flat terrain, no unit is more effective than cavalry. Regrettably, he currently commanded only over 1,000 light cavalry, which was insufficient. However, in 2 days, he would have over 700,000 points, enabling him to form a rapid response unit capable of swiftly resolving the conflict. This timeline would also allow his army to recuperate, regaining their strength to seize Black Tiger Village in one vigorous effort. Thus, that night, Chinzay commanded his army to rest there. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Black Tiger Village, a mountain bandit hurriedly reported to Wang Ming, Boss, this is terrible. Qingfeng Village has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming was taken aback, his face betraying a look of disbelief. Nonsense. How could that be possible? Within Beichuan, there are no troops capable of destroying Qingfeng Village. His subordinates quickly interjected, Boss, we all witnessed it. The flames were soaring into the sky, and the sounds of battle echoed around us. The stench of burning corpses is repugnant, even to recall. They have truly been wiped out. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed as multiple thoughts surged through his mind. After the Northern King settled in Shifeng City, Zhu Fuyin had insisted that he would march to slay the Northern King, claiming that news would surely follow once the Northern King was dealt with. But after waiting 2 days, there was still no word. This prompted him to send his men to investigate the situation. Now, the report of Qingfeng Village's destruction suggested that the Wolf Head Village had likely met a similar fate 2 days prior. Otherwise, why had not a whisper of news emerged? Wang Ming knew Zhu Fuyin's character all too well. As his thoughts spiraled, beads of sweat began to form on his back. A dreadful suspicion took root in his mind. Though reluctant to accept it, the facts before him corroborated its validity. Did the Northern King possess a formidable army? Wang Ming's complexion paled as he murmured, Could it be true? His subordinate quickly added, Boss, it must be. My brothers and I heard the cries of battle from a distance. There is definitely a large force that has ascended the mountain. We lingered there for a while and did not see a single soul from Qingfeng Village fleeing down the mountain. They must have been surrounded by a multitude. The entire army has been decimated. Boss, is he planning to come for our village next? How shall we respond? Wang Ming felt disoriented, consumed by uncertainty. The words of Zhao Yuan echoed in his mind. I will reveal only one piece of information to you. The court has not provided him with an army. The Northern King has come to Bailiang with only his 800 personal guards. He had known Zhao Yuan for a long time, and it was through Zhao Yuan's support that the Black Tiger Village had thrived to its current stature. In turn, he had performed many tasks for Zhao Yuan, robbing the common folk of their provisions and delivering the spoils to Zhao Yuan, all while secretly following Zhao Yuan's orders to ambush officials and soldiers he opposed. Essentially, he had acted as Zhao Yuan's clandestine enforcer, assisting him in unsavory dealings, which had paved the way for Zhao Yuan's ascension to his present command. Zhao, the commander, would have no reason to deceive me. Why would he? Wang Ming pondered. Could it be that Chinzay has truly managed to train the townsfolk as soldiers in just a few days? His subordinate hastily reminded him, Boss, shouldn't we prepare ourselves? Snapped back to reality, Wang Ming replied, yes. Have the brothers closely monitor the movements outside the village in the coming days. Reinforce our defenses within the village to guard against any potential attack. Understood, boss. After his subordinates departed, Wang Ming paced restlessly, increasingly anxious. After much contemplation, he summoned several skilled warriors from the stronghold and set off for Beiyuan City under the cover of night. In Beiyuan City, at the commander's mansion, Zhao Yuan was nestled in slumber with his concubine when a sudden knock at the door roused him. Awakened by the commotion, Zhao Yuan's fury ignited. Never had anyone dared to disturb him at such an hour. He sprang from his bed, brandishing a knife, and forcefully kicked open the door. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the mocking visage of Wang Ming. Wang Ming, what brings you here at this ungodly hour? Zhao Yuan thundered. My lord, I have urgent matters to report, matters of great significance that compelled me to travel at once. Wang Ming managed a strained smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's intuition kicked in. It must be that Chinzay had been slain, prompting this midnight report. With this thought, his anger subsided considerably. Is it concerning the king of the north? He inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Indeed, Wang Ming replied hastily. Zhao Yuan nodded, acknowledging the information. Understood. Well done. You may return. He turned to re-enter his chamber. But Wang Ming grasped his arm urgently, exclaiming, My lord, the Wolf Head stronghold and the Qingfeng stronghold have been annihilated by the king of the north. At this revelation, Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing Wang Ming as he spoke in a low tone. What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing Zhao Yuan's expression, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Zhao Yuan might be deliberately disseminating false information, colluding with Chinzay to eliminate the bandits. Thus, he had brought several capable warriors along, prepared to apprehend Zhao Yuan should he prove to harbor ulterior motives. But it seemed his concerns were unfounded. He spoke earnestly. My lord, I speak the truth. I have witnesses from my ranks who saw the Qingfeng stronghold fall to the king of the north. It is no fabrication. As for the Wolf Head stronghold, after I relayed the news you provided to Zhu Fu, he dispatched men to Shifeng City that very night. However, since then, we have heard nothing from the Wolf Head stronghold. If it was not the king of the north who decimated them, then who could it be? Zhao Yuan pondered Wang Ming's assertions, his mind swirling with uncertainty. I personally escorted Chinzay to Shifeng City. He brought only 800 elite soldiers. How could he possibly obliterate the Wolf Head and Qingfeng strongholds? Both of these strongholds boast armies exceeding 10,000 men. How is that conceivable? Perceiving Zhao Yuan's lingering skepticism, Wang Ming shook his head, pleading, My lord, regardless of the circumstances, Chinzay undoubtedly possesses a formidable force at his disposal. Now that both strongholds have been eradicated, we must fear that we are his next target. They are currently stationed at Qingfeng stronghold. Should they attack us in the coming days, what shall we do? My lord, you must assist us. Zhao Yuan stroked his beard, lost in thought. Wang Ming, sensing Zhao Yuan's silence, hastened to add, My lord, I, Wang Ming, have rendered you considerable service over the years. You cannot disregard our plight and allow him to lead his troops against our stronghold. Upon the utterance of these words, Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, a trace of barely perceptible chill flickering in his gaze towards Wang Ming. With a subtle shift of his eyes, he spoke, Very well. I am aware. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch individuals to ascertain the truth of the matter. Should there indeed be a formidable force, I shall assist you in confronting it. You may return now. I assure you that the Black Tiger stronghold will remain unscathed. Wang Ming, filled with elation, nodded repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. With that, he led several subordinates over the courtyard wall and exited the estate. Observing their departing figures, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 17. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf. After Wang Ming's departure, Zhao Yuan lightly rubbed his forehead, his countenance grave. Chinzay had been brought from the northern Liang Pass with a precise retinue of 800 loyal soldiers. There could be no deception there. However, Wang Ming's words did not appear to be false either. Was it possible that Chinzay had eradicated these two bandit factions through some cunning stratagem? Or had he summoned the citizens of Shifeng City, coercing them into acting as soldiers to quell the bandits? Regardless, as Wang Ming suggested, should Chinzay have indeed subdued these two factions and subsequently laid siege to the Black Tiger stronghold, discovering the connection between himself and Wang Ming would spell trouble. In truth, Wang Ming's recent remarks bore a subtle hint of menace. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan snorted coldly, his expression darkening further. He summoned several subordinates and instructed, quickly proceed to Qingfeng stronghold and investigate whether the king of the north is present there. If he is at Qingfeng, ascertain the number of troops he commands. Once you have clarity, return swiftly with the news. Do not delay. Yes, my lord. At Qingfeng stronghold, following a fierce battle, The battlefield had been cleared. After a day of arduous travel, compounded by fighting from dusk until deep into the night, the soldiers were now weary. Chinzay commanded them to rest early and regain their strength. Naturally, sentinels had been stationed outside Qingfeng's stronghold and at the foot of Half Moon Mountain, as previously arranged. In the early hours, a lookout at the foot of Half Moon Mountain, concealed within the dense forest, became alert upon hearing the sound of hooves. Peering closely, he discerned a group of soldiers clad in military attire. They were none other than the cavalry dispatched by Zhao Yuan for reconnaissance. Having ridden swiftly from Beiyuan City to arrive at this location without respite, just as the group prepared to ascend the mountain, they suddenly heard rustling from the woods, causing their expressions to tighten. In the next moment, several arrows shot forth from the thicket, targeting not the riders but their steeds. Even so, this sudden assault struck terror in their hearts, prompting them to leap from their horses. The moment they touched the ground, figures surged from the underbrush. It became apparent that the arrows were merely a feint. Before the cavalry could react, blades were already pressed against their throats. Do not move. We are the men of the commander. We are not bandits. The leader, Ma Tong, pleaded for mercy. Humph, silence. Bind them all. Bind us. Did you not hear? We are smack. Before he could finish, a flurry of slaps silenced Ma Tong, forcing his words back down his throat. In the dead of night, what good could possibly come of it? Take them up the mountain. Soon, the sentinels bound several individuals to their horses, silenced their mouths, and blindfolded their eyes, leading them to Qingfeng's stronghold. At this moment, Chinzay had already taken his rest. But upon receiving a report from his subordinate about capturing a group of Zhao Yuan's men at the foot of the mountain, he furrowed his brow and rose from his bed. In the great hall, Ma Tong and others were securely tied and lying on the ground. Chinzay entered the hall, his cold gaze scrutinizing the captives as he contemplated thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. He then ordered his soldiers to remove the black cloth from Ma Tong's face and take out the gag. As Ma Tong opened his eyes, he was met with the stern countenance of Chinzay standing before him. His expression tightened, and he hurriedly said, "General, you've made a mistake. We are subordinates of Commander Zhao. My name is Ma Tong, not bandits." Chinzay stroked his chin and replied with a faint smile, "Oh really? Did Zhao Yuan command you to venture here in the middle of the night for some urgent matter? To assist me in eliminating bandits?" Ma Tong, with a pained expression, immediately responded, "Commander Zhao has heard of your extermination of Wolfhead Stronghold and Qingfeng Stronghold. He specifically sent us to inquire if you require any assistance." Upon hearing this, Chinzay secretly chuckled. How could Zhao Yuan possibly know about the annihilation of Qingfeng Stronghold? Was he, situated in Beiyuan City, able to perceive the fires of battle here? It was evident that someone must have informed him, and that informant was undoubtedly a bandit. Zhao Daio's earlier words had already indicated that Zhao Yuan conspired with the bandits to plot against him. Unable to act himself, he resorted to using the bandits as a means to attack. The roads leading to Half Moon Mountain were lined with sentinels, and all the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold had been eradicated. Thus, the messenger to Zhao Yuan must be from Black Tiger's stronghold. Contemplating this, Chinzay narrowed his eyes, concocting a scheme to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Since Zhao Yuan enjoyed playing underhanded games, why shouldn't he exploit this trait? With this thought, he crouched down, fixating his unblinking gaze upon Ma Tong, and said, "On the night I arrived at Shifeng City, the bandits of Wolfhead Stronghold launched an assault against me. After I annihilated them, I learned from their leader, Zhu Fu, that it was Wang Ming from Black Tiger Stronghold who sent him here. Today, when I eradicated Qingfeng Stronghold, a bandit claimed that Zhao Yuan and Wang Ming share a close relationship, and the news of my arrival in Shifeng City was conveyed from Zhao Yuan to Wang Ming." Upon hearing this, Ma Tong trembled, panic evident on his face, as he hastily exclaimed, "Impossible. General, you must see through this. Do not trust the words of these bandits. They are treacherous and deceitful. They have not spoken a single truth. How could Commander Zhao possibly collaborate with bandits to attack you? You are the king of the north, bestowed by the court. Even if we had 10 times the courage, we would not dare commit such an act of treason." Chinzay stood up, his expression noncommittal, then smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? You do make a valid point." Seeing Chinzay's demeanor soften, Ma Tong eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the general must not take the words of these bandits to heart. As they spoke but halfway, Chinzay's countenance darkened, and he rebuked them with a fierce voice. "Silence. The rampant behavior of the bandits from Beichuan is truly appalling. Within Beichuan, there exists but one city, Shifeng, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Yet 3 groups of mountain bandits wreak havoc. What has Zhao Yuan been doing these past few years? Is he blind to these bandits? Or does he deliberately choose to ignore them? I find their claims to have some merit." Upon uttering these words, Ma Tong's face turned ashen, and seeing Chinzay's expression, he felt as though he would be dragged out and executed at any moment. In his fright, Ma Tong trembled, yearning to plead for mercy but too fearful to speak. Nearby, several tightly bound soldiers also quaked in fear. Just when Ma Tong believed he was doomed, he heard Chinzay coldly declare, "Ma Tong, 2 days hence, I shall march to eradicate the bandits of Hyazai. If Zhao Yuan dares to claim no association with the bandits, let him dispatch troops to join me in assaulting Hyazai." Upon hearing there was a glimmer of hope, Ma Tong hastily nodded. "Yes, yes. General, I shall certainly report to the commander." The commander is undoubtedly not connected to the bandits of Hyazai. Chinzay's expression remained frigid as he raised his hand. "Take them down the mountain." Accordingly, several soldiers blindfolded Ma Tong and the others, escorting them down. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the soldiers untied the ropes and bellowed, "Return to Beiyuan City." Ma Tong and his companions gazed at the desolate road, their faces filled with despair. "Brothers, do you have no horses? Who the hell is your brother? No horses? Can't you run on foot? If you don't leave, don't blame me for drawing my blade." Upon hearing this, the group was filled with both fear and anger, and they dared not retort, hastily fleeing. Chapter 18. Reinforced Forces. 6,000 Cavalry. In King Feng's High, Chinzay rubbed his temples, his mind racing. The strength of the bandits at Hyazai is formidable. Should he lead a large army to attack, while victory is attainable, the cost would undoubtedly exceed that of capturing King Feng's High. By allowing Ma Tong and his companions to report back to Zhao Yuan, the latter would surely take action. Chinzay was not concerned that Zhao Yuan would refrain from sending troops. If he did, it would facilitate Chinzay's conquest of Hyazai. Conversely, should Zhao Yuan choose not to act, the consequences awaiting him would be far graver. Zhao Yuan's propensity for covert schemes reveals him to be a cautious and meticulous individual. Thus, he would undoubtedly opt to dispatch troops against Hyazai, even with increased fervor, not for any other reason, but to distance himself from these bandits. Contemplating this, Chinzay let out a cold laugh. By leveraging Zhao Yuan's hand, securing Hyazai would enable him to fortify Beichuan into an impregnable bastion, after which he would merely need to accumulate points to exchange for more troops. No longer wishing to dwell on it, after a day of relentless toil and combat, Chinzay felt utterly exhausted. He resolved to rest well over the next 2 days, ensuring that by the time he marched against Hyazai, he would have amassed sufficient points. In the Black Tiger village, the provisions were ample enough to sustain the army, thus allowing for a reduction in accrued points. The following noon, within the commanding office, Ma Tong and his companions returned, their bodies wearied from exhaustion. Zhao Yuan had waited throughout the night, and now, his countenance was ashen. Upon seeing Ma Tong's return, he barked sternly, "I instructed you to conduct your reconnaissance and return swiftly last night. Look at the time now. What were you doing?" With a mournful expression, Ma Tong trembled as he replied, "My lord, we were captured by Chinzay's forces as soon as we reached the foot of Half Moon Mountain. When we descended, they didn't even provide us a single horse. We ran back through the night." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. He inquired in a grave tone, "Are they truly at Qingfeng village? How many men does Chinzay command?" Ma Tong, with a troubled look, answered, "My lord, we were blindfolded and taken up the mountain, so we do not know the exact number. However, to seize Qingfeng village, they must have at least several thousand men." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan kicked out in frustration, sending Ma Tong sprawling to the ground. "Incompetent fool. You couldn't handle such a trivial matter. What else have you uncovered? Speak." Regaining his footing, Ma Tong relayed the words spoken by Chinzay the previous night. Upon concluding his report, Zhao Yuan's face darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Although he was still uncertain how Chinzay had amassed such a formidable force, he understood that if Chinzay were to assault Black Tiger village and capture Wang Meng, it would spell disaster. The previous night, Wang Meng and his associates had come to the office under the cover of darkness, their intentions unmistakable. Enraged at the thought, Zhao Yuan smashed a teacup on the table. Infuriating. At this juncture, I find myself in a precarious position. He was reluctant to deploy troops against bandits. Yet with Chinzay's forces now active and having swiftly seized 2 mountain strongholds, their strength could not be underestimated. Thus, the defense of Black Tiger village was far from guaranteed, let alone any hope of countering Chinzay. His scheme to utilize bandits to eliminate his adversary had utterly collapsed. Moreover, the conspiracy with Wang Meng was now exposed, jeopardizing both his career and reputation. Even though he had the protection of the Grand General in the court, the ramifications of colluding with bandits to assassinate the Prince of the North were beyond his capacity to bear. Should that come to pass, he would undoubtedly become a pawn to be discarded. With his brow furrowed and his expression increasingly grim, Zhao Yuan's murderous resolve intensified. Not wishing to become a pawn himself, he resolved that Wang Meng must be the one to bear that fate. The only feasible course of action was to assist Chinzay in the conquest of Black Tiger village. Furthermore, He needed to ensure that Wang Meng and his associates would be silenced for good. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Yuan departed the Grand Hall with a cold demeanor. The next day, at the foot of Half Moon Mountain, Chinzay gazed at the points displayed on the luminous screen. Since the remarkable gain of 3 points in 1 second 2 days prior, an additional 400 points had accumulated over the course of those 2 days. With the accumulation of previous points, the total has astonishingly reached over 800,000. Chinzay, suppressing the excitement within, opened the system's marketplace to begin redeeming items. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to exchange for light cavalry. Each light cavalry unit requires a helmet, armor, a long spear, and a warhorse, along with a primary unit template. Therefore, the points necessary for 1 light cavalry unit amount to 181 points. Ding. Consumed 814, 500 points. Redeemed 4, 500 light cavalry. Turning his gaze to the system attribute panel, he noticed changes. Host, Chinzay. Points, 3. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 123 square kilometers. Primary units, Infantry 4, 015, Archers 1, 964, Light Cavalry 5, 996, Shield Bearers 2, 000. General, Dian Wei, 3 stars. The newly added 500 cavalry appeared within the ranks, bringing the total military strength to an impressive 140,000. Observing the orderly formation before him, excitement danced in Chinzay's eyes. It is noteworthy that in less than 10 days, he has already developed an army of 140,000. Such rapid growth is nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the combat prowess of this army is exceptionally formidable. They would easily crush any bandits they encountered. Once he conquers the Black Tiger stronghold, his points will further increase, thus accelerating the establishment of future armies. For this assault on the Black Tiger stronghold, Chinzay does not intend to lead everyone into battle. The geographical terrain of the Black Tiger stronghold is not conducive for an infantry charge. The presence of light cavalry suffices. On level ground, the charge of a single light cavalry can rival that of several infantrymen, especially against unarmored bandit foes. With 6,000 light cavalry at his command, how could they possibly be obstructed? Even if Zhao Yuan does not deploy troops, it would still be more than sufficient. Chinzay planned to eradicate the Black Tiger stronghold, transforming the surrounding Beichuan into his own garden, thereby ensuring that he could station troops at various points and fortify this region into an impregnable fortress. In this way, no outsider would dare to encroach upon Beichuan under his watchful gaze. With this thought in mind, Chinzay immediately issued orders. All troops, heed my command. 6,000 light cavalry shall accompany me to the Black Tiger stronghold, while the rest will march behind, garrisoning at key points. Yes, as his words fell, the 6,000 light cavalry, under Chinzay's leadership, surged towards the Black Tiger stronghold. Meanwhile, Dian Wei had already led 500 infantry on the steeds from Qingfeng's stronghold to scout the periphery of Shuangqi Mountain, tasked with closely monitoring the movements in that area, thus ensuring utmost secrecy. On another front, outside the gates of Beiyuan City, Zhao Yuan wore a grim expression as he led a large force towards the Black Tiger stronghold. This time, he was accompanied by the main force of his subordinates, and a singular thought occupied his mind. The complete annihilation of the Black Tiger stronghold must be achieved. Moreover, he wishes to ascertain the nature of the forces led by Chinzay. In such a brief span, has he truly managed to train an army? Chapter 19. The Siege of Black Tiger Stronghold within Black Tiger Stronghold. Since returning from Beiyuan City 2 days prior, Wang Ming's anxieties have gradually diminished. Initially, he was deeply concerned that Chinzay would send troops to attack, but after receiving Zhao Yuan's response, he found considerable solace, allowing his previously troubled heart to find peace. It goes without saying that his long-standing service to Zhao Yuan has forged a bond between Black Tiger Stronghold and the commander's office, where their fates are intertwined. Prosperity for one means prosperity for all, and calamity for one spells calamity for all. It is precisely for this reason that he is convinced Zhao Yuan will safeguard his interests. Following the destruction of Wolfhead Stronghold and Qingfeng Stronghold, Black Tiger Stronghold stands as the last bastion resisting the incursions of Beichuan. Without his contributions to Zhao Yuan, where would his immense wealth come from? The pursuit of wealth leads to peril, and Wang Ming understands that Zhao Yuan cannot be oblivious to this truth. At this moment, Wang Ming sits leisurely in his chair, savoring tea, a habit he had not embraced before. Coming from humble beginnings, he was accustomed only to drinking heartily and feasting boisterously. However, through frequent interactions with Zhao Yuan, he has gradually adopted a more refined demeanor, having established Black Tiger Stronghold in Beichuan for several years. The riches and provisions amassed within far outstrip those of Qingfeng's stronghold and Wolfhead stronghold. Thus, Wang Ming's current pursuit is not of greater wealth or splendor, but rather stability. To live a peaceful life in the stronghold until the age of 100, surrounded by a beautiful wife and lovely maidservants, suffices for him. Therefore, the recent arrival of the King of the North to Beichuan has elicited a particularly intense reaction from him. To him, this represents an element of instability. As a local power, he absolutely cannot allow any threats to linger in his vicinity. In truth, Wang Ming has already resolved that after a few days, he shall make another trip to Beiyuan City to seek out Zhao Yuan, requesting a contingent of troops to jointly eliminate the King of the North. The situation has unraveled beyond his control, and though it may be a desperate measure, he sees no other choice. Just then, a robust young man in his 20s strides into the hall, Wang Ming's son, Wang Wei. With his bare torso showcasing well-defined muscles, he exudes strength. He enters with purposeful strides, a look of impatience on his face as he declares, "Father, having been cooped up in the stronghold for days is maddening. With the autumn harvest upon us, shouldn't we seize the opportunity to take advantage of the season?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ming furrows his brow and replies sternly, "Can you not refrain from causing trouble for a few days? The King of the North is currently engaged in a campaign against brigands. Do not stir unrest during this critical period. We shall speak of it once the storm has passed." Wang Wei, wearing an indifferent expression, retorts, "What's the big deal? That is the incompetence of Zhu Fu and Zhao Daiyou. Those people are nothing like us. We are all trained warriors, unlike them. If Chinzay dares to come to our Black Tiger stronghold, rest assured, I shall sever his head." Wang Ming acknowledges that his son is exceptionally gifted, possessing immense strength and martial prowess from a young age, which has fostered a fiery temperament reminiscent of his own youthful spirit. Upon hearing this, he calmly remarked, "In a few days, there will be a time for you to contribute." Wang Wei, upon hearing these words, smiled and nodded, saying, "Father, I noticed you were quite troubled a few days ago. It seems age has made you more cautious." He added, "Chinzay is a formidable dragon, yet even he will be subdued by us." As these words escaped his lips, Wang Ming smiled with relief. "Indeed, Weier, in the future, this Black Tiger village will undoubtedly belong to you. Your courage is indeed commendable." Wang Wei, elated by his father's praise, nodded vigorously. At that moment, urgent shouts suddenly echoed from outside the hall, and a subordinate rushed in, visibly anxious. "Boss, the brothers outside Xuanqi Mountain have spotted a large number of troops approaching." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he was taken aback, dropping his teacup, which shattered into pieces. "What? A large troop? From which direction?" "From the south, boss." The subordinate replied hastily. This revelation caused Wang Ming's brow to furrow, and his expression shifted. "The south? That leads to Beiyuan City. The troops under the command of the general? Where are they now?" Wang Ming questioned urgently. "They are still several miles away. The scouts report that there are many of them, a vast multitude." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He murmured to himself, "Why has the general dispatched such a large force here? Are they aiming to annihilate us? Or do they intend to eliminate Chinzay in one fell swoop?" Wang Ming was engulfed in doubt. Previously, he had not received a clear answer from Zhao Yuan, who merely stated he would handle the matter. Could it be that this involvement meant a formal suppression of Chinzay? Upon deeper reflection, this seemed plausible. If Chinzay only had 800 men, it would be manageable. He could simply send his own men to eliminate them. However, given that Chinzay had successfully captured 2 strongholds, it was evident he commanded a formidable force. It was not unreasonable for Zhao Yuan to make such arrangements. Conversely, could it be that he was deploying troops to eliminate me? This was absolutely inconceivable. With this thought, the weight on Wang Ming's heart gradually lifted. "All right, I understand now. Send a few brothers to inquire about the situation." Beside him, Wang Wei furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. "Wait. Father, the general did not mention anything about sending troops here, did he?" Wang Ming shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei pondered for a moment before saying, "Then do you think he might?" Before he could finish, Wang Ming waved his hand. "Weier, you do not comprehend my relationship with Zhao Yuan. We hail from the same village. He later joined the army while I became a bandit. Over the years, I have worked under him, and he would not act against us. Rest assured." "Very well, go ahead and ascertain the truth." Wang Wei spoke firmly. The subordinate immediately dashed out. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at the scattered shards of the teacup, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Weier, just in case, instruct the brothers in the village to fortify our defenses for peace of mind." "Understood, father." Wang Wei immediately strode away. Meanwhile, on the northern highway, Chinzay led 6,000 cavalry, urging their horses onward towards Xuanqi Mountain. At that moment, a cavalryman approached swiftly from ahead, the very scout dispatched by Chinzay yesterday. "General, there has been no movement from the bandits at Xuanqi Mountain, but a troop is hastening from the east. It is Zhao Yuan's forces." Chinzay nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he had anticipated, Zhao Yuan had indeed sent troops. Excellent. Move forward at full speed. Chinzay commanded. The Black Tiger stronghold must fall to him. Zhao Yuan would merely play a supportive role. Chinzay was unwilling to squander this opportunity to gain points. Instantly, the men spurred their mounts, racing towards Shuangqi Mountain. On a low hillside outside Shuangqi Mountain, Dianwei rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Since his arrival yesterday, he had been anxiously awaiting the main forces, eager to storm the Black Tiger stronghold. How could he not be exhilarated? At that moment, a fierce glint flickered in his tiger-like eyes, imbued with a potent desire for blood. Chapter 20. The frustration of Zhao Yuan within the Black Tiger stronghold. Wang Ming paced back and forth, his complexion ashen, increasingly uneasy. It had been some time since he dispatched men to locate the commander, yet they had yet to return. According to reports from scouts, the commander's forces were still rushing towards Shuangqi Mountain. This only exacerbated Wang Ming's anxiety. He sensed something amiss. Just then his deputy, Wang Shuang, rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Brother, it's terrible." Upon seeing Wang Shuang's expression, Wang Ming instinctively knew trouble had arisen. He quickly inquired, "Is it that the men sent to find the commander have not returned?" Or, before he could finish, Wang Shuang wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "It's not that. A large army is approaching from the north. The sound of hooves is thunderous. There are many of them. Isn't the North Qingfeng stronghold? Damn it, the Northern King is leading his troops here." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. "What? He's bringing troops as well? Simultaneously deploying forces. Are they planning to besiege the Black Tiger stronghold today?" Wang Shuang nodded repeatedly, panic-stricken. "Yes, brother. This is not a matter for speculation. I've already had our men prepare defenses. But with two armies attacking at once, I fear we cannot hold." Wang Ming, engulfed in fury, felt his head spinning. He had anticipated Chinzay would assault the Black Tiger stronghold. But he could never have imagined that Zhao Yuan would also send troops. With both armies encircling them, how could they withstand such a siege? Previously, he had confidently asserted that Zhao Yuan would not come to eradicate them. Now, that seemed a farcical jest. Wang Ming's face was pale, his body slumping wearily into a chair. A short while later, at the foot of Shuangqi Mountain, Zhao Yuan's countenance darkened as he led his army to this location. The Shuangqi Mountain was exceptionally steep and perilous, rendering the construction of dwellings nearly impossible. Beneath it lay a vast expanse of plain, and the Black Tiger stronghold was positioned with its back against the Shuangqi Mountain, constructed upon the plain, with a natural fortress at their rear. Any attempt to seize the Black Tiger stronghold would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation upon this expansive plain. Engaging in battle on the plains meant wielding real weapons, slowly whittling away at the enemy. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Yuan felt an unbearable conflict within. To eliminate Wang Ming would be akin to severing one of his own limbs, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, the relentless sound of galloping hooves drew his attention. Raising his eyes, he discerned a cloud of dust rising from the northern thoroughfare, indicating the approach of a large troop. In the next instant, a contingent of ironclad cavalry appeared within his line of sight. Zhao Yuan focused intently and recognized one of the leaders as Chinzay, while a burly figure beside him wielded dual halberds, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Although Zhao Yuan had anticipated this, witnessing Chinzay's troops in person was still a profound shock to him. The hastily advancing soldiers, all clad in black armor and brandishing long halberds, displayed solemn expressions, their orderly formation radiating a palpable sense of menace. Strangely, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of unease. As if his heart raced uncontrollably, he had brought only 8,000 soldiers. Yet he harbored an inexplicable premonition that his men were vastly inferior to the disciplined army before him. A sigh interrupted Zhao Yuan's thoughts as he rode forward. "I am Zhao Yuan," respectfully greeting the general. If he had previously regarded Chinzay with disdain, the sight of this formidable army compelled him to adopt a more respectful demeanor. As Chinzay galloped forth and spotted Zhao Yuan awaiting him, a cold smile crept across his face. Zhao Yuan's eyes betrayed his reluctance to engage in battle today, but what did that matter? He had no choice but to fight. Chinzay narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke nonchalantly. "Ah, Zhao, you have arrived rather early. Are you so eager to eradicate the bandits?" The moment those words left his lips, Zhao Yuan's fury surged, yet he dared not retort, responding instead in a deep voice. "Yesterday, I received reports from my subordinates indicating that these bandits have slandered us. How could I remain indifferent? These ruffians commit unspeakable atrocities, oppressing the weak, burning, pillaging, and even casting aspersions upon my name as they perish. Their wickedness knows no bounds. Were it not for my pressing military duties, I would have long since led my troops to exterminate these bandits, rather than wait until today." This is indeed a matter of great regret. Upon hearing this, Chinzay chuckled lightly. Is that so? Zhao, you command a considerable force, yet you lack the time to dispatch troops against the bandits. What pressing matters could possibly occupy your attention? Zhao Yuan discerned the mockery embedded within Chinzay's words, and a surge of fury threatened to explode from his chest. His complexion turned ashen, and he forced out a grim smile, saying, "The Northern who have persistently harassed the borders of Bailiang, compelling us to momentarily set aside the task of eliminating bandits. Only recently, as the turmoil of the Northern who has slightly abated, have I managed to come forth to assist the general in this endeavor." Chinzay stroked his chin, responding nonchalantly, "Excellent. General Zhao, your troops appear remarkably spirited. It seems they have been accustomed to biding their time. It is indeed a feat for you to personally lead them here today." Haha. The bandits of Heihuzhai are the foremost among the northern Sichuan bandits, having entrenched themselves here for years. I can only imagine the prowess of the brigands within. Their combat strength is formidable. Today, let us see how your soldiers fare in battle. At this juncture, Chinzay's expression sharpened as he addressed Zhao Yuan with authority. "You shall lead the charge against Heihuzhai." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's countenance shifted. He was all too aware of the might of the Heihuzhai bandits. Though they were all brigands, there existed a discernible disparity. These bandits had long established themselves in northern Sichuan, amassing considerable wealth through plunder, rendering them robust and valiant. To be placed at the forefront with his men would undoubtedly entail significant sacrifices. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, a resounding roar pierced the air. "Zhao Yuan, do you not heed the general's command? Why do you dawdle?" Dian Wei, wielding twin halberds, rode towards him, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yuan. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Zhao Yuan. He had previously recognized this man as a formidable warrior, and now, up close, his imposing presence was even more apparent. With arms as thick as a man's waist and halberds that appeared exceedingly weighty, he was a sight to behold. Feeling a wave of anxiety, Zhao Yuan hastily stepped back 2 paces and replied, "Yes, I shall abide by the general's orders. All troops, heed my command. Let us eradicate the Heihuzhai bandits." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuan bellowed and led his soldiers into a fierce charge towards Heihuzhai. Chinzay observed with a cool demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Once Zhao Yuan engaged the bandits, he would seize the opportunity to lead his own troops in a flanking maneuver, striking decisively at the heart of the stronghold. This strategy would significantly mitigate casualties. Capturing Heihuzhai would solidify the entire northern Sichuan region into an unyielding stronghold. Chapter 21. Trap. Arrow feathers the horns signaling the assault blared forth, and Zhao Yuan raised his arm, shouting, "Annihilate the bandits. Attack!" With a single command, thousands of soldiers mounted their steeds and charged into Heihuzhai. Unlike Chinzay's fiery troops, Zhao Yuan's cavalry wielded long spears, the quintessential weapon of the Dacian cavalry. The battle cries resounded thunderously as the soldiers' faces flushed, their grips on the long spears tightening, surging forward like a raging torrent. In the opposing Black Tiger stronghold, Wang Meng, fully aware of the impending siege by Chinzay and Zhao Yuan's united forces, promptly commanded the withdrawal of all his subordinates to the safety of the stronghold. Nestled against the formidable Double Beggar Mountain, the Black Tiger stronghold presented an impregnable barrier against rear assaults. However, it simultaneously constituted a perilous dead end, offering but a single route of escape. Aware that disaster loomed, Wang Meng could not passively witness the annihilation of his stronghold by the imperial troops. As he observed Zhao Yuan's forces advancing, his pallor deepened, and he grasped at the last vestige of hope. He hastily mounted his horse, emerging from the stronghold to confront the encroaching soldiers, proclaiming, "General Zhao, do you truly intend to extinguish the Black Tiger stronghold today?" At these words, Zhao Yuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. This fool, even at such a critical juncture, still harbored delusions of camaraderie. He bellowed, "Outlaws within the stronghold, heed my command. Cease your idle prattle. Today marks your day of reckoning." Wang Meng's countenance hardened, rage surging within him as he retorted, "Zhao Yuan, should you indeed seek to obliterate the Black Tiger stronghold today, I vow that none shall return from this venture." With a derisive snort, Zhao Yuan replied, "To dare utter such defiance at the brink of death. Kill, annihilate these outlaws." At this moment, the cavalry was less than 500 meters from the outlaws. The yellow earth swirling with dust stirred by the autumn wind, the air thick with an atmosphere of impending slaughter. Wang Meng's final glimmer of hope extinguished, his resolve hardened, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Drawing his large blade, he bellowed, "Brothers, today, with these treacherous soldiers, it is either you die or I live. No man in the Black Tiger stronghold fears for his life. For every soldier we slay, we gain a victory. Kill them, kill." The outlaws gripped their weapons, their faces etched with fierce determination, yet none charged forward. At the forefront, the deputy leaders, Wang Shuang and Wang Wei, brandished their long spears, perched upon their steeds, coldly observing as the cavalry drew ever closer. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the plain, Chinzay surveyed the impending clash with an air of nonchalance. His gaze was not fixed upon the outlaws or Zhao Yuan's cavalry, but rather upon the land stretching 300 to 500 meters before the outlaws. Warfare is a realm of deception. The inaction of these outlaws must be a ruse. The stronghold represented their final sanctuary. They would not allow Zhao Yuan to storm in unopposed. As the cavalry approached, their composure suggested they had laid traps or ambushes. In this vast expanse, Zhao Yuan understood the significance of cavalry. The outlaws, even if dull-witted, could not overlook this reality. Chinzay narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the ground concealed beneath a veil of yellow dust. If my instincts prove correct, there must undoubtedly be traps specifically designed for cavalry, namely pitfall traps. Outside the Black Tiger stronghold, the charging cavalry was less than 300 meters away. With such proximity, Zhao Yuan could even discern the expressions on the faces of the bandits, who, despite wielding weapons, displayed no signs of panic. A furrow formed on Zhao Yuan's brow as he keenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, the foremost bandits began to retreat to the sides, revealing a line of archers poised to unleash their arrows upon Zhao Yuan. Beware of the arrows, Zhao Yuan shouted urgently. However, barely had his words left his mouth when a cacophony of sounds erupted as the cavalry at the forefront collapsed, their steeds whinnying in distress, one after another succumbing to the ground. It turned out that the earth was riddled with various pits, cleverly concealed by bamboo mats and covered with a fine layer of yellow earth. The weight of the soldiers atop their mounts caused the mats to give way, plunging horse and rider into the depths below. In mere moments, hundreds of cavalrymen fell, and as the lead horses stumbled, the momentum of those behind led to a catastrophic collision. In an instant, chaos reigned as horses and men were thrown into disarray, limbs shattered beneath the crushing weight of the stampede. Even those clad in armor could not withstand the force. Some soldiers suffered collapsed chests, while others had their limbs broken. And tragically, some were even trampled upon their faces, their eyes bursting forth. Amid the flash of calamity, the battlefield echoed with anguished cries. "Do not charge. Be cautious," shouted one soldier. Yet the momentum was too fierce. The foremost cavalrymen were decimated by these seemingly insignificant pits. Just as the battlefield descended into turmoil, the ominous sound of bowstrings being drawn filled the air. The bandits outside the Black Tiger stronghold unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon the cavalry. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Steady yourselves. Guard against these arrows." As the arrows rained down, Zhao Yuan wielded his spear with formidable grace. Although the sheer number of arrows was intimidating, they were not military grade, lacking the necessary force. Thus, despite their fearsome appearance, they posed little real danger to the cavalry, who skillfully maneuvered their spears to deflect the onslaught. Before the Black Tiger stronghold, Wang Ming's countenance remained stern. He understood that while these traps and arrows might disrupt Zhao Yuan, they were insufficient to deter a seasoned army forged in the crucible of battle. What awaited next was the brutal clash of steel. With a commanding roar, he rallied his comrades. "Brothers, arm yourselves and prepare for a fight to the death against these governmental dogs." The bandits responded with fervent cries, "Kill." Meanwhile, at the rear of the cavalry, Chinzay raised his chin slightly, grasping the fiery wind-breaking halberd embedded in the ground, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Beside him, Dianwei rubbed his hands together, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he retrieved 2 iron halberds from behind him. "Your Majesty, shall we proceed?" he inquired. Chinzay nodded slightly, inhaled deeply, and addressed Zhao Yuan. "Why do you hesitate to charge? What are you waiting for? On the battlefield, are we to fear these brigands?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's face turned ashen, filled with rage not only towards Wang Ming for laying the trap, but also towards Chinzay, who stood back and spoke without bearing the brunt of the fight. He felt trapped, unable to take his fury out on Chinzay, and thus unleashed it upon the brigands instead. Zhao Yuan's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Onward! Let us flay these brigands alive. Annihilate them completely." With this fierce command, the cavalry maneuvered around the pitfall and charged once more at the brigands. Chapter 22. Hooves tread upon flesh. Blood flows like a river. Kill. The battle cries erupted simultaneously from both sides, and as they closed the distance, the two forces clashed fiercely. Although the Black Tiger stronghold brigands were mere rabble, they had trained over the years within their lair. Some wielded broadswords, others iron clubs, while the brawniest brandished spiked clubs, all raining down their assorted weapons upon the soldiers. However, the men Zhao Yuan brought from Beiyuan City were his most trusted, seasoned veterans. each bearing long spears, their faces etched with the ferocity of impending battle. In one-on-one combat or skirmishes, the brigands could rely on their exceptional skills to vanquish foes, but on a grand battlefield, how could they rival the combat effectiveness of an organized army? For instance, in a large-scale melee, longer weapons often secured victory before enemies could even close the gap. Additionally, bolstered by the charge of their steeds, the cavalry merely needed to thrust their long spears, resulting in brigands being impaled on the spot. As the two sides made contact, the brigands suffered heavy casualties. The broadswords and other short weapons found no opportunity to strike before being pierced through the chest by the long spears. Unlike the soldiers, the brigands lacked the protection of armor. A spear thrust into the chest resulted in a spray of blood. While some were trampled by horses, their internal organs ruptured, falling lifelessly to the ground. Yet among the brigands were formidable warriors. Wang Wei, wielding a long spear, wore a fierce expression, leveraging his immense strength. He did not thrust the spear, but rather swept it horizontally. With a thunderous crash, several nearby cavalrymen were knocked from their mounts, and despite their armor, they still spat blood violently. Before they could react, a brigand wielding a broadsword leaped and delivered a fierce strike, causing several heads to roll in an instant. The acrid scent of blood permeated the battlefield as the clamor of slaughter echoed all around, igniting a bloodlust in every participant. Each strike found its mark, as long spears continued to pierce relentlessly, and the ground was strewn with countless corpses. At this moment, Wang Ming brandished his broadsword, his visage ghastly like a specter, as he leapt forward with vigor to strike a cavalryman. Seeing Wang Ming's blade descending, the cavalryman, in a state of panic, hurriedly raised his spear to block. Crack! With a sharp crack, the gunstock was severed in two, and the blade struck directly upon the cavalryman's shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Wang Ming, eyes wide with fury, let out a ferocious roar and forcefully brought the blade down. The cavalryman barely had time to scream before his right side was cleaved away. Even the flimsy armor shattered under the strike. At over 50 years of age, Wang Ming, having honed his formidable martial skills since childhood, found his ferocity ignited in the face of these cavalrymen, his actions growing increasingly brutal. Once he dispatched the cavalryman, he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Zhao Yuan, who was being guarded not far away by his cavalry. The moment he laid eyes on Zhao Yuan, Wang Ming's rage surged within him, threatening to erupt. If there was one person he loathed most at this moment, it was undoubtedly Zhao Yuan, the treacherous figure who betrayed his trust. Wang Ming bellowed, "Brothers, let us slay this scoundrel Zhao Yuan. Even if we perish here today, I will ensure he accompanies us to the grave. Zhao Yuan, you vile creature, come forth to meet your demise." Wang Ming seized one of the cavalrymen surrounding him, yanked him down from his horse, and with a swift strike, severed his head. Then, he mounted his steed and charged toward Zhao Yuan, accompanied by a throng of followers. Zhao Yuan's complexion turned ashen upon seeing Wang Ming's advance, his teeth clenched in a cold smirk. "Whoever kills Wang Ming shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver," he shouted loudly. In an instant, a swarm of cavalry surged forth toward Wang Ming. Just then, the sound of a horn echoed across the battlefield. The resounding call captured the attention of all present, whether they were from the Black Tiger stronghold or the cavalry. All turned to look in its direction. A vast army emerged from the rear, the thunderous sound of hooves shaking the ground, as a battalion of light cavalry clad in black armor, wielding long halberds, entered the fray like a pack of hunting wolves from the flank. The light cavalry galloped faster and faster, their roars reverberating throughout the entire battlefield. "Kill!" The red banner fluttering among the light cavalry danced like a flame in the wind. The Scarlet Flame Army had officially joined the battle. Such an imposing presence startled even the battle-hardened Zhao Yuan. In merely a few days, Chinzay had conquered 2 strongholds and eradicated over 10,000 bandits. His troops were undoubtedly formidable. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Zhao Yuan was further astonished. This meticulously organized formation exhibited a spirit that surpassed his own cavalry. Moreover, he quickly discerned that the soldiers before him were equipped with armor of exceptional quality, unlike the flimsy iron armor worn by his own men. While his subordinates were clad in lightweight armor, the soldiers before him wore superior black armor and wielded halberds. Unlike the long spear, the halberd could thrust, hook, and sweep. Yet due to manufacturing simplicity, most cavalry in the Great Qian used economical long spears. The more Zhao Yuan observed, the more alarmed he became. Chinzay's forces were outfitted with superior equipment and weapons, their momentum unstoppable, making his own cavalry appear as mere novices in comparison. On the other side, the bandits, upon witnessing the sudden assault of the Crimson Flame Army from the flank, were engulfed in panic. They were already overwhelmed by Zhao Yuan's cavalry, and now faced with another force, they felt utterly helpless. Even before the clash began, their courage had already waned. Among the throng, Wang Wei brandished his long spear and, upon spotting the youthful Chinzay, who led the Crimson Flame army alongside Dian Wei, he bellowed, "Brothers, that young man is none other than the Prince of the North. Come, let us charge forth and see what prowess he possesses." Beside him, the deputy leader, Wang Shuang, cautioned in a grave tone, "Wei-er, Chinzay is renowned for his martial skills at such a young age. We must not underestimate him." Wang Wei laughed heartily and declared, "Uncle, watch me slay him." Without further ado, he mounted a black steed and led a squad of followers into battle against the Crimson Flame army. Seeing his nephew charge ahead, Wang Shuang gritted his teeth and hastily followed on horseback. Meanwhile, Chinzay's gaze was steely. The fire-wind spear in his grasp cleaved through the air as he entered the fray, severing a bandit's head with a single strike. As blood splattered across the cold armor, his own hands grew warm with the thrill of battle. With a commanding voice, he shouted, "All troops, heed my command. Annihilate every last bandit. Execute them on the spot. Charge." The soldiers responded immediately, their long spears piercing the bandit ranks like a surging tide. Dian Wei, wielding dual blades, stood guard beside Chinzay, joining him in dispatching the bandits. In the blink of an eye, a pile of corpses had accumulated around them. And as the cavalry trampled through, the unarmored bandits, whether alive or dead, were mercilessly trampled into a gruesome paste. The ground was soaked in crimson, forming pools of blood. "Prince of the North, prepare to meet your end." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and Wang Wei, spear in hand, charged forward on horseback. Launching a fierce thrust at Chinzay, Chinzay raised an eyebrow and deftly countered with his spear, deflecting the tip of Wang Wei's weapon. He then tugged at the reins, causing his steed to rear up and advance towards Wang Wei. Startled, Wang Wei quickly dodged, but to his astonishment, Chinzay's spear was not aimed at him, but rather at his horse. With a piercing neigh, the spear embedded itself in the horse's skull, causing it to collapse. Taking Wang Wei down with it, Chinzay coldly proclaimed, "You overestimate yourself." As the words left his lips, he thrust the spear forward with fierce intent. Wang Wei, alarmed, grit his teeth and desperately swung his spear in defense. Yet, the speed of Chinzay's strike was overwhelming. Before Wang Wei could fully react, the spearhead had pierced his arm. Chinzay tightened his grip, twisting the spear with force, and in an instant, the blade severed Wang Wei's forearm. A severed limb flew through the air, marking the brutality of the encounter. Chapter 23. Breaching the Black Tiger's stronghold, Wang Wei's forearm lay cleaved, exposing the stark white bone protruding from the elbow, while the mangled flesh evoked a visceral sense of dread. "Ah, my hand." In the throes of excruciating pain, Wang Wei could not contain his anguished wail, rolling on the ground in agony. Chinzay let out a cold snort, tugging at the reins, causing his steed to rear up on its front legs before forcefully crashing down upon Wang Wei's chest. As the horse's hooves descended, Wang Wei's face turned pale with terror, and he hastily rolled aside in a desperate attempt to evade the impending assault. However, Chinzay was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. With narrowed eyes, he thrust the broad spear in the direction of Wang Wei's escape. The path to safety was obstructed, leaving Wang Wei no choice but to curl up defensively. With a resounding thud, the hooves landed heavily upon Wang Wei, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his ribs collapsed under the pressure, his internal organs crushed, resulting in a violent eruption of blood. Chinzay offered him no respite, tightening his legs around the horse's belly. He wielded the broad spear in a sweeping arc towards the prostrate Wang Wei. In the next instant, the spear struck him with unforgiving force. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Wang Wei's clothes were sliced open, flesh was lacerated, bones shattered, and blood gushed forth. The spear cleaved through Wang Wei's robust form, splitting him in two, his vital organs spilling from his chest, painting the ground in crimson. This time, Wang Wei did not even have the strength to scream. He succumbed to death on the spot. The sight of this gruesome scene sent chills down the spine of Wang Shuang, the vice-captain who was rushing to aid his nephew. His grip on the spear trembled slightly as he gazed in horror at the cold expression of Chinzay, his heart gripped with fear. His nephew, a skilled martial artist, had met his demise in mere moments before the young king of the north, instilling a profound dread within him. He had initially contemplated whether he and his nephew could effectively collaborate to capture the king as a hostage, perhaps finding a way to escape. Yet, it now appeared that the king of the north was not only well guarded by cavalry, but also possessed formidable martial skills himself. At that moment, Wang Shuang raised his eyes, only to be met by Chinzay's piercing gaze. A shiver ran down his spine. That look was akin to a predator's in the wilderness, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He dared not linger, hastily retreating. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from his left. "Huh, take this spear." The voice resonated like thunder on a clear day, startling Wang Shuang, who was already on edge. The unexpected shout sent a jolt of fear through him, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. In his panic, he forgot he still clutched a long spear, instead focusing solely on darting to the right. In the next moment, one of his men, standing directly beside him, was struck down without uttering a single cry. His head was obliterated by a spear. The shattered remnants of his skull scattered everywhere, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. The assailant was none other than the fierce warrior Dian Wei. Enraged that these brigands dared to target Chinzay, Dian Wei unleashed his fury, striking with utmost ferocity and employing all his strength. Seeing Wang Shuang attempt to evade with his spear, Dian Wei roared in anger, leaping from his mount, brandishing 2 iron spears as he charged towards Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang had never encountered a warrior as formidable as Dian Wei. Upon seeing his fierce countenance, he felt a tremor of fear. In a state of panic, he hurriedly swung his spear towards the iron halberd. With a resounding clash, the iron halberd met the spear, but Dian Wei's might was beyond Wang Shuang's comprehension. The heavy halberd struck the spear's tip, creating a shower of sparks, and the spearhead shattered instantly. The force of the impact left Wang Shuang's hands numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Dian Wei's eyes widened as he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He then thrust his left halberd forcefully towards Wang Shuang's left side. Wang Shuang had no time to evade and took the blow squarely. Blood erupted from his mouth as the strike fractured his left ribs, the splintered bones piercing his innards, making each breath a struggle. Die! Dian Wei bellowed, advancing towards Wang Shuang and unleashing a flurry of strikes with his dual halberds. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Wang Shuang lacked the strength to defend himself. In mere moments, he endured several more strikes, leading to broken bones and flesh flying. Dian Wei, caught in the fervor of battle, raised his iron halberd, delivering blow after blow. Even as Wang Shuang lay helpless on the ground, the once imposing figure of Wang Shuang, towering at 6 feet tall, was reduced to a bloody mess, splattering blood that stained Dian Wei's armor. This horrifying spectacle did not go unnoticed by the bandits engaged in combat. They watched in shock, fear etched on their faces. In truth, not only the bandits, but also Zhao Yuan's cavalry felt a wave of terror at the sight of Dian Wei's relentless assault. Their only thought was one of relief that this fearsome warrior was an ally, who would dare confront him as an enemy. As they surveyed the battlefield, the cavalry of the Qian army were equally astonished. Despite being fellow horsemen, the disparity in strength was evident. The black-armored cavalry on the opposing side clearly outmatched them. With the deaths of the deputy leaders Wang Shuang and Wang Wei, the bandits found themselves devoid of the will to resist. Their only desire became to flee the battlefield. Yet this was akin to chasing a mirage, for the encirclement of the Qian army was vast and steadily closing in, leaving no bandit the chance to escape. As the bandits began to crumble, Chinzay shouted, "Zhao Yuan, withdraw your forces." Zhao Yuan, locked in battle with Wang Ming and others, felt a complex swirl of emotions at this command. He dared not defy Chinzay's orders, but was resolute that he must personally eliminate Wang Ming today. With this thought, Zhao Yuan retrieved a longbow from his subordinate and cast a cold gaze towards the approaching Wang Ming. Wang Ming, intent on a mutual demise, charged forward with a group of his men, fearlessly surging ahead. However, the sheer number of guards surrounding Zhao Yuan made it exceedingly difficult to break through and reach him. In this moment, Wang Ming wielded his great blade, engaged in fierce combat alongside his cavalry. He was a skilled warrior, with a single stroke of his blade. One cavalryman fell. Amidst the fierce melee, a swift arrow sliced through the air. At that moment, Wang Ming was confronted by 2 cavalrymen's assaults. By the time he noticed the treacherous arrow, it was already too late to evade. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced his chest. Wang Ming's eyes widened in fury as he glared toward the direction from which the arrow had come. Yet, scarcely had he lifted his gaze when another arrow, swifter and more vicious than the first, struck his neck. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, and Wang Ming staggered, clutching his throat while brandishing his large blade, his eyes filled with venomous rage. In the distance, Zhao Yuan lowered his bow and commanded with a cold voice, "Fall back. Retreat." As his words faded, the 2 cavalrymen before Wang Ming thrust their spears, piercing through his skull. Thus, the notorious leader of the northern bandits, Wang Ming, lay lifeless on the ground of Banqi Mountain. With Zhao Yuan's forces withdrawing, the murderous intent in Chinzay's eyes intensified, unencumbered by Zhao Yuan's troops. The Qian army could now fully annihilate these bandits, who resembled lost dogs. Chinzay shouted coldly, "All troops, heed my command. Charge forth and annihilate the bandits. Storm into their stronghold." Consequently, the Qian cavalry surged forward like a torrent, racing towards the fleeing bandits. Chapter 24, Complete Annihilation. By this time, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue. The Qian banner fluttered in the wind as the cavalry had slain all the bandits outside the Black Tiger stronghold. A few bandits managed to escape back to the fortress, intending to shut the gates to block the onslaught, but against the ferocity of the cavalry, they could not close the gates in time. Dian Wei led the charge, guiding the cavalry into the stronghold, immediately commencing the extermination of the remaining bandits. In the earlier battle, Zhao Yuan's forces had drawn most of the bandits' attention, resulting in minimal casualties for the Qian army. Now, thousands of Qian soldiers surged into the fortress as if entering a deserted realm, with groups of cavalry pursuing each bandit. The remaining bandits, already weakened from the earlier conflict, stood no chance against the overwhelming cavalry force. The cries of despair echoed through the stronghold, and within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, all the bandits who had fled into the fortress were eradicated. Meanwhile, Chinzay refrained from entering the stronghold. He positioned 2,000 cavalrymen outside, blocking all exits. As the last bandit fell, a voice reverberated in Chinzay's mind. Ding! Host detected the annihilation of a faction. Reward, basic points 1. Seeing his points increase to 4 per second, Chinzay's heart soared with joy. 4 points per second meant he could accumulate over 340,000 points in a single day. Converting those points into foot soldiers would yield over 4,000, while converting them into cavalry would grant him 2,000. With such resources, he could freely assemble a formidable army in the northern region. In the span of merely 10 days, one could amass an army of tens of thousands. Now that these bandits have been eradicated, there remains no one within the borders of Jibechuan to pose a threat to me. Furthermore, Chinzay has devised a plan, one that is crucial for his stable development of forces in Jibechuan. After all, the Empress has confined the Qin family to Bailiang, her malicious intent being to ensure their demise in this very place. Currently, my forces are insufficient to confront the court. Hence Chinzay understands that he must render the Empress incapable of making a move against him. This plan is rather straightforward: to disseminate news of my triumph over the bandits throughout the entirety of Bailiang. The common folk have long suffered under the scourge of banditry, and they would eagerly seize the opportunity to personally exact vengeance upon these marauders. With my decimation of 3 factions of bandits, totaling over 10,000, the populace will undoubtedly sing my praises upon learning of this victory. This sentiment is evident among the citizens of Shifeng City. With this thought in mind, Chinzay led his troops toward Zhao Yuan, who awaited on the periphery. After withdrawing his forces, Zhao Yuan regrouped at the foot of Shuangqi Mountain, nursing his battle losses. In the initial charge, his men fell victim to a trap laid by the bandits, suffering further casualties from a volley of arrows, resulting in significant losses. Of the 8,000 troops he brought, over 1,500 perished, and many others bore injuries, inciting Zhao Yuan's fury. He had reluctantly participated in this battle, as the Black Tiger stronghold was originally supported by him. These bandits plundered resources, from which he derived profit. Yet now, he was compelled to send troops to exterminate them. A scenario akin to striking oneself with one's own hand. Never before had Zhao Yuan felt such frustration. However, the situation was now beyond remedy. He could only blame himself for initially underestimating Chinzay. Now he found himself outmaneuvered, left to grudgingly swallow this bitter pill. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhao Yuan's eyes darkened with resentment. Although Chinzay now possessed an army, it did not signify that he would silently endure this affront. When the Qian army stormed into the Black Tiger stronghold, Zhao Yuan discreetly dispatched a swift messenger, conveying a secret missive to the capital. Upon seeing Chinzay approach with his troops, Zhao Yuan composed himself, bowing respectfully. "General." Chinzay inclined his head slightly, surveying Zhao Yuan and the soldiers behind him. Before delivering a faint smile, "General Zhao, your efforts in vanquishing the bandits of the Black Tiger stronghold indicate that you are not as the bandits have portrayed you. If only you exhibited such resolve in the regular eradication of banditry in Bailiang, the common folk could have enjoyed peaceful lives much sooner. General Zhao, let this day's battle be etched in your memory." At these words, Zhao Yuan seethed inwardly, anger surging within him. He lowered his head, responding solemnly, "Yes, General, I shall certainly remember this." Chinzay narrowed his eyes, observing the shifting expressions of Zhao Yuan, inwardly amused, fully aware of the turmoil within Zhao Yuan's heart. "I appreciate your unyielding demeanor. It is quite evident that you cannot be swayed by my displeasure. Do you possess any countermeasures?" Very well, General Zhao, you may return." Although the bandits from Jibechuan have been eradicated, numerous brigands still linger within the northern Liang territory, and the road ahead remains arduous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of indignation. It was as if he were being treated as a mere pawn, with countless lives lost under his command, summoned at will without regard. Should the provisions of the Black Tiger stronghold not be shared? This is utterly shameless. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan spoke gravely. "General, Regarding the provisions in the Black Tiger stronghold, what do you think? Before he could finish, Chinzay nodded and continued. Ah yes, over the years. The Black Tiger stronghold has plundered the innocent citizens of Jibachuan. It is only just that these ill-gotten gains be returned to the people. Fear not, General Zhao. I will ensure that the provisions from the Black Tiger stronghold are restored to the citizens. You have hastily come here today, and many of your soldiers have perished. Upon your return to Baiyuan City, remember to console the families of the fallen, lest their sacrifice be in vain. With that, Chinzay firmly patted Zhao Yuan's shoulder before leading his troops to the Black Tiger stronghold. Zhao Yuan watched Chinzay depart, his expression darkening, nearly seething with rage. The words Chinzay had spoken in front of so many subordinates were akin to a dagger to the heart. Zhao Yuan reflected that he had never suffered such a grievous affront in his life. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Chinzay's retreating figure, cursing inwardly. If I cannot contend with you, surely the Grand General of the state can. With a heart full of fury, Zhao Yuan led his troops back to Baiyuan City. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Black Tiger stronghold, Dian Wei approached, laughing heartily. My lord, the bandits' storerooms are filled with hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain. Moreover, the treasures of gold and silver are beyond count. These ruffians have amassed quite a fortune. Chinzay nodded slightly before responding with gravity. From this day forth, let the citizens of Shifeng City commence trade across the borders. The news of the complete eradication of the Jibachuan bandits must be disseminated throughout northern Liang. Chapter 25. The name of the Northern Protector after the bandits of the Black Tiger stronghold were entirely vanquished. Chinzay tasked his subordinates with taking full control of all resources within the stronghold. Following meticulous inventory, it was revealed that the seized grain amounted to over 800,000 pounds, a staggering figure, especially as the citizens of Jibachuan struggled to find sustenance while these bandits hoarded such abundant supplies. One can only imagine how the Black Tiger bandits exploited the common folk, while Zhao Yuan's inaction effectively condoned their misdeeds. Furthermore, the issue of banditry is not confined to Jibachuan alone, but plagues all of northern Liang. This realization solidified Chinzay's resolve. Once his forces were sufficiently strong, he would ensure the complete eradication of corrupt officials like Zhao Yuan. However, that is a matter for another time. At present, his strength remains insufficient. He must gradually develop and expand his military capabilities. Now, the points have surged to 4 per second, igniting an infinite anticipation within Chinzay. With such a rapid increase, he would be able to double his military forces in just a few days. For him, time has become of utmost importance. Subsequently, Chinzay utilized the more than 70,000 accumulated points to replenish his army's losses. The system's attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Chinzay. Points, 70453. Increasing. Territory, Baiyang, 123 square kilometers. Level 1 troops. Infantry 4015, archers 1964, light cavalry 5616, shield bearers 2000. General, Dian Wei, 3 stars. In this battle, the losses of the light cavalry were fewer than 500, marking a resounding victory. The primary reason for this success was Zhao Yuan's forces leading the charge, followed by Chinzay and his light cavalry rushing in, their combined numbers far surpassing those of the bandits at Heihu village. Consequently, this battle resulted in minimal casualties. Replenish the archers to 2,000 and the light cavalry to 6,000. Chinzay commanded. Ding. This exchange has consumed a total of 68,220 points. As he observed the troop count rising to 14,000, excitement sparkled in Chinzay's eyes. It is noteworthy that the losses incurred in this battle were replenished within mere hours of accumulating points, while the rewards included hundreds of thousands in grain and numerous chests of gold and silver treasures. Most importantly, the increase in points was significant. The gains from the eradication of Heihu village far exceeded those from the previous 2 encounters with bandits. Afterward, Chinzay stationed 2,000 troops at the exit of Jubai River and left another 2,000 in Heihu village, while he led the remaining 2,000 back to Shifeng City. Within Shifeng City, the news of the Northern Protector's army having eradicated 2 bandit factions within days spread like wildfire among the citizens. On this day, an overwhelming wave of jubilation swept through the populace. The people poured out of their homes, cheering loudly, having long suffered under the oppression of these bandits. The announcement that no bandit remained in Jubai River brought them unparalleled joy. This day was more festive than the New Year. Upon his arrival in Shifeng City, Chinzay was met with resounding praise from the citizens. The city gates were thronged with people, creating a bustling scene filled with exuberant voices, echoing thunderously. Long live the Northern Protector! Long live the Northern Protector! Amidst the surging crowd, Chinzay, mounted on his steed, proclaimed aloud, from this day forth, there shall be no bandits in Jubai River. You can harvest your autumn crops in peace and celebrate the new year joyfully. Furthermore, as long as I, Chinzay, am in Bailiang, I assure you will never have to worry about the oppression of bandits again." At these words, the crowd erupted into cheers, with some even shedding tears. After all, in such a world, having someone who could provide protection is a rare and precious blessing. In the region of Bailiang, the local forces have struggled for years against the bandits. Yet upon the arrival of Chinzay, within mere days, he has eradicated the entire bandit presence in Jibachuan. Such audacity and resolve truly live up to the title of the Northern Pacification King. Observing the exhilaration upon the faces of the citizens, Chinzay felt a surge of inspiration and continued. "Furthermore, starting today, the grain tax in Jibachuan will be reduced to 20%. You shall retain 80% for yourselves, and merely provide 20% as military rations." As his words echoed, the townsfolk turned to Chinzay in astonishment. They had previously been required to surrender 50% of their grain, with the remainder often seized by bandits. Now, not only had the Northern Pacification King vanquished the bandits, but he had also diminished the grain levy. This announcement was monumental news for anyone. Soon, thunderous cheers erupted, and many were left in tears of gratitude. "Thank you, General." Chinzay nodded slightly, his heart elated. Although his army required substantial provisions, his decision to lessen the grain tax was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but a well-considered strategy. The citizens of Jibachuan, free from bandit harassment, would be able to cultivate their crops more abundantly, ensuring that, barring any natural disasters, the yield would increase. With hundreds of thousands of citizens growing food, the grain they contributed would be more than sufficient to sustain his army, rendering the need for additional rations unnecessary. Moreover, the primary objective of this initiative was to win the hearts of the people. As news of the bandit eradication spread through the mouths of the citizens, his reputation would soar to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the court would find it challenging to impede his progress openly. This was indeed Chinzay's ultimate goal. Following this, he conveyed to the citizens that they could now freely travel for trade. After executing this series of arrangements, Chinzay returned to the barracks with his troops. Now, he merely needed to patiently await the aftermath of the bandit eradication and steadily accumulate his points. 2 days later, in the capital, an urgent missive, hastily delivered over 800 miles, arrived at the residence of the General of National Defense. Within the estate, General Huang Long was embracing his concubine, his face alight with joy as he watched several dancers perform before him. Beside him sat a few ministers from his faction, all wearing smiles of contentment. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report the arrival of a letter from General Zhao Yuan of Baiyuan City. Upon hearing this, Huang Long's expression remained unchanged, his smile still present. He beckoned to his subordinate, who promptly handed him the letter. Holding the missive, Huang Long grinned at his colleagues. "A letter from Bailiang, delivered with utmost urgency. What do you suppose it concerns?" At this, Minister Wang Yong, stroking his beard with a nonchalant smile, replied, "What significant matter could Bailiang possibly have? Could it be that the Hu horses are once again disturbing the border?" Upon hearing these words, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Yen Chao, shook his head and chuckled, saying, "I believe not. Hasn't he, the Prince of the North, gone to Bailiang? I suspect this letter must pertain to him." Huang Long nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Young Chinzay has been stationed in Bailiang for over half a month now. The bandits there are surely eyeing him with malice. I dare say, he may have already met his end." In truth, Huang Long had already concluded that if his assumptions held true, Chinzay had most likely fallen victim to the bandits by now. Previously, he had disseminated news in Bailiang and even communicated with General Zhao Yuan. Thus he was certain that Chinzay had perished in Bailiang. Without even opening the letter, he knew it must be one bearing the tidings of death. With this thought in mind, Huang Long smiled faintly and casually tore open the letter. However, as his gaze fell upon the contents, his smile abruptly faded. Chapter 26. The mightiest soldiers of the warring states, the Qin Rui warriors. Huang Long's previously serene expression froze. His countenance shifting dramatically, he quickly concealed his face. The surrounding colleagues noticed Huang Long's furrowed brow and increasingly grave demeanor, their hearts filled with perplexity. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Huang Long's face flushed with anger as he violently shredded the letter, bellowing, "Incompetent fools!" This sudden outburst startled the dancers at the banquet, who ceased their movements and gazed at Huang Long with trepidation. Minister Wang Yong raised an eyebrow and inquired, "General, what does the letter contain that has incited such fury?" Huang Long's face darkened, and with a stern expression, he dismissed the dancers before coldly stating, "After entering Bailiang, Chinzay has stationed himself in Jubiaichuan. This lad not only survived the bandit onslaught, but has also eradicated over 10,000 bandits from the 3 strongholds of Jubiaichuan." Upon hearing this, the faces of several ministers changed, their expressions filled with disbelief. "What? Not only did he survive, but he also annihilated over 10,000 bandits? How can this be? Did he not only bring 800 personal guards to Bailiang? Yin Chao exclaimed, astonished. Huang Long's expression was somber as he replied. Zhao Yuan mentioned that he had 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry accompanying him, which enabled him to vanquish those bandits. It seems I underestimated him. The emperor granted him the fief of Bailiang, and clearly, he has been assembling his forces in secret. Upon entering Bailiang, this army followed closely behind him. This young man possesses quite the capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yin Chao frowned and remarked solemnly, if 6,000 soldiers can obliterate over 10,000 bandits, it appears those 6,000 are formidable indeed. It seems Chinzay has learned much about military strategy from Qin Hao. Wang Yong voiced his concerns. Now that Chinzay has troops at his command, and with his territory located far in Bailiang, could this not be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? If this continues, I fear, before he could finish, a hearty laugh erupted. Ha! Release a tiger back into the mountains? Even if he has vanquished the bandits. What of it? What can these few thousand men accomplish? They are merely capable of subduing bandits. Minister Wang declared. You lack understanding of military affairs and are thus overly concerned. After decades of military campaigns, commanding an army that numbers in the millions, I find the mere 6,000 troops led by Chinzay to be of little concern. However, his unexpected prowess is indeed surprising. Yin Chao, observing the change in Huang Long's expression, chuckled in agreement, stating, the general is absolutely correct. What are 6,000 men? What can they accomplish against the bandits of Jibechuan? Merely a rabble. If Chinzay had claimed to possess 600,000 troops, it might have been akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. But with just 6,000, they can only hope to protect themselves and maintain the peace of their household. Hearing this, Wang Yong nodded in affirmation, adding, that is certainly true. I was merely taken aback upon learning he commanded troops, considering our irreconcilable enmity. Huang Long stroked his chin, his face reflecting a contemplative demeanor. Meanwhile, as the citizens of Shifeng City emerged from their stronghold, news of the annihilation of the bandits in Jibechuan spread rapidly throughout the major cities of Bailiang. The populace was astonished to hear that the king of the north had settled in Jibechuan and, within a mere 10 days, had eradicated over 10,000 bandits. The threat posed by the bandits in Bailiang was indeed a grave affliction. Beyond Jibechuan, various other regions were besieged by bandit camps nestled in the hills and by the waters. These brigands frequently emerged to pillage and wreak havoc, leaving the common folk in a state of despair. Upon hearing of the king of the north's decisive actions and his ruthless methods in swiftly eliminating thousands of bandits, how could they not be overwhelmed with gratitude? Consequently, the citizens yearned for the king of the north to lead his forces out of Jibechuan to cleanse the land of banditry. In no time, the name of Chinzay, the king of the north, was celebrated throughout Bailiang. In the military command office of Baiyuan City, Zhao Yuan sat in a chair, his expression dark and brooding. He was incensed by the rising esteem of Chinzay. The more renowned Qin became, the more difficult it would be for him to strike. With the bandits of Jibechuan eradicated, Zhao had acquired a substantial amount of resources. If he were to use these provisions to recruit and train refugees into soldiers, he could easily amass a force of over 10,000 within a few months. This thought filled Zhao Yuan with dread. If he merely stood by and watched Chinzay grow more powerful, he feared he would be the first to suffer the consequences. This simply could not be allowed. He needed to devise a plan. Biting his lip, Zhao Yuan contemplated ways to eliminate Chinzay. After much reflection, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He promptly took out paper and ink, composing a secret letter, and commanded his subordinates to hasten to the capital and deliver it to the general of the state. Elsewhere, within the barracks of Jibechuan, Chinzay scrutinized the attributes displayed on his system panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 700122, increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 100,123 square kilometers. First-tier troops, infantry 4015, archers 2,000, light cavalry 6,000, shield soldiers 2,000. In a span of 2 days, the accumulated points reached over 700,000, a deliberate effort by Chinzay. Upon reaching this figure, he was poised to utilize the points. However, he did not intend to exchange for more soldiers at this juncture. He had other plans in mind. With the bandits no longer present in Jibechuan, increasing the population would lead to an astonishing daily consumption of food. Should he opt to exchange for infantry? At a cost of 71 points each, he could acquire nearly 10,000 soldiers, totaling around 240,000, which would require close to 50,000 pounds of grain daily. Even though he currently possessed a substantial food supply, such consumption was unsustainable. Thus, it was wiser to amass a considerable number of soldiers upon departing Jibechuan at a later time. Therefore, Chinzay decided to direct his points towards a different purpose, enhancing combat capability rather than increasing numbers. opening the unit templates. His gaze traversed the various types of soldiers until it finally settled upon the Qin elite soldier template. The Qin elite soldiers were renowned as the most formidable force during the Warring States period. An ancient saying goes, the skills of Qi cannot match the martial prowess of Wei. The martial soldiers of Wei cannot withstand the elite soldiers of Qin. This illustrates the overwhelming strength of the Qin elite soldiers in that era, deemed invincible. A Qin soldier must pass through rigorous trials, the martial test, the battle test, and the weapon test. Only those who excel in these trials could be selected as elite soldiers. A single Qin elite soldier could march 100 miles while bearing a weight of 80 pounds and still fight valiantly. Each Qin elite soldier could be likened to a special forces operative, which is why from 200,000 new recruits, only around 2,000 could be trained as Qin elite soldiers. Though the points required for the Qin elite soldier template were substantial, Chinzay was unperturbed. Since he chose to enhance the strength of his troops, he would naturally select the finest units. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinzay directly exchanged for the Qin elite soldier template, bestowing it upon all 14,015 soldiers. At that moment, the system announced, 5-star Qin elite soldier template, 50 points each, consumed 750 points to exchange for 14,015 Qin elite soldier templates. As the announcement echoed, the soldiers Chinzay had stationed across various locations began to undergo a subtle transformation. Chapter 27. Chinzay's campaign against bandits shocks the realm. Emerging from his tent, Chinzay surveyed the soldiers diligently training before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was evident that these soldiers had developed robust physiques, and their resolute expressions reflected a transformation in their psychological resilience. While 200,000 Qin troops could yield only 2,000 Qin elite soldiers, he now possessed 140,000 Qin elite soldiers. This was a staggering concept. Despite having 140,000 troops, their combat effectiveness was comparable to that of approximately 100,000 regular soldiers. The Qin elite soldiers represented the creme de la creme of the military, although he had expended over 700,000 points in one fell swoop. Chinzay considered this a remarkably worthwhile investment. Replacing the ordinary soldiers with the elite Qin Rui soldiers proves to be a prudent decision, as their numbers remain unchanged while the consumption of provisions does not significantly increase, all the while boasting superior combat prowess. Undoubtedly, with the acquisition of these Qin Rui soldiers, future military engagements will become increasingly vigorous. Chinzay eagerly anticipates the next battle, eager to witness the formidable strength these Qin Rui soldiers can manifest. 3 days later, in the capital, within a tea house, several robust men clad in the attire of farmers gather to engage in casual conversation. Among them, one individual, though his temples are graying, possesses a ruddy complexion and a sturdy physique. He is none other than Zhao Zhenan, a former officer of the Crimson Flame Army. After escorting Chinzay to the northern Liang, he returned to the capital with his comrades. At this moment, Zhao Zhenan's face radiates excitement, his thick brows and expressive eyes gleaming with fervor. Brothers, you must have heard the news these past few days. The general is safe and sound in northern Liang and has vanquished over 10,000 bandits. Upon hearing this, the others nod in agreement, their faces alight with joy. Zhao Zhenan clenches his fists and states emphatically, the general has been like a brother to me since childhood. I know that he can turn the tide of any situation, and it appears that I was right all along. But alas, I wonder how the court will react to this. As he gazes into the distance, Zhao Zhenan continues, I hope the general will proceed with caution and not provide the court with any grounds for criticism. Meanwhile, within the Golden Luan Hall, a court assembly is in progress. Dressed in a dragon robe, Jean Fengluan sits imperiously upon the dragon throne, her strikingly beautiful, yet cold visage betraying no emotion, though a hint of irritation flickers in her captivating eyes. The news of Chinzay's campaign against the bandits in northern Liang has reached the capital in recent days. Upon reviewing the memorials, Jean Fengluan is taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chinzay could eradicate the bandits so effectively. As the reports claim, he has eliminated over 10,000 marauders in a single stroke. Recalling Chinzay's previous statements in the court, she had dismissed him as youthful and reckless, not taking him seriously at the time. Who could have foreseen that within merely a month of his arrival in northern Liang, he would dismantle 3 bandit strongholds and annihilate such a vast number of foes? As this realization dawns upon her, Jean Fengluan's expression grows increasingly grave. The intention of designating northern Liang as the fief of the Qin family was to ensure their demise there. Yet, not only have they survived, but they have also established a firm foothold, which is intolerable to Jean Fengluan. She resolutely refuses to permit Chinzay to remain undisturbed as the Prince of the North in northern Liang. At this moment, addressing her ministers, Jean Fenghuan gently parts her lips, and a commanding voice emerges. The Prince of the North has eradicated over 10,000 bandits in northern Liang. What insights do you, my esteemed ministers, have regarding this matter? As her words linger in the air, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Li, steps forward, bowing respectfully as he speaks. Your Majesty, I have also learned of this matter. The news of the Prince of the North's triumph over the bandits is spreading throughout the capital, and the citizens are singing his praises. The banditry in northern Liang has long been a source of distress. Thus, the eradication of these marauders by the prince is indeed a most commendable deed that brings great joy to the populace. As the northern king departed the capital, he was accompanied by a mere 800 loyal soldiers. Shortly after settling in northern Liang, he commenced military operations to eradicate bandits. Such audacity indeed reflects a grand spirit, truly deserving of the title bestowed upon him by your Majesty. At this moment, Zhang Li felt a surge of joy within. Previously, when Chinzay left the capital, he had been quite despondent. During the lifetime of Qin Haotian, he had enjoyed a close relationship with him, and the Qin family's survival in northern Liang had been fraught with peril. Merely preserving their lives was a considerable fortune. Yet, Chinzay not only safeguarded his life, but also led troops to vanquish the bandits. How could this not elate Zhang Li? In fact, upon receiving the news of Chinzay's triumph over the bandits yesterday, Zhang Li was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such a remarkable feat from Chinzay. Reflecting on it now, as the son of Qin Haotian, who had commanded troops at the tender age of 15 and gained early renown, his ability to rise from the brink of death is indeed exhilarating. With this thought, Zhang Li felt a sense of consolation. As the saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. His earlier concerns now seemed rather unwarranted. After Zhang Li finished speaking, several ministers in the court nodded in agreement. Jean Fenghuan pursed her lips slightly, her gaze growing increasingly icy. At this juncture, Huang Long stepped forward and spoke gravely. Your Majesty has conferred the title of Northern King upon Chinzay, with his territory in northern Liang. His efforts to eradicate bandits are merely his duty. It is unnecessary to lavish excessive praise upon him, lest he become arrogant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li frowned, feeling a surge of indignation within him. He was well aware of Huang Long's long-standing animosity towards the Qin family. Yet now that Chinzay had eliminated over 10,000 bandits, an act universally lauded and deeply appreciated by the populace, how could such an achievement be dismissed? This endeavor was undoubtedly beneficial to the nation and its people. With this in mind, Zhang Li spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, I believe that as the Northern King has just arrived in northern Liang and swiftly dealt with the bandits with resolute measures, such iron-fisted action will surely instill fear in the hearts of remaining bandits, compelling them to retreat. During this autumn harvest, the people can gather their grain in peace and prepare for winter, ensuring that granaries across the land receive their supplies. This campaign against the bandits is, without a doubt, a commendable act for the nation and its citizens. I propose that we bestow upon the Northern King the title of General of Bandit Suppression and grant him rewards, thereby demonstrating the court's commitment to eradicating banditry. The people will recognize that your Majesty rewards merit, showcasing the vastness of imperial grace. Upon hearing these words, Huang Long's expression darkened immediately. He longed to retort, yet Zhang Li's arguments were irrefutable. He cast a glance at Wang Yong, hoping he would interject. Wang Yong, perceiving Huang Long's look, felt uneasy. What could he possibly say? The fact that Chinzay had defeated over 10,000 bandits was clear as day, and the populace was already celebrating this victory. Was he to declare at such a critical moment that this was a trivial matter? He feigned ignorance of Huang Long's gaze and remained silent. On the dragon throne, Jean Fenghuan surveyed the room before speaking slowly. What Minister Zhang has articulated is indeed reasonable. Jean Fenghuan's statement was uttered with great reluctance, but as a sovereign, she recognized that Chinzay's actions were genuinely beneficial to the nation and its people. The bandits of Bailiang have grown increasingly rampant year by year, and the local forces have repeatedly struggled to quell them. In less than half a month, Chinzay has eradicated over 10,000 bandits, and in comparison, his achievements are evident to all under heaven. If he were not duly rewarded, would it not dishearten the common folk? Contemplating this, Jean Fenghuan felt a surge of frustration. Why was it that the one to eradicate the bandits was none other than Chinzay? Had it been anyone else, she would have gladly conferred accolades. But Chinzay and the Qin family were like a thorn in her heart. Suppressing her thoughts, Jean Fenghuan declared in a grave tone, "Let it be as Zhang Shangshu suggests. I shall elevate the northern town king, Chinzay, to the title of General of Bandit Suppression and bestow upon him a reward of 1,000 taels of gold." Reluctantly, she issued the imperial edict. Your Majesty is wise. She heard the ministers exclaim, yet a fleeting smile barely touched her lips, her face veiled in frost, unnoticed as the courtiers spoke with their heads bowed. Is there any urgent matter to report? If not, We shall conclude the court session. At that moment, Huang Long's eyes glinted with a cold light as the contents of a secret letter he had received the previous day resurfaced in his mind. Your Majesty, he began, I have an important matter to present. Speak. The Tiger Rong Pass along the northern border of Bailiang has been subjected to incessant raids by the Hu cavalry, causing immense suffering to the populace. The local military lacks sufficient forces to respond adequately. I propose that since the northern town king has recently vanquished over 10,000 bandits with remarkable valor, he should be dispatched to quell the disturbances caused by the Hu cavalry. With the northern town king leading the charge, these marauders will surely tremble and scatter. As he spoke, a cruel expression spread across Huang Long's face. Chapter 28. The Hu uprising. Upon hearing Huang Long's words, Jin Fengluan's icy demeanor slightly softened. Bailiang shares a border with the foreign Hu cavalry, and conflicts have long been a constant. Ever since Qin Haoyan led the Qian army to confront the Hu cavalry 2 years ago, the Hu tribes had settled somewhat. However, following Qin Haoyan's demise, the Hu have begun to stir restlessly once more. In recent months, Jin Fengluan has received numerous reports of Hu raids troubling the border populace. The Hu tribes are strong in pastoralism, raising excellent horses on the plains, and their warriors are all cavalry, valiant and formidable in combat. If Chinzay were to be sent to quell the Hu uprising, it would indeed be a mutually beneficial resolution. Yet, how many troops does Chinzay command? He would surely be unable to subdue the Hu uprising, and should war erupt, he would undoubtedly fall to the Hu. This would perfectly resolve the thorn in her side. After Chinzay's demise, she could send someone else to suppress the Hu uprising. With this thought, the chill in Jin Fengluan's gaze intensified. She parted her lips and said, The northern town king has accomplished great feats in eradicating bandits, employing iron-fisted methods to vanquish over 10,000 foes. Such valor indeed makes him the most suitable candidate to quell the Hu uprising. Therefore, let Chinzay be dispatched to restore order among the Hu. As the words fell, Zhongli furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. The Hu cavalry were no mere bandits. They were a legitimate army. Although Chinzay was formidable, he had only just arrived in Bailiang and was still finding his footing. How could he be expected to quell the Hu cavalry's chaos at such a critical juncture? With this thought in mind, he offered his counsel. Your Majesty, the King of the North has eradicated over 10,000 bandits, yet those were merely a rabble of miscreants. A motley crew claiming territory. If we now send the King of the North to suppress the Hu cavalry, he will face a well-organized military force. It seems rather excessive to impose this task upon him at this moment. At this, Huang Long interjected with a cold reprimand. Minister Zhang, what do you imply? Do you belittle the King of the North? He has been stationed in Bailiang for mere days and has already commanded his troops to annihilate 3 groups of bandits. None escaped. All were slaughtered. The populace is invigorated. Does this not suffice to demonstrate the King of the North's valor and decisiveness? Let us not forget how General Qin led the Crimson Flame Army, instilling fear in the hearts of the Hu cavalry and forcing them back 300 miles. As the son of General Qin, the King of the North has been well-versed in military strategy since childhood and has fought in battles at an early age. I believe he is the only one worthy of this monumental task. Wang Yong chimed in, affirming, Indeed, General Huang's words are most accurate. Currently, the King of the North is lauded by the people, and should he succeed in quelling the Hu cavalry, the citizens of Bailiang would be immensely grateful. Consequently, he would be better positioned to govern the populace in the future. For him, this would be a fortuitous development. Minister Zhang's remarks led me to suspect that you harbor intentions to prevent the King of the North from achieving merit. Upon hearing Wang Yong's comments, Zhongli trembled with indignation. It was evident to him that these two were conspiring together, their intentions insidious. Their rhetoric was designed to elevate Chinzay, compelling him to confront the Hu cavalry's turmoil. Just as Zhongli was about to refute their claims, he heard several ministers chime in. Your Majesty, General Huang speaks wisely. I too believe that the King of the North must personally address the Hu cavalry's uprising. Your Majesty, the Hu frequently invade our borders, and the people suffer greatly. The King of the North is known for his swift and decisive military campaigns. Sending him to repel the Hu cavalry would ensure the people's safety sooner rather than later. Supportive voices echoed in agreement, and Zhongli let out a heavy sigh. At this point, further protestations would be futile. Listening to the ministers, Jin Fengluan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since you all deem the King of the North the most suitable candidate to quell the Hu cavalry's insurrection, let it be resolved. Issue a command. Order the King of the North, Chinzay, to lead his forces to Hulong Pass and repel the Hu cavalry to ensure peace in the region. With that, Jin Fengluan's gaze sharpened, and he continued, I shall decree that within 5 days, if the King of the North fails to drive back the Hu cavalry by 100 miles, he shall face severe punishment. He refrained from specifying the nature of the punishment, ensuring there would be no room for dissent in the realm. She was undoubtedly aware that Chinzay had no means to repel the Hu cavalry. Should he perish at their hands, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. If he lingered at the frontier, hesitating to advance, and exceeded the deadline, whether he was demoted to a commoner or exiled, public opinion would not cast aspersions upon her. Contemplating this, her heart swelled with relief. Thus, could Chinzay truly escape his fate and remain comfortably as the Prince of the North in Bailiang? Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's confidant, Zhang Li, was deeply concerned for Chinzay upon receiving the edict from Jin Fenghuan. This time, the situation was perilous. Not only must they repel the Hu cavalry, but they also needed to drive them back 100 miles. The plains were their domain, and engaging them there would be akin to digging one's own grave. The most significant factor remained the troops. How many soldiers could Chinzay muster? Even if he rallied the common folk with riches and provisions, he could not possibly assemble a force capable of repelling the Hu cavalry in such a short time. Zhang Li sighed, his expression waning. Beside him, Huang Long wore a cold smile, secretly reveling in the unfolding events. Since receiving a confidential letter from Zhao Yuan the previous day, he had devised a meticulous plan. And this time he was utterly confident that Chinzay would meet his demise at the hands of the Hu cavalry. He had penned 2 letters, dispatching a swift steed to deliver them post-haste to Baiyuan City. The contents of these letters were certain to ensure that Chinzay perished at Hujiong Pass. Furthermore, all members of the Qin family in his stronghold, Shifeng City, were destined to meet their end there. With this thought, Huang Long's countenance grew increasingly sinister. Meanwhile, in Baiyuan City, within the military commander's office, Zhao Yuan received 2 letters from Huang Long. One was addressed to him, while the other was intended for Tu Yuchen, the leader of the Hu cavalry. Upon seeing the name, Zhao Yuan's heart raced. This individual was none other than the head of the Hu cavalry. He hastily opened his letter, and upon reading it, he rubbed his brow, his face reflecting deep contemplation. The general strategy assured that both Chinzay and the Qin family would surely meet their demise in Bailiang. However, if this plot were to be revealed, he feared he could not evade the consequences. He gazed at the letter meant for Tu Yuchen, his brow furrowing as he pondered for a long while, his gaze gradually turning icy. Chinzay had no more than 10,000 troops at his disposal. He would never escape the encirclement of the Hu cavalry. This plan would undoubtedly succeed. No longer dwelling on the matter, Zhao Yuan led a few trusted aides, hastily departing the residence, making their way directly to Hujiong Pass. 5 days later, in the vibrant autumn of Shifeng City, the harvest was in full swing. With the bandits eradicated, the villagers could confidently reap the grains and stockpile provisions for winter. Chinzay ordered his soldiers to assist the townsfolk in their agricultural endeavors. In just a few days, they had already gathered hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain. The common folk are filled with gratitude, for these valiant soldiers have not only eradicated the bandits, but are now also proactively assisting in the collection of grain. Such benevolence is indeed worthy of their appreciation. Since the arrival of the king of northern town at Jibeichuan, a remarkable transformation has taken place, though the soil may be barren. If they can endure the winter without succumbing to starvation, next year will bring forth additional laborers to cultivate the land, and perhaps even to clear new fields. Consequently, Jibeichuan, in comparison to other regions of Bailiang, now exudes an air of comfort and tranquility. It is precisely for this reason that an increasing number of commoners have been flocking to Jibeichuan. After all, the area is free from bandits and is under the protection of the illustrious king of northern town. Furthermore, Chinzay has opened the gates, allowing impoverished civilians to enter, confirming their destitution before permitting them to settle within, where they can clear land and farm. The wealth acquired from the bandit strongholds has not been squandered for personal gain. Rather, Chinzay has invested it in constructing houses to accommodate these new arrivals. The rationale is simple. With a greater population, more grain can be cultivated, thereby accelerating the supply for his growing military force. The increase in manpower necessitates the recruitment of additional generals to lead them. Thus, in recent days, Chinzay has refrained from recklessly spending his accumulated points, focusing instead on acquiring another commander. At this moment, within the military camp, he observes as soldiers diligently store heaps of grain in the granary. Amassing a sufficient supply of grain will ensure that when the time comes to march forth with his troops, they will have the necessary provisions for battle. Suddenly, a soldier on horseback arrives hastily, clutching a scroll. "General, a decree has been issued from the capital. They have also sent a batch of rewards." Chinzay furrows his brow and opens the decree. As he reads its contents, his expression grows increasingly somber. Noticing the change in Chinzay's demeanor, Dianwei asks, "My lord, what news does the court convey?" Chinzay conceals the decree and scoffs coldly. "In this campaign against the bandits, my reputation has reached the capital, and Jin Fenghuan has conferred upon me the title of General of Bandit Suppression. However, she commands that I immediately lead troops to quell the Huma rebellion at Hujiong Pass." with a deadline of 5 days to repel the Huma by 100 miles. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei's brow furrows deeply, and he solemnly remarks, "The Huma are not to be trifled with, unlike the bandits." Chinzay, with his hands clasped behind his back and a steely gaze, nods and states coldly, "Indeed. She has devised a cunning scheme. I have achieved merit in vanquishing the bandits, and while she cannot openly act against me, she resorts to bestowing honors. Yet, she sends me to confront the Huma without a single soldier and imposes a time constraint. Jin Fenghuan's intentions are quite insidious." Dian Wei's expression darkens. The treacherous emperor is up to his underhanded tactics. Chinzay shakes his head and chuckles softly. "She is certain that I will be unable to repel the Huma, which is why she imposes a deadline. However, this may not be an unfavorable situation for me." At this moment, Chinzay was contemplating the eradication of a formidable faction to amplify his points. It is noteworthy that previously, the annihilation of each of the 3 bandit groups yielded a mere increment of 1 point. However, should he vanquish the Huma, the points gained would undoubtedly be more substantial. In this manner, he could swiftly accumulate points and exchange them for a greater number of troops. Furthermore, the Huma are a nomadic people of the North Kubu grasslands, located just beyond the Tiger Rong Pass, a region blessed with fertile soil and flourishing livestock, teeming with countless horses. By subduing the Huma, he would not only secure an increase in points, but also acquire additional territory. Gaining control over this expanse of grassland would ensure a steady supply of cavalry in the future, alleviating the need to expend more points on horses. Simultaneously, it would allow the common folk to graze their livestock on the plains, thus providing an abundance of sustenance. The Empress had granted him the northern Liang as his fiefdom, encompassing thousands of miles, yet this does not include the North Kubu grasslands inhabited by the Huma. Once he repels the Huma, would it not be possible to claim the North Kubu grasslands as his own domain, where he could freely establish an army? After securing the North Kubu grasslands, with time, he could mobilize his forces from this stronghold and, when adequately prepared, march towards the capital. As he pondered this, excitement sparkled in Chinzay's eyes. He did not wish to remain idly at Jibeichuan, slowly accumulating points, which would only render him passive. This time, the Golden Wind Luan had tasked him with subduing the Huma, who could anticipate what methods she might employ next. It would be more advantageous to seize this opportunity and lead his troops boldly against the Huma. To merely push them back 100 miles? Unthinkable. If he were to strike, it must be with the intent to utterly annihilate the Huma and seize the entirety of the North Kubu grasslands. Observing the fervor on Chinzay's face, Dian Wei spoke up. "My lord, have you made your decision?" Chinzay nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, Dian Wei. Dispatch orders to swiftly gather provisions. We shall march on the Tiger Rong Pass tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Dian Wei promptly accepted the command and departed. Within the camp, Chinzay began to strategize his assault on the Huma. As a nomadic tribe, the Huma were known for their valor and exceptional equestrian skills. Engaging them in battle would require more than ordinary foot soldiers. This meant he would need to exchange for a formidable cavalry force. Moreover, unlike the bandits of Jibeichuan, the Huma undoubtedly numbered far greater. Currently, he commanded only 140,000 troops, of which a mere 6,000 were cavalry, clearly insufficient. Additionally, to defeat the Huma on the expansive grasslands, a substantial number of archers would also be necessary. After all, the vast and unobstructed plains would allow archery to play a significant role. With these thoughts in mind, Chinzay opened his status panel to review his accumulated points. Host, Chinzay. Points, 2,764,004. Increasing. Territory, Northern Liang, 123 square kilometers. Level 5 troop type, Chinrui soldiers, 4,015 foot soldiers, 2,000 archers, 6,000 light cavalry, 2,000 shield bearers. General, Dian Wei, 3 stars. In just 8 days, the points accumulated have soared to over 2.7 million. Sufficient to redeem a more formidable army. Chinzay promptly accessed the system store, selecting a variety of weaponry and equipment before initiating the exchange. He redeemed 10,000 cavalry. As he made his selection, the system's voice resonated, consuming 1,610,000 points, redeeming 10,000 cavalry. In the next moment, an orderly battalion of 10,000 cavalry materialized outside the barracks. However, this was merely the beginning, for over 1 million points remained. Chinzay then turned his gaze toward the troop templates. Considering that the adversary was the adept cavalry of the Hu tribe, he diligently browsed through the various troop templates before his eyes settled upon the 5-star template of the Tiger Leopard cavalry. He issued the command to redeem 10,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry templates. Chapter 30, Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Summoned General Huotsubing. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry, originally an elite cavalry unit directly under Cao Cao, comprised members meticulously selected from the finest ranks. To exaggerate slightly, among Cao Cao's ordinary troops, these individuals were capable of commanding their own forces. Yet, within the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, they served merely as ordinary soldiers, a testament to their formidable combat prowess. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry stands as the pinnacle of cavalry forces during the Three Kingdoms era. Ancient texts declare, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, under pure command, represents the finest warriors of the world, often supplemented by 100 captains. Clearly, their elite status is evident. One Tiger Leopard cavalryman is equivalent to several ordinary cavalrymen. Naturally, the cost and points for the Tiger Leopard Cavalry is considerable, with each template requiring 50 points. As Chinzay's voice fell, the system's voice echoed once more, consuming 500,000 points, redeeming 10,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry templates. In the next instant, a regiment of 10,000 cavalrymen appeared before Chinzay's eyes, perfectly aligned. Observing the 10,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry standing in formation, Chinzay felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This imposing force exuded an indomitable aura, capable of striking fear into the hearts of any beholder. With this battalion, even facing a Hu cavalry force several times their number would pose no challenge. Furthermore, during the confrontation with the Hu cavalry, he could continually accumulate points to gradually bolster his ranks. With over 600,000 points remaining, Chinzay then directed his attention to the general section. In the vast grasslands, engaging the Hu cavalry necessitated the appointment of a suitable commander for this army. Throughout history, one ancient general is renowned far and wide, his name echoing in the annals of warfare. This individual was exceptionally skilled in leading cavalry into battle. At the tender age of 18, he commanded 800 cavalrymen against the Xiongnu, achieving a resounding victory and annihilating over 1,000 foes, earning the title of Champion Marquis. By the age of 22, he had received the highest accolades for a martial general, earning the title of Wolf Jusher. From that moment on, he became a paragon of military achievement, a beacon of glory that all soldiers aspired to throughout the ages. As Chinzay gazed upon the name inscribed on the 5-star general insignia, he experienced no hesitation and chose to exchange for it. Huotsubing, ding, consumed 500,000 points. Exchange for 5-star General Huotsubing, ding. 5-star military general bonus, soldier combat power increased by 30. Upon seeing the 30 increase in combat power, Chinzay's heart swelled with joy. It was well known that the Tiger and Leopard cavalry possessed formidable strength. Now, with an added boost to their might, they would be transformed into a truly fearsome force. Though they numbered merely 10,000, their actual combat prowess would rival that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, a crisp sound of hooves echoed across the battlefield, as autumn winds swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Chinzay focused his gaze and soon spotted a young figure approaching on horseback. The rider, youthful yet resolute, bore a strikingly handsome countenance, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and wit. Clad in resplendent silver armor that shimmered in the sunlight, he wielded a plum-blossom spear, exuding an air of authority. It was with this very spear that Huotsubing had once vanquished the Xiongnu, causing their forces to crumble in disarray, conquering 5 nations in a matter of days. Just then, the young general arrived beside Chinzay. Your humble servant, Huotsubing, pays his respects to the Lord. He dismounted gracefully, kneeling on one knee, and saluted Chinzay with a fist salute. Chinzay hastily assisted him to his feet, saying, General, please rise. There is no need for such formality. Yes, my lord. Huotsubing replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. Seeing his demeanor, Chinzay felt immense joy. With such a capable general commanding the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, how could he fear the incursions of the Hu cavalry? The border of Bailiang had been repeatedly besieged by foreign Hu cavalry, plunging the common folk into despair. You shall lead this 10,000-strong Tiger and Leopard cavalry, and together we shall march to Hulong Pass tomorrow to quell the Hu unrest. At these words, Huotsubing's gaze sharpened with determination. The foreign Hu cavalry? Yes, my lord. I shall ensure they are defeated in battle. Subsequently, Chinzay began to organize the troops for the expedition. He currently had 14,000 Qin soldiers at his disposal, along with the newly acquired 10,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Among the Qin soldiers, there were 6,000 cavalrymen. Chinzay expended 120,000 points to procure 6,000 fine bows for this cavalry unit. At this juncture, his points were nearly depleted. Considering that Jibachuan was his base, where his family also resided, he recognized that although the bandits had been eliminated, other regions of Bailiang still faced threats. Relying on local commanders would certainly be ineffective. Therefore, Chinzay resolved to embark on the morrow with only the 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry and 5,000 Qinrui cavalry equipped with bows. The remaining 9,000 Qinrui soldiers would be led by Dian Wei to guard Jibeichuan. In this manner, he could confidently lead his forces to restore order. Initially, Chinzay intended for each soldier to carry a week's worth of rations, but Huitzubing suggested that 3 days' provisions would suffice. Aware of Huitzubing's expertise in warfare on the steppes, Chinzay acquiesced to his counsel. That night, Chinzay commanded his soldiers to ready their weapons and equipment, for they were to depart at dawn for Tiger Rong Pass, a journey that would take an entire day. Under the canopy of a star-studded sky, numerous tents sprawled across the North Ku Prairie for miles, their campfires illuminating the entire northern Hu military encampment. Countless soldiers moved busily within the tents, their robust physiques and broad shoulders evident. From some of the tents, the sound of women's cries could be heard, mingling with the raucous laughter of the Hu cavalrymen. These women, taken from the nearby border towns, were subjected to the whims of their captors, each enduring untold suffering. At the center of the encampment, within a prominent tent, the Hu leader Tu Yuchen sat at the head of the table, hosting a banquet for his subordinate commanders. The tent was lavishly adorned with platters of food and drink, and the commanders indulged in their revelry with great delight. Tu Yuchen, with a leg of lamb in hand, feasted heartily, his mouth glistening with grease. His burly subordinates, with scimitars slung at their waists, stood stoically behind him, their gazes fixed coldly upon several individuals within the tent whose attire starkly contrasted with that of the Hu. Among these individuals was none other than Zhao Yuan, the commander of Beiyuan City. After several rounds of drinking, Zhao Yuan raised his cup in a toast to Tu Yuchen. The latter cast a sidelong glance, offering no acknowledgement, engrossed instead in his meal. Zhao Yuan's expression darkened, yet he managed to smile, saying, "Khan, we have shown our sincerity. Might you be willing to oblige?" The disturbances at the border were no mere coincidence, but rather a well-orchestrated scheme. The Grand General Huang Long, having a close relationship with Tu Yuchen, had sent a secret missive to Zhao Yuan, instructing him to approach the Hu leader. The objective was clear: to orchestrate the annihilation of the Qin family. The letter detailed plans to eradicate Chinzay's forces at Tiger Rong Pass, behead him, and dispatch a contingent of Hu cavalry to Jibeichuan to eliminate the entire Qin lineage. With a dual-pronged assault, they sought to obliterate the Qin family entirely. Huang Long assured that the Hu cavalry would face no hindrance in their mission to Jibeichuan, and upon success, the Tiger Rong Pass would be ceded to the Hu without issue. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Tu Yuchen could not suppress a smirk. He understood Huang Long's disdain for the Qin family, willing to relinquish Tiger Rong Pass to him solely for their destruction, which was undoubtedly advantageous for himself. In the turmoil of the Great Qian, he stood to gain immensely. As for the so-called King of the North, Tu Yuchen regarded him with contempt. Zhao Yuan had mentioned that Chinzay commanded merely a few thousand troops, a meager force against his own 80,000 warriors, an absurd mismatch. Moreover, he had witnessed the ineptitude of the Great Qian soldiers in numerous engagements, suffering defeat at the hands of Hu warriors. The notion that these feeble opponents could resist his formidable army was laughable. The day Chinzay arrived at Tiger Rong Pass would mark his demise. With this thought, Tu Yuchen burst into laughter and turned to Zhao Yuan, declaring, "Very well, I agree. However, once the objective is achieved, the Tiger Rong Pass shall be mine, and I shall plunder the Stone Peak City for 3 consecutive days." Chapter 31. The deception of the Hu horse. Upon hearing these words, the officers and soldiers within the grand tent erupted into hearty laughter. Stone Peak City boasts a population of several 100,000 at this time of autumn harvest. Should we loot the city for 3 days, the grain seized would be enough to last until the following year. Moreover, the women taken could serve to delight the troops, making for splendid slaves. In response to this proposition, Zhao Yuan's demeanor remained unchanged as he smiled and said, "Excellent. However, once the Khan enters the city, the Qin family must not be spared. We must eradicate them completely." Tu Yuchen burst into laughter and remarked, "Must I not enjoy the women of the Qin family?" Zhao Yuan waved his hand and replied, "Your words are misguided, Khan. There are countless women in Stone Peak City. The Qin family is but a small matter. If even one survives, it could pose a significant problem. We cannot feel secure until they are eliminated." At these words, Tu Yuchen displayed a look of disdain and mockingly said, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, and I shall assist you in removing this potential threat." Zhao Yuan nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Khan. I must return to the general with this news. I shall take my leave now." With that, Zhao Yuan led his men away. After Zhao Yuan's departure, Tu Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned to his subordinates with a smile. "Who among you wishes to venture to Stone Peak City? State how many troops you require." A burly man with a scarred face replied with a grin, "Leave it to me, Tu Chitia. I need only 10,000 cavalry to penetrate Stone Peak City. Upon hearing this, a nearby general laughed heartily. But Chinzay has but a few thousand troops. He must bring most of his forces to Tiger Rome Pass. It is fortunate if there are 1,000 soldiers stationed in Stone Peak City. Why do we need 10,000 cavalry? Khan, allow me to lead the assault on Stone Peak City with just 5,000 cavalry. The scarred man's expression soured at the thought of losing this coveted task. To loot Stone Peak City for 3 days is a splendid opportunity. The treasures and wealth to be gained are incalculable, as are the pleasures to be had with the women within. Such a chance cannot be relinquished to another. With this in mind, Tu Chitia proclaimed, "If that is the case, then it shall be entrusted to me. I require merely 3,000 troops." Just as Tu Bayan was about to respond, Tu Yuchen interjected with a laugh. "Enough of this bickering. Regardless of who goes, the outcome remains the same. 3,000 troops may be insufficient. While Stone Peak City is easy to conquer, how much can we bring back with only 3,000? Here is the plan, Tu Chitia. You shall take 5,000 men to assault Stone Peak City. Upon entering, eliminate the members of the Northern Duke's Manor without leaving any survivors. As for the women in the city, seize as many as you can and bring them back. Ha ha ha." With these words, Tu Chitia felt a surge of joy and promptly agreed. "Yes, Khan, I shall not fail in my mission." Meanwhile, Tu Bayan's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Tu Yuchun observed Tu Bayan's grim countenance and laughed heartily, saying, "Tu Bayan, you are a valiant warrior under my command, renowned for your unmatched prowess in battle. It is well known, since the king of the north has come to Rome Pass. You will lead the troops to vanquish him. This will also showcase your might, don't you think?" Upon hearing this praise, a smile finally graced Tu Bayan's face as he clasped his fists and replied, "Indeed, great Khan. Should he dare to emerge from Rome Pass, I shall slay him. If he sends 2, I will dispatch them both. His meager forces are no match for me. If he dares to confront me on the plains, I could obliterate him within a day. However, if he chooses to cower, ha ha ha, I shall lead my troops into the pass and strike until he has no place left to flee. A mere fledgling, I shall sever his head and display it at the gate for 3 days. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Tu Chitai became intrigued, his eyes glinting as he laughed. "How about this? I shall lead my troops to Shifeng City while you engage Chinzay directly, and we shall see who captures it first. What say you?" Tu Bayan suddenly gulped down a large mouthful of wine, shaking his head. "That would certainly grant you an undue advantage. If he remains holed up, like a turtle, it will take me some time. You commanding 5,000 to Shifeng City would make it a simple task, wouldn't it? The soldiers stationed there, can they truly hold out for even half a day?" Tu Chitai laughed heartily, responding, "Tu Bayan, one must not speak so lightly. I will approach Shifeng City from another pass and must circumvent Chinzay's forces. The journey alone will take a day and a half. Upon reaching Jubeichuan, I must rest my troops for half a day, making that 2 days in total. After plundering for 3 days, that brings us to 5 days. Do you truly believe that you and Chinzay's several thousand troops would require 5 days? Such is not the way of us Northern Hu warriors." Tu Bayan's face flushed with indignation as he coldly huffed. "Very well. Let us see who captures it first." Tu Yuchun, witnessing the spirited resolve of both generals, felt elated. He raised his wine bowl and declared, "Indeed, you are all valiant warriors of the Northern Hu. It matters not who captures it first. Once we seize Rome Pass, we shall proceed to conquer the nearby cities. Ever since Qin Hao Tian's demise and the dissolution of the Crimson Flame Army, where are the formidable generals of Deqian? This Huang Long is but a petty man, only skilled in eliminating rivals, utterly devoid of true ability. Were it not for the multitude of our Northern Hu tribes making unification challenging, I would have long led my forces into Beiliang. Nevertheless, let it be known, esteemed comrades, that Rome Pass is our first step in the campaign against Beiliang. Once we secure it, we shall advance with patience." As his words echoed, everyone in the tent rose, wine bowls in hand, and drank together. "Yes, great Khan." Laughter resonated throughout the tent. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan had also exited the grasslands and returned to the military command mansion. Within the estate, Zhao Yuan wore a relaxed expression, a smile gracing his face. This arrangement was indeed foolproof, ensuring that no errors would arise. Under the guise of the Huma, the entire Qin clan was to be annihilated. Chinzay met his demise at the Tiger Rome Pass. Even if the Huma were to take control of the pass, what difference would it make? The Grand General had already conveyed in a confidential missive that as soon as the Qin family was eradicated, he would dispatch troops to the northern Liang. This force would rendezvous with his own troops and subsequently march towards the Tiger Rome Pass to eradicate the Huma. Thus, the Huma would be silenced. The conspiracy to assassinate Chinzay would not be revealed, and in doing so, he would earn commendations for his successful campaign against the Huma. Moreover, the Grand General's stature would be further elevated within the court. This stratagem was indeed a double-edged sword. Contemplating his success, Zhao Yuan burst into laughter, envisioning his imminent glory. With Chinzay dead and the Huma extinguished, he would ascend to a position of unparalleled authority in northern Liang. Given time, who could prevent him from becoming the Prince of the North? With the Grand General advocating for him in the court, that day would not come too late. Overcome with excitement, Zhao Yuan found himself unable to sleep. Chapter 32. The Expedition to Tiger Rong Pass. The next day, in Shifeng City, as dawn broke, Chinzay assembled his army, preparing to head to Tiger Rong Pass. The elite riders under his command were brimming with vigor, each face illuminated by a fervent warrior spirit. At this moment, the only general by Chinzay's side was Dianwei. Meanwhile, Hua Zubing had requested permission from Chinzay in the dead of night to lead 500 elite riders, traveling light and hastily, to Tiger Rong Pass. Hua Zubing's early departure aimed to gather intelligence on the Huma. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Discovering the strength and deployment of the Huma was essential for the upcoming confrontation. At this juncture, Chinzay turned to Dianwei and said, "Jibechuan is our stronghold. We must ensure its security. Along the route from Shifeng City to the Jibechuan Pass, we must establish sentries and maintain vigilant surveillance to prevent any surprise attacks." Dianwei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my lord. The sentries have already been positioned." Chinzay stroked his chin and continued, "Until I have dealt with the Huma, no one is to leave Jibechuan without my command. If there is an enemy attack, we shall engage in defensive operations." "Yes, my lord. You can rest assured. Leave it to me. If anyone dares approach Jibechuan, I will ensure they do not return." Dianwei vowed, thumping his chest. "Good." Chinzay clapped Dianwei on the shoulder and then led his troops away from Shifeng City. The news of the Prince of the North's expedition to Tiger Rong Pass to quell the Huma uprising had long since spread throughout northern Liang. Following the edict issued by the court, the common folk were filled with anticipation, as the prince had recently vanquished over 10,000 bandits. His presence at Tiger Rong Pass was undoubtedly a boon. Among them, the inhabitants near Tiger Rong Pass were particularly eager for Chinzay's arrival. At this moment, atop the city walls of Tiger Rong Pass, a mere handful of sentinels stood guard. Just then, a troop of over 200 Huma riders galloped in from the plains, their long swords at their backs, leather coats wrapped around their waists, their faces aglow with vigor. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the city wall. The leader of the Huma, Dong Jiemu, bellowed, "Have your eyes gone blind? Hurry and open the city gates." The soldiers guarding the city turned pale with fear, but hastily complied. Lollygagging, "If you do not open the gates in advance next time, you shall witness my wrath." Dong Jiemu sneered, striding into Hulong Pass with an air of arrogance. The soldiers atop the wall, witnessing their entry, made no effort to impede them. It was evident that the defense at Hulong Pass was already insufficient, and the commanding officer, Wu Yi, was of a timid disposition, fearing confrontation with the Huma. Thus, the Huma could enter Hulong Pass at will, as if it were their own doorstep. However, they refrained from excessive boldness, knowing that a brazen conquest of the entire pass would surely provoke a significant military response from the Deqian. Consequently, they dispatched small groups to infiltrate the city and seize the meager resources of the populace. Wu Yi turned a blind eye to these minor skirmishes, believing that avoiding direct conflict with the Huma would keep him safe. As for the plight of the citizens, he cared little. After all, his forces were limited, and engaging the Huma in battle would be tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, having entered the city, Dong Jiemu and his men were filled with exhilaration, urging their steeds onward toward the heart of the town. For him, this venture represented a lucrative opportunity. Having grown weary of the Deqian women he had previously abducted, he sought a fresh diversion this time. The women of the Huma, with their coarse skin and towering stature, could not compare to the delicate beauty of the Deqian women, who resembled enchanting maidens. As he reveled in this thought, Dong Jiemu licked his lips, a lascivious gleam in his eyes. Meanwhile, upon spotting Dong Jiemu's approaching party, the townsfolk hurriedly retreated to their homes. Having frequently suffered at the hands of the Huma, they were well prepared. At the mere sight of the invaders, they raised the alarm and quickly barricaded their doors and windows with wooden boards. Soon, Dong Jiemu and his entourage entered the city, only to find the desolate streets void of life, with all the houses tightly shuttered. Dong Jiemu sneered, "Those who are wise should open their doors quickly. If I am forced to break in, blood will surely be shed. Women, come out obediently. I shall take you to my Huma tribe where you can enjoy sumptuous feasts, far better than starving here." Ha ha. His words were met with raucous laughter from the Huma cavalry. The northern region of Liang was impoverished, and the citizens already struggled to feed themselves. The inhabitants of this border town faced the additional burden of providing a portion of their meager harvest to Wu Yi while enduring the plundering by the Huma. With their already scant supplies dwindling further, The citizens of Hulong Pass were often left gaunt and emaciated, with daily fatalities due to starvation. At this moment, upon hearing Dong Jimu's words, within a modest dwelling, a pair of siblings trembled in fear. The girl, in her teenage years, was slender, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her brother, equally gaunt, though merely a youth, bore the countenance of a child, yet he clutched a crude knife resolutely in his grasp. "Sister, I will not allow them to take you," the boy declared through clenched teeth. The girl caressed her brother's head, her expression one of profound sorrow as she gently shook her head. Just then, a loud bellow echoed outside. "Not coming out, are you? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." In the street, Dong Jimu's countenance darkened. With a command, he led his men toward the various houses. The siblings, concealed within their home, heard the commotion outside, their hearts racing with trepidation, too fearful to utter a sound. Their parents had met a cruel fate at the hands of the Huma, and with dwindling supplies, the siblings had persevered through sheer frugality to reach this day. Recently, they had heard whispers of the Northern King, who had vanquished over 10,000 bandits in Beichuan, making his way toward Hulong Pass, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. It was not just them. All the citizens of Hulong Pass awaited the arrival of the Northern King, yearning for him to repel the merciless Huma. The boy trembled, gripping his knife tighter as the ominous sounds drew nearer. "Sister, once the Northern King arrives, we shall," he began to comfort, but before he could finish, the door, barred by wooden planks, was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. As fate would have it, calamity sought out the unfortunate. The intruder was none other than the Huma leader, Dong Jimu. "Oh, what do we have here? A little lady, albeit a bit frail. Let me take you back and fatten you up," Dong Jimu exclaimed upon entering and spotting the siblings, laughter spilling from his lips. At his words, the girl shuddered, while her brother stepped protectively in front of his sister, glaring fiercely at Dong Jimu. "You beasts, do not lay a finger on my sister," he shouted defiantly. Dong Jimu, observing the boy's emaciated form and trembling hands gripping the knife, erupted in laughter. "Kid, can't even hold the knife steady. Haven't you eaten?" With determination, the boy tightened his grip on the knife's hilt. Dong Jimu waved the knife in his hand mockingly, sneering, "Little lady, what are you waiting for? Come out quietly, or else your brother might find himself in peril." Chapter 33. Who approaches? The champion, Huitzubing. Upon hearing Dong Jimu's taunt, the boy's face flushed with anger. "You shameless fiend. If you dare to approach, I swear I will kill you." Dong Jimu laughed heartily, advancing step by step toward the siblings. "You think you can kill me? The one capable of that has yet to be born." The girl, witnessing Dong Jimu's approach, though terrified, seized her brother and pushed him behind her protectively. "Do not harm my brother. I will go with you." Her pallid face was streaked with tears. No one taken by them had returned alive. "I will not allow you to take him." The youth gritted his teeth and suddenly dashed out from behind his sister, wielding a hatchet and charging towards Dong Jimu. Dong Jimu, seeing him dare to strike, wore a mocking expression, sidestepped the hatchet, and delivered a kick to the youth's abdomen. The boy was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Dong Jimu approached him with a cold demeanor. "Do not kill my brother. Please spare him. I will go with you." The girl cried, her tears flowing like rain, hurriedly placing herself in front of Dong Jimu. Dong Jimu snorted disdainfully and forcefully pushed the girl to the ground. "Humph, you little brat, dare to lay a hand on me? Just wait until I chop you into pieces." The youth, in excruciating pain, struggled to rise, half collapsed on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Dong Jimu. "Even if you kill me, I fear you not. When the Northern King arrives, he will surely annihilate every one of you beasts. Not a single one will escape." Upon hearing this, Dong Jimu laughed derisively. "The Northern King? What a joke. He can barely save himself. And you think he will come to rescue you? Ha ha. This is the funniest joke in the world." Upon hearing this, the youth exerted himself to rise, summoning all his strength to shout in wrath. The bandits from the Northern River were all slain by the Northern King. Not one survived. You shall meet the same fate. Just wait. I will see you in the underworld. Gripping the handle of his hatchet, determination shone in his eyes as he lunged at Dong Jimu. The girl, witnessing her brother's desperate charge, crawled toward him, crying out in anguish, "Xiao Chuan, no." Dong Jimu's gaze was icy as he regarded the fearless youth charging at him, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You dare compare us, the warriors of Beihu, to mere brigands? When the Northern King arrives, we will send you fleeing in disarray. Once he is dealt with, this tiger fortress will belong to us Beihu. Alas, you will not witness the day we sever the Northern King's head. But in the afterlife, you may encounter him. Ha ha ha." As his words echoed, Dong Jimu raised his large blade, poised to strike the youth. Just then, amidst the swift exchange, a horse's neigh resonated, and with it, a shadowy figure leapt into the room with astonishing speed. Dong Jimu's eyes narrowed, ready to turn, but in the next instant, a gust of wind howled. A plum blossom spear sliced through the air, striking like a dragon, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, and it pierced Dong Jimu's skull. Blood and brain matter erupted forth as Dong Jimu's pupils dilated, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. With his fall, a young man clad in silver armor, handsome in countenance, appeared before the siblings. He bore a resolute expression, anger simmering in his eyes. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the house. This sudden turn of events startled even the siblings, who had not anticipated the entrance of such a formidable figure, who had swiftly slain Dong Jimu with a single shot. The man's attire was distinctly unlike that of the city's guards. "Do not venture outside. A fierce battle rages beyond," he advised. Noticing the siblings bore no injuries before turning to exit, the young boy, sensing his departure, urgently called out, "Thank you for saving us." "Kind sir, who are you?" The man glanced back, his handsome features radiating determination. "I am Hua Tsubing, and my lord is the king of the north. He is on his way to Hurig Pass," he proclaimed. "The king will drive these Hu cavalry from Hurig Pass. They will be completely expelled." With that declaration, Hua Tsubing grasped his plum blossom spear and strode away. Behind him, the boy trembled violently, tears streaming down his face, while the girl embraced her brother tightly, her own tears cascading down her cheeks. "The king of the north. He truly comes," they cried, holding each other in a torrent of emotion. Outside, 500 tiger and leopard cavalry surrounded the Hu cavalry, brandishing long halberds as they charged at the terrified foes. Throughout the night, Hua Tsubing had been leading his troops towards Hurig Pass. Upon entering the city, he witnessed the atrocities committed by the Hu cavalry, igniting a furious resolve within him to execute them on the spot. Unbeknownst to the Hu cavalry, who were skilled in combat, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught. Initially, they had hoped to engage in battle, but upon the first clash, they realized their grave miscalculation. The tiger and leopard cavalry were fiercely powerful and valiant. Though the northern Hu cavalry were adept horsemen, they were astonished to find that these black-armored warriors surpassed them in equestrian combat prowess. In a swift moment, the northern Hu cavalry was left in disarray, their ranks shattered. Hua Tsubing, mounted upon his steed, charged at the remaining Hu cavalry with his plum blossom spear raised high. Throughout the journey, he had encountered numerous fresh graves, and upon entering the city, he was horrified to see many homes destroyed, with the bodies of slain civilians within, and even women hanging lifeless from the rafters. These tragic sights ignited Hua Tsubing's wrath. The Hu cavalry had committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage. To leave them unpunished would be a betrayal to the innocent. Thus, every thrust of his plum blossom spear was executed with unwavering ferocity. "Die!" Hua Tsubing shouted, urging his horse forward with a firm kick to its flanks as he lunged at a nearby Hu soldier. The Hu warrior, sensing the ferocity of Hua Tsubing's approach, was thrown into a panic and hastily retreated. Yet, the swiftness of Hua Tsubing was astounding. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, the plum blossom spear plunged violently into the chest cavity of his foe. Hua Tsubing twisted forcefully, the spear tip shredding the internal organs of the barbarian warrior. "Who are you?" a Hu cavalryman shouted in panic. "The one who will slay you," Hua Tsubing retorted coldly, advancing once more and piercing the man's head with a single strike. Meanwhile, the surrounding tiger and leopard cavalry were vigorously wielding their long spears, ruthlessly exterminating the remaining dozen or so Hu soldiers. In a mere moment, the enemy was reduced to just 3 or 5 survivors. Remarkably, not a single member of the tiger and leopard cavalry sustained injury in this encounter. The combat prowess of both sides was clearly not on the same level. With a gesture, Hua Tsubing commanded the tiger and leopard cavalry to cease their assault, riding towards the few remaining Hu soldiers with a piercing gaze. "How many of you are stationed beyond the pass? Speak swiftly." Hua Tsubing's voice was chilling. His intention to spare these few was solely for interrogation purposes. As he observed the Hu soldier stammering, his eyes turned icy, and he drove his spear through one man's chest. The others, witnessing his merciless resolve, clenched their teeth and declared, "As warriors of northern Hu, we shall never betray our kin." Upon hearing this, Hua Tsubing lifted his chin and coldly commanded, "Eliminate them." No sooner had the words left his lips than several tiger and leopard cavalrymen thrust their spears forward. The anguished cries echoed, and these men fell lifelessly to the ground. Gazing towards the pass, Hua Tsubing appeared contemplative, then approached one of his cavalrymen, whispering a few instructions before leading the remaining tiger and leopard cavalry towards the pass. Chapter 34. Hua Tsubing's deep incursion into enemy lines. Within the military governor's residence, Wu Yi was currently enjoying his meal, the table laden with wine and meat. Unlike the common folk in the city, his estate was well stocked with provisions, a bounty acquired from the very populace. Turning a blind eye to the Hu marauders' plundering of civilians, he found himself untroubled by their presence. In this manner, although situated at the perilous Tiger Rong Pass, Wu Yi lived comfortably. However, being in such a precarious location, he had amassed considerable wealth and was preparing to dispatch it to his superiors soon, seeking to relocate and secure another post. Just as he was about to send off the gold and silver, news arrived that the court had dispatched the Northern Suppression King to quell the Hu marauders' chaos. The Northern Suppression King? Humph. What good is it to eradicate a band of brigands? Merely a disorganized rabble, these whose soldiers are not easily subdued. Contemplating this, Wu Yi shook his head, a look of indignation crossing his face. He had no intention of deploying his meager forces alongside Chinzay to confront the Hu marauders. Such an act would undoubtedly be suicidal. He held little faith in Chinzay's capability to pacify the Hu, and he would be fortunate if he did not end up dead at their hands. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Lord Wu, the Northern Suppression King's troops have entered the city, and they have slain the Hu soldiers within. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and set down his bowl. What? They have killed the Hu soldiers? How reckless. Alas, this will surely incite the Hu into a frenzy. What shall we do now? By the way, how many men did the Northern King bring? The subordinate promptly replied, My lord, only a few hundred. They headed towards the pass, seemingly intending to leave for the northern grasslands. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's expression darkened severely. A few hundred? Are these fools? How can such a meager number breach the pass to the northern grasslands? This is sheer folly. The subordinate continued, My lord, this must be the vanguard of the Northern King. I have not seen him personally. He is likely further back, perhaps with a significant force. Wu Yi glared at his subordinate and coldly retorted, Fool, what do you know? How many troops can he possibly command? The court has not granted him a single soldier. General Zhao has stated he only has a few thousand. What can a few thousand do? The Northern Hu have tens of thousands. That barely fills their gaps. Who can contend with those cavalry on the grasslands? The subordinate stammered, My lord, the vanguard sent by the Northern King has already decimated the Northern Hu soldiers that invaded the city. I observed that none of them appeared injured. It seems the Northern King's troops possess formidable combat prowess. At this, Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, How many Northern Hu soldiers were slain? Over 200. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi rolled his eyes. Is that all? With so many against so few, the Northern Hu likely did not anticipate such a sudden assault. Alas, this will provoke them. You may leave. Wu Yi's brow furrowed in distress. All he desired was to leave Hulong Pass in peace. Yet, now Chinzay had acted so recklessly that he too was embroiled in danger. If the Northern Hu, in their fury, truly marched into Hulong Pass, what would he do? The thought alone caused Wu Yi considerable anguish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huatsubing had already led the tiger and leopard riders out of the pass. Looking ahead, apart from a stretch of yellow earth for about a mile, there lay an endless expanse of grassland. The Lord intends to confront the Northern Hu directly. I must devise a means to ascertain the strength of these cavalry and uncover their weaknesses. With this thought, Huatsubing urged the tiger and leopard riders forward. They carried little provisions, traveling light, and after covering several miles across the grasslands, they encountered a significant dirt slope ahead. Huatsubing perked his ears, catching the sound of horses clashing from behind the slope, which heightened his vigilance. He raised a hand, signaling the tiger and leopard riders to halt, and dispatched two of them to dismount and proceed on foot to investigate the situation ahead. The two riders swiftly dismounted and ran forward. The soft grass muffled their footsteps, allowing them to reach the vicinity of the slope without a sound. They crouched low and carefully ascended the dirt rise. Moments later, they returned by the same route, reporting their observations to Huatsubing. It turned out that beyond the slope lay a vast lake, with the encampment of the Hu cavalry surrounding it. Unlike the Central Plains, the cavalry of the Hu people established their encampments without constructing any defensive fortifications, for they were a nomadic tribe, at home wherever they roamed. This region was dotted with vast lakes, nurturing countless steeds, and along the lakeside lay an unending expanse of tents. Huatsubing stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he led the tiger and leopard cavalry along the earthen slope to the left, thereby circumventing the Hu encampment. As they traversed the grasslands, in order to conceal their movements, Huatsubing deliberately chose higher ground, skillfully evading the gaze of the Northern Hu. Thus, after taking a considerable detour, he positioned himself behind the Northern Hu encampment. Through this arduous journey, he discerned the number of tents belonging to the Hu, which surpassed 4,000 to 5,000. Assuming 10 individuals per tent, this amounted to a force of at least 40,000 to 50,000. With a clearer understanding of the enemy's numbers, Huatsubing devised a plan. He dispatched another member of the tiger and leopard cavalry back along the same route to convey this intelligence to Chinzay, while he himself prepared to lead the remaining cavalry into action under the cover of night. In the afternoon, the relentless sound of hooves stirred the sandy earth as Chinzay led the main force to Hulong Pass. Upon entering the city, they captured the attention of the townsfolk. The sight of a neatly aligned army marching down the thoroughfare filled the citizens with joy. Indeed, the king of the north had brought his forces to Hurrying Pass to quell the Hu turmoil. The populace, stirred with excitement, emerged from their homes. However, as Chinzay surveyed the scene, he was struck by the sight of the citizens, each gaunt and emaciated, their faces drawn and haggard. 2 years prior, his father, Qin Haoyan, commanded the Crimson Flame Army here, routing the Hu cavalry and forcing them to retreat 300 miles. How swiftly had time passed, and the people of Hurrying Pass had fallen to such a plight. Contemplating this, Chinzay felt a surge of rage within him. Jin Fenghuan could only favor her kin. How could she preserve the hard-won dominion that his father had fought so valiantly to establish? Did she truly care for the common folk? General, we beseech you to drive back these Hu cavalry. They commit unspeakable atrocities, and we can scarcely endure any longer. The citizens cried out in despair. General, we rely solely on you. Please, exercise utmost caution, for these Hu warriors are merciless. Chinzay nodded slightly, his voice resolute. My fellow citizens, I have come here to restore order against the Hu cavalry. I shall not let this band of marauders escape justice. At these words, the townsfolk immediately knelt, tears streaming down their faces. At that moment, a tiger and leopard cavalryman rode forth, the very one Huitzubing had intentionally left behind. Approaching Chinzay, he conveyed the message from Huitzubing. Upon hearing it, Chinzay's expression grew increasingly steely. To the pass, he commanded. The army surged forth towards the gateway. Meanwhile, in the residence, Wu Yi, having learned of Chinzay's arrival, hastened to the pass with his men. In his contemplation, Chinzay anticipated that he would not arrive until the evening. However, to his astonishment, he had come much sooner than expected. As he journeyed swiftly, by the time Wu Yi and his subordinates reached the checkpoint, they were met with the imposing sight of over 10,000 cavalry. At the forefront of the riders stood the cold-eyed Chinzay, his gaze firmly fixed on Wu Yi. Upon encountering Chinzay's icy stare, Wu Yi involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 35. The Coward in Battle, Execute. Official Wu Yi, I pay my respects to the Prince of the North. Wu Yi hastily dismounted and bowed deeply. The frigid intensity of Chinzay's gaze made Wu Yi feel as though he were completely laid bare before him, and within those eyes, he even sensed a hint of murderous intent. Initially, he had believed, as Zhao Yuan had suggested, that Chinzay commanded merely a few thousand troops. Yet, it was now apparent that there were at least 10,000 soldiers assembled. What could have caused this sudden increase in forces? Moreover, the soldiers appeared extraordinary, exuding an aura of valor that was truly awe-inspiring. Chinzay narrowed his eyes. From the tiger leopard riders, he had already gleaned the specific circumstances at Hurrying Pass. Wu Yi, driven by fear for his own life, had neglected the welfare of the common folk, allowing the Hu cavalry to wreak havoc while he himself remained comfortably ensconced in his residence, profiting from the people's resources. How could such a parasite be entrusted with the defense of Hurrying Pass against the northern Hu? With this thought, Chinzay barked, Wu Yi, why do you turn a blind eye to the Hu cavalry's reckless entry into the city? The moment these words left his lips, Wu Yi felt a cold sweat break out along his spine, and beads of perspiration the size of mung beans began to trickle down his round, pudgy face. He hurriedly replied, General, it is not that I ignore the situation. It is simply that the number of Hu cavalry is overwhelming, and I command only 1,000 men. How could we possibly withstand such an onslaught? As his words fell, Chinzay raised an eyebrow and reprimanded. Are you too afraid to confront the Hu cavalry? Wu Yi, I command you to gather all available troops immediately and bring them to the checkpoint. Any who display cowardice in battle shall be executed. This thunderous proclamation sent a chill through Wu Yi's very core, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Faced with the stern cavalry and the cold demeanor of Chinzay, how could he dare to utter a word in opposition? Yes, yes, he stammered in response. Do not delay. Chinzay glared fiercely. At once, General. Wu Yi's heart sank. With no other recourse, he could only rally his forces. Chinzay turned his gaze outward, where the sun was nearing its descent, casting a crimson glow across the grasslands. Before the return of Huitzubing, Chinzay chose to hold his troops in reserve, allowing them a moment of respite after their arduous journey. Although Huitzubing had brought only 500 riders, Chinzay felt little concern. As a historically renowned champion, Huo was exceptionally skilled in guerrilla warfare, and those 500 tiger leopard riders were far superior to the soldiers he had once commanded. Before long, Wu Yi had assembled his men at Hurrying Pass. Chinzay surveyed the gathered troops. Wu Yi's forces numbered only a mere 1,000 or 2,000. Observing these men, Chinzay's mind began to formulate a plan. The Hu cavalry has persistently harassed the border, and it appears they hold the garrison in utter contempt. Our elite tiger and leopard cavalry possess combat capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary soldiers. When the battle commences, we shall send the garrison to charge forward, luring the enemy deeper into our territory, while I lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to strike from both flanks, decisively annihilating the Hu forces. However, before engaging in combat, it is imperative to ascertain the strength of the Hu troops. Should their numbers be substantial, dividing our forces could potentially lead us into a precarious situation. Now, we await the news that Huitzubing is to bring back. As night fell swiftly, a fierce wind howled, and thick clouds shrouded the full moon, allowing only a few beams of moonlight to cascade upon the grassland. Within the northern Hu encampment, several bonfires had been ignited, illuminating the entire camp. Tu Bian sat upright on the ground, heartily consuming wine, when suddenly a subordinate approached with a report. General Dong Jiamu, who entered the city today, has yet to return. At this, Tu Bian furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "The king of the north is to arrive at Hurig Pass in the coming days. Was it not stated that no one should enter the city during this period? When did Dong Jiamu enter the city?" The subordinate's expression darkened as he responded. He entered the city this morning, claiming he had grown weary of the women these past few days and wished to look around. Tu Bian rolled his eyes, his expression darkening. Among the Hu, there are numerous tribes, and Dong Jiamu hails from another tribe. Strictly speaking, he, like Tu Chitia, is a direct descendant of Khan Tu Yuchen. Thus, Tu Bian refrained from further comment. However, with nightfall upon them and Dong Jiamu still absent, it suggested he may have encountered trouble, likely with the forces of the king of the north. Reflecting on this, Tu Bian spoke gravely. The king of the north would require a day to travel from Jubai Chuan. Dong Jiamu's disappearance indicates he has likely crossed paths with the king of the north, who has likely hastened to Hurig Pass with a small contingent. Without much in the way of supplies, he may well emerge from the pass by tomorrow. The subordinate nodded in agreement and then inquired, "General, what of Dong Jiamu?" Tu Bian narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Forget him. Who told him to be so infatuated as to enter the city for women at such a time? Fool. Tomorrow, I shall lead my troops to Hurig Pass to investigate. I will see how many men he commands." Under the night sky, 3 miles from the northern Hu camp, behind a grassy slope, Huitzubing and the tiger and leopard cavalry were consuming their rations. "General, when shall we depart?" one of the subordinates inquired. Huitzubing swallowed a piece of dry biscuit and replied with a faint smile, "In a little while. These northern Hu soldiers are still reveling in their drink. We shall wait until they are in a drunken stupor and retire for the night. Then we will move in. Tonight, we shall ensure they lose their rest. Let us see if they have the energy to fight us come morning." As he finished speaking, the tiger and leopard cavalry quietly chuckled amongst themselves. After finishing their rations, Huitzubing divided the tiger and leopard cavalry into 4 small squads. He then spoke in a low voice, "Brothers, we have rested for an hour and a half this afternoon. Tonight, time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. We shall launch repeated assaults on the northern Hu army camp from 4 directions, creating confusion among them. We must avoid direct confrontation. Should they regroup, remember to flee immediately. If the northern Hu soldiers are determined to pursue any squad, escape towards the grasslands, as far as you can. Once we have shaken them off, we will regroup here tomorrow." "Yes, General." The soldiers responded in unison. "All right, move out." Subsequently, 3 squads departed first, needing to maneuver to other sides of the Hu cavalry camp. They would coordinate after Huitzubing's squad initiated the disturbance. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Rong Pass, within the military tent, a cavalryman returned from the grasslands to report Huitzubing's plan to Chinzay. Upon hearing his words, Chinzay raised an eyebrow, a look of concern crossing his face. Huitzubing had chosen to venture alone into the grasslands, with only 498 tiger and leopard cavalry at his disposal. It was undeniably perilous to harass the entire Hu cavalry camp with such a small force. If the Hu cavalry managed to catch up with Huitzubing, however, since Huitzubing had already commenced this plan, Chinzay could only place his trust in him. According to Huitzubing's strategy, Chinzay's main forces could rest peacefully through the night and engage the Hu cavalry outside the pass the following day. On another front, a contingent of Hu cavalry had entered Bailiang through another pass, led by Tu Chitia, who wore a faint smile. Today, he had ordered his 5,000 cavalry to advance at full speed, aiming to reach Jibaichuan and assault Shifeng City. In his estimation, the defenders of Shifeng City numbered at most 1 or 2,000. Having come quietly, with no news reaching the isolated Jubai Pass, he was confident he could seize the city overnight. "General, we are approaching the Jibaichuan Pass," one of his subordinates reported. Tu Chitia nodded slightly and laughed heartily. "Huh? The king of the north probably just arrived at Tiger Rong Pass and has no inkling that I plan to raid his homeland tonight." His subordinate chuckled. "The general is wise. We will strike swiftly and surely breach Shifeng City." Tu Chitia nodded, smiling. "Indeed. That Tubi Yin could not have anticipated our rapid advance. This wager is mine to win. Ha ha. Let him and the king of the north battle it out at Tiger Rong Pass. Forward. Full speed ahead. Chapter 36. The eve of battle in the dead of night. The northern Hu army camp lay in silence. Though the bonfire still blazed, there were few soldiers on duty. After the commotion of the first half of the night, most had already succumbed to slumber, especially with the impending march toward Tiger Rong Pass. Otherwise, according to their usual habits, they would not have rested until the late hours. At that moment, a distant cavalry could be seen approaching. It was indeed the valiant cavalry led by Hui Tsubing that burst forth from the eastern flank. With a commanding shout, Hui Tsubing bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, over 100 riders echoed his battle cry, "Kill!" In the stillness of the night, their fierce shouts resonated like thunder, awakening all in their vicinity. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Hu cavalrymen were thrown into disarray, hastily emerging from their tents. The entire encampment was stirred into action upon witnessing the Hu soldiers rushing out. Hui Tsubing smiled faintly and continued to shout, "Kill! Annihilate the Hu cavalry!" Leading his fierce riders, they had arrived at the edge of the watering hole, a mere mile from the Hu encampment. Observing the resting steeds by the water, a cunning plan formed in Hui Tsubing's mind. Charge into the herd. Create chaos. The more tumult, the better. As he spoke, Hui Tsubing and his cavalry plunged into the throng of horses, unleashing a flurry of thrusts with their long spears. The spears pierced the flanks of the horses, causing them to neigh in panic, which in turn startled dozens more, sending the entire herd into a frenzy. Within moments, all the horses were in disarray, scattering in every direction. Hui Tsubing was elated. His gaze shifted forward to see Hu soldiers approaching. He commanded, "Retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, he led his riders swiftly into the depths of the grasslands. Meanwhile, among the pursuing northern Hu cavalry, leading the charge was none other than Tu Baiyin. In this dark hour, he had not anticipated an assault on the encampment. Surprised by the battle cries, he hurriedly emerged from his tent, only to witness the horses by the lake in chaos, galloping in every direction. Enraged, he hastily rallied his troops to pursue, yet the enemy was cunning, slipping away amidst the clamor, leaving him unable to discern their numbers. "Chase! Leave none behind!" he roared. "No one can outrun our steeds on the plains." With that, Tu Baiyin led his men eastward in pursuit. At that moment, a sudden cry of battle erupted from behind the encampment. "Kill! Exterminate the Hu cavalry!" Hearing this, Tu Baiyin's heart sank. "This is bad. We've fallen for their ruse." He quickly ordered a retreat, realizing that within the camp was Khan Tu Chi-chun. Should anything happen to him, it would spell disaster. Although many remained in the camp, Tu Baiyin dared not take that risk. Immediately, he turned his horse around and galloped back towards the encampment. The small squad of tiger and leopard cavalry on the western flank, seeing the main force returning, swiftly pivoted and raced deeper into the grasslands. Their mission had been to divert attention while Hui Tsubing was pursued, with the northern Hu soldiers retreating to the camp. Their task was complete. Meanwhile, the hidden tiger and leopard cavalry on the northern and southern flanks awaited patiently, biding their time until the early hours of the night when this group would once again succumb to slumber, ready to strike. When that moment arrived, the true battle would commence. At this moment, back in the military camp, Tu Baiyin's countenance was as dark as thunder. The soldiers who had emerged from the rear appeared to be few in number, seemingly only several hundred. This incited his fury. "Pursue! Slay them all!" At that moment, the leader of the Hu cavalry, Tu Chi-chun, emerged from the tent with a stern expression. He spoke in a low voice, "Do not pursue. Humph. The king of the north has no troops at his disposal, which is why he dares to send out such a meager force at night to intimidate us. I see this as mere bluster, an attempt to frighten us, utterly laughable." Upon hearing this, Tu Baiyin suddenly understood. If the king of the north had a formidable army, there would be no need for such theatrics. It was evident that he was indeed engaging in a display of bravado. Realizing this, he nodded and replied, "You speak true, Khan." Tu Chi-chun stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully in the direction where the Hu cavalry had fled, and then continued, "Enough. Do not concern yourselves with them. Instead, bolster our defenses around the perimeter. Once tonight passes, at dawn, we shall lead our forces into the Tiger Rong Pass. Let him witness the valor of my northern Hu warriors." "Yes, Khan." Tu Baiyin watched as the horses near the lake scattered in all directions, his heart seething with rage. Fortunately, his subordinates were adept horsemen, and the horses would soon be rounded up. However, the commotion at this late hour had awakened everyone, further fueling Tu Baiyin's ire. "Humph. Playing such petty tricks. Tomorrow, I shall see your heads roll." Tu Baiyin cursed inwardly, storming back into the tent. After this tumult, more than half an hour had passed. The camp had fortified its defenses, dispatching more soldiers to stand guard through the night. Once a group of soldiers retrieved the horses, tranquility returned to the Hu cavalry camp. Yet, in the latter half of the night, the cries of battle erupted once again. "Kill! from both the southern and northern flanks. The Tiger Leopard cavalry launched their assault simultaneously. The entire northern Hu camp was roused once more, as soldiers scrambled out of their tents. And Tu Baiyan's face darkened to the color of ink. Grasping his spear, he charged out of the tent, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Seeing shouts from both the southern and northern sides, under the flickering firelight, Tu Baiyan noted their numbers were not substantial. He promptly dispatched 2,000 troops to pursue them. The Tiger Leopard cavalry, witnessing the chaos in the Hu camp, immediately turned and fled into the depths of the grasslands. Meanwhile, Huitzubing and the cavalry unit that had initially retreated into the grasslands quietly returned. However, they now readied their bows and arrows. Huitzubing's expression was grim. He knew that the two cavalry units sent by the northern Hu would inevitably engage in a fierce battle while pursuing the Tiger Leopard cavalry. With this thought, he led his Tiger Leopard cavalry under the cover of night in pursuit of the northern Hu cavalry. This night, no soul within the northern Hu camp could find peace in slumber. On the other side, at the entrance of Jibachuan Pass, a general reported, "General, a large contingent of troops approaches from a mile outside the pass. From their attire, they are northern Hu soldiers, approximately 4,000 to 5,000 in number." In the military camp, the sentry on patrol discovered traces of the northern Hu soldiers and hurried to report to Dian Wei. Upon hearing this news, Dian Wei furrowed his brow. Could it be that the northern Hu soldiers have reached Jibachuan? Does this imply that our lord has suffered a defeat? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The troops accompanying the lord were not only numerous but also valiant, making it implausible for them to have been vanquished overnight. With this in mind, Dian Wei narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly icy. Gather the entire army. Prepare for battle. Chapter 37. Closing the gate to catch the dog. Recalling that Chinzay had previously instructed them not to leave Jibachuan and to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy, Dian Wei scratched his head. If they couldn't leave the gates, wouldn't that allow the enemy to escape? What should be done? After pondering, an idea suddenly struck him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Send the order to open the gates and let them enter Jibachuan. We shall execute a strategy of closing the gate to catch the dog. Have the 5,000 guards from Shifeng City rush here immediately. Once they enter the gates, we shall launch a pincer attack and annihilate these Hu cavalry in the midst of the road. Yes, General. The soldiers immediately took their leave. Excitement flickered in Dian Wei's eyes. A short while later, Tu Chitia led his 5,000 Hu cavalry to the entrance of Jibachuan. To his surprise, the gate was unguarded and shrouded in darkness. Tu Chitia paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Could it be that the king of the north has taken all his troops with him, leaving even the guards at the gate behind? Ha ha. His aide raised an eyebrow and spoke solemnly. General, could this be a trap? How could there be no one guarding the gate? Or is it possible that the king of the north has left the remaining soldiers in Shifeng City? Tu Chitia stroked his chin and shook his head with a chuckle. A trap? What trap? Listen to my reasoning. Firstly, the king of the north could not possibly know that I would arrive under the cover of night. How could he anticipate that we have an informant in Baoyang, allowing us to reach here unhindered? Thus, it is perfectly normal for him not to have deployed heavy troops. Secondly, his forces are insufficient, so I surmise he has taken the majority of his men with him, leaving only a handful behind in Shifeng City to protect his household. Little does he know I would come tonight, haha. Upon hearing this, the aide nodded in agreement. What the general says is logical and convincing. I have learned much. A look of satisfaction crossed Tu Chitia's face as he declared, all troops, heed my command. Tonight, with the moon obscured and the winds fierce, is an excellent time for slaughter. Let us seize Shifeng City and raid the king of the north stronghold. Forward. With a single command, Tu Chitia and his troops surged into Jibachuan. Meanwhile, hidden behind the hillside near the gate, thousands of Qin elite soldiers watched with steely expressions as the enemy moved further away. Once the enemy had advanced a mile into Jibachuan, Dian Wei let out a cold laugh and led the Qin elite soldiers in a swift pursuit towards the Hu cavalry. The only road from Jibachuan to Shifeng City was a broad path flanked by mountains, where Tu Chitia was currently leading his cavalry. The road was far from spacious, with 5,000 cavalry of the Hu people stretching their lines to an extensive length. As the throng hurried tirelessly toward Shifeng City, the rear ranks of the Hu cavalry were startled by the sounds of battle, causing immediate disarray. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm spread to the front of the ranks. General, troops are advancing upon us from the pass. Tu Chitia furrowed his brows and bellowed. What are you panicking for? Stay calm. How many of them can there be? We are numerous. What good are ambushes? They are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Turn around. Engage them. With this command, the Hu cavalry steadied themselves and swiftly turned their mounts to charge back. However, in the constricted terrain, the cavalry could not gallop swiftly. The 5,000 riders became tightly clustered, whereas the 5,000 Qin elite soldiers led by Dian Wei were all infantry. Dian Wei, leading the charge at the forefront. bellowed upon seeing the Hu cavalry approach. "How dare you defy Beichuan? None shall escape. Prepare to meet your end." As his voice echoed, he surged forward, brandishing his twin iron halberds with ferocity. The two armies clashed immediately in the narrow passage. Dianwei wielded his halberds like a tiger among sheep. Although the Hu cavalry rode their steeds, the terrain rendered their mounts useless, restricting their movements. With a thunderous crash, Dianwei leaped, delivering a lethal blow that shattered the skull of a Hu soldier, the scent of blood quickly saturating the battlefield. Beside him, the Qin elite surged forth like a tide, their long halberds thrusting violently at the horses. Consequently, the Hu cavalry at the forefront began to fall, their steeds collapsing, further hindering the cavalry's ability to charge. In the initial skirmish, numerous Hu soldiers fell immediately, and those at the rear, witnessing the dire situation ahead, found the narrow passageway utterly impassable, unable to provide support. The entire road was completely blocked, movement was impossible. Tu Chitia, hearing the cacophony of battle from behind, felt an acute sense of urgency. He realized that in such confined terrain, cavalry could not perform to their potential. Initially, he had thought the enemy's numbers were few, allowing for a decisive strike. But it now appeared that the advancing forces were substantial, numbering at least in the thousands. With this realization, Tu Chitia was struck with dread. How could there be so many troops left behind when the Northern King had led a large contingent to Tiger Rome Pass? Just then, a series of screams erupted from the rear. The Qin elite soldiers, each formidable in strength, were wreaking havoc. The Hu soldiers, already constrained by the terrain, were facing this fierce force, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds had been slain. His lieutenant urgently declared, "General, this cannot continue. If we remain here, we shall be trapped. We must swiftly vacate this place and seek an open area to engage them." Tu Chitia nodded, gritting his teeth as he commanded the entire army. "Heed my orders. Fall back. Retreat." Under his leadership, the cavalry of the Hu people fought while they withdrew, hastening toward the direction of Shifeng City. Seeing their retreat, Dianwei burst into laughter. "Run, run. I shall see how far you can flee." He chose not to pursue, for he had already stationed troops ahead. When those soldiers arrived, this band of Hu cavalry would have no choice but to return. Meanwhile, Tu Chitia, noticing that the enemy had not followed closely, felt a momentary relief. His face was ashen, filled with fury. His forces had suffered significant losses in the recent skirmish, with many men slain. "Humph! You dare to ambush me here. Once I breach the gates of Shifeng City, let us see how you will respond." Tu Chitia bellowed quickly, "Follow me into the city." At that moment, a whistling sound filled the air. Upon hearing it, Tu Chitia's eyes narrowed, revealing his alarm. He was all too familiar with the sound, the unmistakable arrival of a barrage of arrows. Indeed, as he looked up, he saw a dense volley of arrows raining down upon them. In the darkness of the night, the origins of the arrows were nearly impossible to discern. "General, there are ambushers ahead," his aide shouted in panic. The archers were precisely the 1,000 bowmen left behind by Chinzay, and behind them loomed an additional 4,000 Qin elite soldiers. The front and rear forces of Qin's elite formed a pincer movement, trapping the northern Hu cavalry in the narrow passage. At this moment, a torrential downpour of arrows descended, forcing the northern Hu cavalry to flail their weapons aimlessly. The darkness obscured their vision, rendering the arrows invisible. Accompanied by the rain of arrows, anguished cries echoed through the night. Chapter 38. The intent to annihilate by Dianwei. Thousands of arrows fell like raindrops in the narrow corridor, which was now congested with northern Hu cavalry. The massive forms of their horses made retreat nearly impossible. Tu Chitia's face turned pale as he wielded his spear, desperately attempting to fend off the incoming arrows. Yet, in this moonless night, with visibility hindered, how could he intercept them all? Soon, his surrounding cavalrymen began to fall, struck by arrows, their screams piercing the silence of the night. Tu Chitia's eyes bulged with fury and panic. He had never anticipated such a formidable force hidden within the depths of Sichuan. The confident assertions of Zhao Yuan now seemed nothing short of a blatant falsehood. At that moment, his anxious deputy shouted, "General, this is untenable. We cannot advance. The arrows are coming too swiftly and in too great a number." The fury within Tu Chitia was nearly overwhelming, and he cried out urgently, "Quick, dismount. Use the horses as shields. We must evade these arrows first." In truth, the more astute northern Hu soldiers had already leapt from their horses, seeking refuge behind them. At this moment, 1,000 Qin elite archers formed a line, continuously releasing arrows with no intention of pausing. They paid no heed to the movements of the northern Hu soldiers, merely drawing their bows and shooting arrow after arrow towards the cavalry. The multitude of sharp arrows sliced through the night sky, piercing the ranks of the Hu cavalry amidst the howling winds. The Qin archers differed from ordinary soldiers. Their robust physiques and immense strength allowed them to shoot arrows over great distances, resulting in not only the front line whose soldiers being struck, but even those deep within their ranks. Despite the presence of horses attempting to shield them, as these steeds fell, riddled with arrows, they could no longer provide any protection, and soon, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the Hu cavalry. Yet, even amidst their screams, the relentless barrage of arrows showed no sign of abating, mercilessly claiming the lives of one northern Hu soldier after another. The horses, struck by arrows, went wild, trampling through the ranks, and some injured soldiers had no time to evade, falling victim to the pounding hoofs, meeting their demise on the spot. Surrounded by the fallen steeds, Tu Chitia felt a chill run through him. One by one, his subordinates collapsed, while many others cried out in agony, having completely lost their combat effectiveness. Such a situation had extinguished his ambition to capture Shifeng City overnight. He had previously believed he could successfully infiltrate the city and catch the Northern King off guard. But now it seemed nothing short of a farce. The Northern King not only commanded a vast army, but had also established ample defenses in Jibachuan. Zhao Yuan has deceived me. Tu Chitia gritted his teeth. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's earlier words that led him to underestimate the situation, he would never have come with only 5,000 men. No, if he had known there were so many troops here, he should never have come in the first place. This was a grave mistake. Just as his anger surged, he noticed that the arrows falling had diminished significantly, providing him with a modicum of relief. Beside him, his aide, clutching his wounded arm, gritted his teeth and said, "General, surely, they must be running low on arrows. What shall we do now? There is a large force behind us. Should we charge towards Shifeng City?" A tightening sensation gripped Tu Chitia's heart as he surveyed his troops. A cursory glance revealed that at least 2,000 men had perished, with countless others injured. Witnessing such devastation, Tu Chitia's expression turned despondent, and his heart raced in turmoil. In just a few rounds of arrows, he had lost more than half of his forces. How could the remaining troops possibly contend with the enemy? He had no clarity on how many more soldiers lay ahead. Just as he hesitated, a thunderous battle cry erupted from the front. "Kill! Annihilate the Hu cavalry!" After exhausting their arrows, the 4,000 Qin elite warriors surged forward, their singular objective clear: to eradicate the Hu cavalry, leaving not a single one alive. In the depths of night, 4,000 Qin elite soldiers, wielding long halberds, raced swiftly across the parched earth. Their obsidian armor glimmered with a chilling sheen under the faint moonlight, exuding an aura of icy ferocity. The thunderous sound of their heavy strides stirred the dust from the ground, and in that moment, they resembled a pack of wolves emerging from the shadows, eagerly anticipating the decapitation of their foes. Tu Chitia gazed ahead at the approaching Qin soldiers, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could there be so many troops ahead? He lamented, his voice trembling with despair. Faced with such overwhelming odds, his resolve to fight crumbled. All he wished for was to flee the battlefield. Yet, in that very moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from behind. "Who dares challenge us in Jibachuan? Since you have come, leave your heads behind." Charging from the rear were none other than the 5,000 Qin elite soldiers led by Dian Wei. Brandishing dual halberds, Dian Wei surged forward, his body drenched in the blood of previous skirmishes, his face adorned with a savage grin that rendered him akin to a deity of death. The Huma soldiers, upon witnessing Dian Wei's fierce advance, recoiled in terror. Tu Chitia, now flanked by formidable forces on both sides, turned ashen, the color drained from his face. "General, it's over." His second-in-command cried out in despair, gripping his long spear. "Kill!" In the next heartbeat, the Qin elite soldiers surged into the ranks of the Huma forces like wolves among sheep, having endured several waves of arrows. Most of the Huma soldiers were already wounded, and they stood no chance against the ferocity of the Qin assault. As soon as the two sides clashed, numerous Huma soldiers fell, their heads severed, their bodies sprawled lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Dian Wei's contingent of Qin elite soldiers had also plunged into the fray, and under Dian Wei's command, the Huma troops were thrown into disarray, many discarding their helmets and armor in frantic retreat. Boom, boom. The resounding echoes of Dian Wei's iron halberd crashing down reverberated through the battlefield. With each strike, a Huma soldier met his demise, their skulls shattered under the relentless assault of this formidable warrior. The Huma soldiers, faces etched with terror, found themselves utterly powerless against such a harbinger of death. The full moon hung high, and the night breeze swept across the battlefield, thick with the stench of blood that pervaded the air. The once yellow earth was now drenched in a vibrant crimson hue, obscured entirely by the blood and corpses strewn across the ground. The fallen Huma soldiers piled one upon another, while the remaining 2,000 found themselves ensnared in a deadly vice, akin to meat caught in a grinding machine. Utterly obliterated. Kill. Annihilate the Huma. Not a single one shall escape. The battle cries reverberated across the battlefield, echoing the principle of Chinzay, to leave no enemy behind, to eradicate them all. Thus, Dianwei showed no mercy, relentlessly charging through the chaos, determined to obliterate this audacious band of Huma soldiers. As the night deepened, an hour later, Dianwei sat atop a fallen corpse, wiping the blood-soaked iron halberd in his hands. The lifeless body before him was that of Tu Chitia, whose skull had been shattered by Dianwei's spear. Dianwei gazed up at the moonlight and murmured to himself, "I wonder how the battle fares for my lord and the others." Chapter 39, Guerrilla Warfare. Carnage on the prairie beneath the cloak of night. A contingent of Northern Hu cavalry pursued a band of Qin elite soldiers across the vast expanse of the Baika prairie. "Ha! Flee, flee! Let us see how far you can escape." The leader of the cavalry bellowed, his laughter echoing across the plains as he mocked the retreating Qin soldiers. They had been ordered to pursue the enemy to the north for quite some time, covering several miles on the open grassland. However, the adversaries proved to be exceedingly cunning, focused solely on their flight and refusing to engage in combat, which infuriated the cavalry leader. This night, he was determined to bring this relentless nuisance to heel. As the enemy, over 100 strong, took a wide turn and vanished behind a dirt mound, the cavalry leader shouted, "Quick! Slaughter them all here." Yet, barely had his command echoed in the air when a volley of arrows suddenly rained down from the side. In the dimness of the night, the arrows flew swiftly and fiercely, catching the Northern Hu soldiers unawares. In an instant, dozens of their ranks fell, tumbling from their mounts. Alarmed, the leader shouted, "Ambush to the left! Beware of arrows." But before his warning could settle, another hail of arrows, this time from the right, struck with equal ferocity, leaving many more soldiers pierced by shafts they had not anticipated. The source of this barrage was none other than the Tiger and Leopard riders, led by Huitzubing. Having come to repel the Northern Hu, Huitzubing's 500 riders carried only minimal rations, each equipped instead with a bow, their intent being to engage in guerrilla warfare against the cavalry. At this moment, Huitzubing's gaze was steely, as he maneuvered his horse. He nocked an arrow and released it, each projectile finding its mark among the Northern Hu cavalrymen. However, his supply of arrows was limited, and he needed to make every shot count. Realizing the threat, the Northern Hu soldiers began to charge towards Huitzubing. "Kill them!" they shouted fervently. Despite having suffered losses of 100 or 200 men, their ranks still numbered in the thousands, while the opposing force appeared to be merely a couple of hundred. This instilled a false sense of confidence among the Northern Hu cavalry as they deftly dodged arrows while closing in on the Tiger and Leopard riders. At this moment, Huitzubing reined in his horse, halting his advance, his sharp eyes fixed unblinkingly on the leader of the Northern Hu. With a bow in hand, he drew the string taut, his piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk spotting its prey, locked onto the head of the Northern Hu cavalry leader. In the next heartbeat, a swift whoosh resounded as the arrow launched forth. The iron-tipped arrow glimmered subtly under the moonlight, resembling a cold star as it hurtled toward its target's brow. The leader charged towards Huitzubing with a thunderous roar, an arrow soaring swiftly and fiercely. Just as he discerned the imminent danger, his eyes narrowed in a fleeting moment, only to be pierced through the throat by the arrow. Blood gushed forth as the leader collapsed, plummeting heavily from his steed. Furthermore, although the force of the arrow had waned after piercing his throat, it subsequently struck down a mounted soldier behind him. Huitzubing's arrow had claimed 2 lives. With a piercing gaze, he faced the oncoming cavalry and calmly commanded, "Advance. Annihilate them here." As his voice echoed, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry surged forth from all directions, descending upon the hostile cavalry. Aside from the southern flank still under pursuit, 2 additional squads of Tiger and Leopard cavalry had encircled the enemy, totaling over 300 warriors. Undaunted by the remaining 800 adversaries, Huitzubing led his cavalry into the fray with remarkable speed. On horseback, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry exhibited astounding combat prowess, being the finest in cavalry warfare. And bolstered by Huitzubing's 5-star general's combat enhancement, each soldier could take on multiple foes. Amidst the chaos, Huitzubing wielded his plum blossom spear, the crimson tassel dancing in the wind. With each thrust, a mounted soldier fell beneath his spear. Under the cloak of night, a brutal battle unfolded upon the grasslands. A Tiger and Leopard cavalryman lunged his spear into the chest of a mounted foe, who, taken by surprise, could not evade the ferocious strike. With a sickening sound, the long spear pierced through his abdomen. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry, resolute, clenched their teeth, exerting their strength to hoist the enemy from his mount and hurl him towards another soldier nearby. The latter was completely unprepared for such might, astonished at being lifted like a weight of 100 or 200 pounds, especially by an ordinary cavalryman, not even a leader. Yet, it should be noted that each of these enemies possessed combat capabilities rivaling those of Northern Hu commanders. as the northern Hu soldier tumbled to the ground. Frantically attempting to rise, the next moment, a spear lunged towards him. The spear pierced through his neck, blood erupting forth, drenching the tiger and leopard cavalryman. The cold armor became warm with the fresh blood, exuding a faint mist in the already chilly autumn night. At that moment, a soldier from the enemy's rear launched a sudden attack, thrusting a spear towards his back. Hearing the piercing sound from behind, the tiger and leopard cavalryman swiftly turned to evade, yet still suffered a wound to his arm. The spearhead punctured his forearm, sending agonizing pain coursing through him. Yet he did not utter a single cry of anguish. Gripping the spear shaft tightly with his right hand, he yanked it forcefully, much to the astonishment of the northern Hu soldier. Having never encountered such a warrior, one who could sustain a spear wound to the arm without flinching and even counterattack, was beyond his comprehension. In his panic, he could scarcely release his grip before being yanked down from his horse. In the next moment, a long spear swept through the air with tremendous force, striking his chest with a resounding impact. A cry of agony escaped the lips of the northern Hu soldier as he was hurled backward several meters. Despite the armor that protected his torso, the sheer might of the blow shattered his internal organs, causing blood to erupt from his throat. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Each member of the tiger and leopard cavalry displayed an indomitable spirit, facing multiple foes, determined to slay them beneath their steeds. As time progressed, the battle intensified, and the northern Hu soldiers grew increasingly frantic. They became acutely aware of a stark reality. The adversaries before them were no ordinary soldiers from the borders of Deqian. Each of them possessed formidable combat prowess. Moreover, none of these warriors flinched. Even when encircled by several opponents, they continued to thrust their spears with unwavering resolve. They were nothing short of innate instruments of slaughter. Soon, some northern Hu soldiers, overcome by fear, began to retreat towards their main camp. Yet, how could Huitzubing allow them the luxury of escape? With a stern expression, he bellowed, "Leave no one alive. Annihilate them all." Like a pack of wolves on the hunt, the tiger and leopard cavalry, clad in dark armor, pursued the terrified northern Hu cavalry. As time slipped away, moments later, this skirmish concluded with the fall of the last northern Hu cavalryman, resulting in the complete annihilation of over 1,000 Hu cavalry. The tiger and leopard cavalry, however, sustained merely a few dozen casualties. Despite achieving remarkable victory, Huitzubing did not cease the fight. He commanded, "Mount the northern Hu steeds. Join forces with the southern squad to eliminate those pursuing Hu cavalry." After a day of relentless galloping, the original horses were utterly fatigued, prompting Huitzubing to opt for a change of mounts. Beneath the cloak of night, he led the remaining tiger and leopard cavalry back into the vast grasslands. Chapter 40. The Hu cavalry mobilizes. Under the shroud of night, the wind howled, rustling the wild grass. On the ground, the southern tiger and leopard cavalry galloped eastward, with a squad of northern Hu cavalry hot on their heels. By this time, it was well into the early hours of the morning. Although the tiger and leopard cavalry remained full of energy, their steeds were weary, their speed diminishing with each passing moment. The horses could no longer sustain their pace. As the pursuing northern Hu soldiers drew nearer, the tiger and leopard cavalry reined in their mounts, preparing to make a final stand. The approaching northern Hu cavalry numbered in the thousands, while they had scarcely over 100 riders. To engage in a decisive battle here meant risking total annihilation. Yet, not a single tiger and leopard cavalryman showed signs of fear. From the moment Huitzubing assigned their tasks, they had steeled themselves for this eventuality. Should they be overtaken, they would fight with every ounce of strength against these Hu cavalrymen until the final breath. Even if they were to perish here today, it would be a worthy sacrifice. At this moment, the leader of the tiger and leopard cavalry proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Brothers, our steeds can run no longer. It is now our turn to exert ourselves. Every foe we slay counts." With a thunderous roar, the tiger and leopard cavalry ceased their retreat, each bearing a resolute expression as they charged towards the barbarian cavalry. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and from the east surged forth hundreds of ironclad riders. It was none other than Huitzubing and his comrades, who had hastily arrived after dispatching their previous foes. Huitzubing led the charge, drawing his bow and swiftly loosing an arrow, which fell the pursuing northern Hu cavalrymen. "Brothers, we have arrived. Let us annihilate them all." With a powerful shout, over 400 tiger and leopard cavalry regrouped and charged towards the barbarian horsemen. Though only a few remained, they were more than capable of facing the 1,000 northern Hu cavalrymen. Thus commenced a new battle upon the grasslands. The following day, the air turned slightly cool. At the Tiger and Rome Pass, Chinzay mounted his spirited steed, leading his army forth onto the prairie. Having received intelligence from Huitzubing, He brought forth all his forces, consisting of 9,500 tiger and leopard cavalry and 5,000 Chinzay archers. Moreover, he commanded Wu Yi to lead an additional 1,500 soldiers. As a soldier, one should face the enemy in battle, and Chinzay would not allow them to cower behind, basking in the spoils. Though Wu Yi felt reluctant, he understood that with over 10,000 troops at Chinzay's command, uttering the slightest dissent could lead to his demise. Thus, he embarked on this expedition with great trepidation, simply hoping to survive the battlefield. Within the confines of Tiger and Rong Pass, the common folk, witnessing the northern king leading his troops out, harbored hopes that they might drive the marauding Hu back to the northern prairies. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chinzay's true intentions extended far beyond merely repelling the Hu. He aimed to eradicate every last one of them from the northern prairies, to seize complete control of the northern prairies. It was for this reason that Chinzay treaded carefully with each step, striving to minimize any unnecessary sacrifices, ensuring that every tiger and leopard cavalryman could maximize their potential. As dawn broke, dewdrops clung to the wild grass of the prairie. The grand army thundered across the landscape, stirring the tall grasses as they surged towards the northern Hu encampment. Meanwhile, within the northern Hu camp, the disturbances caused by Hui Tsubing the previous night had taken a significant toll. The northern Hu soldiers were weary and listless, yet aware of the necessity to muster their spirits for battle. At this moment, within the tent, the General Tu Biyan was reporting to Khan Tu Yuchun. Unlike before, Tu Biyan's expression was grave as he clasped his fists and said, "Khan, the 2 cavalry units dispatched last night have yet to return." Upon hearing these words, Tu Yuchun's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, and a pensive look flickered in his eyes. He then spoke in a low voice, "Last night, I did not see many of those men. Logically, with 2,000 dispatched, could it be that they could not resolve even a few hundred? Or is it that the king of the northern town has indeed stationed a considerable force on this grassland?" As his words fell, Tu Biyan shook his head, replying, "If they dared to divide their forces in such a manner, how many troops could they possibly have left? Humph, if he truly had the audacity to do so, would the Tiger Rong Pass not be left with but a meager garrison? I believe those troops dispatched last night must have pursued them far afield, which is why they have yet to return." Tu Yuchun stroked his chin and looked at Tu Biyan. "Do you think that is plausible? To be absent for an entire night merely to pursue?" Tu Biyan gritted his teeth. "Khan, regardless, we shall ascertain the truth at Tiger Rong Pass. I shall immediately lead the army to march upon it. No matter how Chinzay arrays his forces, we possess a significant advantage in strength. Even if he employs every stratagem, it will be of no avail. Once we breach Tiger Rong Pass, we shall occupy it directly. Even if he still has troops scattered across this grassland, they will not pose a threat, and we can systematically hunt them down." At this point, Tu Biyan sneered. Continuing, Tu Chitai must have hurried his forces to Ju Beichuan yesterday. Considering the time, he should have arrived by midnight. If he did not launch an assault on Shifeng City last night, he surely has done so today. He may very well be dispatching troops to attack Shifeng City at this very moment. When we engage with Chinzay and he receives this news, he will undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, rendering him even less of a match for us. I foresee that by today, within half a day, we shall decisively crush him." Hearing this, Tu Yuchun broke into a smile and nodded. "Indeed, however, you have erred in one aspect." Tu Biyan raised an eyebrow, his expression filled with confusion. Tu Yuchun chuckled. "From my understanding of Tu Chitai, he is rather impulsive. I fear that upon his arrival at Ju Beichuan last night, he may have immediately led his forces into Shifeng City. This means that he is likely already inside it at this moment. Haha, it seems he shall be hastening back in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Tu Biyan laughed heartily. "It matters not. As long as we defeat the king of the northern town, it suffices. Khan, I humbly request to lead the army to Tiger Rong Pass and behead the king." Tu Yuchun's expression grew serious as he replied, "Very well. Tu Biyan, I command you to lead 60,000 troops immediately." "Yes, Khan." Without further ado, Tu Biyan strode out of the tent, setting about rallying the troops. Subsequently, he led the 60,000 cavalry, marching resolutely towards Tiger Rong Pass. Meanwhile, within the entire Humam military camp, there remained but 15,000 soldiers. On the other side, outside the northern Hu camp, behind a distant earthen mound, Hui Chu-bing and the tiger leopard riders were reclining on the grass, chewing on raw horse meat, savoring each bite. His gaze was fixated intently on the Huma army camp. Chapter 41. The advantage is mine. Outside the Hurong Pass, according to the intelligence dispatched by Hui Tsubing last night, Chinzay has already discerned the location of the northern Hu army camp. Thus, he now proceeds leisurely with his army. Additionally, half an hour ago, he dispatched a contingent of tiger and leopard cavalry to gallop across the plains, tasked with scouting the enemy's movements. At this moment, The army has crossed the yellow earth and set foot on the Beikou grassland. It is autumn, and the knee-high wild grass ripples gently in the breeze. Chinzay raised his eyes to the vast expanse of grassland, his gaze sparkling with intensity. While much of the soil in northern Liang is rather barren, the Beikou grassland beyond it is remarkably fertile. Should he seize this land and allow the common folk of Hurong Pass to graze their livestock here, he could exploit the accrued points to build an army without concern for supplies. Furthermore, the Huma on the Beikou grassland have long been a nuisance at the borders. Annihilating them would greatly enhance his reputation. Most importantly, slaying these Huma would continuously increase his points. Thus, once he has eliminated all the Huma here, his points would soar to an astonishing figure, enabling him to storm the capital sooner and dethrone the Empress. Contemplating this, Chinzay's eyes glimmered with determination. The Beikou grassland was his to claim. After advancing several miles, the scouting tiger and leopard cavalry returned with news. General, 3 miles ahead, a large contingent of Huma soldiers is approaching. Upon hearing this, Chinzay narrowed his eyes and then declared, "All troops, heed my command. The Huma are merely 3 miles away and charging towards us. Prepare to annihilate them." Yes. Upon learning that the Huma were approaching, the soldiers' spirits soared, their bodies radiating warmth. However, accompanying him, Wu Yi wore a pained expression. His face had drained of color, and even his grip on the reins had begun to chill. He discreetly turned his head to gaze at the solemn Chinzay, cursing inwardly. Although he could discern the formidable spirit of the troops under Chinzay's command, each soldier robust and imposing, they numbered only a little over 10,000. The Northern Hu forces, however, were not merely 20 or 30,000. Having dealt with the Northern Hu extensively, Wu Yi knew that multiple tribes inhabited the Beikou grassland, and the current Northern Hu leader, Tu Chichuan, commanded no less than 50,000 soldiers. Moreover, these Northern Hu warriors were renowned for their valor and prowess, particularly adept at combat on the grasslands. Engaging them here would undoubtedly grant them every advantage. Did Chinzay truly believe that a mere 10,000 troops could repel the Northern Hu? Such a notion was utterly impossible. To engage in a frontal assault is tantamount to courting death. He, being young and impetuous, saw no necessity to risk his life. Contemplating this, Wu Yi gritted his teeth and boldly rode towards Chinzay. "General, the Northern Hu forces are numerous and fierce. Engaging them directly on this vast grassland may not be the wisest course of action," Wu Yi expressed cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chinzay's gaze reflected indecision as he replied coolly, "What do you imply?" Wu Yi, with a forced smile, suggested, "General, with your considerable military strength, you possess ample leverage for negotiation. If we were to parley with the Northern Hu, it might compel them to retreat to the Northern Cuckoo grasslands. Sometimes, conflict is not the only solution. After all, avoiding bloodshed benefits all parties, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing these words, Chinzay could not suppress a cold sneer within. It was no wonder the Northern Hu could traverse the Hujong Pass with impunity, pillaging the common folk at will. With Wu Yi's approach, it was inevitable they would press their advantage. With this thought, Chinzay's expression hardened as he beckoned Wu Yi closer. Noting the change in Chinzay's demeanor, Wu Yi felt a tightening sensation in his chest, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Leaning in, he anxiously strained to hear, and by the time Chinzay finished speaking, his face had turned ashen. Meanwhile, among the ranks of the Northern Hu, a cavalryman rode forth to report, "General, we have received intelligence of a large force approaching, estimated to be over 10,000 strong." At this announcement, Tu Baiyan raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his bearded visage. Over 10,000 troops? Where did they muster such a force? His subordinate quickly added, "General, we can only ascertain a rough estimate from a distance, but there are indeed more than 10,000. The soldiers at the forefront wear the garb of the Hujong Pass defenders." Upon hearing this, Tu Baiyan erupted into laughter. "So, the defenders of Hujong Pass have emerged. Ha ha ha. Has the Northern King's shortage of troops reached such dire straits that he sends this ragtag group into battle? It is truly laughable." The vice-general joined in the mirth, saying, "General, the Northern King brings forth but a little over 10,000, while we boast an army of 60,000. How can he possibly contend with such odds?" Tu Baiyan nodded slightly, his laughter booming. "On this vast grassland, our Northern Hu warriors excel in mobility and archery. The advantage lies entirely with us." That young Chinzay, in his youthful hubris, believes that vanquishing a few bandits grants him invincibility, not realizing that our Northern Hu warriors far surpass mere brigands. Very well. Today, let that young Chinzay experience the prowess of our valiant Northern Hu men. He turned to his vice-general, stating with conviction, "Lang Yan, when the battle commences, lead 1,000 archers. Once his troops are within 300 meters, shower them with arrows. The soldiers of the Great Qian are feeble and ineffectual, their archery skills barely reaching 200 meters. Let us demonstrate the prowess of our northern Hu cavalry. Indeed, General. The deputy commander, Lang Yan, immediately accepted the command. Moments later, Tu Bai Yin beheld the army on the grasslands. He gazed upward and observed a contingent clad in black armor, wielding long halberds, and at the forefront, alongside the defenders of Hulong Pass, was a group of soldiers bearing bows and arrows. Seeing this, Tu Bai Yin laughed heartily and remarked, Lang Yan, do you see? The young Chinzay has learned to employ bows and arrows on these plains. He is not entirely foolish. Lang Yin nodded with a smile, replying, however, he is unaware that our northern Hu warriors possess greater strength, shooting farther and faster. General, we are now 800 meters away. Allow me to lead the soldiers and deliver a fierce lesson. We shall strike before they can even draw their bows. Tu Bai Yin nodded slightly, waving his hand with a grin. Go forth. Let the young Chinzay witness our might. Ha ha. Lang Yan's lips curled upward, his eyes sparkling with determination. And he clasped his fists, declaring, yes, I shall proceed at once. Without further ado, Lang Yan turned and led his 10,000 archers forth with great vigor. Chapter 42. The arrow released. Meanwhile, Chinzay cast a cold gaze upon the approaching Hu cavalry, extending his hand to command his army to halt. Observing that these northern Hu horsemen also bore bows, Chinzay smirked. These Hu cavalry are not without wit, recognizing that in such a vast expanse, bows and arrows are the most effective weapons at the onset of battle. He promptly ordered his 5,000 Chinrui archers to prepare. Awaiting the moment the Hu cavalry entered range to unleash their arrows. Previously, he had tested the combat capabilities of these Chinrui soldiers, who were adept in both long halberds and broadswords. As for archery, they were equally proficient. Thanks to their robust physiques, they could draw their longbows to full stretch, achieving a range of 500 meters. Of course, this distance was not merely due to their arm strength, but was limited by the quality of the bows from the first-tier marketplace. Should they attempt to draw further, the bow would snap. Chinzay had contemplated equipping his soldiers with superior weapons, but alas, unlocking the second-tier marketplace required 1 million points. Although he could amass over 30,000 points daily, time was of the essence, and with battle imminent, he prioritized exchanging for soldiers to enhance their combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, Chinzay resolved that once this campaign concluded and he had sufficient points, he would unlock the second-tier marketplace to comprehensively upgrade his troops' armaments. At this moment, as the northern Hu cavalry drew ever closer, Chinzay issued a command, and the Chinrui soldiers focused intently, readying their bows and drawing the strings. Wu, commanding his 1,500 subordinates, was engulfed in disarray. He was well aware of the Hu cavalry's prowess in mounted archery. These horsemen, seasoned in the art of archery from their years of practice, could shoot arrows over 200 to 300 meters. His subordinates, even the strongest among them, barely reached a distance of 200 meters. But how many of such individuals were there? Witnessing Chinzay issuing orders for the cavalry to prepare their bows and arrows, Wu Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Hu cavalry was tantamount to courting death. As the arrows of the Hu cavalry flew toward him, would he not be the first to fall, perishing beneath a hail of arrows in the blink of an eye? Such folly! Such folly! He was utterly unversed in the art of warfare. Wu Yi cursed inwardly. Had he not already found himself in this predicament, he would have gladly forsaken his official rank to flee from the Tiger and Rome Pass. At the very least, he could retreat to the mountains and become a bandit, which was far preferable to dying here. Wu Yi noticed Chinzay's calm demeanor and sighed heavily, his hand tightening around the spear's grip, resolute to defend against the impending arrows. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Lang Yan led the Hu cavalry, their pace quickening, each face alight with fierce intent to kill. 700 meters, 650 meters, 600 meters. Observing the opposing forces stagnant, with the foremost soldiers already drawing their bows, Lang Yan suppressed a laugh. Did they think they could match our fire? What a joke! By the time our arrows descend, you will be dead. A bunch of fools. Lang Yan then bellowed, prepare to shoot. As his words fell, the northern Hu cavalry drew their bows, seamlessly executing their archery even while their steeds galloped forward, a testament to their mastery of mounted archery. 500 meters, 450 meters. Watching the advancing northern Hu cavalry, Chinzay's expression was as stoic as water. Though they had entered range, he did not hasten to shoot. He intended to wait until they were within 400 meters before unleashing his arrows. This distance would allow all the Hu cavalry to be encompassed within the range. And after a volley of arrows, the two sides would be so close that the next moment would descend into true hand-to-hand combat. Thus, it was imperative to inflict as many casualties as possible upon the Hu cavalry within this distance. The 5,000 Qin elite soldiers wore grave expressions, their robust forms standing tall, breaths deep and rhythmic. muscles taut as they focused their hawk-like gazes on the enemy, their bows drawn to full stretch. In the next moment, Chinzay shouted loose. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The Qin elite released their bows, 5,000 arrows soaring forth. The icy tips of the arrows glinted and cut through the air, descending upon the northern Hu cavalry like a torrential storm. Opposite, Lang Yan's eyes widened in shock, his breath hitching. At this distance of 400 meters, they were not yet within the standard range for shooting, yet the enemy had already unleashed their arrows. Moreover, judging by the speed of the incoming projectiles, it seemed they could indeed reach him. Lang Yan was alarmed, a cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Before he could command his subordinates to prepare for defense, arrows had already rained down. Beware of the flying arrows. Be cautious. In an instant, countless arrows pierced through the ranks of the northern Hu archers, who had yet to draw their own bows. Within a mere breath, innumerable archers fell from their horses, lifeless. Meanwhile, the horses continued to gallop, trampling the fallen soldiers underfoot, adding to the chaos with their heavy hooves. The battlefield was immediately filled with the sounds of anguished cries. Lang Yan, filled with dread, recognized that even as an adept horse archer with extraordinary strength, his maximum range barely exceeded 300 meters. Yet, the soldiers across from him had launched arrows that soared 400 meters. This was utterly astonishing. Were they all exceptional marksmen? In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 northern Hu archers lay slain beneath the rain of arrows. Seeing the enemy's ranks decimated, Chinzay's eyes turned cold, and he commanded, continue firing. At this moment, with approximately 350 meters still between them, Chinzay sought to exploit this distance, taking advantage of the confusion among the Hu cavalry to unleash another volley of arrows. With his order, the second wave of arrows was released. Behind Lang Yan, Tu Baiyin witnessed in shock as the soldiers ahead were struck down, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. His once confident northern Hu archers were now bested in range, having lost over 1,000 men before they could even release a single arrow. How was this possible? He could not comprehend. Filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, Tu Baiyin bellowed, all troops, heed my command. Charge swiftly. Do not allow them to continue firing. As his words fell, the cavalry spurred their horses forward with haste. At that moment, Lang Yan also cried out, charge, charge, fear not these arrows. Close the distance. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when the second volley of 5,000 sharp arrows descended. Accompanying this barrage was a horn that echoed like a wolf's howl. A great standard, as red as flames, fluttered in the wind, and Chinzay commanded, continue firing. Eliminate these archers. Chapter 43, A Brutal Clash. Blood stains the northern Hu archers attempted to charge forward, seeking to close the distance for their own shots. But the short span of mere hundreds of meters was far from easy to traverse. The Qin elite warriors, robust in physique, unleashed arrows with both speed and ferocity. The 100 meters from 400 to 300 was like an insurmountable chasm. With every step forward, countless cavalry succumbed to the arrows, blood spilling profusely, and the bodies of fallen horses littered the path, complicating their advance. Tu Baiyin, witnessing his archers continually cut down, felt a burning rage swelling within him, nearly driving him to the brink of explosion. Yet, at this juncture of battle, retreat was simply not an option. It was utterly impossible to withdraw. His forces outnumbered the enemy by several folds, and as long as they could charge close to their foes, the latter would be unable to draw their bows. With unwavering confidence, he believed that a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. His soldiers, having been trained on horseback since childhood and seasoned by years of combat, possessed a wealth of battlefield experience. He could not fathom how Chinzay could possibly defeat him in open warfare. With a thunderous command, he urged his troops to charge forward into the enemy's ranks. On the battlefield, military orders were as immovable as mountains, even in the face of countless arrows. The northern Hu cavalry had no choice but to advance with their lives on the line. If they could breach this defensive line, the advantage would be theirs. Kill, kill. The northern Hu cavalry surged forward like a relentless tide, heedless of the danger. Chinzay observed the unfolding scene with a cold, indifferent gaze. This was precisely the situation he had anticipated, with the northern Hu forces outnumbering his own. It was imperative to wear them down to ensure the subsequent battles would proceed smoothly. Though the 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry and the 5,000 Qin elite soldiers were formidable and could indeed shatter the northern Hu cavalry in a direct encounter, Chinzay was unwilling to squander their lives carelessly. At this moment, the arrows of the Qin elite were nearly exhausted after relentless volleys. Finally, as the northern Hu cavalry closed to within approximately 100 meters, all arrows had been fired. Despite their depletion, the Qin archers had achieved remarkable results. The first wave of 1,000 northern Hu archers had suffered devastating losses, with many soldiers injured and rendered incapable of fighting. Seeing the enemy cavalry almost upon them, Chinzay issued a command. Wu Yi, it is your time to shine. Deploy your troops. Prior to hearing Chinzay's words, Wu Yi was filled with astonishment. Shocked by the sheer might of the 5,000 archers who had felled their foes from 400 meters away, an astonishing feat. The combat prowess of this army was truly fearsome. Upon receiving Chinzay's order, Wu Yi's expression shifted, but he dared not disobey. After all, in the heat of battle, only by securing victory for their side could he hope to survive. The northern who had been thoroughly provoked, leaving no room for retreat. They were left with no choice but to fight to the death. Gritting his teeth, he led his 1,500 soldiers into a charge. With a calm demeanor, Chinzay's eyes gleamed with icy determination. Once the battle commenced, it would be a clash of blades and weapons, and it was certain to be a bloody struggle. However, by judiciously utilizing his forces, he could minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible. He immediately ordered his 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry to flank the enemy from both sides, while he himself would lead the 5,000 Qin elite soldiers, now armed with long spears, directly against the northern Hu forces. Kill! The battle cries echoed thunderously as the pungent scent of blood wafted through the autumn breeze, enveloping the entire grassland. The knee-high wild grass was now stained crimson with the flow of blood. Wu Yi led his contingent of 500 soldiers, fiercely engaging in combat with the cavalrymen who had been struck by arrows. These cavalrymen were the very troops previously commanded by Lang Yan, the vanguard of the northern Hu, who, having endured countless arrows, were now nearly all injured, their combat effectiveness greatly diminished. Thus, when Wu Yi first clashed with them, he even managed to gain a slight upper hand. However, it was not long before reinforcements from the northern Hu cavalry began to tip the scales in their favor. Each of these horsemen was a skilled rider, adept in mounted combat, and upon discovering the weakened state of the vanguard they faced, their spirits soared with delight. Kill! They are not proficient in mounted warfare. Leave no one alive. Slay them. The northern Hu cavalry, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, charged forth with bulging veins and fierce expressions towards Wu Yi's troops. At that moment, Wu Yi was gripped by fear. Previously, he had easily dispatched the injured soldiers. But now, confronted by the fierce momentum of the northern Hu troops, how could he possibly withstand their onslaught? General, I cannot hold on any longer. Wu Yi shouted in panic. Just as he called out, a northern Hu cavalryman lunged at him, his spear aimed directly for him. Wu Yi's heart raced as he swiftly dodged aside, but the movement cost him dearly, resulting in a soldier behind him being impaled by the spear. Despite the loss of his own men, Wu Yi could not afford to dwell on it. Survival was paramount on the battlefield. While he evaded, a northern Hu soldier, with a broken arrow embedded in his arm, charged towards him, wielding a long knife unlike the others. His flushed face was ablaze with rage. This man was none other than Lang Yan, the deputy commander leading the archers. Though he had miraculously survived the hail of arrows, he bore wounds to his waist and arm, igniting his fury. Now, having reached the front line, his pent-up anger was ready to explode. You audacious scoundrels dare to engage us in battle. Today, I shall ensure none of you remain alive. You will all perish here, to accompany my fallen brothers. Lang Yan bellowed, swinging his great knife violently towards Wu Yi. Terrified by Lang Yan's fierce presence, Wu Yi dared not engage him and hastily pulled on the reins, desperately retreating. Yet, upon turning, he found himself face to face with the advancing Qin army, led by the resolute Chinzay, whose cold gaze warned him that a single step backward would lead to his execution. Damn it, I will fight, Wu Yi roared in defiance, turning his horse to confront Lang Yan. Though he rarely led troops into battle, he was an experienced veteran with considerable skill. To his surprise, he found himself locked in a fierce struggle with Lang Yan, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Lang Yan, having seen Chinzay leading a squadron of dark cavalry charging towards them, began to feel a surge of panic. Just moments ago, this formidable team released their arrows, showcasing their remarkable combat prowess. As his mind was in disarray, he was suddenly pierced in the chest by Wu Yi's spear. A searing pain radiated from his abdomen. Lang Yan's eyes narrowed as he gripped the spear's tip, then swiftly retaliated with a blade aimed at Wu Yi's neck. At that moment, Wu Yi attempted to withdraw his spear, only to find it firmly lodged. In an instant, a white shadow flashed by. By the time he realized, the blade was already at his throat. With a sickening thud, blood gushed from Wu Yi's neck, splattering onto his severed head, his eyes wide in disbelief. Thud! In the next moment, Lang Yan also tumbled from his horse, his vital organs spilling onto the ground. The two fell, lifeless, from their steeds, their demise instantaneous. Meanwhile, Chinzay's expression was grim as he wielded the Fire Phoenix breakthrough glaive, roaring, "Kill! Kill!" The 5,000 Qin elite soldiers behind him surged forth with an overwhelming momentum. Their robust bodies clad in black armor, resembling an unstoppable tide of steel as they charged toward the Northern Hu cavalry. Chapter 44. The battlefield of Azura. The metallic scent of blood in the air did not discomfort Chinzay. Rather, it ignited a fervor within him. He felt a surge of heat coursing through his body as he spurred his steed, the warhorse responding with a fierce neigh and galloping forward. The Qin elite soldiers, like a relentless wave, surged into the ranks of the Northern cavalry. Chinzay tightened his grip on the glaive, facing the advancing Northern Hu cavalry, and executed a sweeping strike. The blow, reminiscent of autumn winds stripping leaves, caught the two foremost Northern Hu riders unprepared, who had no time to raise their lances in defense, and were struck squarely in the chest. In the next heartbeat, a sickening crack echoed as their bones shattered, sending them crashing to the ground, their ribs broken and entrails ruptured before they hit the earth. Chinzay did not even glance at them. He yanked the reins, his warhorse leaping over the fallen bodies as he charged toward the Northern Hu soldiers engaged in fierce combat with his own troops. In mere moments of direct confrontation, the Northern cavalry was sent reeling, their ranks in disarray. Behind them, Tu Baiyan stared wide-eyed, shock etched across his face. Upon reaching the front line, he beheld his soldiers being pushed back relentlessly, but the arrival of these black-helmeted warriors transformed the battlefield in a manner he had never anticipated. The soldiers before him displayed extraordinary strength, capable of felling 3 or 4 of his cavalry single-handedly. Each warrior moved with astonishing agility, their glaives sweeping through, making it exceedingly difficult for his cavalry to withstand. He witnessed several of his men thrown from their horses, only to be impaled by the very glaives that had felled them. Furthermore, the cavalry before them not only exhibited terrifying combat prowess, but also employed a reckless style of fighting, never retreating an inch during engagements, always charging forward. Such soldiers were truly a first encounter for to be in. They resembled relentless killing machines, utterly indifferent to their own lives, employing various means to mercilessly slay one Northern Hu cavalryman after another. Observing these bloodthirsty foes, a flicker of trepidation suddenly arose within Tabian's heart. Even though his forces outnumbered the enemy by several times, the overwhelming momentum of the adversary utterly crushed his side. The once proud Northern Hu cavalry now appeared as mere greenhorns before these ferocious opponents. When did the great Qian ever possess such formidable troops? Tabian was filled with shock. At that moment, a deafening battle cry erupted. Kill! Annihilate the Hu cavalry. On both flanks of the battlefield, 2 battalions simultaneously surged forward, the famed 10,000 tiger and leopard riders. While the Qin soldiers were undoubtedly strong, it was these tiger and leopard riders who truly embodied the role of executioners in mounted combat. The reason Chinzay had arranged for the tiger and leopard riders to flank the battlefield was to disrupt the enemy lines. With the Northern Hu forces being so numerous, engaging them in direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. However, by leading the Qin soldiers in a frontal assault while allowing the tiger and leopard riders to strike from the sides, they could effectively sever the Northern Hu forces from behind. Given that the Qin soldiers already possessed a superior fighting capability over the Hu cavalry, and without the support of their main forces, the Hu cavalry would soon be eradicated by the Qin troops. Naturally, the tiger and leopard riders would then have to confront the main force of the Hu cavalry. Yet, being adept in mounted warfare, they were well suited to withstand the attacks from the Hu cavalry's main force. Once the Qin soldiers eliminated the frontline Hu cavalry, they would then join forces with the tiger and leopard riders to charge against the Hu cavalry, thereby maximizing the utilization of their combined 15,000 troops. At that moment, just as Chinzay had anticipated, the tiger and leopard riders cut into the battlefield, immediately severing the Hu cavalry's main army in two. The Hu cavalry, initially confident in their numerical superiority and expecting a swift resolution to the battle, now found themselves facing the furious charge of the tiger and leopard riders. Quickly falling into a disadvantageous position, Chinzay, coldly observing the fragmented battlefield, bellowed, "Quick! Annihilate these Northern Hu soldiers. Let us resolve this swiftly." Under this fierce command, the Qin soldiers became ever more valiant, charging fiercely towards the Northern Hu troops. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the tiger and leopard riders had already engaged the main force of the Hu cavalry. A brutal melee erupted in every corner of the battlefield, as one tiger and leopard rider, gripping a long spear, displayed a resolute countenance, thrusting forward with the momentum of his steed, piercing through the chest of a Hu cavalryman. The spear penetrated the Northern Hu soldier's heart, who barely had time to emit a cry of agony before succumbing to death. With a flick of his spear, the tiger and leopard rider dislodged the corpse from his weapon and galloped towards 2 more Northern Hu soldiers. As the North Hu soldiers beheld him advancing alone, they exchanged glances and simultaneously thrust their spears, one aimed high, the other low. This angle was calculated to ensure that the tiger and leopard cavalry would be caught off guard, unable to evade the lethal strike. However, to their astonishment, the cavalryman fiercely jabbed his spurs into his steed's flank, causing the warhorse to rear up in pain, its front hooves striking toward the two North soldiers. Seizing the moment, the cavalryman sprang up, delivering a powerful kick to the horse's side. The steed lunged forward, only to be pierced by the North soldiers' long spears. Yet its massive form caused both soldiers to topple in its wake. With a gaze as cold as steel, the cavalryman dashed ahead, brandishing his spear with the swiftness of a shooting star, swiftly piercing through the skulls of the two North soldiers. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the back of a North warhorse, continuing his relentless assault on the surrounding enemy troops. Such prowess exhibited by the tiger and leopard cavalry was akin to a force of 10,000 on this battlefield. At the rear of the battlefield, Tubayan, surrounded by his guards, felt a tremor of unease at witnessing the formidable might of these cavalrymen. His complexion turned ashen, a visible sign of his dread. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that his own men were being mercilessly slaughtered by Chinzay's forces. The tide had turned decisively. With the air filled with chilling cries of despair, this was no longer a battle of mutual losses, but a one-sided massacre. The 10,000 archers had been obliterated at the outset, and of the 60,000 troops, only 50,000 remained. Now, in the fragmented battlefield, over 10,000 North soldiers lay in disarray, the ground littered with corpses and the grass soaked in pools of blood. For the first time in his life, Tubayan felt the pangs of fear as he watched the tiger and leopard cavalry charging toward him. The renowned cavalry archers of the North who were being routed on the grasslands, utterly outmatched by an enemy force that was merely a quarter of their own. At that moment, a thunderous command echoed from the front lines: decapitate their leaders. Tubayan's heart raced as he looked up to see Chinzay's blood-splattered visage in the distance. That face, now as cold as frost, bore eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. From the very beginning, Chinzay had harbored but one objective: total annihilation. To eradicate every last one of the cavalry on the grasslands. At this juncture, over 10,000 cavalry soldiers had already been slain, blood and dismembered limbs strewn about, with the air thickened by a singular, acrid scent. This place had turned into a battlefield of carnage. Chapter 45. The fleeing cavalry. After an intense skirmish, the Qin soldiers had successfully dispatched all the North troops at the forefront of the battlefield. Now, Chinzay led them in accordance with the predetermined strategy to unite with the tiger and leopard cavalry. The next phase would be a final, desperate struggle against the remaining cavalry forces. Half an hour had already elapsed since the battle commenced. The intense clash was exceptionally exhausting for the soldiers, as a single misstep could result in a fatal blow. Everyone's focus was acutely heightened, the tension in their minds taut as a bowstring, further amplifying their physical burdens. Chinzay's army, numbering over 10,000, had rested soundly the previous night, each soldier invigorated and bolstered by the inherent strength of their 5-star troops. Thus, they became increasingly valorous as the battle raged on. In contrast, the Northern soldiers had been incessantly harried by Huitsubing throughout the night, resulting in a fragmented, restless sleep that left them fatigued. At the onset of battle, the Northern troops managed to rally their spirits and fight valiantly, but as time wore on, their exhaustion became increasingly evident. They were not contending with ordinary soldiers, but rather with these exceptionally formidable special forces, causing the Northern troops to grow increasingly disheartened. At the forefront of the battlefield, Chinzay thrust his spear into the neck of a Northern soldier, blood erupting from the man's throat and splattering onto Chinzay's armor. Breathing heavily, he wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Looking up, he saw the tiger and leopard cavalry had gained the upper hand against the Northern cavalry. The Northern soldiers were retreating while still fighting, their earlier numerical advantage now completely dissipated. However, Chinzay soon sensed something amiss. At the rear of the Northern ranks, an armored commander was gradually leading his troops in retreat. Chinzay swiftly surveyed his surroundings, astonished to discover that the Northern soldiers seemed to be preparing to withdraw, stretching their lines with the intention of retreating. This revelation shocked him greatly. He knew that the Northern were inherently belligerent. Once engaged in battle, they fought fiercely and would not retreat lightly, priding themselves on their identity as Northern warriors. Yet now, with their numerical superiority, they contemplated abandoning the field. Had they been struck with such ferocity that fear had taken root? The vastness of the grasslands posed a significant concern. If they escaped, it would become a troublesome affair. Anxiety surged within Chinzay, for his strategy hinged on annihilating every Northern soldier present on the battlefield that day to maximize his points. Allowing them to flee would complicate matters immensely if he were to pursue them across the plains. Resolute in his thoughts, Chinzay bellowed, "The Northern are fleeing. Charge at full speed and do not let them escape. As his words echoed, the tiger and leopard cavalry immediately mounted their steeds and surged forward. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, Tu Baiyan observed the ferocity of the advancing soldiers with alarm. In truth, by this point in the battle, he could discern that defeat was imminent, which had prompted his thoughts of retreat. The enemy's might was overwhelming. His own 60,000-strong army had dwindled to 30 or 40,000 in a mere half-hour. With a heart filled with trepidation, Tu Baiyan realized that if his adversary possessed an equal force, his own troops would likely be annihilated within half an hour. As a warrior of the Northern Hu, retreat was an excruciatingly humiliating option. Yet, under the current circumstances, he found himself compelled to withdraw. Preserving the Green Hills ensures a constant supply of firewood. Should he lose all his soldiers, what future would await him? Thus, he resolved to retreat, intending to return to the camp, evade the enemy's onslaught, and regroup to assault the Tiger and Rong Pass at a later date. Withdraw. Retreat. Do not linger in battle. Tu Baiyan shouted fervently. At his command, the Northern Hu cavalry surged backward like a receding tide. In the vast expanse of the grassland, the swiftest mode of retreat was on horseback. Although the Chinzay soldiers and the Tiger Leopard cavalry were exceptionally formidable, they rode mere ordinary steeds, and despite having slain several of the stragglers, they could not catch up with the retreating Northern Hu forces in the vast rear. Watching the withdrawal, Chinzay felt a surge of fury. He understood that if they allowed the enemy to escape today, it would be exceedingly difficult to engage them in battle again in the future. After all, these nomadic warriors thrived on the boundless expanse of the Northern Ku grasslands. It was impractical to pursue them relentlessly across the plains. Even with their rapid retreat, it was imperative to eliminate as many of these Northern Hu troops as possible. With this thought, Chinzay bellowed, "Pursue with all your might. Kill." The Tiger Leopard cavalry surged ahead, closing in on the rear of the Northern Hu forces. Meanwhile, as they were relentlessly pursued like a pack of wolves, Tu Baiyan seethed with rage. Despite the formidable strength of his enemies, they had suffered considerable losses in the recent skirmish. Their audacity to chase them down was utterly intolerable. Turning to look back, Tu Baiyan saw Chinzay on horseback in pursuit and shouted, "Chinzay, you wretched boy, today you shall gain nothing from this. There are countless troops in the Northern Hu. In the future, you will pay dearly for this. When I return to the Tiger and Rong Pass, I will strike terror into your heart." In that moment, a thought struck Tu Baiyan. He recalled sending troops to Stone Peak City. He had intended to disrupt Chinzay's composure by revealing this during the battle, but after suffering significant losses, he had not had the opportunity to do so. With renewed vigor, Tu Baiyan shouted, "Chinzay, you may not know yet. Your stronghold, Stone Peak City, has already been attacked by our forces. While you pursue us, you should hurry back and check. If you delay, not a single member of your Qin family will remain." Upon hearing this, Chinzay's gaze grew even colder. In truth, he had noticed a reduction in his troop numbers on the system panel the previous night. Among the missing soldiers, besides those from Hui Tsubing's contingent, were undoubtedly the forces from Stone Peak City. However, the number of soldiers lost was not substantial, which reassured Chinzay that Shifeng City must be safe and sound. Thus, in response to Tu Baiyan's words, Chinzay let out a cold laugh. Is this what they call a North Hu warrior? Merely a coward who runs away? If you possess the courage, stay and fight, Chinzay exclaimed. Seeing that Chinzay remained unfazed, Tu Baiyan was filled with immense anger. Could it be that this man is utterly heartless, indifferent even to his own kin, solely intent on waging war? With this thought in mind, Tu Baiyan chose silence, eager to lead his men away from the battlefield. Suddenly, from the direction of their retreat, several shouts echoed. The North Hu leader, Tu Yuchen, has had his head severed. This proclamation struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Tu Baiyan's eyes to narrow and his body to tremble involuntarily. He quickly lifted his gaze. In the distance on the prairie, hundreds of cavalry were charging forth, led by a young general clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear. In his left hand, he held aloft a bloodied and mangled head, from which blood continued to drip, the chin adorned with disheveled hair. Upon seeing this gruesome sight, Tu Baiyan was struck with astonishment. Could it be that they, with just this band of hundreds, had breached the camp of over 15,000 soldiers and decapitated the Khan? How could this have been accomplished? Chapter 46. The Breaking Spear and Plum Blossom Spear. The riders emerging from the prairie were none other than Hui Tsubing, leading hundreds of elite cavalry in guerrilla warfare. Gripping the Plum Blossom Spear tightly in his right hand, he raised the blood-stained head in his left and shouted with fervor, "The head of your leader, Tu Yuchen, has been severed." At this moment, the more than 300 elite cavalrymen echoed his proclamation in unison. Upon hearing this news, the retreating Hu cavalrymen instantly fell into disarray. They had already been decimated, almost half of their ranks having been slain. Now, in their frantic flight back to the main camp, The sight of their Khan's severed head signified the annihilation of their forces. The Khan is dead. The Khan is dead. We have been ensnared. The North, whose soldiers were left in despair, their previously orderly retreat now devolved into chaos. Tu Bian's face turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead as he beheld the head. A profound sorrow enveloped him. He had assumed that Chinzay commanded only a few thousand troops, thus emboldening him to approach Hulong Pass, believing that the 15,000 men in the main camp would ensure the Khan's safety. Yet now, with the Khan's head severed, a torrent of thoughts flooded Tu Bian's mind. Since last night, there had been continual incursions into the camp during the deep hours, which he had dismissed as mere tricks employed by Chinzay to feign strength. However, upon reflection, the absence of the 2,000 cavalrymen sent forth is a clear indication that a formidable force had long been lying in ambush upon this vast prairie. They seized the opportunity while the main contingent was drawn away to the Tiger Rong Pass, subsequently launching a surprise attack on the main camp and beheading the Khan. Tu Bian finally grasped the full scope of the situation. This battle had been a ruse within a ruse from the very beginning. Although only a few hundred riders lay ahead, they were undoubtedly a mere decoy. A significant force must be lying in wait, with pursuers behind and ambushers ahead. Tu Bian was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, a profound sense of defeat surging within him. Gasping for breath, his face flushed, the veins in his neck bulging. Anger accumulated in his chest until it erupted forth. He yanked the reins, forcing his steed to turn about, brandishing his long blade as he bellowed. Counterattack! Counterattack! Avenge the Khan! Slay them! Even if we, the valiant warriors of the Northern who, perish in battle, we shall take you with us to hell. Consumed by grief and fury, Tu Bian had completely lost his reason, leading the Northern who soldiers back towards Chinzay with reckless abandon. Kill! On the battlefield. The roar of battle cries resonated, as a new massacre unfolded across the prairie. Chinzay, witnessing the Northern whose soldiers charged towards him, felt no trace of fear. Rather, excitement surged within him, as he licked his lips, sensing the blood coursing through his veins heating up. I fear not your retreat. If you dare to engage, then let us fight. This battle would only leave one victor, who would claim everything. Should he succeed in annihilating this contingent of Hu cavalry, any cost incurred would be deemed worthwhile. Securing this victory, Chinzay knew that the subsequent increase in his points would be staggering. With a thunderous shout, he commanded, "Kill. Leave none alive." With that commanding voice, Chinzay led his army forth, charging like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, launching a final assault against the Northern Hu cavalry. In the earlier skirmish, Chinzay's force of 15,000 cavalry had already suffered several thousand casualties. Now, their numbers barely exceeded 10,000, while the Northern Hu still boasted over 30,000 troops. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Northern Hu forces, upon witnessing their soldiers turning to attack, Huitzubing's expression turned cold. Discarding the severed head, he rallied the remaining few hundred tiger and leopard riders to charge from the flank. Thus, the two armies had completely converged. Amidst the swirling grass and splattering blood, soldiers fell one after another, both Northern Hu and tiger leopard riders, as well as Chinrui warriors, littering the ground with corpses. War horses trampled over the fallen. Continuing the fray, with some bodies ground into mush, only the cold armor hinting at which side had suffered the greater losses. Tu Bian, now utterly frenzied, felt his ferocity awakened. Having been suppressed from the start, he was determined to fight fiercely and emerge victorious. Mounted upon his steed, wielding his long blade, his fierce gaze searched the battlefield for the figure of Chinzay. Even if he were to perish on this vast prairie today, he was resolute in claiming the head of Chinzay. At last, he spotted Chinzay amidst the throng of combatants and bellowed fiercely, "Come forth. Let us slay the Northern King." With his command, dozens of cavalrymen surged forth, charging towards Chinzay alongside him. By this point, the battle had raged for an hour and a half. The ranks of both the cavalry and Chinzay's forces had significantly diminished, and the stamina of the combatants was waning due to the intense skirmish. Tu Bian no longer cared how many of his men remained. His singular focus was on beheading Chinzay to avenge the Khan. With reckless abandon, Tu Bian led his cavalry into the fray, closing the distance of 100 meters that lay between him and his target, a space fraught with soldiers engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Chinzay was locked in battle with the Northern Hu soldiers, his attention fully devoted to the adversaries surrounding him. Beside him, the Chinrui warriors fought valiantly, ruthlessly claiming the lives of their foes. At this juncture, the battle hinged not on skill, but on sheer physical endurance. Even if their halberds shattered and their limbs were pierced, even if drenched in blood and grievously wounded, they fought on, determined to vanquish their enemies. As Tu Bian observed Chinzay grappling with the cavalry, a sinister expression crossed his face. With only a few meters to go, he kicked his horse's belly with force, propelling himself forward. Chinzay, prepare to die, he roared, charging towards Chinzay with a formidable legion of cavalry. Just then, a squad of horsemen burst forth from the flank, their leaders shouting, "You must pass me first." Barely had the words left his lips when a plum blossom spear swept toward Tubi Yen's chest. Recognizing the ferocity of the incoming strike, Tubi Yen tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, raising it defensively. A sharp clang resonated, his long blade vibrating violently, nearly shattering his grip. Before he could react further, a powerful black steed galloped into view, accompanied by a fiery red polearm thrusting towards him. Startled, Tubi Yen swiftly pulled on the reins, veering his horse to the right just in time to evade the strike. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of crimson whirled past him as the plum blossom spear pierced at an acute angle, embedding itself into the skull of his steed beneath him. Blood gushed forth, and the horse let out a mournful cry, collapsing heavily to the ground, while Tubi Yen rolled off to avoid being crushed. As he scrambled to his feet, he spotted two warhorses charging directly at him. His eyes widened in alarm, a chill racing from his soles to the crown of his head. The riders were none other than Chinzay, wielding the fiery wind-breaking halberd, and Huatsubing, grasping the plum blossom spear. The expressions on the faces of the two individuals were strikingly similar, suffused with an aura of murderous intent. In Chapter 47, titled Illusions and Realities, the strategy of Huatsubing, a sudden rush of wind heralded the swift strike of a spear, as Huatsubing lunged downward with ferocity, aiming directly for Tu Baiyan's chest. Tu Baiyan, already drenched in cold sweat, hastily raised his long blade to deflect the spear's tip. Though he managed to alter its trajectory, the sharp point still grazed his right hand, eliciting a sharp pain that compelled him to leap back. However, the moment he sprang away, a chilling snort echoed through the air. It was Chinzay, charging forth on horseback. Despite having endured over an hour of fierce combat, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yet in the presence of Tu Baiyan, a surge of vitality coursed through him, endowing him with seemingly inexhaustible strength. With eyes like lightning, Chinzay fixed his gaze on Tu Baiyan's landing spot and gripped his spear tightly, delivering a powerful swing. Seeing this formidable strike approach, Tu Baiyan's heart raced. Although he prided himself on his martial prowess, his greatest skills lay in mounted combat, and now, bereft of his steed and confronted by two adversaries, he found himself at a disadvantage. As he landed, he could only barely position his long blade defensively across his chest. With a resounding thud, the spear struck Tu Baiyan's chest, accompanied by the clash of metal. In that instant, Tu Baiyan staggered backward, a muffled groan escaping his lips, followed by a violent spurt of blood. It became evident that Chinzay's spear was extraordinarily sharp, despite Tu Baiyan's attempt to shield himself. The blade had pierced through his armor and into his chest. The tremendous force behind the strike left him gravely injured. Though the blood flowing from Tu Baiyan was not excessive, Chinzay understood that the blow had ruptured the internal organs within. As he raised his gaze towards Tu Baiyan, who struggled to rise, his expression remained cold and unyielding. Huatsubing approached, spear in hand, advancing towards Tu Baiyan. Tu Baiyan swayed unsteadily, his complexion pale, one hand clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. Yet, unexpectedly, he managed a grim smile. "Chinzay, I underestimated you. But even if you kill me, it will be of no consequence. You should not have slain the Khan. Your actions will invite fierce retribution." Ha ha. As he spoke, Tu Baiyan coughed up blood, continuing with labored breaths. "In today's battle, you have not retained many soldiers. When the Northern Hu army arrives, prepare for your demise." He strained to lift his head, his gaze becoming clouded as he peered towards the distant Tiger Rong Pass, adding, "Do not speak of this Tiger Rong Pass." Even to Qian, before he could finish, a plum blossom spear was poised at his neck. Huatsubing's voice cut through the tension with chilling clarity. "Let me inform you of one thing. Your leader, Tu Yuchun, is not dead yet." As soon as the words were uttered, Tu Baiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Huatsubing. He pointed a trembling finger at Huatsubing and stammered, Are you deceiving me?" Before he could finish, Huatsubing let out a cold snort and raised his spear, decisively piercing through Tu Baiyan's skull. Blood gushed forth, and in shock, Tu Baiyan slowly collapsed. "My lord, I will report on the condition of the Northern Hu army camp shortly. Let us first deal with these remnants." Huatsubing turned to Chinzay and said, "Indeed, let us eliminate these foes." Upon uttering these words, Chinzay and Huatsubing mounted their horses and charged towards the remaining Hu cavalry. The demise of Tu Baiyan undoubtedly stripped the Hu cavalry of their last bastion of support. Faced with the formidable might of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry and the Qinrui soldiers, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. The ensuing battle unfolded with remarkable ease, revealing a one-sided trend as Hu cavalrymen fell, their horses rearing in panic, unable to escape. In truth, the combat had reached a point where the morale and stamina of the Hu cavalry were nearly depleted, while Chinzay's forces still retained the vigor for battle. As dusk approached, with the death of the last northern Hu soldier, the conflict finally drew to a close. The sun hung low in the sky, and under the gentle breeze, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, with tens of thousands of corpses sprawled across the grasslands, stretching for miles. Panting heavily, Chinzay felt the blood from his forehead's hair cling to his skin. The battle spear in his hand felt particularly heavy at that moment, and his warhorse had succumbed to multiple wounds inflicted by the northern Hu soldiers. Looking around, he beheld countless bodies piled upon the ground, with merely over 4,000 survivors still standing. In the earlier skirmishes against bandits, they had suffered minimal losses, yet in this encounter with the Hu cavalry, they had incurred over 10,000 casualties. Chinzay understood that the Hu cavalry was not weak. However, ultimately, they had nearly annihilated them, with only a few dozen Hu soldiers managing to escape amidst the chaos. At that moment, Huitzubing rode up. Upon seeing Chinzay in such a state, Huitzubing hastily dismounted and rushed to support him. "My lord, are you all right? Is everything fine?" he inquired with concern. Chinzay waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just some superficial wounds. What about you?" He noticed Huitzubing was drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and fatigue etched upon his handsome features. He understood that since leading the troops the previous night, Huitzubing had undoubtedly undertaken numerous responsibilities behind the scenes. Huitzubing smiled and shook his head. "I'm well. Just a bit of upset stomach from eating raw horse meat." Chinzay chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. "As long as you're fine. What is the situation at the northern Hu army camp? And what about the severed head you brought?" Upon the utterance of these words, Huitzubing's expression tightened as he clasped his fists toward Chinzay, saying, "My lord, I was unable to procure the head of Tu Yetchen. I could only feign an attack to unsettle the northern Hu soldiers. While observing from outside the northern Hu military camp, I discerned the likeness of their leader, which compelled me to behead a northern Hu soldier with a similar appearance. I then disfigured the visage and brought it forth as though it were the head of Tu Yetchen. Within the northern Hu encampment, there remained fewer than 20,000 troops. In the days since my departure, I have been vigilant." Huitzubing elaborated on his recent maneuvers, and upon concluding, Chinzay nodded slightly, casting a glance of appreciation. "Well done. Were it not for your bringing this false head, those Hu cavalrymen would likely have fled back to the steppes." Today's resounding victory hinged upon meticulous execution. No detail could be overlooked. Huitzubing nodded in agreement and stated, "The northern Hu camp still harbors a significant contingent of soldiers. After this engagement, should they adopt a cautious approach, they may indeed retreat to the steppes. Alas, it is regrettable that we could not annihilate them entirely." Upon hearing this, Chinzay's gaze turned icy as he replied gravely, "Do not fret, they shall not escape. Annihilation is imperative. We must eradicate them completely." Chapter 48. It seems there is still a chance for a turnaround. With that declaration, Chinzay directed his attention to the system attribute panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 664134. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 100,123 square kilometers. Level 5 troop type, Qin elite soldiers, 9,500. Generals, 3-star General, Dianwei. 5-star General, Huitzubing. As he gazed at the panel, Chinzay fell into quiet contemplation, setting aside the losses from the previous night's battle at Shifeng City. Approximately 8,500 Qin elite soldiers remained. In this conflict, with his 10,000 tiger and leopard riders and 5,000 Qin elite soldiers, they had suffered over 10,000 casualties. The remaining forces now totaled around 3,000. Currently, the Hu cavalry numbered fewer than 20,000, and he must act swiftly to eliminate these remnants in order to secure the system's point augmentation rewards. Over the course of 2 days, Chinzay noted that his points were nearing 700,000, calculating how many soldiers he could exchange. His gaze shifted to the countless corpses on the battlefield and the abandoned warhorses, and an idea formed in his mind. "I shall exchange for 4,000 units. 4,000 sets of armor, weapons, and helmets, all to be bestowed upon the 5-star Tiger and Leopard cavalry." Chinzay opted not to exchange for warhorses. Although over 70,000 had perished in battle, and many had been lost due to the chaos, a significant number of horses remained, easily numbering in the thousands. Each warhorse required 100 points for exchange. By foregoing the acquisition of horses, a fully equipped Tiger and Leopard rider could be obtained for a total of 161 points. Thus, Chinzay chose to summon forth 4,000 Tiger and Leopard riders. Ding! A total of 644,000 points consumed. For 1,000 Tiger and Leopard riders exchanged. The voice of the system resonated, and 4,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry appeared upon the grasslands. Observing this formidable force, Chinzay's expression turned resolute. Through the course of battle, He had discerned the comparative strength between the tiger and leopard cavalry and the Hu cavalry. The northern Hu 60,000 troops had suffered catastrophic losses, while his own 15,000 had endured over 10,000 casualties, resulting in a staggering loss ratio of approximately 6-1. Were they ordinary soldiers, the loss ratio would not be so dire. Yet, these Hu cavalry displayed commendable prowess on the plains, but nonetheless, they were no match for the tiger and leopard cavalry. With the addition of 4,000 more tiger and leopard cavalry, the annihilation of the remaining northern Hu forces was well within reach. Even if the soldiers within the northern Hu encampment were the personal guards of their leader, possessing slightly superior combat skills, he still had over 3,000 troops ready for battle. However, following such a brutal conflict, the stamina of these 3,000 men had been severely depleted. Yet, Chinzay remained unperturbed. With adequate rest, these robust elite troops would swiftly recuperate. Tonight would be the moment to completely obliterate the northern Hu forces. Immediately, Chinzay commanded his soldiers to rest. Once their strength had sufficiently returned, they would launch a nighttime assault alongside the newly arrived 4,000 tiger and leopard cavalry against the remaining Hu cavalry. As evening fell outside the northern Hu encampment, several dozen northern Hu soldiers returned on horseback in a state of panic, astonished to find their main camp intact. In their shock, these cavalrymen hurried back into the camp. Khan, we have been defeated. The returning Hu soldiers, their faces etched with sorrow, rushed into the tent to report the disheartening news to Tu Yuchen. Observing his subordinates, all wounded and seemingly soulless, Tu Yuchen was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he bellowed, "What? Defeated? How could this be?" The northern Hu soldier, tears streaming down his face, fell to his knees, breathless as he recounted. The northern king commands over 10,000 troops, and those soldiers, they. At this moment, the Hu cavalryman was still trembling with trepidation. As a seasoned warrior, he had never encountered soldiers of such extraordinary might. They fought like beasts, utterly devoid of the semblance of normalcy. This was beyond his comprehension. Tu Yuchen's countenance turned ashen, and he shouted furiously, "Speak! What transpired? Why have only you returned? Did they?" Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, the soldier continued, "Khan, the northern king's forces, though numbering just over 10,000, are each valiant and battle-hardened, with superior combat experience on horseback than ours. Moreover, at the onset of battle, they rained arrows upon us, claiming many lives. Their proficiency in archery and mounted combat far exceeds our own. The Grand General intended to lead us in retreat, but unexpectedly, a squadron of cavalry emerged from the grasslands, proclaiming that they had severed your head, Khan." Just as he uttered these words, Tu Yuchen's fury ignited, and he struck out in rage. "What a cruel fate to have my head severed. I am perfectly alive. How could you have believed their deceitful words?" The Hu cavalryman hastily replied, "That person was holding a severed head, its hair disheveled and features indistinct, with a beard covering the chin. From a distance, it indeed resembled you." Coupled with the overwhelming defeat, panic reigned among the soldiers, and thus they were deceived. In his sorrow, the general rallied us to return and fight valiantly. Upon hearing this, the Hu soldier's face was marked by deep grief. Upon concluding his tale, Tu Yuchen turned pale, instinctively stroking his beard as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Last night, that group of cavalry persistently harassed us, and now they resorted to such treachery. The mighty forces led by Tu Bian had been reduced to such a pitiful remnant. How had the soldiers of the Great Qian become so formidable, even 2 years prior? When General Hui led the Red Flame Army into the northern Cuckoo Prairie, they could not have slaughtered 60,000 with just over 10,000 troops. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Tu Yuchen, filled with dread, clenched his teeth and declared, "Our Hu warriors have always been invincible on this prairie, and today we have suffered such losses." He then inquired, "What of the Northern Guardian King? How many of his troops remain?" The Hu cavalryman quickly responded, "They too have lost many. When we fled, it appeared they were down to only 3,000 or 4,000. At these words, Tu Yuchen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Pressing his forehead, he exclaimed, "Over 10,000 lost, and they slaughtered 60,000 of us. Chinzay, you shall pay for this." Noticing Tu Yuchen's intense fury, a subordinate hurriedly added, "Khan, the Northern Guardian King is full of cunning. His harassment last night was meticulously planned. Coupled with their formidable strength, this is why we faced such a disastrous defeat. Had we possessed accurate intelligence on his forces from the outset, our fate would have been different." This remark struck Tu Yuchen like a bolt of lightning, and he suddenly recalled Zhao Yuan's earlier words. The reason for underestimating Chinzay's forces was indeed the false intelligence conveyed by Zhao Yuan. As this realization dawned, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Had the troops he dispatched to Shifeng City also fallen into a trap? If a substantial force with great combat prowess lay in wait there, then his 5,000 soldiers would be nothing more than a lost cause. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat pouring down his back. He then gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you certain that Chinzay now has only a few thousand remnants?" His subordinate nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Though they emerged victorious, they are left with merely 3,000 or 4,000 men. We fought for several hours, and everyone exerted their utmost." Khan. Upon hearing this, Tu Yuchin's eyes revealed a contemplative glimmer. Chinzay was left with only a handful of weary soldiers, remnants of a prolonged battle. In this moment, striking him unexpectedly might present an opportunity for a turnaround, thought Tu Yuchin. Chapter 49, Starlit Night, the Final Annihilation. Tu Yuchin's expression was grim, his mind racing at high speed. The chance lay before him. Whether to strike or not was a dilemma. He still had over 15,000 troops, while his adversary was down to merely 3,000 or 4,000. Although he had come to understand the formidable combat prowess of Chinzay's forces through previous skirmishes, they had been locked in fierce combat for an extended duration. Every human being experiences fatigue. After an intense clash, the accumulated exhaustion would inevitably surface, and without adequate rest, continuing the fight would be exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, with his own 15,000 troops poised and refreshed, victory was certainly within reach. As he contemplated, Tu Yuchin clenched his jaw tightly, filled with regret. Had he not underestimated the enemy from the outset and brought his full force to Hulong Pass, the outcome of the battle might have been different. He lamented the words of Zhao Yuanxin, who had confidently claimed that Chinzay could not possibly muster an army of 10,000, compounded by the fact that Deqian had not stationed a significant number of troops at the border in the past 2 years, coupled with their weakened combat strength. These factors had led to his complacency. Yet now, having thoroughly assessed Chinzay's army, the notion of underestimating them was no longer an option. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tu Yuchin stepped out of the tent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. On the vast grasslands, countless horses grazed peacefully, while in the distance loomed the towering walls of Hulong Pass. As he gazed at the pass, his eyes grew progressively colder. His once mighty force of 80,000 had dwindled to just 15,000. Should he retreat to the tribe now? How could he face his people? A disgraceful defeat would tarnish his reputation. How would the other tribes perceive him? Without respect, could he ever rally his clansmen as soldiers again? Yet, if he fought valiantly and vanquished those few thousand remnants, slaying the northern king of Deqian, his name would resound across the entire grassland. Even if he returned with only a fraction of his original force, he could still gather his people, regroup, and seize the opportunity for a resurgence in the future. Could a mere few thousand remnants truly devour his 15,000 warriors? Absolutely not. Personally leading the charge, he was certain he could annihilate those remnants and claim Chinzay's head, displaying it prominently before Hulong Pass. With this resolve solidified in his heart, Tu Yuchin called for the assembly of his troops. "Hear my command. Let us march towards Hulong Pass. Slay the northern king. Honor the valiant spirits of our Hu cavalry." Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Yuchin's voice rang out, commanding his subordinates to gather the entire army as they gallantly advanced towards Hulong Pass. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the boundless grasslands as the cavalry surged forward, a magnificent sight as they raced toward Hulong Pass. Continuing on for the better part of an hour, the sun has completely set, yet a faint glimmer of light lingers. Despite this, the prairie remains shrouded in profound darkness. Tu Yuchin hastens toward the battlefield of Ur, his heart increasingly unsettled as he approaches. The ground is already strewn with corpses, and the cries of injured horses resonate throughout. The autumn breeze carries the pungent scent of blood into their nostrils. The dim prairie is steeped in desolation and melancholy. Witnessing such a scene, a sense of unease stirs within Tu Yuchin, even causing his eyelids to twitch. However, he swiftly chastises himself for harboring such trepidation. As a warrior of the northern Hu, how could he yield to fear on this vast expanse? What is there to fear from a group of beleaguered soldiers? His expression darkens, and with a commanding roar, he bellows, "All troops, heed my command. Charge at full speed. Leave them no time to regroup. Sever the tangled threads swiftly. Forward!" The northern Hu soldiers, inspired by his fervor, spur their steeds onward. After a brief period, Tu Yuchin finally reaches the battlefield, where, beyond the scattered corpses, thousands of soldiers in black helmets stand ready for combat. His gaze sweeps across the field, and his countenance hardens like frost. On the opposite end of the battlefield, witnessing the formidable advance of the Hu cavalry, Chinzay rises from the corpse of a Hu soldier. The breeze tousles his hair, and though the blood on his face has dried, his eyes gleam with excitement. Initially, he had intended to regroup and lead his forces in a night assault against the northern Hu camp. However, he is pleasantly surprised that the northern Hu troops have chosen to come forth, sparing him the trouble of pursuing them under the cover of darkness. Although his side has over 3,000 men yet to fully recuperate, he still commands the newly formed 4,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Not long ago, scouts from the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry had returned with news of the approaching Hu forces, thus Chinzay was already prepared for battle. As dusk deepens and stars begin to twinkle, the prairie remains engulfed in gloom. Chinzay surveys both flanks of the prairie, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, a resounding voice pierces the air. Chinzay, what audacity! After slaying so many of my men, you do not retreat to the Tiger-S gate, but rest here. Do you presume I have no soldiers left to challenge you? As the words echo, Chinzay raises his chin and gazes ahead. 100 meters away, Tu Yuchen, his fury palpable, brandishes a long blade and bellows with rage. Chinzay's demeanor turns icy as he unsheaths the fire-wind-breaking spear embedded in the ground. With a swift, decisive motion, he cleaves through the head of a nearby corpse. Then, with a flick of his spear, hurls the severed head toward Tu Yuchen. The head soars through the air, blood gushing from the severed neck, painting a gruesome tableau. It lands several meters away with a dull thud upon the grass. Tu Yuchen furrowed his brow, peering intently ahead. As the visage of the severed head came into focus, his pupils constricted violently, and a surge of rage erupted within him, causing his complexion to flush an angry red. The head belonged to none other than his esteemed general, Tu Baiyan. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, resonating in Tu Yuchen's ears. Tu Yuchen, I recognize you. 2 years ago, my father led his troops to Beiliang, driving you from Hurong Pass and pushing you back 300 miles. In just 2 short years, your Huma tribe has resumed its incursions along the border, terrorizing the innocent. I presume the vast expanse of the North Ku grasslands has afforded you a prosperous existence these past few years. It is time for you to return what you have taken. Upon hearing these words, Tu Yuchen's chest heaved violently, his fierce gaze ablaze with fury. He vividly recalled the devastation wrought by Chinzay's father, Qin Haotian, who had commanded the Qian army in a brutal battle 2 years prior, resulting in the loss of over 100,000 lives on his side, a haunting memory still shunned by the Beihu army. Yet, back then, Qin Haotian had commanded an army of hundreds of thousands, whereas now, Chinzay only had a mere few thousand at his disposal. How dare he utter such audacious claims? With a thunderous shout, Tu Yuchen retorted, Chinzay, today is not like any other day. Your Qin family is no longer the formidable force it once was, and my Huma tribe is no longer the same. Alas, if only Qin Haotian were alive to witness the day my Huma tribe breaches the city and enters the capital. Across these vast grasslands, countless Huma warriors stand ready. Let this day commence with your demise. With that, a fierce war horn echoed through the tranquil starry night, akin to a wolf's howl, as the grand banner billowed in the wind. The sound of the horn instilled a sense of dread, while the neighing of war horses filled the air. Amidst the swirling grass, Chinzay led his 3,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry like a pack of predatory beasts, revealing their sharp fangs. Kill! Tu Yuchen's visage twisted in rage as he bellowed, charging forth with his cavalry. Meanwhile, on his flanks, 2 units of Tiger and Leopard cavalry, shrouded in the deepening night, sprang into action. Chapter 50. 10 points per second. The wind howled, and the horses cried out. Cold steel pierced the searing flesh, and the autumn night was brisk, with blood splattering and releasing wisps of white vapor. Within the blood mist, the pungent scent of blood invaded Chinzay's nostrils. Rather than feeling repulsed, it accelerated his heartbeat, heightening his exhilaration. It had been merely 2 hours since the last battle. Although his body had not fully recuperated and fatigue tugged at him, the adrenaline surging through his veins ignited his battle spirit. Chinzay understood that annihilating the remaining Huma soldiers would yield a substantial increase in points. Furthermore, peace would once again grace the border, liberating the common folk from Huma oppression, while he would attain unparalleled prestige. Let this battle lay the cornerstone for his counteroffensive. Chinzay's face flushed crimson, the tumultuous emotions causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, as the once dried blood in his hair began to melt and trickle down his face in droplets. Yet there was no time to wipe them clean. His hands were required to wield his weapon, to sever the heads of the foes before him. With a roar, Chinzay grasped his spear, sweeping it across with the force of a celestial river cascading from the heavens. In a moment of astonishment, the heads of the 2 cavalrymen before him fell, neatly severed. Blood gushed forth, staining the warhorse and Chinzay's spear of shattering formations. Moments passed. 100 meters away, Tu Yuchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the battlefield. His heart plummeted to the depths, his face draining of its previous crimson hue, now a ghostly pallor. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, drenching his neck, a chill creeping up his spine. Tu Yuchen had assumed that Chinzay was left with merely a few thousand remnants of his forces, prompting him to take the gamble of leading a counteroffensive. intent on annihilating Chinzay and claiming his head for glory. However, confronted by the two squads of cavalry that had unexpectedly surged from the flanks, he realized he had made a grievous error in judgment. Chinzay possessed more than just these few thousand remnants. He had reserves and ambushes. Whether it was a miscalculation by his scouts or a hasty reinforcement from the Tiger Rome Pass, at this moment, it mattered little. What was crucial was the sight before him. These cavalrymen, clad in dark helmets and wielding long spears, were like a pack of wolves hunting in the night, mercilessly slaughtering the Hu cavalry one after another. The 15,000 North Hu cavalrymen found themselves utterly powerless against them, having roamed the North Ku grasslands for many years. Tu Yuchen prided himself on the formidable combat prowess of his cavalry. No army could stand against him. Only an enemy with overwhelming numbers could hope to defeat him. Even in the battle 2 years prior, though Qin Haoyan had triumphed over him in the North Liang, his forces had paid a heavy toll. Yet today, his once proud North Hu cavalry was facing utter defeat at the hands of Chinzay, who commanded far fewer troops. Tu Yuchen lifted his gaze, peering past the soldiers locked in combat to focus on Chinzay, 100 meters away, engaged in battle. His breathing grew labored, his grip on his weapon trembled slightly, then tightened with resolve. Chinzay, come forth and face me, Tu Yuchen bellowed, pulling on the reins and charging towards Chinzay. Even in the face of defeat today, he was determined to claim Chinzay's head, regardless of the cost. A fierce premonition gripped him. If he failed to subdue this man today, he would undoubtedly rally his forces to march upon the North Ku grasslands in the future. Such a fierce and ravenous army, given time to grow stronger, would pose an insurmountable threat to the North Hu. This man, he must not be allowed to live. The intensity of this premonition was so strong that even the battle-hardened Tu Yuchen felt a flicker of fear within him. A thunderous roar broke through his thoughts. No need for my lord to take action. Tu Yuchen, I shall claim your head. A striking young man, mounted on a noble steed and wielding a plum blossom spear, glared fiercely ahead as he charged forward, riding over the fallen bodies with relentless momentum. In mere moments, the vibrant spear, adorned with crimson blossoms, thrust menacingly towards Tu Yuchen. With his legs tightly gripping the horse's flank, Tu Yuchen deftly deflected the spear's tip with a swift motion. In an instant, a furious shout erupted, and he retaliated with a fierce strike, aiming his blade directly at Huotsubing. Huotsubing's gaze was icy as he sidestepped the ferocious blow, the razor-sharp blade grazing his hair and severing a lock that floated to the ground. Yet, before that single strand could touch the earth, Huotsubing responded with a flurry of thrusts from his spear. The weapon sliced through the air like a dragon, its cold, glinting tip darting towards Tu Yuchen's face. Tu Yuchen's pupils constricted as he yanked on the reins, hastily retreating just in time to evade the lethal strikes. Gritting his teeth, he swung his long knife in a horizontal arc aimed at Huotsubing's chest. Huotsubing quickly leaned back. With a sharp sound, the blade grazed his chest, creating a spark as it scraped against his armor. Had it penetrated deeper, it would have wounded him gravely. Taking a deep breath, Huotsubing swiftly turned his horse to flee. Witnessing Huotsubing's retreat, Tu Yuchen let out a furious roar and hastened his pursuit, exclaiming, "Coward! Did you not vow to claim my head? Why do you run?" Fueled by rage, Tu Yuchen spurred his horse forward, the animal responding with a powerful gallop as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. In a flash, Huotsubing halted abruptly, twisting his body to thrust his spear backward. The silver tip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, glimmering coldly under the starlight, resembling frost as it appeared before Tu Yuchen's eyes. His pupils dilated in shock. In that fleeting moment, he felt his breath catch, the metallic scent of blood wafting from the spearhead, a harbinger of death. The next instant, a sickening sound pierced the air as metal pierced flesh. Huotsubing's gaze remained steely as he forcefully withdrew his spear. Tu Yuchen's long knife clattered to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he clutched at the gaping wound in his throat, producing a strangled sound as blood poured through his fingers. Tu Yuchen felt the warmth of life ebbing away, the brilliance in his eyes dimming. The world around him began to blur, and despite his efforts to focus, clarity eluded him. The only sound that remained was the agonized cries of his soldiers. Tu Yuchen, the demise of the Northern Hu begins today. I shall conquer the entire northern grassland and annihilate all of the Northern Hu. A chilling voice echoed, drifting like a death knell from the depths of the underworld. Tu Yuchen's eyes widened, filled solely with terror, and soon his pupils began to constrict. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, only to be trampled by the advancing cavalry of the tiger and leopard riders. Countless hooves crushed his body into the earth, mingling shattered flesh with the soil and wild grass into a grotesque amalgamation. The brutal slaughter under the night sky had reached its conclusion. The night breeze gently stirred the wild grass, dispersing the stench of blood. Stars began to twinkle in the sky, and amidst the vast expanse of starry brilliance, The prairie fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Moments earlier, the last remnants of the Hu cavalry, numbering 15,000, had been entirely annihilated. Thus, of the 80,000 troops of the northern Hu, 5,000 had been slain by Dianwei at Shifeng City, leaving the remaining 75,000 to perish upon the grassland. Chinzay lay on the ground, wiping the blood from his face, wearily gazing at the night sky, while Huitzubing beside him mirrored his exhaustion. At this moment, Chinzay had no desire to move. All he yearned for was a good night's sleep. Yet, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host eliminating a faction. Points increased to 101 seconds. Chapter 51. The general speaks. As the system's voice faded, Chinzay's eyes narrowed, and his breathing grew heavier. The recent bloodshed had left him utterly drained, devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. However, the reward from the system ignited a fervor within him, and he could no longer suppress a weary smile. His points surged to 10 per second. What did this signify? It meant that from this day forth, he could amass 864,000 points daily. It indicated that he could recruit over 3,000 fully equipped tiger and leopard riders each day. Within just over a day, he could accumulate more than 1,000,000 points, unlocking the 2-star shop and beginning to exchange for superior military equipment. The enhancement of armaments would significantly bolster the combat prowess of his soldiers. Furthermore, he could recruit more generals to assist him in battle and command his forces. No longer would he find himself limited to merely 2 officers at his disposal. Of course, Chinzay understood that 10 points per second was merely a starting point. In the northern Ku Prairie, many Hu cavalrymen were lurking, intent on invading northern Liang. Once he dealt with these Hu forces, his points would continue to increase, and his reputation would soar to unprecedented heights. With the people's support and an invincible army. Once his armaments were upgraded, his forces sufficiently numerous, and his generals abundant, he could then lead his army towards the capital, compelling Jinfeng Wan to pay the price. With these thoughts, boundless anticipation surged in Chinzay's eyes, and a long-suppressed emotion erupted from the depths of his heart. Jinfeng Wan, you have stripped my Qin family of everything, repeatedly ensnaring me in your conspiracies, intent on bringing about our demise in northern Liang. Wait for me. On the day I charge into the capital from northern Liang, I shall ensure that you, Chinzay, grit your teeth, clench your fists, and your eyes burn with crimson fervor, your body trembling from the tumult of intense emotions. He turned his head, gazing at the northern Ku grassland under the night sky, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. Flattening the Hu cavalry, by the time I return to northern Liang, an army of countless soldiers will surely be at my command. The night was profound, as a troop of tiger and leopard cavalry, bearing Chinzay's secret orders, galloped across the grassland. Their destination was none other than Tiger Rong Pass. Upon entering the pass, this troop of cavalry dispersed, setting off in various directions, like ripples spreading across the water's surface. The battles of this night would undoubtedly echo throughout all of northern Liang. A colossal wave had already risen, a fragile boat gradually transforming into a warship, sailing towards a vaster ocean. The night wind howled, stirring the wild grasses of the grassland, and the entire northern Ku grassland fell into the tranquil calm before dawn. The next day, within the city of Tiger Rong Pass, the air was cool, and the early rising townsfolk had already stepped out of their homes, commencing their diligent labors. This barren land yielded little in terms of harvest. The meager grains painstakingly collected were required to be surrendered as military provisions, while also being subject to the ravages of the Hu cavalry. Furthermore, the Hu cavalry periodically invaded the city to abduct its populace, robust men conscripted as slaves for herding, and women relegated to the status of concubines for their gratification. Over the years, the city's population had dwindled alarmingly. Yet, no amount of suffering could extinguish their indomitable spirit. Much like the resilient grass rooted in the city walls, a single drop of rain could inspire their tenacity to endure. Similarly, a glimmer of hope could reignite the vibrant vitality within this desolate city. Today, the walls of Tiger Rong Pass stood as they always did, albeit with one notable difference. At this moment, a multitude of soldiers stood beneath the ramparts. Unlike the languid and despondent garrison of yore, these newly arrived soldiers were vigorous and resolute, their faces etched with determination. The dark armor, gleaming long halberds, and orderly formation instilled an overwhelming sense of security. At the foot of the walls, several sacks of grain lay piled high, while a conspicuous notice was affixed to the ramparts. 2 young adolescents, hunched over and wrapped tightly in their tattered garments, approached the wall with curious eyes, taking tentative steps. As they drew closer, a striking line of text on the notice caught the girl's eye. The King of the North slays 80,000 Hu cavalry. There were many more words inscribed, detailing that each household could come forth to receive a load of grain for the winter, a portion of which had been seized from the northern Hu military stores. Grain previously pilfered from within the city. Another portion had been acquired from the garrison's estate. Last night, upon entering the city, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry's first act was to raid the household of the local commander, Wu Yi, and the outcome was as Chinzay had anticipated. Wu Yi's granaries were indeed overflowing with provisions. At that moment, upon comprehending the contents of the notice, the girl instinctively covered her mouth. Her bright eyes misting over with tears, her eyelids gradually reddening. The frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside her, the younger brother, unable to read, scratched his head, poised to inquire of his sister when a soldier approached, bearing a burden. "Little brother, where is your home? Allow me to deliver some provisions to you," he said with a smile. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she choked out, "Sir, has the general driven away the Hu cavalry?" The soldier knelt beside her, gently wiping away her tears as he softly replied, "Not yet. The general remains on the grasslands. However, we have already annihilated many of the Hu cavalry, and for the time being, they will not dare to return. The general has stated that the Hu cavalry stole your provisions and must return them to you. As it is late autumn, without food, you will find it difficult to endure the winter." As these words left his lips, tears streamed down the girl's gaunt cheeks, soaking her thin garment. The morning air was cold, yet the tears gliding down her skin felt scalding. The warm tears gradually warmed her heart. The young boy had grasped the situation. He took a deep breath, his hands clenched into excited fists, his dark, thin face flushed crimson. "The general has driven away the Hu cavalry. He has done it," he shouted in exhilaration, turning to dash towards the city. However, he ran too swiftly and stumbled. Yet he rose unperturbed, continuing his hurried strides toward the town. He ran faster and faster. His exultant cries gradually took on a note of sobbing, ultimately transforming into heart-wrenching wails. Yet, his words rang out with remarkable clarity. "General, the general has driven away the Hu cavalry. He has done it." The tranquility of the morning was shattered by the boy's cries, and the desolate border town was utterly awakened amidst the relentless shouts and weeping. The doors and windows, sealed to guard against the Hu cavalry, were smashed open by the townsfolk. One by one, they surged forth from their dilapidated homes, rushing to the city walls. Cheers, sobs, applause, and shouts of encouragement melded into a cacophony, chaotic yet pulsating with life, marking the most vibrant moment for the town. With tear-filled eyes, the girl raised her frail face to the soldier and asked, "Sir, if the general must continue to drive away the Hu cavalry and you have given me this food, what will you eat?" The clamorous din fell silent as the townspeople comprehended the gravity of their situation. Had it not been for the arrival of the northern king, they would have surely perished at the hands of the Hu cavalry, or worse, starved to death. The soldier gently ruffled her hair, then turned to address the crowd with a resounding voice. "The general has declared that the Hu cavalry's provisions are his provisions. If there is no food, he will take it back from the Hu cavalry." At this proclamation, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the crowd. Amidst the jubilation, someone called out, "Sir, when will the general return?" Hearing this, the soldier glanced at the vast sky beyond the city walls and declared, "The general has said, through 100 battles in golden armor, I shall not return until the Hu cavalry is vanquished. The day we eradicate the Hu cavalry will be the day he returns." The general proclaimed his intention to seize the entire Baiku grassland, vowing to gift it to every citizen. He promised that each person would have food to eat and none would suffer humiliation. As his words echoed in the air, a brief silence ensued, followed by the gradual emergence of sobs, which soon crescendoed into a thunderous chorus of cheers. Among the multitude of voices, one youthful tone rang out distinctly, albeit slightly raspy. "Sir, I wish to enlist. I long to march with the general against the barbarian cavalry. We must ensure they never dare to seize our grains or harm my family." The speaker was a young boy, his eyes glistening with tears, raising his frail arm and shouting fervently, "I too wish to enlist. Me too. Count me in." What began as a solitary voice swiftly transformed into a collective chorus. The deep-seated hatred for the barbarian invaders, the poignant longing for the departed, and the yearning for survival ignited a fierce flame of hope among the populace. The soldier, feeling the fervor of the crowd, inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "The general has declared that our mission is to engage in battle against the enemy. It is the duty of a soldier to fight valiantly and safeguard the peace of the people. When your households are abundant and your body strong, then you may take to the battlefield. But until that time, focus on survival. Only by living can you defend your land." The tears of a young girl cascaded down her garments as she wept and embraced the soldier, rendered speechless by her emotions. The autumn winds swept through the wild grasses, stirring up dust and dispersing the scent of blood, as well as the ominous news of the northern king's annihilation of 80,000 barbarian cavalry, which spread like the countless whispers of autumn winds across Hubar Pass, Shifeng City, and various regions of northern Liang. Swift messengers galloped urgently towards the capital. Chapter 52. The Great Victory at Hubar Pass. News of the victory at Hubar Pass, where the northern king had decimated 80,000 barbarian soldiers, quickly reverberated throughout northern Liang. In every city, the citizens were invigorated upon hearing the news, marveling at the northern king's decisive action and formidable prowess in warfare. After all, the barbarian incursions had plagued the borders for an extended period, yet the defenses had been lacking, with some garrisons even colluding with the invaders, allowing them to act with impunity. The recent annihilation of 80,000 barbarian troops harkened back to the remarkable feat accomplished 2 years prior by General Hui and his Crimson Flame army. Now, with General Hui deceased, his son Chinzay had managed to achieve a similar victory against the barbarians, demonstrating that the apple does not fall far from the tree, embodying his father's formidable spirit. However, amid this joy, there were also those who harbored deep sorrow. In Baiyuan City, at the commander's residence, a soldier burst in, breathless. Report. Sir, urgent news from the border. Zhao Yuanzhong, seated calmly with a cup of tea, raised an eyebrow at the soldier's frantic demeanor and replied in a stern voice. What is you in such a state of disarray? The soldier hastily approached, breathless and fatigued, intermittently speaking. My lord, urgent news from the border. The king of the north has slain all the invading Hu cavalry. Moreover, there has been no word from the Hu soldiers advancing from Jibachuan. While the city walls are still manned by our guards, I fear that those Hu soldiers have also perished at Jibachuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. His hand, which had been holding a teacup, suddenly stiffened, causing the cup to slip from his grasp and shatter. What? His face contorted in disbelief as he sprang to his feet and rushed towards his subordinate, seizing him by the collar and shouting in fury, Impossible! There are tens of thousands of Hu soldiers at the border. How could he possibly have killed them all? His subordinate, face flushed and struggling to breathe, replied, My lord, it is absolutely true. The king of the north has slain all the Hu cavalry and has even brought back the grain stolen from the common folk. The people at the border have already collected their rations. At these words, Zhao Yuan's face went pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. How could he have killed so many Hu soldiers? What in the world was happening? How could he have possibly achieved such a feat? Zhao Yuan appeared almost deranged, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in disbelief. This outcome was beyond his comprehension, a reality he dared not accept. When Chinzay had eradicated the bandits, he commanded merely several thousand soldiers, a sight he had witnessed firsthand. Even with the imperial edict to repel the Hu at the border, it was inconceivable that he could train more troops in such a short span. In stark contrast, during Zhao Yuan's last visit to the grasslands, he had seen tens of thousands of Hu soldiers. Furthermore, he was all too familiar with the formidable prowess of the Hu cavalry, whose mobility and combat skills on the plains were fearsome, even leading his own men into battle. He could not guarantee their success against them. What of Chinzay? And yet, this had transpired within just a few days. From the moment he dispatched his troops to the delivery of the victory report, it had barely been 3 days. Was it possible to annihilate 80,000 Hu soldiers in such a brief period? Were his soldiers not susceptible to fatigue, or did he command hundreds of thousands? That was utterly implausible. Even accounting for the civilians of Hulong Pass, there could not be that many troops. Moreover, the Hu soldiers who had advanced upon Shifeng City had also been vanquished. Upon closer reflection, had they breached Shifeng City, news would surely have reached him by now. It appeared that not only did Chinzay possess soldiers during his campaign against the Hu, but he had also left a considerable force stationed in Shifeng City. The more Zhao Yuan pondered, the more alarmed he became. Although the slaying of the Hu soldiers at the border was a significant boon for Baiyang at this moment, it was the most terrifying development for him. After all, he had been the one to conspire with the Hu tribes, orchestrating the deployment of troops to Jibachuan. Now, Chinzay not only survived, but has also triumphed over an astonishing number of Hu cavalry. Were this matter to come to light, it would undoubtedly implicate Zhao Yuan. His body stiffened, breath growing heavier, he slumped despondently into his chair. Drive, drive. Several members of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, their expressions composed, rode forth. The soldiers guarding the gate, upon seeing their approach, hastily opened the city gates to allow them entry. Report. Urgent news from Hirogwan. Under the guidance of the guarding soldiers, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry arrived at the military camp. Dian Wei had been anxiously awaiting news from Hirogwan for several days, and at this moment, seeing the cavalry finally arrive, a look of joy spread across his face. How goes the battle? Is our lord safe? Dian Wei bombarded them with questions. Replying to General Dian, a great victory at Hirogwan. 80,000 Hu cavalry have been slain. Our lord is unharmed and has resolved to continue the campaign on the northern Kuku grassland to annihilate all Hu cavalry. This is a personally pinned confidential letter from our lord. The cavalry produced a letter and handed it to Dianwei. Ha ha. Excellent, excellent. It is a pity I did not join the expedition. My hands have been itching for action. Our lord should have taken me along. Dianwei laughed heartily as he accepted the letter. As he opened it and read its contents, a smile gradually spread across his face. Good, good, good. Dianwei exclaimed thrice before tucking the letter into his bosom. He then issued a command. Dispatch orders to prepare defensive fortifications, extending 50 miles outward, establishing watchtowers along the route. Outside Hirogwan, upon the grasslands, Chinzay gazed at the system attribute panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 806532. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 10. 123 square kilometers. Level 5 troops, Chinrui soldiers, 9000. The final battle yesterday had cost him over 1,000 soldiers. Originally, such significant losses would not have occurred, but the Northern Hu soldiers, in their final stand, fought with a resolve to perish, resulting in this outcome. Nonetheless, the casualties were relatively minimal. Currently, at Hirogwan, he still had 5,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry and 500 Chinrui soldiers, while at Shifeng City, there were solely Chinrui soldiers, totaling 8,500. With points accruing at a rate of 10 per second, he had amassed over 800,000 points in less than a day. Resting his chin on his hand, Chinzay fell into deep contemplation. Although the fighting had ceased, he did not allow himself to relax. Prior to the formal engagement with the Hu cavalry, Shifeng City had been attacked, which clearly defied logic. The Hu cavalry must have accessed Shifeng City through other checkpoints, implying that there were individuals colluding with them, facilitating their arrival. He could easily deduce who would dare to act in such a manner. With this thought, a glint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes as he turned to gaze into the distance. Chapter 53. Annihilating 80,000 Hu cavalry. News reaches the capital. In the capital, at the residence of the Minister of Personnel, Zhongli sat before his desk, engrossed in his reading when a servant approached with news. My lord, a messenger from the Northern King has arrived from Bailiang and is waiting at the gate. Zhongli raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. By now, Chinzay should be confronting the Hu cavalry at Hujiang Pass. The arrival of a messenger at this moment surely indicates an urgent situation at the borders. Could it be that I am to seek troops from His Majesty to support Hujiang Pass? It seems likely. The Hu cavalry have long wreaked havoc at Hujiang Pass, and although Chinzay has vanquished tens of thousands of bandits, he must be facing considerable difficulty against such valiant foes. Knowing that His Majesty would not grant him troops, he has turned to me to plead for assistance. It is quite possible that the Hu cavalry have already breached Hujiang Pass. Otherwise, given Chinzay's pride, he would never have sent someone to request reinforcements at such a critical moment. With a sigh, Zhongli reflected on the situation. He was acutely aware of the Empress's disdain for the Qin family. Yet if the borders were indeed in peril, it would be detrimental to both the nation and its people. A sense of urgency enveloped him. The Hu cavalry must be repelled at all costs, and he would ensure that this request for troops would be fulfilled. Quickly let him in, Zhongli commanded. Yes, my lord, the servant replied and promptly retreated. Before long, a soldier with a solemn demeanor strode in. As he entered, Zhongli scrutinized him closely and inwardly nodded in approval. Though clad in armor, the soldier's robust physique was evident. His steady gait emanated a reserved confidence, indicating his remarkable prowess. This was indeed the caliber of troops trained by Chinzay, reminiscent of the former Qian army. Recognizing the urgency of the border situation, Zhongli directly inquired, "What is the current state of Hujiang Pass? Can General Qin hold the line?" The soldier replied with calm assurance, "My lord, Hujiang Pass remains secure. A portion of the Hu cavalry has been annihilated, and they will not pose any further threat to the borders for the time being. This letter is from the general, and he has instructed me to deliver it personally to you." The soldier maintained his composed demeanor as he spoke. The soldier retrieved a letter from his breast pocket and respectfully handed it to Zhongli. However, Zhongli found himself momentarily lost in thought, replaying the soldier's words in his mind. Hujiang Pass is secure? A portion of the Hu cavalry has been eliminated? Could it be that Chinzay not only withstood the Hu forces, but also led his men beyond the pass to drive them back on the plains? Could such a feat be possible? The likelihood seems exceedingly slim. The Hu cavalry are nomads, adept at traversing the plains with ease. They are not so easily vanquished. Could it be that he employed some strategy to lure a portion of the Hu cavalry into Hujiang Pass, subsequently surrounding and annihilating them? This would indeed instill a sense of caution among the remaining Hu forces, compelling them to withdraw. It seems plausible. By enticing and eliminating 1,000 or 2,000 Hu cavalry, he may have struck a blow to instill fear, causing the northern Hu to retreat. Zhongli conjectured this scenario in his mind. After all, Chinzay had studied military tactics under Hao Yin since childhood and was indeed a man of both valor and cunning. Upon contemplating this, a hint of joy mingled with surprise adorned Zhang Li's countenance. After receiving the letter, he remarked casually, "General Qin has annihilated how many Hu cavalry? How far have those who retreated?" The soldier responded in a solemn tone. "According to incomplete statistics, it should be around 80,000 Hu cavalry." What? What did you say?" With that exclamation, Zhang Li's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief. The soldier continued, "So far, we have only eliminated this many. There are still numerous Hu cavalry lurking in the northern grasslands. My lord, after you peruse the contents of the letter, you will understand. I must return to the city to report to the general. I take my leave." Zhang Li abruptly seized him, his expression one of astonishment. "Wait a moment. 80,000 Hu cavalry annihilated? We cannot afford to misreport military intelligence." The soldier maintained a steady demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Li's eyes bulged in disbelief, his entire being trembling as he scrutinized the soldier. "Eliminating a portion of the Hu cavalry? This portion refers to 80,000? Then how many are there in total? Is it possible that Chinzay intends to eradicate all the Hu cavalry on the northern Kuku grasslands?" Doubt flooded Zhang Li's mind. His earlier conjectures had seemed the most reasonable, yet now the claim of Chinzay having annihilated 80,000 Hu cavalry emerged. Could this be plausible? Is this reasonable? It defied logic. Even if there were 80,000 bandits, it could not be so easily accomplished. How much time had passed? Hadn't it been less than the 5 days decreed by His Majesty? A retreat had morphed into a total annihilation, and 80,000 at that. Wait, do not leave. Allow me to finish reading the letter. Zhang Li fumbled to open the envelope, his eyes widening in astonishment. As he perused its contents, his pupils constricted sharply. His mouth involuntarily agape, and his hand trembled as it held the letter. His breathing grew heavy, his heart raced, and a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp. The shock that had initially gripped his face gradually transformed into a flush, and his lips widened in a broad grin. Upon finishing the letter, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Excellent! Such audacity! Such courage! A tiger begets no dog. This is precisely how one ought to confront the Hu cavalry. Tomorrow, I shall attend court to offer my counsel." Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his face radiant with joy. However, as he glanced at the latter part of the letter, his expression shifted to one of gravity. Subsequently, he folded the letter and tucked it away, stating solemnly, "Inform Chinzay that I shall advise regarding the northern Hu's encroachment on Beichuan. He may rest assured in commanding the troops." "Yes, my lord." The soldier turned to depart. In the general's residence, within the rear garden, Huang Long was engaged in light conversation with his son, Huang Tianhu, naturally discussing the matters concerning the Hu cavalry at the border. Huang Tianhu, robust and broad-shouldered, bore a plump, fair face. Yet, his prolonged indulgence in wine and pleasure had rendered his sunken eyes somewhat vacant. At this moment, he gazed at his father and inquired, "Father, do you mean to say that after Chinzay's demise, I should proceed to Beiliang to suppress the Hu cavalry?" Huang Long nodded with a smile, replying, "Indeed, that is the case." Huang Tianhu raised an eyebrow and shook his head, saying, "Is there truly nothing to gain? We must engage in battle against those barbaric Hu horses. What benefits can we possibly reap? I am rather reluctant to go. Father, you have so many generals at your disposal. Why not send them instead?" Observing his son's lazy demeanor, Huang Long spoke sternly. "What do you understand? What Chinzay cannot accomplish, you have managed to achieve. Surely this can bring you fame. And what of the Hu horses? Even if you go, it does not mean you must fight. At most, you will engage in discussions, which is sufficient. If you guard that place for a month, compelling them to retreat 100 miles, you will earn the emperor's commendation, and then you may return. At that point, you can send another in your stead, and that will be the end of it. Thereafter, such matters shall no longer concern you." Huang Tianhu scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he grinned. "Oh, gilded glory! Father, you certainly know how to navigate these matters. Upon my return, might the emperor bestow upon me the title of a royal of a different surname? At that time, you would be the old prince." Huang Tianhu's round, bright eyes sparkled with delight. Huang Long rolled his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that this second son of his often entertained fanciful thoughts. Thus he simply shook his head. Huang Tianhu then inquired, "Father, when shall I depart?" Huang Long stroked his beard, contemplating briefly before replying, "I suppose it will be in a few days. It is possible that news from Beiliang has already reached us, reporting the death of the northern king at the hands of the Hu horses, and the urgency at Hujiong Pass." As these words were spoken, the father and son exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, a house servant rushed in, flustered. "My lord, news from Beiliang." Huang Long spread his hands, looking at his son with a smile. "See, I told you it would come, did I not?" Huang Tianhu nodded in agreement and shouted at the servant, What is the rush? Speak slowly. The servant took several deep breaths before continuing. I report to you, my lord, a great victory at Hujung Pass. The northern king has annihilated 80,000 Hu horses. This news has spread throughout the capital. Huang Long's smile abruptly froze, his outstretched hands slowly descending. Huang Tianhu's expression also stiffened, and in the next instant, he seized the servant by the collar, shouting, What did you say? Is there a mistake? Annihilated 80,000 Hu horses? Chinzay? The servant trembled like a leaf, hastily responding, It is absolutely true, my lord. Huang Tianhu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to his father, whose face had turned ashen, Father, how do we explain this? Huang Long's eyes narrowed, his countenance darkening with fury, and he gritted his teeth, saying, How could this be? How could he possibly annihilate 80,000 Hu soldiers? They are Hu horses, not mere bandits. To repel the Hu horses 100 miles in 5 days is already a Herculean task, yet he has completely obliterated them. This is simply preposterous. Could it be that divine forces descended to aid him in slaying 80,000 Hu soldiers? Huang Long's jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his face beginning to twitch. Having already dispatched Zhao Yuan to conspire with the Hu cavalry, intending to orchestrate the demise of Chinzay, it is utterly disheartening that he could not be eliminated in Bailiang. Instead, he has decimated 80,000 Hu cavalry. How can this be believed? Huang Tianhu, furrowing his brow, scratched his head and suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming, I understand. Father, it must be that the Hu cavalry were too feeble. I surmise they were merely a facade, comprised of the elderly, the sick, and the weak, which allowed him to slay 80,000. Alas, had I been the one to go, I could have easily accomplished such a feat. What a pity. This glorious task should have been entrusted to me. Chapter 54. I believe he will rebel. Observing his foolish son's earnest analysis, Huang Long could not contain his exasperation. Feeble, my foot. Who knows the Hu cavalry better than I? Just as he uttered this, a change came over his expression, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Having sent Zhao Yuan to conspire with the Hu cavalry and dispatch troops to Jibeichuan. Now with the Hu cavalry annihilated, the situation could very well be exposed. Should the populace learn that there were traitors within the court colluding with the Hu cavalry, it would spell disaster. With this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Huang Long. He hurriedly exited the rear garden, bellowing, Summon me to the palace. In the imperial palace, within the Hall of Virtue, Jean Fenghuan sat upon the dragon throne, her delicate jade hand holding a memorial. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an air of cold elegance, her captivating eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Her nose was slightly elevated, and her thin lips were pressed together, hinting at a touch of sharpness. Below, Huang Long knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. After a considerable time, Jean Fenghuan finished reading the memorial and cast it aside. The sound of the document hitting the table caused Huang Long's heart to tighten, his body involuntarily trembling. Jean Fenghuan regarded Huang Long, who was nearly prostrate before the ground, with eyes as frigid as frost. The memorial detailed Chinzay's annihilation of 80,000 Hu cavalry, and upon finishing it, Jean Fenghuan took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She let out a barely audible sigh, her delicate hand brushing against her fair forehead, her willow-like brows knitting tightly. While Chinzay's previous eradication of bandits had surprised her, his recent obliteration of 80,000 Hu cavalry compelled her to reflect deeply. Had granting Bailiang to Chinzay truly been akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Yet, when he departed the capital, he had been accompanied by merely 800 personal guards. In less than a month since entering Bailiang, he had accomplished 2 monumental feats. Now his remarkable achievements had spread throughout all of Bailiang. No, they had echoed across the entire Deqian. Jean Fenghuan sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. Rubbing her temples, her gaze grew increasingly icy, her fingers tightly clenched into her palm. For the great nation of Deqian, the annihilation of the marauding barbarians at the border was indeed a fortuitous event, allowing the common folk to live in peace and prosperity while showcasing the might of the nation, effectively quelling the ferocity of the invaders. However, the one who brought this glory was none other than the son of the formidable General Hu Wei, the young commander of the Red Flame Army, and the current Prince of the North. This inevitably stirred memories of events from years past. At that time, Deqian was still feeble, and even in his youth, Qin Haoyan had already made a name for himself on the battlefield. Back then, she was merely in her youthful prime. Yet she had already heard tales of this young general within the depths of the palace. In comparison, the present Chinzay was merely 18, akin to the Qin Haoyan of yore. However, unlike his father, Chinzay had already surpassed him in achievement. If he were to continue accruing merits in the northern Liang, it would pose a significant concern for Jean Fenghuan, who was lost in contemplation. Kneeling on the ground, Huang Long pressed his face to the floor. Having remained in that position for nearly half an hour, As he sensed the continued silence from the dragon throne, his heart grew increasingly anxious. In a moment of trepidation, he cautiously raised his eyes towards the throne, only to meet the icy gaze of the Empress. Instantly, beads of sweat poured down his brow, and he hastily lowered his head. In that instant, a chilling voice resonated. You instructed Zhao Yuan to conspire with the barbarians against the Qin family. Do you comprehend the gravity of your error? Upon hearing this, Huang Long felt his heart leap to his throat, cold sweat cascading down his back. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the guilty minister is indeed foolish. I underestimated the strength of Chinzay's forces. As soon as he finished speaking, a derisive laugh echoed. You are not mistaken. Hearing this, Huang Long felt a moment of relief. But it was swiftly followed by a scathing rebuke. You are indeed exceedingly foolish. How dare you collude with the barbarians, plotting against a high-ranking official of the court? What punishment do you deserve? Huang Long's heart raced, and he quickly implored, Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions. I acted solely for your interests. Before he could finish, Jin Fengluan coldly interrupted, What of me? The air thickened with tension, sending a chill down Huang Long's spine as he envisioned executioners emerging from the sides of the grand hall, ready to claim his head. I deserve 1,000 deaths for my presumptuousness. I beseech your mercy, Your Majesty. His face turned ashen, and his forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Enough, General Huang. There is no need for such extremes, Jin Fengluan said, her eyes narrowing as she spoke in a chilling tone. Huang Long ceased his kowtowing, trembling as he knelt. Subsequently, Jin Fengluan pursed her lips, her expression devoid of emotion, and stated, General Huang, Chinzay first eradicated the bandits, then obliterated 80,000 barbarian troops, causing a tremendous stir throughout the court and the populace, who sing his praises far and wide. What do you believe Chinzay will do next? Upon hearing this, Huang Long gasped in shock, myriad thoughts flooding his mind. He dared not respond, nor could he afford to speculate recklessly. However, one thing he was acutely aware of was that if Chinzay were allowed to continue his development in Beiyang, he could not fathom that Chinzay would refrain from making that treasonous decision. After all, his father was involved, along with the hundreds of thousands of the Crimson Flame Army. Jin Fengluan exclaimed sharply. Huang Long felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but soon steeled himself and resolutely declared, Your Majesty, I believe he will rebel. Jin Fengluan raised an eyebrow, a faint, intriguing smile gracing her lips. Before she inquired, What leads you to this conclusion? Huang Long's heart sank as he continued. To annihilate 80,000 Hu cavalry, one must possess a formidable army, the origins of which are shrouded in mystery, indicating a potential inclination towards rebellion. Jin Fengluan pursed her lips, rising slowly from her dragon throne and descending gracefully. While a nearby eunuch hurried forward to support her flowing dragon robe, Huang Long dared not lift his head. Anxiety gripped him as he had come to confess, thinking he was serving the Empress, expecting her to show mercy. To his dismay, she exhibited no intention of forgiveness, leaving him in a state of trepidation, as though his heart might leap from his chest. Just then, the golden dragon robe came into his peripheral vision. General Huang, raise your head, the cool voice commanded. Huang Long's heart tightened, trembling slightly as he lifted his gaze, yet his eyes remained fixed on the ground, too fearful to meet the Empress's stare. The Empress then softly uttered several words, Thus it is, and it is thus. Upon finishing her remarks, Huang Long's complexion shifted, but the frown on his brow gradually unfurled. Once she concluded, Huang Long solemnly replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. He rose, prepared to exit the hall when a gentle voice interrupted. General Huang, do you know why I would pardon you for such a grave mistake? Huang Long's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed, saying, Your Majesty, your benevolence is boundless. Jin Fengluan approached the dragon throne and spoke solemnly. Firstly, it is required that you redeem your errors through merit. Secondly, among the numerous ministers in this court, is there anyone more loyal than you, General Huang? Huang Long's heart quaked at her words, and he proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty is wise. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly and serve you until death. Chapter 55. Words that strike the heart. 3 questions that bring tears. The following day, within the Golden Lawn Hall of the capital, the court was filled with officials on either side, the atmosphere solemn. Jin Fengluan, crowned and seated upon the dragon throne, bore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. She surveyed the assembly of ministers and spoke in a grave tone. I commanded the Prince of Jinbei to quell the Hu cavalry rebellion at Hulong Pass. In just a few days, he has successfully annihilated 80,000 Hu cavalry, thereby resolving the turmoil. Recently, I ennobled him as the general of pacification and bestowed rewards. Now he has accomplished a great feat, esteemed ministers. How should we reward him? As her words fell, Huang Long stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, I believed from the beginning that the Prince of Jinbei possessed considerable strategy, which is why I recommended him for the task at Hulong Pass, and indeed, he has lived up to expectations, achieving a monumental success. As he spoke, a cold glimmer flickered in Huang Long's eyes. He continued, I believe it is imperative to summon him to the capital, where your majesty can personally bestow rewards, thus demonstrating the boundless grace of the imperial favor. Jin Fenghuan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Upon hearing this, Zhongli raised an eyebrow, realizing the truth of the matter. His thoughts drifted to the confidential letter delivered by Chinzay, and his emotions became tumultuous. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he bowed and declared, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. It pertains to Bailiang and concerns the Prince of Jinbei. At this declaration, all eyes turned towards Zhongli. Jin Fenghuan squinted slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Speak, she commanded. Zhang Li's expression grew solemn as he articulated clearly. The Prince of Jinbei has sent me a letter stating that he has entered the North Kubu grassland, vowing to annihilate all the Hu horses. He will not return to Bailiang until the Hu horses are defeated. The moment these words hung in the air, not only did the courtiers gasp in astonishment, but even the Empress's eyes widened in shock, her previously calm demeanor momentarily disrupted. Chinzay intends to eradicate all the Hu horses. With these few sentences, the court was thrown into an uproar. Huang Long's mouth fell agape, his expression one of disbelief. Just yesterday, after the Empress had shared her thoughts with him, he had planned to advise that Chinzay return to the capital today, believing that this would secure a decisive victory and ensure he would never leave the capital alive. Yet now, Chinzay claimed he would annihilate all the Hu horses on the North Kubu grassland, using this as an excuse to avoid returning to the capital. This revelation implied that he had already devised an escape route while setting out to eliminate those 80,000 Hu horses. Huang Long was filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the courtiers were engaged in fervent discussions. General Qin's destruction of 80,000 Hu horses had already earned him significant merit for the time being. The Northern Hu would certainly refrain from harassing the borders, a move that would indeed instill fear among the Hu horses. Yet he was now choosing to take the initiative and venture to the North Kubu grassland to eliminate the Hu horses. This was indeed alarming. On the dragon throne, Jin Fenghuan's chest heaved violently, a blaze of fury igniting within her. Her eyes, however, were as frigid as ice, her expression inscrutable, yet her teeth were clenched tightly. For Chinzay to assert that he had gone to the North Kubu grassland to annihilate all the Hu horses was utterly implausible. It was an exceedingly poor excuse. The North Kubu grassland was home to far more than just those 80,000 Hu horses. Had it been feasible to eradicate them, she would have dispatched someone long ago. For Chinzay to use the extermination of the Hu horses as a pretext for refusing to return to the capital was indeed a clever ruse. Clearly, he had anticipated this, which was why he had sent the message. Jin Fenghuan's sharp gaze was now as piercing as a blade as she coldly remarked, Is that so? He possesses remarkable audacity, seeking to conquer the entire North Kubu grassland. Upon hearing this, Huang Long immediately grasped the implication and quickly added, Your Majesty, I believe the Prince of Jinbei's actions are indeed overly ambitious. The multitude of Hu horses on the North Kubu grassland is vast. How could he possibly annihilate them all? Even in the face of significant achievements, one must not act with reckless abandon. Should misfortune befall us at the hands of the Hu cavalry, the dignity of our great Qian would be irreparably tarnished. I, your humble minister, firmly believe that we ought to summon the king of the northern town to return to the capital and report at once. The troubles posed by the northern Hu cannot be resolved in haste. We may address them gradually in due course. Presently, he has ventured into the northern grasslands with troops, without receiving your majesty's command. Is this not a display of military might for self-aggrandizement? Before he could finish his words, Zhang Li's face flushed with indignation. Recalling the contents of the secret missive and connecting it with Huang Long's current remarks, his anger erupted forth. He exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have 3 questions. The sudden elevation in his tone immediately drew the attention of all the ministers present. Jin Fenghuan frowned, aware that Zhang Li, as the Minister of Personnel, was known for his integrity and unwavering loyalty. Although his statements sometimes contradicted her own, the ministry he managed was impeccably organized, and he was indeed a capable official. A trusted minister left by the late emperor. Observing his agitated demeanor, she sighed inwardly and urged, Speak your mind. This time, unlike before, Zhang Li strode forward with confidence, surveying the assembly, before fixing his gaze upon Huang Long and proclaiming, For years, the Hu cavalry has incessantly harassed our borders, plundering the common folk. The northern Liang is already impoverished, and after enduring further devastation by the Hu, the populace suffers unspeakably, dwindling in numbers year after year. The king of the northern town has surged into the northern grasslands, vowing to annihilate all Hu cavalry. This is the collective desire of the people. With that, he posed his first inquiry. For those of you who have long resided in the lofty hall of governance, do you still comprehend the suffering of the common people? Although directed at all, his gaze remained fixed on Huang Long. Confronted with such fiery scrutiny, Huang Long's expression shifted, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he felt a prickling unease. Before he could respond, Zhang Li continued. The day after the king of the northern town received the imperial edict, without hesitation, he hastened to the Tiger Rong Pass, and with swift and decisive action, he eradicated the Hu cavalry. But do you all know? Here, Zhang Li lowered his tone, then thundered. The residence of the king of the northern town in Jibachuan was attacked by Hu cavalry on the very night following General Qin's departure. Were it not for Jibachuan's perilous terrain, along with a scant number of guards, the entire family of the king would have perished at the hands of the Hu that night, and the citizens of Shifeng City would undoubtedly have suffered massacre at their hands. The king of the northern town has devoted himself tirelessly to safeguarding the homeland. Yet there are treacherous individuals conspiring with the Hu, intent on bringing calamity upon us. My second question is, who among us is covertly orchestrating this conspiracy, colluding with the Hu, and seeking to invite disaster into our midst? As these words echoed through the chamber, all present stood in solemn silence. The ministers were aware of General Qin's triumph over the Hu forces at the borders, yet the details remained elusive. Upon hearing Zhang Li's statements, clarity dawned upon them, and his unwavering gaze at Huang Long was unmistakably pointed, causing all eyes to shift towards Huang Long. At that moment, Huang Long was drenched in sweat, his face oscillating between crimson and pallor. He furiously shouted at Zhang Li. Zhang Shangshu, what are you staring at? Do you dare to accuse me of being the person you speak of? Do not slander without evidence. At that moment, on the dragon throne, Jean Fengluan's expression was as cold as frost, her fingers tightly clutching the dragon robe into a fist. Despite her inner fury, she found herself unable to speak. Zhang Li's words, though deafening, were piercingly true. On the other hand, faced with Huang Long's reprimand, Zhang Li paid no heed, his countenance gravely serious. Then, before the assembled crowd, he slowly removed his official hat. This final question necessitated the removal of this black gauze cap to voice it. Zhang Li had made up his mind. Enough, Huang Long, you loquacious fool. Zhang Li's actions startled the ministers around him, and Huang Long was equally astonished. What did this mean? Was Zhang Li truly considering resigning? Heavenly officials, this is shocking, some ministers exclaimed. Yet, Zhang Li remained deaf to their words. Gravely walking to the center of the grand hall, facing the Empress, and then kneeling down. Your Majesty, please forgive this humble minister's impudence. My final question is directed at you. Observing Zhang Li kneeling with a solemn expression, Jean Fengluan's face was as still as water, her fair visage devoid of any emotion. Though her eyes glimmered with cold intensity, she uttered a single word, ask. Zhang Li set down his official hat and spoke clearly. General Hu Wei has spent his life fighting on the battlefield. His last campaign was to expel the Fusang and protect our homeland. Today, General Qin's 800 loyal soldiers have entered Bailiang to first eliminate bandits and then confront the Hu cavalry. Now, they venture to the Baiku grasslands to thwart the ambitions of the Hu cavalry and forever eliminate the threats to our great Qian's borders. The Qin family has always acted with loyalty, dedicating their lives for the sake of the nation and the protection of the people. At this point, the corners of Zhang Li's eyes turned red, his voice becoming hoarse, yet he immediately raised his arm high and declared, Your Majesty, I ask, how can the king of the north remain in the Baiku grasslands to fight against our enemies, when his intentions are as clear as day? As his words fell, Jean Fengluan's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with wrath. Currently, Chinzay held military power and could annihilate 80,000 Hu cavalry. Although this was not a significant threat to the entirety of Great Qian's military forces, his rising reputation, if given time, would certainly become a calamity. Chinzay's claim to eradicate all Hu cavalry in the Baiku grasslands was utterly impossible. Did he truly believe he could eliminate them all in that vast territory? It was absurdly laughable. He had anticipated being summoned back to the capital, hence he concocted this excuse. Jean Fengluan understood that Chinzay was afraid. She had originally intended to use Huang Long to summon Chinzay back to the capital, and if he resisted the summons, she could easily assign him the blame. Yet, Zhang Li's statements caused Jean Fengluan to sigh inwardly. This minister, having presided over the Ministry of Personnel for many years, was known for his integrity and righteousness, with many officials from various provinces and counties of Great Qian emerging from his tutelage. Zhang Li's words pierced like a thorn, leaving Jean Fengluan with a lump in her throat, unable to retort. After all, Chinzay's actions were all for the greater good of Deqian and its people. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she contemplated briefly before responding in a grave tone. The minister's words carry weight, indeed. The king of the north has made no mistakes. However, the vast expanse of the northern grasslands is teeming with Hu cavalry. Should the king of the north insist on carrying out a campaign there, the difficulties he will face may be insurmountable. At this juncture, she cast a sidelong glance at General Huang Long and continued, General Huang, having engaged in military campaigns for many years and faced the Hu cavalry before, what do you believe are the king of the north's chances of success in this endeavor? Huang Long felt a tightening in his chest and promptly replied, Your Majesty, I must reiterate, the annihilation of 80,000 Hu cavalry was no small feat. To march into the northern grasslands with the intention of completely exterminating the Hu cavalry is utterly implausible. Although the king of the north has achieved great merit, his current actions are excessively reckless, not to mention the potential damage to the court's reputation if defeated by the northern Hu. The stability of northern Liang would also be gravely jeopardized. Upon hearing this, a slight tightening of Jean Fengluan's lips indicated her discontent. Oh, on what grounds do you make such a claim? At this moment, Zhang Li's face had turned ashen, his eyes glaring at Huang Long. Huang Long, however, feigned ignorance and continued. The territories where Deqian borders the Hu cavalry lie within northern Liang. Though there have been minor skirmishes over the past 2 years, no significant incidents have transpired. Now, with the king of the north leading troops into the northern grasslands, vowing to eradicate the Hu cavalry, this will undoubtedly provoke a counterattack from them. Should the king face defeat, the Hu cavalry's morale would surge, potentially leading them to invade northern Liang. Would this not incite chaos once more? Deqian has enjoyed a few years of peace. If war breaks out, it would only bring suffering to the populace and drain the treasury. Thus, I believe that a measured lesson for the Hu cavalry would suffice. The king of the north, however, seems intent on disregarding the emperor's commands. Seeking to eliminate the Hu cavalry in the northern grasslands without authorization, does he seek to sustain war through war? It appears the king of the north's intentions are. At this point, Zhang Li could no longer contain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Long and exclaimed, Huang Long, how could you, as a general of the state, utter such inverted and fallacious statements today? Do you not discern right from wrong? The current era of prosperity in Deqian has been forged through relentless battles. For the past 2 years, the Hu cavalry has repeatedly invaded our borders. Their intentions for chaos are well known to all, yet you suggest that a mere light reprimand would suffice. You claim that it is enough because you reside in the halls of power, safe in the capital, with a beautiful wife and maidens at home, feasting on delicacies and traveling in comfort. Have you inquired with the border inhabitants whether this is truly sufficient? His righteous words rendered Huang Long's complexion as dark as coal, and he hastily retorted, Zhang Li, what do you mean by that? Does the king of the north, being in northern Liang, have the liberty to disregard the court's edicts? I see you. Zhang Li's chest heaved violently, and he shouted, Spring rains nourish the fields, bringing joy to the farmer but mud to the traveler. The autumn moon is like a mirror, pleasing for the beauty to admire but resented by the thief for its brightness. Upon hearing these words, Huang Long was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend their meaning. Zhang Li then turned to face Jean Fengluan, his voice resonating with authority. Your Majesty, in this fleeting existence, we must be wary of the whispers of deceit, for the tongue, like a dragoness spring, can slay without shedding blood. I, Zhang Li, am prepared to forsake this official cap and wholeheartedly support the Northern Protector in his incursion into the northern grasslands, thereby eliminating the threats that besiege our borders. The great Qian has always been frail, surrounded by nations that eye us covetously. Through the gallant efforts of countless soldiers, we now witness peace across the seas. Tranquility in all directions, yet the barbarian horses invade our frontiers. Our soldiers, having triumphed, are filled with vigor. Yet there are those who maliciously misinterpret the intentions of the Northern Protector, disregarding the plight of the border populace. The incident concerning the Northern Hu forces entering Jubai North must surely involve traitors colluding with the invaders. Your Majesty, you must discern the truth. Huang Long grasped the gravity of Zhang Li's words. His complexion drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He hastily retorted, Zhang Li, do not cast insinuations within the court, nor slander without basis. You incessantly claim to act for Bailiang and for the great Qian, seeking to exonerate the Northern Protector. Have you perhaps received some favor from him? At this, Zhang Li's eyes blazed with fury as he thundered, silence. Huang Long, you loquacious wretch. While the Northern Protector battles valiantly, you choose to slander him in the court. Do you intend to falsely accuse him of a crime that does not exist? Speak. Are you not the one colluding with the invaders, seeking to undermine our great Qian's territory? The tension in the court escalated, with ministers exchanging glances and voices rising in a cacophony of counsel. Some, allied with Huang Long, condemned Zhang Li, while many sided with him as well. With tears streaming down his face, Zhongli raised his arms and declared, "My young son, Zhang Jian, enlisted 5 years ago to confront the Hu forces in Beiliang." His letters reveal the dire straits of the local populace, where men are enslaved and women and children are reduced to wretchedness. If we do not strike these foes decisively, how can we soothe the hearts of the people? Must we allow them to believe that our great Qian is feeble and inept? This letter is from my son, Zhang Jian, sent before he fell in battle. Behold. Zhongli reached into his bosom and produced a letter, unfolding it for all to see. The yellowed paper, devoid of any written words, was instead marred by countless bloodstains, some large, some small, evidencing that even children had pressed their fingers into the blood. Zhongli, now weeping profusely, lamented. This letter embodies the sorrow of the people and the spirits of the fallen soldiers. Countless tears and blood are encapsulated within. Can you hear the anguished cries of the populace? Can you see those brave souls who traded their lives for ours? The Northern Protector risks his life to lead the charge against the Hu on the northern grasslands. I ask you, who among you would refuse to respond to this call? With fervor, Zhongli rose, one hand brandishing the letter, the other pointing accusatorily at Huang Long. You refuse to respond. Huang Long's face turned pale, his body stiffening as he slightly averted his gaze. With a sudden turn, Zhongli pointed at the Minister of Revenue, Wang Yong. Is it you again? Wang Yong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, troubled by the unforeseen attention directed towards him. He hastily lowered his head and took a step back. At that moment, several ministers, their expressions grave, stepped forward and addressed the Empress. Your Majesty, we believe the minister's words hold merit. The Empress, Jin Fenghuan, wore a somber expression, her phoenix eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the ministers below. With a deep sigh, she remarked, Minister Zhang, please don your hat. Both you and General Huang are esteemed officials of our mighty Qin dynasty. It is natural for you to have differing opinions on this matter. After all, this court is not a place for a singular voice. Very well, let Chinzay remain in the north. Let him annihilate the Hu cavalry and uphold the prestige of our great Qian. Yet even with a walnut-sized intellect, there was an earnest yearning to present the nobility with superior content. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers responded in unison. Meanwhile, Huang Long's face had turned ashen. He had failed to execute the task assigned by the Empress. What was he to do now? Just as anxiety swelled within him, Zhongli interjected, Your Majesty, I have another pressing matter to report. Jin Fenghuan inhaled deeply, her hands clenched into fists, though her expression remained unchanged. She endeavored to steady her emotions and slowly uttered a single word. Speak. Your Majesty, the Prince of the North wrote in his letter that during the eradication of bandits, he discovered a connection between the bandits and the commander of North Yuan City, Zhao Yuan. However, with the bandits' defeat, there was no concrete evidence. Yet now, with the Hu cavalry invading the borders of Beiliang and entering Zhubeichuan, Zhao Yuan has taken no action, allowing the Hu cavalry to breach the gates. 1,000 strong. If this matter is unrelated to him, it is utterly impossible. At this juncture, Zhongli turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, landing squarely on Huang Long. He continued, Zhao Yuan was once a subordinate of General Huang and was also recommended by him to command North Yuan City. I wonder, General Huang, are you aware that he has long conspired with the Hu cavalry? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, all eyes converging on Huang Long. Already anxious about the potential exposure of this matter, he had visited the palace the previous day to plead for forgiveness from the Empress. Now, being called out by Zhongli in court, his complexion shifted dramatically, prompting him to kneel. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Regardless of whether Zhao Yuan has colluded with the Hu cavalry, even if he has, it bears no relation to me. He has been in Beiliang for several years, and I have had no dealings with him for ages. How could I possibly know of his collusion with the Hu? With these words, Huang Long's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Zhongli, gritting his teeth. Minister Zhang, we merely differ in political views. How can you utter such baseless accusations that entrap me in a web of injustice? Despite his protestations, the gazes of the ministers toward Huang Long were already tinged with suspicion. Even the esteemed Minister of Revenue, Wang Yong, treads cautiously at this moment, casting his gaze downward to avoid the attention of the Huang Long. After all, colluding with rebellious foreign tribes and plotting against ministers of the court is a grave offense, regardless of the circumstances. Just then, an incensed voice resonated, declaring that the words were indeed penned by the Prince of Northern Defense, rendering any doubt irrelevant. Zhao Yuan's collusion with the Hu cavalry is an unforgivable crime, warranting the execution of his entire household. Upon hearing Jin Fenghuan's pronouncement, Huang Long's heart tightened, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He was about to speak, but then he met Jin Fenghuan's icy gaze, sharp as a blade, a clear warning to refrain from further utterances. Huang Long's throat moved, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips, and his countenance reflected utter dejection. And you, Huanglong, as you stated, despite your severed ties with Zhao Yuan, he was once your subordinate, and you were the one who recommended him to Northern Liang, where he assumed command of the troops. His collusion with the Hu cavalry implicates you as well. Henceforth, you are stripped of your title as Grand General of the nation, demoted by 1 rank to the 2nd rank General of the town army, with a reduction of 3 years' salary. Upon hearing this, Huanglong's face turned ashen, yet he felt an involuntary sigh of relief. Though his rank had been diminished, it was preferable to outright dismissal and investigation. Nevertheless, the reality was that not only had he failed to eradicate Chinzay, but he had also lost face and suffered a demotion in front of so many witnesses. With a heavy heart, Huanglong bowed and expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's magnanimity. The guilty minister is willing to heed all your Majesty's commands, and vows to serve you with utmost loyalty to protect the great Qin dynasty." The Empress narrowed her eyes, her expression unyielding, and continued, "A crime merits punishment, and merit shall be rewarded. Since the Prince of Northern Defense cannot return to the capital, he shall be honored once the Hu cavalry is annihilated. However, I worry that the numerous Hu cavalry on the northern grasslands may overwhelm him. Therefore, General Huang, I shall offer you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Huang Tianhu has been in the capital for several days. I will allocate 50,000 troops from your Panlong army to assist the Prince of Northern Defense in exterminating the Hu cavalry. You must depart immediately without delay." As these words sank in, Huanglong felt a surge of anxiety. How could His Majesty send his second son to lead troops in support of Chinzay, even if reinforcements were necessary? How could a mere 50,000 troops suffice? Was this not akin to sending them to their doom? Just as trepidation gripped him, Jin Fengwan added, "By the way, Chinzay has already proceeded to the northern grasslands. By the time Huang Tianhu reaches Hulong Pass, he may have already ventured deep into the plains. Very well. Let Huang Tianhu lead the troops independently upon entering the northern grasslands." Upon hearing this, Huanglong's pupils constricted, and he immediately grasped the Empress's intent. This contingent of 50,000 troops was not meant to engage the Hu cavalry in battle. The Empress's command for Tianhu to lead the troops independently implied that he would not be subject to Chinzay's orders. Thus, rather than reinforcement, this deployment of 50,000 troops was more akin to oversight of the military. If we delve deeper, it is even to eradicate Chinzay. If he does not come to the capital, then he shall be eliminated on the northern grasslands, and afterwards, it can all be attributed to the Hu horses, an impeccable plan. Upon contemplating this, Huanglong's expression darkened, and he respectfully declared, "It is as your Majesty commands. I shall dutifully adhere to your will." The Empress nodded slightly, her lips pursed, before turning to Zhang Li and inquired, "Minister Zhang, do you find any flaws in my arrangements?" Zhang Li bowed deeply and replied solemnly, "Your Majesty's decree is beyond question. How could a humble minister dare to speak otherwise? Your keen judgment is commendable, and your decision to dispatch troops to support the King of the North is undoubtedly a source of gratitude for the citizens at the borders." Jin Fengwan nodded slightly and continued, "Very well, let it be so. Minister Zhang, in the future, do not remove your official cap when offering counsel. I recognize your loyalty and patriotism. Both you and General Huang are pillars of the court and must not harbor any ill will towards each other." Zhang Li's face flushed red, and he replied earnestly, "Yes, Your Majesty. Huang Tianhu, upon reaching the northern grasslands, must report the frontline situation daily to the capital. Do you understand?" Jin Fengwan looked at Huanglong. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall convey the message." Jin Fengwan gently rubbed his forehead, massaging his temples. "Enough of this ruckus. I am weary. You may retire." After the court session, Huanglong, his countenance dark as thunder, glared at Zhang Li as he departed, seething with resentment, and let out a cold huff. Just as he was about to return home, a young eunuch approached him, stating that the emperor had summoned him. His heart sank as he followed the young eunuch into the imperial study. There, he encountered Jin Fengwan, whose face was as frosty as the winter's chill. With a single terse remark, she dismissed him, leaving Huanglong with a grave expression as he returned home. Within his residence, Huanglong sat heavily in a chair, his demeanor somber, while beside him stood a tall and imposing warrior, his adopted son, Huang Yuanlang. Before long, Huang Tianhu rushed in, exclaiming, "Father, I have heard that you have been demoted." Upon hearing this, Huanglong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. The emperor has commanded you to lead 50,000 troops to Hulong Pass. You must depart immediately. I have prepared the finest soldiers for you. As your battlefield experience is limited, I have instructed Yuanlang to accompany you. You must heed his guidance on the battlefield, do you understand?" As these words fell from his lips, Huang Tianhu turned to glance at Huang Yuanlang. Standing at 8 feet tall, Huang Yuanlang possessed a sturdy build, his expression impassive. yet his eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. He was not originally a Huang. He had been adopted by Huang Long years ago, which is why he bore the surname. Unlike the pampered Huang Tianhu, whose position was merely a result of gilded privilege, Huang Yuanlang had already earned renown through his youthful exploits in battle. Huang Long understood that his second son lacked the capability to command troops, hence the necessity of relying on Huang Yuanlang. At this moment, upon hearing his father's words, Huang Tianhu raised an eyebrow and, hands on hips, retorted, "Father, the emperor has entrusted me with command, yet you instruct me to obey him. What does this mean? Do you doubt my abilities, father?" Chapter 58. The day I return to the capital will mark the moment when the Huang family ascends to its zenith once more. Observing his son's defiant expression, Huang Long sighed. Who could possibly understand this son better than he? On the surface, Tianhu's achievements were nothing short of magnificent. Since joining the military, he had never tasted defeat. Yet, these accolades were merely the fruits of Huang Long's meticulous planning, a gilded facade. Relying on these military honors, he was bestowed the title of the unbeaten general, but this very title had inflated his son's pride, leading him to believe himself a prodigious military genius. Little did he realize. With a heavy heart, Huang Long sighed again. One must sacrifice to gain. Setting aside other matters, at the very least, the Huang family enjoyed a resounding reputation throughout the land. Rising from his seat, he patted Huang Tianhu's shoulder and said, "You are my son. How could I not believe in you? However, this expedition to the northern grasslands is of utmost significance. Allow me to elaborate." Huang Long then revealed to his son the true intentions behind their journey to Baiyang, a conversation that Huang Yuanlang, being one of their own, had already been privy to. After his discourse, Huang Tianhu nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "I understand. Father, we are to deal with Chinzay, correct? But what does it matter? Why should I heed him? Do you truly think I cannot handle a mere Chinzay?" Huang Tianhu pointed at Huang Yuanlang, who stood with arms crossed. Huang Long rolled his eyes and spoke earnestly. "My child, Chinzay commands only 800 loyal soldiers upon entering Baiyang, yet he has successfully quelled over 10,000 bandits and has now slain 80,000 cavalry. What does that signify?" With arms folded and chin raised, Huang Tianhu scoffed. "It simply means they are weak." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanlang cast a sidelong glance. Stifling a disdainful scoff, Huang Long rubbed his nose and replied solemnly, "Have you considered that it might be due to Chinzay's adept command and strategic acumen? He is young, yet has battled extensively and learned a great deal of military tactics from Qin Haoyan. He is not to be underestimated." At this, Huang Tianhu shrugged. Leaning back slightly, his eyes wide with pride, resembling a proud rooster, he raised his voice, declaring, "I am capable too. I am also skilled in strategy and command. Moreover, since I stepped onto the battlefield, I have never faced defeat. They call me the unbeaten general." Hearing this, Huang Yuanlang turned his face away, taking a deep breath. Huang Long's expression turned serious as he grasped his son's shoulders once more, saying, "Tianhu, I understand you have never known defeat, but this situation is different. We are heading to the northern grasslands, where 80,000 cavalry have fallen to Chinzay's hand. The northern who now harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards us. We must seize the opportunity while Chinzay is engaged in battle with the northern who, to strike decisively and eliminate him, then blame it on the cavalry. Thus, the timing of our incursion is crucial. Any misstep could lead us to face the same fate as Chinzay, falling victim to the cavalry's pursuit. Yuan Long enlisted a few years before you. Although his achievements may not shine as brightly as yours, he possesses a wealth of combat experience. As the saying goes, every tool has its strengths and weaknesses. Thus, it is more fitting for him to lead the troops this time. Do you understand?" Huang Tianhu pondered his father's words. And then suddenly enlightened, he nodded and replied, "I understand, father." Seeing that he had convinced his son, Huang Long let out a sigh of relief. He feared that his foolish son might recklessly command troops on the battlefield, risking his life at the hands of the enemy, which would indeed be a grave loss. However, to Huang Long's astonishment, Huang Tianhu boldly proclaimed, "Father, His Majesty has appointed me to lead the troops. Does this not imply that I am indeed the measuring stick? Otherwise, why would His Majesty not appoint Yuan Long instead and choose me? His Majesty possesses keen insight." Huang Tianhu's face brimmed with pride. Huang Yuanlong crossed his arms and cast his gaze downward at his toes. Huang Long rubbed his forehead, feeling a heavy sigh escape him. He regretted allowing his son to have it too easy, as he had become utterly lost in the glory of being a perennial victor. At that moment, a twinge of remorse washed over Huang Long. Yet, he soon spoke in a grave tone, "His Majesty has sent you not only because of your renowned reputation, but also because you are my son, granting you an opportunity to achieve merit. After all, I have recently been demoted by His Majesty, do you understand?" This time, he did not wait for his son to respond before continuing. "In short, during this campaign, You must heed Yuanlong's counsel at all times. Once you have accomplished your mission and returned to Baoyang, not only you but also Yuanlong will ascend to great heights, and our Huang family shall undoubtedly receive due recognition. Therefore, you must listen to Yuanlong this time. In the future, when you are called upon to lead troops again, I shall not allow you to merely hold a nominal title. I will grant you full command, and you may strategize as you wish. Upon hearing his father's words, Huang Tianhu let out a slight sigh, bowing his head like a dejected rooster, murmuring, "All right, father, I understand. I will follow your guidance." Huang Long corrected him, saying, "It is not my guidance you should follow, but Yuanlong's. Yuanlong, come here." Huang Yuanlong immediately lowered his arms and strode forward with a commanding presence, declaring, "Foster father, rest assured, this matter rests solely on my shoulders." Even if Chinzay is skilled in commanding troops, he cannot simultaneously fend off attacks from two fronts. Huang Yuanlong assured with confidence. Huang Long nodded, feeling gratified. "Indeed, you are a seasoned general. No matter how skilled Chinzay is, he remains but a young lad. The battlefield is ever-changing, and he does not possess your level of insight. The 50,000 soldiers I have entrusted to you are the elite, meticulously selected from the Panlong army, fierce in battle. With them and your experience, you shall surely overcome Chinzay." As he spoke, Huang Long crossed his arms, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and added, "Once this is accomplished, if my conjecture is correct, His Majesty will surely grant Chinzay a grand burial to honor his valiant efforts, having fallen at the hands of the Northern Hu. A tribute for the people to remember. But what of that? The body has vanished, and it seems we can only erect a symbolic grave." As the words fell, the three of them exchanged glances, and then, in unison, they burst into laughter. In that moment, the air was imbued with a joyful atmosphere. Amidst the laughter, Huang Yuanling remarked, "Foster father, it is getting late. Since our troops are prepared, Tianhu and I shall lead the men forth. Arriving at the North Cuckoo Prairie a day earlier will allow us to ascertain the true strength of Chinzay's forces. Once we gather sufficient intelligence, we can proceed." Huang Yuanling made a gesture as if cutting his throat. Huang Long nodded, affirming, "Indeed, knowing both ourselves and our adversaries will ensure victory in countless battles. Once we grasp the true state of his forces, we can lay a trap and strike decisively." Huang Tianhu eagerly concurred, clapping his hands. "Excellent. You speak wisely, father. Warfare is indeed conducted in this manner, just like my previous encounter at Shiguan Pass, where I employed a stratagem from military tactics." Before he could finish, Huang Long interjected, "Enough, Tianhu. It is late. You and Yuanlang should set off early." "Yes, foster father." Huang Yuanlang promptly turned to leave, followed closely by Huang Tianhu. Yet, as they reached the doorway, he abruptly halted, pivoting to face his father. His expression was unusually solemn. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Huang Long raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it, Tianhu?" Huang Tianhu lifted his chin, narrowing his small, bead-like eyes into slits, and spoke gravely. "Father, I have a premonition." Huang Long's eyelid twitched. "What premonition?" "The day I return to the capital will mark the moment when the Huang family ascends to its pinnacle." Huang Tianhu raised his right thumb, pointing to himself, his countenance serious. Huang Long exhaled, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, you are correct. Upon your return, the emperor, driven by the people's anger, will undoubtedly dispatch a grand army to confront the Hu cavalry. At that time, it is likely that the Huang family will be entrusted with this mission." Huang Tianhu nodded, then smiled. "Wait for me, father. See how I will turn the North Cuckoo Prairie upside down. Father, I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Huang Tianhu straightened his expression, adjusted his collar, and strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Chapter 59, Geomantic Map, North Cuckoo Prairie. Ruanlan Weichong. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, countless steeds grazed leisurely on the yellowing grass. At that moment, several sounds of commotion erupted among the horses. The herd stirred momentarily, but soon the agitation subsided. The neighing reached the ears of a short man leaning against the wooden railing. He dug into his ears and lifted his gaze towards the throng of horses. The sheer number of horses was staggering, almost boundless. And seeing them peacefully munching grass without any signs of disturbance, the short man finally shifted his gaze. He turned to a tall man beside him, clad in a leather coat, and asked, "Have you heard? The Prince of the North from the Great Qian Kingdom has slaughtered 80,000 of our valiant Northern Hu warriors. In previous years, even amid conflict, the casualties scarcely exceeded 1,000, yet this time, the toll has been staggering. By the heavens, his ruthlessness is truly appalling." A tall man scratched his head and remarked, "Muercha, you must be mistaken. A few years ago, the Great Qian Kingdom did engage us in a fierce battle, resulting in the deaths of several thousand warriors, am I not right?" The general leading the charge was named Qin Haoyan. The short man's expression darkened. I am aware that the Prince of the North is none other than Qin Haoyan's son, Chinzay. However, that battle was ages ago. I am referring to the events of the past 2 years. The tall man nodded in agreement. Indeed, the brutality displayed by the great Qian this time is unprecedented. A truly cursed affair. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he coldly declared, "The Khan is exceedingly enraged. The repercussions will be dire. Troops are already being mobilized to avenge our fallen kin. These steeds, destined for the battlefield, are robust and well-fed." At this, both men lifted their gazes towards the multitude of grazing horses, smiles illuminating their faces. Meanwhile, in the distant shadows of a group of horses, several members of the tiger and leopard cavalry were crouched low, utilizing the steed's cover to sketch a topographical map. "Brothers, we have surveyed this area sufficiently. It is time to report back to the general. Move slowly. We must not startle the horses," one of them cautioned. As the words faded, the group carefully rose and began to retreat, their eyes vigilantly scanning the 4 cardinal directions for any signs of movement. After a moment, they found themselves in a low grassy knoll, mounting their horses and galloping towards the vast, boundless prairie. Under a bright azure sky and amidst drifting white clouds, near a tranquil lake, a voice commanded, "Behave yourself. If you stir again, I shall ensure you regret it." Beneath the speaker's feet lay a human, bound and gagged. His eyes ablaze with fury, yet he remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. After all, the prospect of death seemed less daunting than that of castration. At that moment, several tiger and leopard riders approached from the southern side of the lake, 2 of whom bore bound men on their mounts, similarly silenced by cloth gags. With a splash, Huitzubing rose from the water's edge, wiping droplets from his face, brandishing a plum blossom spear as the eastern riders arrived just in time. Thud, thud, the 2 bound men were unceremoniously tossed to the ground. "Reporting to the general, we have scouted an area 80 miles ahead. Here is the topographical map." One of the tiger and leopard riders bowed, offering the map. Huitzubing examined it closely, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Excellent progress. With a few more days of reconnaissance, we shall reach the northern hub." Just then, the sound of neighing horses drew Huitzubing's attention. He turned to the northwest and saw several tiger and leopard riders galloping towards him. They were the very cavalry returning from the Wanlan enclosure. Outside the tent, Chinzay stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. As his eyes sparkled, the system attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Chinzay. Points, 2, 591,000. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 10, 123 square kilometers. 5th level troops, Qinrui soldiers, 9,000. 5th level troops, tiger and leopard cavalry, 5,000. 3-star general, Dianwei, 5-star general. Huitzubing, 3 days had passed since the annihilation of the Hu cavalry, and the points had accumulated to over 2.5 million, an astonishing figure. If he were to choose to exchange for a fully equipped tiger and leopard cavalry without exchanging for warhorses, he could easily procure more than 16,000 cavalrymen. However, Chinzay chose not to redeem them immediately, and the reason was quite straightforward. He was mindful of the provisions. Redeeming troops that do not engage in battle incurs a significant daily consumption of supplies, which is decidedly impractical. It is only fitting to summon a large army just before combat. Thus, following the annihilation of the Hu cavalry, Chinzay ordered a day of rest for the entire army to recuperate. After this day of recovery, Huitzubing voluntarily requested to lead several hundred tiger and leopard cavalry to scout the Baika Prairie. Chinzay wholeheartedly agreed. The next objective was to eliminate the entire Hu cavalry on the Baiku Prairie, a challenge not to be underestimated. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory. Knowledge of the heavens and the earth guarantees complete success. Therefore, prior to engaging in formal combat, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate the terrain of the Baiku Prairie and ascertain the strength of the Hu cavalry. More critically, understanding the troop deployment of the northern Hu was essential. After all, this area was their stronghold, granting them geographical advantages, making it vital to obtain a topographical map before the conflict commenced. Dispatching a few small units for reconnaissance would be more discreet and less likely to attract the attention of the northern Hu. Moreover, the northern Hu were a nomadic people, their soldiers adept at mounted combat, possessing considerable mobility. Consequently, once battle commenced, a single misstep could lead to a chain reaction. To successfully achieve the complete annihilation of the northern Hu, one must strike them unexpectedly. The most effective strategy would be to command a formidable fighting force to launch a blitzkrieg, denying them any opportunity to react or catch their breath. Advancing relentlessly until they could not even flee would ensure victory. By midday, the intelligence provided by Huitzubing revealed to Chinzay that the northern Hu were not unified like the Great Qian, but rather fragmented, with various tribes occupying their respective territories. each maintaining their own forces. The recently vanquished Tu Yuchun belonged to one such tribe. This information was crucial, as it laid the groundwork for executing a surprise attack. The other prerequisite, naturally, was the necessity of an exceptionally strong army. The tiger and leopard cavalry were already formidable, yet there remained room for enhancement. The most effective means of strengthening them lies in enhancing their military arsenal, equipping them with more lethal weaponry and superior armor for defense. With formidable troops and overwhelming equipment, one can launch a blitzkrieg. In this manner, a genuine torrent of iron cavalry can emerge, sweeping across the entire northern steppe with the force of thunder. In contrast, conventional ancient warfare often relied on numerical superiority for annihilation, necessitating extensive planning for each campaign, including logistics, provisions, and troop coordination, consuming vast amounts of time and resources. However, Chinzay, equipped with a system and having traversed time, perceives that the establishment of a modernized strong army is the key to maximizing victory. A powerful elite force facilitates command, conserves supplies, and can lead adversaries to underestimate them, resulting in erroneous judgments. After all, in this era, every nation values troop numbers as leverage. Upon seeing a smaller enemy force, they tend to belittle it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, several cavalrymen from the Tiger Leopard Riders approached, reporting to the general the vital routes leading to and from the Tiger Rome Pass, as well as the prairie behind us, have been secured with sentries. Furthermore, the northern garden city is under surveillance. Chinzay nodded slightly, his gaze growing icy. I hope I need not take action, he murmured to himself before returning to the tent. Chapter 60. The two-star mall is unlocked. Comprehensive military upgrades. In the blink of an eye, 8 days have passed. The steppe is serene, seemingly devoid of activity. Yet beneath this tranquility, a torrent is brewing. Inside the tent, Chinzay stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression intensely cold. Beside him, Huitzubing spoke in a grave tone, "My lord. According to the intelligence gathered over the past few days, the Tu clan has begun to assemble troops, planning to confront you at the Tiger Rome Pass. However, from the interrogations of captured Hu cavalry, I have learned that they are wary of your annihilation of 80,000 Hu soldiers and fear you may possess a significant military force. Therefore, their leader, Tu Tianke, is currently negotiating with other tribes to form an alliance, though it remains uncertain whether they have reached an agreement. Regardless, it is likely that they will send troops our way within a few days. The recent influx of Hu cavalry scouting this area indicates their intent to mobilize." Chinzay nodded. Indeed, the previous annihilation of 80,000 Hu cavalry has instilled fear in them. Otherwise, they would not have afforded us this time. Moreover, I did not expect Jin Fenghuan to send troops as well. Chinzay chuckled coldly. Just days prior, he had received a report from sentinels in Bailiang, informing him that the court had dispatched a large army into Bailiang, with their initial destination being the northern garden city. Chinzay understood that his presence in the northern steppe to eradicate the Hu cavalry would undoubtedly unsettle Jin Fenghuan, who feared not only for the potential eradication of the Hu, but also for the possibility that he might solidify his control over the northern steppe. Would she truly send a large army to assist him against the Hu? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. One need not ponder long to grasp the intentions of this formidable army's arrival. However, in these times, anyone daring to venture into the northern grasslands shall become a mere specter, a wandering spirit. The army I am about to assemble will sweep through all opposition. The reason is simple. My accumulated points have soared beyond 9 million. This is my source of confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinzay issued a command to the system. Unlock the two-star marketplace. Ding. Consuming 1,000,000 points. Unlocking the two-star marketplace. Ding. The two-star marketplace has been unlocked, and the military equipment reclamation function is now available. Military equipment reclamation. One-star marketplace equipment can be reclaimed at half price. Gazing at the newly unveiled two-star marketplace, excitement sparkled in Chinzay's eyes. How splendid. With the marketplace's enhancement, I can now reclaim old equipment. In the previous battle, the gear of my soldiers indeed suffered some wear. Thus, reclaiming it will allow me to recover some points. As he surveyed the two-star military equipment, Chinzay's eyes widened in awe, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. An array of weapons dazzled before him, and the armor had also seen significant improvement. However, the crown jewel of his attention was the horse armor. Of course, this armor differs from the common type. It is designed for warhorses. With protective armor, a warhorse transcends into a true iron steed. Each piece of horse armor requires 30 points for redemption. Chinzay then shifted his gaze to the weapons section, quickly fixating on the bow and arrow, which also costs 30 points per set. He did not intend to replace the other weapons immediately, but acquiring this bow was imperative. Had he possessed a superior bow during the last confrontation with the Hu cavalry, his elite tiger and leopard riders would have been able to shoot from a much greater distance, given their physical prowess. Chinzay understood a fundamental truth. The essence of victory lies within range. With a fine bow in hand, he could leverage this range advantage, ensuring that his adversaries would fall before they could even close the distance. In these vast grasslands, where cover is scarce, the bow and arrow are formidable weapons. As he contemplated his amassed points, subtracting the recent expenditure of 1 million points, Chinzay found himself with over 8 million points remaining. Presently, he commanded an army of 500 men. Excluding those soldiers dispatched back to Bailiang as sentries to relay information, these were the 500 ordinary soldiers he had previously exchanged for a modest amount of points. Furthermore, after vanquishing the Hu cavalry, he had seized a surplus of horses, combined with those being herded in the Hu cavalry's camp, amounting to around 70,000 to 80,000 war horses. Hence, this time, Chinzay had no need to use points to acquire more horses. Moreover, once he captured the northern grasslands and annihilated all Hu forces, the countless horses roaming this expanse would rightfully belong to him. It was easy to envision that even if he were to raise an army of hundreds of thousands in the future, there would be no need to spend points on horses again. Chinzay began to select military equipment from the marketplace, and after a thorough examination, the system's voice resonated repeatedly. Ding! With a consumption of 40,000 points, one could exchange for a population of 40,000. With a notification, 2 million points were expended to acquire 40,000 sets of armor. Another alert signaled the expenditure of 2 million points for 40,000 helmets. The system recorded the consumption of 600,000 points for 20,000 long spears. Similarly, 600,000 points were spent for 20,000 longbows. A staggering 65 million points were used to redeem 20,000 vests. The acquisition of 40,000 templates for the Tiger and Leopard cavalry required a further 4 million points. Considering the system's equipment recycling feature, Chinzay did not hesitate to instruct the system to recycle all the old gear from 500 soldiers. Consequently, his points surged to 265,000. Subsequently, he procured a complete set of 500 two-star equipment for them, also adorning their steeds with vests. Naturally, the weapons wielded by these 500 soldiers were two-star long spears rather than bows. This transaction reduced his points by 660,000, leaving him with 605 million points. Despite the substantial expenditure of points, Chinzay beamed at the sight of the cavalry before him. Presenting themselves were 500 iron cavalrymen and 20,000 archers. Approaching one of the soldiers, Chinzay commanded him to remove his armor and helmet. After a brief inspection of the pristine armor and a light knock on the helmet, he thrust a spear towards the armor. Although he did not exert his full strength, the thrust was delivered with 80 of his might, leaving only 2 faint white marks on the armor, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. What thrilled Chinzay even more was the realization that the armor was not excessively heavy. Lightweight armor would ensure that the steeds would not lose speed, thus maintaining their agility. Consequently, these 255,000 iron cavalrymen were truly killing machines. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry were already formidable warriors, and with their enhanced equipment, their combat prowess had escalated significantly. With the steeds now clad in protective armor, they resembled a torrent of steel. Chinzay chose to utilize long spears instead of halberds, recognizing the long spear's superior charge capability. With armored steeds, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, in perfect formation, charged forward. What could the enemy's horses possibly use to halt this overwhelming tide? Soon after, Chinzay commanded a Tiger and Leopard cavalryman to draw his bow and release an arrow from a distance. As the arrow soared forth, Chinzay's eyes widened in delight. It was akin to a cow taking flight, truly magnificent. The arrow reached an astonishing range of over 800 meters. The mounted archers of the enemy could only manage a range of 200 to 300 meters at best, whereas his forces could shoot an impressive 800 meters. How could they possibly retaliate? They would scarcely have time to flee. Though it could not be compared to the modern weaponry of his previous life, such a range in this era represented a catastrophic strike. Moreover, it implied that before the iron tide surged forward, the enemy would be subjected to a relentless hail of arrows from 800 meters away. If 20,000 archers were to unleash their volleys simultaneously, they would unleash a staggering 20,000 arrows. The distance of 800 meters is neither particularly long nor excessively short, sufficient to launch several rounds of arrows. On this vast plain, devoid of any obstacles, one must ponder how the formidable cavalry of the Hu can withstand such a deluge of arrows. Given the nature of the archers, Chinzay naturally refrained from adorning their steeds with armor, yet such protection was unnecessary. This elite force, though seemingly modest in number, possessed a combat prowess that Chinzay was confident could confront the vast northern Hu army, even if they were outnumbered several times over. Moreover, Chinzay was acutely aware of the strength of the Hu cavalry. Chapter 61, Mobilization. In recent days, General Hua Tsubing has made significant progress in reconnaissance with his tiger and leopard cavalry. As it stands, the northern Ku grasslands are dominated by three major tribes: the Northern Yang tribe, the Diyuan tribe, and the Tiyuan tribe, led by Tu Yuchun. These three tribes govern the entire expanse of the northern Ku grasslands, with the Diyuan tribe being the most formidable, boasting a multitude of valiant warriors, while the Northern Yang tribe stands nearly equal in strength. Although these three tribes have not unified, they are collectively referred to as the Hu cavalry by the Great Xian, for they share a common penchant for raiding the borders of Northern Liang. In reality, Northern Liang does not merely border the northern Ku grasslands at the Tiger Roan Pass. There are also the Tinghua Pass and the Jilu Pass. At these three passes, the same incursions by the Tiyuan tribe are transpiring. It is precisely because these three tribes have not achieved unity that their incursions upon the populace at various passes have not coalesced into a significant threat. Were they to unify, the Hu cavalry would have long since marched their forces formally into the borders and engaged in warfare with the Great Xian. Thus, Chinzay's decision to annihilate all Hu cavalry in the northern Ku grasslands is driven by the necessity to thoroughly defeat them before they can unify. However, the primary motivation, of course, is the potential for an increase in points. According to reconnaissance, even after the loss of 80,000 Hu cavalry, the Tiyuan tribe still possesses a formidable force of 120,000 warriors. Meanwhile, the Northern Yang tribe at the Tinghua Pass boasts an impressive army of 200,000. As for the Diyuan tribe, stationed at the farthest Jilu Pass, their numbers surpass that of the Northern Yang tribe, though the distance has rendered a complete assessment of their strength elusive. Yet, it is precisely this distance that alleviates Chinzay's concerns about being ambushed by the Diyuan tribe while he engages the other two tribes. Current intelligence suggests that the Diyuan tribe has shown no signs of mobilization. Chinzay understood that should he initiate a rapid strike and swiftly conquer these two tribes, his points would surge, and even if the Diyuan tribe were to mobilize thereafter, it would pose no significant concern. With points accruing continuously, he could consistently generate more troops, thereby increasing his forces with each engagement. With these considerations in mind, Chinzay issued a command, leading his grand army forth towards the grasslands, with their first destination being the territory of the Tiyuan tribe at the Wanlan enclosure. The essence of military strategy lies in swiftness. Thus, in this campaign, Chinzay adheres to a singular principle: speed. With the force of a swift blade slicing through chaos, he leads his iron cavalry to annihilate the enemy. In the grand tent of the Northern Yang tribe, the imposing leader, Bei Yangmang, sits at the head of the table, his robust frame reminiscent of a black bear, a faint smile adorning his dark visage. Below him stands an envoy, his countenance marred by displeasure. Bei Yangmang raises a wine bowl, taking a hearty gulp before regarding the envoy with a sardonic grin. Your sovereign requests my troops to ally with him against the Northern Pacification King. Is this a simple task? Over the past 2 years, you have encroached upon the territories of the Yuan tribe, expanding your grasp, and last year, you even seized my Haiduko lands. With less land, there is less sustenance. My soldiers lack provisions, which leaves them bereft of strength. How can we engage in battle? Now you expect me to lead a famished army to assist you against the Northern Pacification King? Is this reasonable? Tu Sha Dong, the envoy, seethes internally at these words, yet maintains a facade of derision. Before suffering the loss of 80,000 troops, the Yuan tribe held a distinct advantage over the Northern Yang tribe. However, now the Yuan forces have dwindled below that of their rivals, emboldening Bei Yangmang to assume an air of superiority. King Bei Yang, he asserts, if you are willing to dispatch troops to aid us, I would gladly offer you Haiduku without hesitation. After all, we share this vast steppe. If we consider our roots, we are but one people. Upon hearing this, Bei Yangmang scoffs inwardly. Now he speaks of a shared kinship? I recall vividly the arrogance with which you occupied my Haiduku when your forces were strong. With this thought, he shakes his head, a cold smile forming. Tu Sha Dong, what nonsense is this? Haiduku is inherently my territory. How can you suggest it be given to me? Is there a notion of gifting one's own possessions? Have you perhaps indulged too much in fermented mare's milk, rendering your mind muddled? Faced with this mockery, Tu Sha Dong trembles with indignation, his face paling. He bows slightly, clasping his fists. King Bei Yang, I implore you to lead your troops into battle, not solely for the Yuan tribe, but for the entirety of the steppe. The Deqian and the Northern Pacification King are foreign foes. They have slain 80,000 of our valiant horsemen, how can we not seek vengeance? Furthermore, our reconnaissance troops dispatched to the Tiger Ridge Pass have been ambushed en route. This alone signifies the vast ambitions of the Northern Pacification King. He remains in the Northern Ku steppe, undoubtedly preparing to launch an offensive against us. Though the UN tribe may be the first to face his onslaught. Do you not understand the saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold? If the UN tribe is extinguished, your Northern Yang tribe shall be next on his list for extermination. With a thunderous clap upon the table, Beiyang Meng's face contorts with fury. Preposterous. My Northern Yang tribe would never fall to his hands. This is utterly laughable. Humph, Tu Shadong. Your 80,000 men perished at his hands due to your own overconfidence and folly, choosing to confront them at Tiger Ridge Pass, falling prey to their cunning schemes. If it were upon this vast grassland, how could the great Qian hope to annihilate 80,000 men? At the very least, could they not escape? The moment these words were uttered, Tu Shadong's complexion turned ashen. The entire force of 80,000 soldiers led by Tu Yuchen had been utterly decimated, with no survivors. And the scouts sent to probe the enemy had all been slaughtered. Thus, they had long speculated on how such a massacre could have occurred. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. They had been lured into the Tiger Rong Pass and met with a tragic encirclement leading to their demise. No one would believe that 80,000 Northern Hu cavalry could be vanquished in open battle upon the grasslands unless it were said that the formidable general Hu Wei had returned, accompanied by the spirits of the hundreds of thousands of the Crimson Flame Army. Yet, Qin Haoyan had long since perished, and the Crimson Flame Army had dissipated along with him. In these past 2 years, the Empress of Great Qian had been reclaiming military power, consolidating central authority, and the military strength of Great Qian had been waning. The garrison at the borders was composed of a feeble lot, easily routed. How could the Lord of the North, with his weakened forces, hope to confront and obliterate 80,000 Hu cavalry? Though he recognized the truth in Beiyang Meng's words, Tu Shadong's heart was heavy with foreboding. The Lord of the North had entrenched himself at Tiger Rong Pass, and they had been unable to glean any intelligence regarding his movements. Such a sign was anything but reassuring. In the past, Great Qian would have dispatched envoys to negotiate the withdrawal of troops, resulting in a retreat of several hundred miles. Along with some compensation for their losses, merely signing a treaty would suffice. However, this time, there was complete silence. It was as if their annihilation of 80,000 men had merely cast a stone upon the surface of a lake. They neither sought land nor demanded tribute, nor would they sign a treaty. They wanted nothing and sought no negotiations, which indicated their greater ambitions. The Lord of the North likely harbored designs on the entirety of the Northern Ku grasslands. As he pondered this, an inexplicable autumn breeze swept through the tent. Brushing against Tu Shadong, he felt a chill of the autumn day and involuntarily shivered. In the next moment, he drew a deep breath and suddenly knelt before Beiyang Meng. Trembling as he spoke, "Great King Beiyang, I implore you to send forth your troops. The Lord of the North, Chinzay, is the son of Qin Haoyan, who led his forces to this grassland years ago, slaughtering countless Northern Hu warriors. Now that he has entered the Northern Liang, he has come to the Tiger Rong Pass to annihilate my 80,000 kin. This man, in both courage and ambition, far surpasses his father. Presently, no signs of the enemy can be detected within hundreds of miles of Tiger Rong Pass. He is surely preparing for war. If he is allowed to march forth, not only my Tu Yuan tribe, but the entire Northern Ku grasslands will be in peril." Yet, these heartfelt words were met with nothing but a derisive laugh from Beiyang Meng. "Enough with the theatrics, Tu Shadong. He is not nearly as fearsome as you claim, and I am not easily intimidated. When the Crimson Flame Army perished at sea 2 years ago, Great Qian has lacked formidable troops and capable generals. That foolish woman, Jin Fenghuan, believes that by reclaiming military authority, she can sit atop the throne, oblivious to the inevitable decline that follows great prosperity. The zenith of Great Qian lasted but a few years, and she has already set it on a downward trajectory. I have received news from Tinghua Pass that the Northern King, Chinzay, whom you speak of, has fallen out of favor with the Empress. As a result, he has been specifically granted the Northern Liang territory as his fief. He arrived in Northern Liang with merely a few hundred loyal soldiers. It seems this young man possesses the ability to lead troops into battle and to win the hearts of men, which has allowed him to quickly muster an army. As long as he remains on the Northern Ku grassland, he is unlikely to encounter any trouble. As for his presence on the grassland, I believe it is merely a form of intimidation. Once his provisions are exhausted, he will surely return. If my conjecture is correct, he is likely to return to Northern Liang in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Tu Shadong urgently interjected, "Northern Yang King, think twice. His ambitions extend far beyond this. Should he raise an army, it will be too late for regrets. What he desires is the entirety of the Northern Ku grassland." Northern Yang Meng let out a cold snort and rose to his feet, saying, "Do not spread such deceptive words. Return home. Seeing that Northern Yangmang would not heed his counsel, Tu Shadong's heart sank, and he trembled as he spoke. Northern Yang King, what would it take for you to mobilize your forces? Northern Yangmang smiled slightly. The Tu Yuan tribe must join my Northern Yang tribe and recognize me as their sovereign. At these words, Tu Shadong's eyes narrowed, and a fiery anger ignited within him. Such a demand was utterly outrageous. Should the king learn of this, he might very well seek to confront him. Realizing there was no further possibility of persuasion, he gritted his teeth and said, Northern Yang King, should you refuse to mobilize, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. With no further words exchanged, Tu Shadong left with a grim expression. Behind him, the cold laughter of Northern Yangmang echoed. I, Northern Yangmang, have never made a decision I regret it. Furthermore, Tu Shadong, you must withdraw from Haiduku by tomorrow. If you do not retreat your forces, do not blame me for showing you no courtesy. Fury surged within Tu Shadong as he left, his face set in a cold mask. Chapter 62. Where has the Northern King arrived? At the same moment, at Wanlan encampment. Outside the main tent, a Northern Hu general was addressing his troops. Listen well. The king will soon lead the army to Huzhong Pass. These horses, which we have nurtured to be robust, were partially sent out a few days ago. The remaining ones must be well cared for. When the king arrives with his forces, we will replace the horses with these well-rested steeds. Though we are merely a forward outpost, we must be prepared to march with the army. Do you understand? Understood. The more than 1,000 Hu cavalrymen replied in unison. Just then, a commotion erupted among the horses, and they became agitated. What is happening? Go check it out. The Hu general frowned. As soon as he spoke, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the hillside behind the herd. The Hu general's eyes narrowed as he saw a group of mounted archers approaching. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Without hesitation, the Hu general shouted. But in the next instant, the whistling of arrows filled the air. The Hu general's heart raced as he saw the arrows flying toward them, and his face turned ashen. Quickly retreat. Withdraw. Take the horses with you. However, he evidently underestimated the range of these arrows. As the Northern Hu soldiers fumbled to mount their steeds, countless arrows descended upon them. Meanwhile, in another camp closer to Huguan, Huitzubing led another contingent of cavalry, having already infiltrated the encampment. Their initial act was to cleanse the area with a volley of arrows. Under the onslaught of powerful bows, thousands of Hu cavalry within the camp suffered heavy casualties, rendering them utterly defenseless against the ensuing iron tide. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, both outposts of Hu cavalry were annihilated. Yet, this did not allow Chinzay to grow complacent. In the topographical map, apart from the terrain, Huitzubing meticulously indicated the troop deployments of the Tiyuan tribe. Having dealt with these two camps, the next challenge lay in confronting the main forces of the Tiyuan tribe. However, when they summoned reinforcements for battle, they would have to contend with a rain of arrows and the formidable iron cavalry. After obliterating the two groups of Hu cavalry, Chinzay and Huitzubing did not linger but continued their advance across the grasslands. Thus, half an hour later, the two forces regrouped. A formidable assembly of over 40,000 iron riders surged toward the Tiyuan encampment. On the other side, Tu Shadong, having failed to procure reinforcements, led a dispirited group toward the military camp. Throughout this journey, Tu Shadong was engulfed in a mix of sorrow and fury. He lamented his inability to bring troops for the king, fully aware of the king's temperament, a fiery spirit. Upon hearing that the king of Jinbei had slaughtered 80,000 of his kin, including his son, Tu Yuchen, he was poised to march forth for vengeance. Had he not been dissuaded with gentle words, a confrontation with Chinzay might have already occurred. As a strategist, Tu Shadong understood that despite the skirmishes between the Northern Hu and the Great Qian over the past 2 years, there had never been a full-blown conflict until the tragic loss of 80,000 lives. The king of Jinbei's ability to execute such a decisive massacre indicated he must possess significant backing. It was precisely for this reason that he urged caution, asserting that any military action should not be undertaken blindly. Even if they sought to eliminate Chinzay, they must first gather sufficient forces for battle. To this end, he ventured to the Diyuan tribe, but their king, Cha Yuan, had gone to Julu Pass, and he was turned away without even seeing him. Reluctantly, he turned to the Northern Yang tribe, with whom he had previously been at odds. Regrettably, the earlier conflicts had rendered their relationship irreconcilable, resulting in a lack of support this time around. Reflecting on this, Tu Shadong's anger surged. The Northern Yang, short-sighted and oblivious to the impending crisis, were preoccupied with their trivial domain of Haiduku. Should his fears be realized, and if the king of Jinbei indeed commanded a substantial force, they would be orchestrating a war that would be nothing short of catastrophic, endangering the entire grassland. Tu Shadong deeply understands a profound truth. When a fierce tiger chooses to conceal its fangs after claiming a victim, it is merely biding its time, waiting for the moment to reveal its ferocity once more. Presently, he senses that such a moment may be approaching. A brisk autumn breeze brushes against him, signaling the late autumn season, imbued with a hint of chill. As Tu Shadong sits astride his steed, a slight shiver courses through him. He inhales deeply, faintly detecting the metallic scent of rust in the air. Furrowing his brow, he gazes out across the grasslands. Today, the sky is shrouded in clouds, casting a dim light that renders the landscape somber and melancholic. Coupled with the cool autumn wind, the ambience grows increasingly desolate. The grass underfoot has taken on a yellowish hue, and as the autumn breeze sweeps through, the knee-high wild grasses ripple like the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. The North Ku grassland boasts fertile soil, allowing such wild vegetation to thrive abundantly, a sight he has grown accustomed to. Yet, for reasons unknown, today feels different. He turns to several attendants nearby. Do you perceive any unusual scent? His subordinates respond with confusion. A scent? Only that of grass. I mean the scent of rust. Have you detected it? Rust? How could there be a scent of rust on this grassland? When that gust of wind passed, I believe I caught a whiff of it. Tu Shadong's right eyelid twitches as he contemplates. My lord, could it be a mistake? The only scent akin to rust would be that of blood. When I slaughtered those Dacian men last month, I often encountered this scent. Their blood carries a pure rust-like aroma, while the blood of women had a hint of powder. However, those Dacian women who adorned themselves with powder are now nearly extinct. Only the dark, emaciated ones remain, exuding an odor of decay. One of the subordinates remarks nonchalantly. Tu Shadong finds himself momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is my preoccupation with the impending conflict that has rendered me so unsettled. Let us return to the military camp post-haste. Onward. The group spurs their horses, galloping across the vast grassland. However, as they crest a grassy rise, they abruptly halt, pulling the reins to bring their mounts to a stop. Tu Shadong takes a deep breath, his eyes widening in horror as he beholds two lifeless bodies lying beyond the slope. More precisely, there is one human corpse and one equine carcass. The fallen soldier is a North Hu warrior, his head grotesquely fused with that of his steed, an anomaly caused by an arrow embedded between them. It seems that as he had ridden, the arrow had pierced through the back of his skull, its force carrying through to the horse's brain as well, resulting in their simultaneous demise. What tremendous force! This arrow is dire. The Northern King has mobilized his troops. Quickly, we must return. Tu Shadong suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation and urgently urges his subordinates to hasten back to the barracks. However, as they ride faster, they discover more bodies strewn along the path, victims who were shot down while attempting to flee. Tu Shadong felt a chill coursing through him, his eyelids twitching incessantly, and a cold sweat had begun to bead on his back. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Where had the Northern King advanced to? Chapter 63. The steeds galloped like the wind, their bows twanging like thunder. In the great tent of the Tu Yuan clan, a soldier burst in, panic etched across his face. Report, my lord, it is dire news. The army of Dacian is swiftly approaching our position. As the words fell, a burly man with a fierce beard, who had been sitting on the ground, drinking heartily, sprang to his feet. This man was none other than Tu Yuchun's father, the chieftain of the Tu Yuan clan, Tu Tian Quebec. At 58 years of age, he stood tall, over 8 feet in height, with a robust physique akin to that of an ox. His face reddened with fury as he bellowed. What? Chinzay has brought his forces here. How many are there? The Northern Hu soldier, trembling, replied, I dared not approach closely, but from a distance, it appears there are several tens of thousands. Tu Tianke, known for his fiery temperament, erupted in anger upon hearing this. He struck the soldier with a resounding slap. Why did you not dare to observe closely? When has a true son of the grasslands ever feared the forces of Dacian? Such cowardice brings shame to our warriors. The soldier, dazed from the blow, clutched his face and said, My lord, the outpost has lost contact. They have likely fallen to the Dacian forces. Their assault is indeed swift, and we observe that the steeds of their army are clad in armor. This is quite unusual. At these words, Tu Tianke felt a tightening in his chest. He had encountered armored warhorses before, during his time at the border of the Northern Ku grasslands, where he had seen soldiers mounted on such formidable steeds. Since then, he had longed for his own army to be similarly equipped. However, despite the fertile lands of the Northern Hu grasslands and their thriving pastoralism, the scarcity of metal resources rendered the production of armor woefully inadequate. Even among the remaining 120,000 troops, over 30,000 still wore mere leather armor. This was precisely why he had sent his son, Tu Yuchun, to the Hu Rong Pass. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Tu Tianke emerged from the tent, his expression grave. At that moment, several deputy generals rode in hastily. One of them reported, My lord, the forces of the Northern King are advancing rapidly. They are merely 3 miles away. From my observation, Their numbers do not seem substantial. Perhaps only a few tens of thousands. Moreover, it appears not all their steeds are armored. My lord, their strength is far inferior to ours. We can engage them. As soon as the words were spoken, the grave demeanor of Tu Tian-Ke visibly relaxed, and the tension in his heart dissipated. Stroking his beard with a mocking smile, he scoffed, "Humph, a mere few tens of thousands dare to come charging forth. Do they truly believe that the northern who are without warriors? That young Chinzay, thinking he has vanquished 80,000 of my men, believes himself invincible. Little does he know that the northern who boasts a multitude of soldiers. Even if I command over 100,000 troops, he dares to come forth seeking death. So be it. Relay my orders. The entire army shall mobilize and confront Chinzay." Upon the utterance of these words, another vice-general interjected, "Your Majesty, General Tu Shadong has gone to the Beiyang tribe seeking aid, and he has yet to return. Now, with the northern king advancing with his grand army, what do you propose we do?" Before he could finish, Tu Tian-Ke retorted with fury, "What? Are you suggesting we adopt a defensive stance? Shall we simply await their invasion? Humph. That old wretch Beiyang Mang would have dispatched his troops long ago had he the intention. The silence is deafening. Were it not for Tu Shadong's insistence, I would have dismissed the notion of seeking Beiyang Mang's assistance altogether. The insolent Chinzay dares to provoke us with tens of thousands of troops. What is there to fear? If he relishes annihilation, let him come and meet his end upon this grassland, as a tribute to the spirits of our fallen kin. Onward, let us all march into battle and demonstrate the might of our northern Hu cavalry." The vice-general, witnessing Tu Tian's resolve, ceased his attempts at persuasion. Subsequently, Tu Tian-Ke rallied all troops, and the army surged forth towards the grasslands. On the plains, a soldier galloped forth to report, "General, the northern who are on the move. Their army approaches." Chinzay's countenance remained unfazed as he sneered, "Humph, let us meet them in combat. This is precisely what I desire." Beside him, Hua Tsubing's handsome visage bore a faint smile as he remarked, "My lord, it appears they believe our force is insufficient, prompting their proactive advance." The scouts had just relayed that the Beiyang tribe exhibited no signs of mobilization, allowing them to conserve precious time. Chinzay nodded slightly. His voice icy, "This is entirely expected. Even within the unified Deqian, factional strife persists, leading to mutual blame in times of trouble. How much more so for the still divided northern Hu tribes, rife with scheming and clandestine rivalries. Such has been the case throughout history, unchanged over the ages. Prepare the archers. Once within range, let them rain death upon our foes." "Yes." Hua Tsubing promptly rode off, with Tu Tian-Ke taking the initiative to engage. The two forces rapidly closed the distance, the 3-mile gap narrowing swiftly. As dusk fell, ominous clouds gathered, and the autumn wind swept through, stirring the parched grass beneath the pounding hooves. Amidst the thunderous charge of thousands of warhorses, the northern Hu soldiers' faces flushed with rage, veins bulging at their necks, fueled by the memory of the previous slaughter of 80,000 of their kin. Now, with Chinzay returning to lead his army once more, their thirst for vengeance burned brighter than ever. They were resolute. This battle would be their reckoning, a chance to exact revenge upon their adversaries. Leading the charge, Tu Tian-Ke raised his arm high, proclaiming, "Today, we shall utterly annihilate these ignorant foes upon this very grassland. The spirits of my 80,000 valiant soldiers demand retribution. Let us ensure that these enemies pay their blood debt in full. Kill." Inspired by his call, the cavalrymen of the Hu surged with fervor. Their spirits ignited as if infused with boundless energy. The weapons they wielded seemed to cry out, beckoning their masters to plunge them into the flesh of their enemies. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. This holds true for the Hu cavalry as well as for Chinzay on the opposite end of the battlefield. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, attack. The cries of battle reverberate through the heavens, igniting the autumn grasslands into a fervent frenzy. Confronted by the overwhelming number of Hu cavalry, Chinzay resolves not to close the distance for archery any further, even at the extreme range of 800 meters. The relentless charge of over 100,000 Hu soldiers makes retreat an impossibility, even as they taste the rain of arrows. With every meter they advance, they draw closer to the abyss of death. A thunderous command rings out, "Halt! Fire!" In the next instant, boom, 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 boom. The steeds gallop like the wind, and the bows release with a crack like thunder. 20,000 arrows transform into a torrential downpour, dense and impenetrable, raining down upon the charging Hu cavalry. Ready the arrows. Without a moment's pause, as the first volley soars, the tiger leopard cavalry swiftly knocks a second white-feathered black arrow to their bows. Another resounding command, "Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. Chinzay, mounted on his steed, squints into the distance, his face a mask of icy determination. Chapter 64. The first day of the offensive, slaughter of the Yuan and annihilation of the Northern Hu forces. At the forefront of the Northern Hu army, confronted by the deluge of arrows raining down from 800 meters away, the soldiers widen their eyes in sheer horror. They are aware that the distance is still 800 meters. Even as skilled horse archers, they can barely shoot 300 meters. Yet their adversaries can unleash arrows from such a distance. This is utterly absurd, a level of absurdity that defies belief. However, being a well-trained army, the Hu cavalry, after a brief moment of shock, immediately let out a hoarse roar. Arrows. Arrows. Beware of the bows. Protect the king. Just like the thoughts of his comrades, Tu Tianke, positioned at the forefront of his troops, has also stationed archers at the front lines. In fact, he has been waiting to close the distance for an initial volley of arrows to deplete Chinzay's forces, then leverage their numerical superiority to encircle and annihilate them. He harbors no concerns that the enemy cavalry could reach him. Thus, he leads his troops boldly forward. Yet now, faced with the countless arrows approaching, Tu Tiang's flushed face gradually pales, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Upon witnessing the arrows, he realizes that his earlier assumption was flawed. His son's 80,000 soldiers were not encircled at the Hulong Pass, but rather annihilated on this very grassland. His previous judgment now appears wholly misguided. But before he has time to react further, the rain of arrows descends like meteors crashing to earth. With a rustle, the moment the arrows fall, screams and wails echo across the grasslands. Arrows pierced through arms, thighs, and the faces of the panicked, while many struck the defenseless steeds. In an instant, chaos ensued. The flat, sharp triangular arrowheads, equipped with barbs, sliced through flesh upon impact, burrowing deep toward the bones. If they encountered slender bones, they would snap them outright. If they struck the robust femurs, the arrows would still embed themselves deeply within the flesh. The cruel barbs ensured that even the slightest attempt to withdraw the arrows would result in a gruesome extraction of flesh. Yet, amidst this turmoil, no one dared to remove the arrows, for time was a luxury they could not afford. Following the first volley of arrows, a second wave descended. The sound of arrows embedding into bodies was accompanied by wails of agony, as torrents of blood gushed from the fallen Hu cavalry. Within mere seconds, the once verdant grasslands began to be stained crimson. The autumn breeze carried the iron-like scent of blood across the fields. Among the countless corpses of Hu cavalry and horses, Tu Tianke crouched within this macabre wall of flesh, his pallid visage concealed. As the arrows rained down, his guards swiftly encircled him, using their bodies to shield him from the relentless barrage. Listening to the continuous cries of torment and witnessing soldiers fall one after another, Tu Tianke's veins bulged in his neck as he bellowed, "Retreat! Retreat!" Despite the fervor of his shouts, amidst the cacophony of despair, his voice seemed but a whisper, scarcely reaching the rear. In his initial command, he had proclaimed, "This time, our entire army shall launch an offensive and annihilate the enemy." Thus, the Hu cavalry had surged forward with great fervor, a force of over 100,000 charging forth like thunder. How could they possibly reverse course and retreat swiftly? While having a large army is generally advantageous, in chaotic situations, it can also become a burden, as was evident at this moment. Amidst the hail of arrows, Tu Tianke howled in profound sorrow. "I should not have chosen to engage in battle. If only we could wait for the northern Yang to close the distance. With all our might, shoot." At the opposite end of the battlefield, the tiger and leopard cavalry did not halt their advance despite intercepting the Hu cavalry. They surged forward. Amidst the thunder of hooves, arrows were unleashed once more. Each archer carried 10 arrows in their quiver, having already released 4 volleys, leaving each with 6 remaining. As the distance diminished, the power of their shots intensified. Facing the remaining tens of thousands of the northern Hu army, the tiger and leopard cavalry galloped across the plains, unleashing wave after wave of arrows. Meanwhile, the rearguard of 2.55 million iron cavalry had extended their formation, advancing in a semicircular front. Chinzay looked ahead and saw a vast swath of Hu cavalry had fallen, prompting the remaining troops to realize the urgency and begin their retreat. As tens of thousands of troops assembled, a swift retreat was not feasible. Chinzay commanded with a thunderous voice, "Hurry! Aim at the enemy's soldiers and shoot with all your might." Seizing the moment of chaos among the Hu cavalry, he ordered the tiger and leopard riders to commence their assault, for each fallen enemy was a victory. After eliminating a portion of the over 100,000 Hu cavalry, the remaining forces were beleaguered by injuries and demoralization, rendering them incapable of resisting the onslaught of steel. However, the unfolding events were starkly beyond Chinzay's expectations. The casualties inflicted upon the enemy far exceeded his predictions. Upon glancing ahead, he beheld that the foremost ranks had descended into disarray, horses and men entangled, blood flowing like a river. The rear ranks of Hu cavalry, besieged by a relentless barrage of arrows, scattered in panic, leading to further chaos. Many fell from their mounts. Trampled by the advancing horses, their lifeblood spilled beneath the relentless hoofs. As the distance closed, the arrows loosed by the 20,000 archers gained lethality, and after merely a few volleys, they decimated the congested Hu cavalry upon the plains. At last, with the final arrow released, the archers began to disperse, allowing the cavalry to charge forth and engage in the concluding extermination, or rather, the final mopping up operation. Beneath the rain of arrows, the Hu cavalry had suffered over 80% casualties, and those who remained bore the marks of injury. More critically, they had irrevocably lost their will to fight. Yet, even in their disheartened state, as they commenced their retreat, Chinzay vowed not to spare a single one. His military principle had always been to eliminate future threats and leave no lingering affliction. With a resounding battle cry, the cavalry surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, sweeping towards the remnants of the northern Hu forces. At this juncture in the conflict, Chinzay had yet to lay eyes upon Tu Tianke. Tu Tianke had already succumbed to the rain of arrows alongside his guards, his lifeless body trampled into the blood-soaked earth. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the horizon, painting the dusk-drenched plains in a sanguine shade. The clouds mirrored the blood-red scene below, and the acrid scent of blood permeated the air. A few Hu cavalry raced across the plains, halting their mounts before a hillside. Tu Shadong's complexion was ashen, his lips devoid of color, as the pungent odor of blood infiltrated his nostrils, evoking a wave of nausea. This overwhelming scent transported him back to another battle fought on these very plains years prior, a moment hauntingly reminiscent of the current one. Perhaps it is all over. The sounds of combat have ceased. My lord, should we proceed forward? A nearby Hu soldier gazed into the distance, his pallid face betraying his tremors. Tu Shadong's icy fingers clutched the reins, his expression frozen in place as he murmured, "If northern Yangmang sends troops, how could we have met such a fate?" Ultimately, alas, my lord, alas. He let out a heavy sigh, his face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That arrogant fool, Bei Yangmang, truly a short-sighted individual. Let us proceed to Jilu Pass. Only the great King Chaiyuan can contend with Chinzay here on this grassland." With that, Tu Shadong pulled the reins and galloped in the opposite direction. Chapter 65, 20 points per second. Ding. The system detects that the host has annihilated a faction, increasing points to 201 per second. Upon the vast grassland, the familiar sound of the system resonated in Chinzay's mind. A smile blossomed on his previously placid face. Earning 10 points per second had already granted him over 800,000 points in a single day, and now that amount had doubled. Did this not imply that he could summon a formidable army in a shorter span of time? The establishment of his current forces took approximately 10 days. With the points now doubled, it signified that 5 days would suffice, perhaps even less. After all, this was merely one tribe of the Baika grassland, and 2 others remained untouched. If he were to eradicate them all, his points would undoubtedly soar to an astonishing figure. Thus, when he leads his army to vanquish all the Hu cavalry of the Baika grassland, he would essentially possess the strength to rival the Empress. Although Jin Fenghuan has been reclaiming military power over the past few years, the Dakian's forces remain considerable, largely held by her trusted confidants. Contemplating this, Chinzay's gaze grew increasingly steely. Once he resolved to revolt, anyone who dared to stand in his way would meet with a dire fate. Humph, Jin Fenghuan. Whatever you covet most, I shall seize it from you. Resolving to think no more on the matter, Chinzay opened the system's attribute panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 360,000. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 10, 123 square kilometers. Level 5 troops, Qinrui soldiers, 9,000. Level 5 troops, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, 43, 500. 1-star troops, 500. 3-star generals, Jianwei, 5-star general, Huitsubing. After this battle, he had lost over 2,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, a loss that paled in comparison to the 12,000 Hu cavalry. This casualty reinforced Chinzay's conviction that forging a modernized, powerful army was indeed the right path. Currently, the shop was merely a 2-star establishment. He could only imagine the military provisions that would be available if it were elevated to a 3-star level. However, he had previously inquired about the system, which indicated that unlocking the 3-star shop would require 10 million points. This figure was not insurmountable. It was merely a matter of time. Therefore, before upgrading to the 3-star shop, Chinzay intended to exchange for more troops first, dealing with these grassland Hu cavalry, along with the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the supplies from the 2-star shop, would be more than sufficient. At that moment, Huitsubing rode up to report, "My lord, we have completely annihilated the enemy in this battle, capturing tens of thousands of horses, and our provisions are ample enough for us to remain on this grassland for a considerable time." Chinzay nodded slightly and inquired, "How many weapons do we possess?" Huatsubing promptly responded, "Numerous." Many of the northern Hu soldiers perished before they could strike, felled by a barrage of arrows. A rough estimate suggests we have nearly 60 to 70,000 weapons of all types: long spears, Hu sabers, short daggers, and bows and arrows. Upon hearing the mention of bows and arrows, Chinzay's eyes sparkled with interest. "We need not concern ourselves with the long spears and Hu sabers. Leave them here. However, take the short daggers with us and gather all the arrows for our soldiers to replenish their supplies. Today's battle required little exertion. We shall rest early tonight and set forth to confront the northern Yang tribe on the morrow." Huatsubing immediately took his leave to execute the orders. Chinzay raised his gaze towards the vast grasslands, where the sun was gradually descending and twilight began to envelop the land. This battle, though resulting in the highest number of enemy casualties, was the most effortless one he had fought. The enhancement of military provisions had resolved numerous issues, minimizing casualties significantly. The tasks ahead appeared straightforward. After dealing with the northern Yang tribe, the next target would be the distant Diyuan tribe. This tribe was renowned as the most formidable cavalry force on the northern Ku grasslands, and Chinzay held vivid memories of them. 2 years prior, when his father, Qin Haoyan, fell in battle against the Fusang Navy, Chinzay faced the Diyuan cavalry at Jilu Pass. That encounter was particularly brutal. Although he commanded his troops to decisively eliminate many of the enemy, they also inflicted substantial losses upon his own forces. Further back in time, a childhood friend of Chinzay had also perished at the hands of the Diyuan cavalry at Jilu Pass. This friend was none other than Zhang Jian, the son of the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Li. As these memories flooded his mind, Chinzay's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the horizon, his expression contemplative. Meanwhile, as dusk fell upon Beiyuan City, a formidable army approached, their soldiers donned in silver helmets, tall and imposing, with heads held high and expressions radiating pride. At the forefront of the grand procession, a large banner billowed in the wind, emblazoned with a striking yellow character. The two leading generals, Huang Tianhu, the ever-victorious general, and Huang Yuanlang, the valiant general, strode forth with chests puffed out and an air of confidence emanating from their demeanor. Huang Tianhu stroked his chin and remarked, "For this journey, we brought only a meager supply of provisions. How shall we manage?" Huang Yuanlang chuckled and shook his head. "No matter. We shall procure ample supplies in Beiyang before heading to the grasslands. Have you forgotten that our initial task is to seize the estates before entering the northern Ku grasslands?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhu nodded with a smile, but raised an eyebrow, saying, "What do you mean by you? According to rank, you should address me as general, while you are merely a deputy general, understood?" Huang Yuanlang turned his face away, rolling his eyes, but responded respectfully, "Yes, general." Though he spoke thus, he remained unconcerned, fully aware that the young lord merely craved face and secretly adhered to his counsel. Indeed, noticing Huang Yuanlang's respectful demeanor, Huang Tianhu nodded in satisfaction and with a grand gesture commanded, "Let us proceed to the commander's office." A grand procession made its way towards the commander's mansion. As an impressive army of 50,000 marched along the road, instantly drawing the attention of the townsfolk who paused to observe and murmured amongst themselves. Beholding the banners, they recognized the troops of the esteemed general of the state. This is none other than our Qin dynasty's most formidable Panlong army. Look, each soldier is imbued with the spirit of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, a sight that unmistakably speaks of their extraordinary prowess. Oh, could this general be the renowned, ever-victorious general of our Qin dynasty? Indeed, it is he. Since entering the battlefield, the ever-victorious general has never suffered defeat. Boasting an illustrious record, a true genius of his time. The townsfolk's words undoubtedly pleased Huang Tianhu, who raised his chin high, a triumphant smile adorning his face. He then proclaimed with a booming voice, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Huang Tianhu, the ever-victorious general. By the order of His Majesty, I lead my troops to the North Ku grassland to confront the Hu cavalry. Those audacious who dare to intrude upon our Qin dynasty. They must be emboldened by the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards. Watch as I send them fleeing in disarray, ensuring they never dare to return to Beiyang." As his words fell, Huang Yuanlang leaned in and whispered, "General, do not forget the true mission of this expedition." Huang Tianhu rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively, indicating his understanding. Just then, a voice from the crowd called out, "General, the prince has commanded the complete annihilation of the Hu cavalry." Huang Tianhu paused, then replied, "I intend to do so as well." "General, be wary of speaking too much," Huang Yuanlang cautioned softly. I understand. Huang Tianhu replied impatiently, "General, the supplies have already been sent ahead to Hulong Pass. I must lead the army to catch up swiftly and reach the North Ku grassland post-haste. As for the matter of the raid, You shall handle it and follow after. I need to ascertain the military movements of the king of the north. Huang Yuanlang spoke with a grave tone. Meeting Huang Yuanlang's stern gaze, Huang Tianhu recalled his father's instructions and nodded in acknowledgement. The army subsequently split into two paths. Huang Tianhu led a small contingent towards the commander's mansion, while Huang Yuanlang directed his troops towards Hulong Pass. All their movements were closely observed by those left behind by Chinzay. Chapter 66. Annihilation of the entire clan, each with their own motives at the commander's mansion. A flustered servant rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "My lord, the ever-victorious general has arrived. They have surrounded the estate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan, who had been seated and drinking, trembled, his face turning ashen in an instant. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Without uttering a word, he hastened to exit the hall. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard a cold voice from the outside call out, "Zhao Yuan." A troop of soldiers stormed into the mansion, led by none other than Huang Tianhu, whose face was dark with fury as he shouted, "Zhao Yuan." Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yuan as he hurriedly knelt. "I am Zhao Yuan, humbly welcoming the general." Huang Tianhu sneered coldly. "Do you know why I have come today?" Zhao Yuan's face turned pale, and upon hearing this, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. The soldiers besieged the residence, and Huang Tianhu bore a fierce demeanor. Could it be that he intended to raid the household? After all, I serve Huang Long. Even if Chinzay were alive, it would not warrant such an invasion of my home. I have been steadfastly loyal, dedicating years of service to Huang Long, presenting a birthday tribute annually to honor him. In this endeavor against Chinzay, I have not only contributed effort, but also endured hardships. General, Zhao Yuan stammered, "I, Zhao Yuan, have served you with unwavering sincerity for many years." And yet, before he could finish, Huang Long bellowed, "Silence. Zhao Yuan, do not attempt to feign kinship. You conspired with the Hu cavalry, plotting to harm the court officials. Your crimes are unforgivable. His Majesty is greatly enraged and has decreed your entire family to be executed. We are merely here to carry out the order." As his words fell, Huang Tianhu waved his hand, and the soldiers surged into the residence. Tears welled in Zhao Yuan's eyes as he repeatedly bowed to Huang Tianhu, pleading, "General, but I have only followed your orders." Before he could finish, Huang Tianhu leapt forward, unsheathing his blade, and struck at Zhao Yuan's neck. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged. Huang Tianhu's swing missed, causing his hefty body to stumble, nearly losing balance. His face flushed crimson with anger as he shouted, "You dare to evade. I could have easily severed your head with a single strike. And now you shall pay dearly for this. Seize him." Zhao Yuan realized that escape was futile, his face contorted with indignation as he pointed at Huang Tianhu. "Huang Tianhu, I have dedicated my life to your family, and now you betray me. You shall not have a peaceful end. Sooner or later, you will meet the same fate." Having ceased to resist, he allowed the soldiers to capture him. "Humph, Zhao Yuan, even on the brink of death, you dare to curse me? Let me show you how I will end your life. Bring him forth." Huang Tianhu commanded harshly. As the soldiers dragged Zhao Yuan towards Huang Tianhu, he continued to curse. "Huang Tianhu, even if you kill me today, I will await you in hell. You fat fool, you will join me there soon enough." Huang Tianhu, who despised being called fat, felt his face burn with rage at these words. "Come, let me carve your flesh piece by piece. 108 strokes. I shall see if your bravado endures." As Zhao Yuan knelt, the soldiers prepared to strip him of his garments, only to be met with a sudden uprising from him. He drew a dagger from his boot, lunging fiercely at Huang Tianhu. He had intended this assault from the outset. Feigning compliance, Huang Tianhu was taken aback, fear etched upon his rotund face as he hastily tried to retreat, but stumbled backward. "Let us die together." Zhao Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, his visage resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Just as the blade was about to strike, a cold arrow pierced Zhao Yuan's chest. His pupils constricted, and he collapsed to the ground. "General, are you unharmed?" Huang Tianhu cast a glance at the archers, cursing angrily. "Why didn't you shoot earlier?" He then turned to the fallen Zhao Yuan, his face contorted with rage, and after rising, he kicked Zhao Yuan fiercely twice. "Still wishing to kill me? You're quite clever now. If only you were a bit smarter, you would realize that regardless of the outcome, you should have fled." Zhao Yuan, having been kicked over, spat blood and managed a grim smile, saying, "Heh, foolish pig. Do you not know that before your arrival, this manor was already under surveillance?" He coughed up more blood and continued, "Ha, Huang Tianhu, your arrival in Bailiang signifies your impending doom. Your fate will be far worse than mine." At these words, Huang Tianhu's eyelids twitched, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. He abruptly turned to look outside, seeing only his own troops, devoid of any others. He turned back, bellowing, "Zhao Yuan, even at death's door, you still wish to frighten me." Zhao Yuan coughed up more blood, his eyes dimming, yet he murmured, The troops of Chinzay have already. Hearing this, Huang Tianhu rushed forward, demanding, "Speak. How many troops does he have? Where did they come from?" Zhao Yuan turned his head, his face pale as death, and replied with a grim smile, "How many troops? It must be the Red Flame army that has already perished at sea, the bandits, and Hu cavalry, all fallen under his hand. You are next." Before he could finish, Zhao Yuan's head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Damn it! To speak such nonsense even at the brink of death. Huang Tianhu, enraged, raised his blade and violently hacked at Zhao Yuan's body, reducing him to several pieces in mere moments. Damn! Damn! Huang Tianhu, in a frenzied state, unleashed his wrath upon Zhao Yuan's remains. Covered in blood, he lifted his blade, eyes ablaze with fury, and roared, "Kill everyone, regardless of age or gender. Leave not a single soul alive. Slaughter them all." A full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the ground with its radiant light on this rare clear night. Under the bright moon, Huang Yuanlang led his army towards Hulong Pass, his countenance steady and spirit high. In his strategy, reaching Hulong Pass tonight would allow them to gather supplies the following day, and coupled with the provisions brought by the supply wagons, they would have enough to advance to the northern Kubu grasslands, affording them a day of rest before setting out again. What remained was to ascertain the strength of Chinzay's troops, and in the midst of his battle with the Hu cavalry, take the opportunity to strike decisively and claim his head. With this thought, Huang Yuanlang smiled faintly. Upon his return, he would ascend to great heights. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, Tu Sha Dong, face marked with sorrow, rode swiftly with several subordinates. Despite their exhaustion, they dared not pause for a moment. Tu Sha's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his body, his mind consumed by a singular thought. He must ascertain the movements of the great King Yuanzhen's forces to alleviate the threat posed by the northern Hu. Until Chinzay was eradicated, no remnants of the Hu horsemen would remain upon these plains. Outside the northern Yuan city, Huang Tianhu rode at the forefront, gazing at the luminous full moon, inadvertently stifling a yawn, followed by an outburst of curses. Damn it, these past few days have been exhausting. Once I deal with Chinzay, I shall return to the capital and indulge in a well-deserved respite for several months. I have no intention of setting foot in this cursed place of northern Liang again. Next time we march against the Hu horsemen, let my elder brother take the lead. Chapter 67. The Enhancement of Combat Power. The General Wei Qing. The following day, at the break of dawn, within the original 2 Yuan military camp, Chinzay's eyes sparkled as the system attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Chinzay. Points, 1008000. Increasing. Territory, Northern Liang, 100. 123 square kilometers. Level 5 troops, Qinrui soldiers, 9000. Level 5 troops, Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 43, 500. 1-star troops, 500. 3-star generals, Dianwei. 5-star general, Huatsubing. A single night passed, and in the span of 10 hours, 720,000 points had accrued, combined with the previous 360,000 points, bringing the total to 1,080,000. With such a considerable increase in points, Chinzay had no intention of hoarding them. He immediately opted to exchange for troops. He exchanged for 3,000 troops, equipping them with 2-star armor, helmets, and bows. He also redeemed the Tiger and Leopard cavalry template. Ding! This exchange consumes a total of 573,000 points. Ding! Remaining points, 500,060. With 500,000 points still at his disposal, Chinzay chose not to continue exchanging for troops, as he had new ambitions. Opening the Generals panel, he meticulously scanned the names within, ultimately fixating on one. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinzay proceeded with the exchange. He redeemed the 5-star General Wei Qing. Ding! Consumed 500,000 points to exchange for the 5-star General Wei Qing. Ding! No troop enhancement has been acquired yet, totaling 47,000 troops. This 5-star general grants a combat power enhancement of 30. Upon hearing the system's announcement, excitement flickered in Chinzay's eyes. His decision to expend 500,000 points on a general was not solely due to the general's capacity to command troops, but significantly for the enhancement of combat power. Previously, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry had not benefited from any such enhancement. Now, with the general's addition, the combat prowess of the 470,000 troops would soar, maximizing the utility of his points. Of course, once today's objective of eliminating the Northern Yang tribe was achieved, his points would surge once more, making future exchanges for troops or generals a trivial matter. This strategic arrangement was thus devised by Chinzay, following the battles of yesterday. he discerned that archers wielded formidable combat capabilities upon these plains. Presently, he commanded 230,000 archers, and after annihilating the 2 Yuan tribe, their numbers would only continue to swell. With a formidable assembly of 230,000 individuals, each armed with 20 arrows, they could unleash a staggering 4.6 million arrows. Furthermore, the recent enhancement in combat strength signifies that, as long as the quality of the bows is sufficiently high, their range will extend even further. At that moment, 2 figures approached on horseback from a distance. Chinzay lifted his gaze to see it was none other than Huitzubing and Wei Qing. Historically, Wei Qing and Huitzubing are related as uncle and nephew, both eventually attaining the esteemed title of Grand General. Like Huitzubing, Wei Qing exhibits exceptional prowess in warfare against nomadic tribes. His command on the battlefield is marked by decisiveness and flexibility, with an adeptness for seizing opportunities, as well as a remarkable capability for coordinating various troop types. He had once achieved victory against a stronger foe, inflicting a significant defeat on the Xiongnu, leaving them incapacitated for years. With an increasing number of troops, the addition of a capable general to lead the army would enhance their collective effectiveness. Just then, the two had arrived before Chinzay and dismounted together. "I am Wei Qing, paying my respects to your excellency." Wei Qing knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. A smile graced Chinzay's face as he hastily helped him to his feet. "Zhongqing, there is no need for such formalities." Wei Qing rose, towering with a robust physique, reminiscent of a mighty bear, brandishing a long halberd that exuded an aura of authority. He spoke with conviction, "Your Excellency, I have just heard from my nephew that there are foreign tribes causing unrest, repeatedly infringing upon your domain. This cannot be tolerated. Grant me a contingent of troops to expel these intruders and ensure they dare not harbor ill intentions again." Huitzubing chuckled, rubbing his nose as he interjected, "Uncle, our forces are robust, and our soldiers are each worth 10 of their kind. Our established approach is to engage solely in annihilation warfare. Merely driving them away will not eradicate their malign intentions. Only total extermination can eliminate the threat for good." At these words, Wei Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a broad grin. "What splendid reasoning." Huitzubing nodded vigorously. "Indeed, splendid." Chinzay too nodded in agreement, his voice firm. "Precisely. Only with resolute measures can we eradicate persistent afflictions and demonstrate compassion akin to that of a benevolent deity. Our campaign against the Hu tribes is aimed at eliminating this enduring menace. We must not delay. Today we set forth against the Northern Yang tribe. You shall accompany me to lead the troops, seize the Northern Yang tribe, and then proceed to Jiulu Pass for a decisive confrontation with the Dayuan tribe." With his words, the two men instantly adopted a serious demeanor. "Yes, Your Excellency." Subsequently, Chinzay assigned the two to command the army, taking advantage of the early light to hasten towards the Northern Yang tribe. The Northern Yang tribe, having indulged in revelry the previous night, now lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Northern Yang Mang nestled amidst warmth and comfort. Even in slumber, a faint smile graced his lips. Just the evening prior, he received tidings that the forces of the 2 Yuan tribe, which he had long coveted, had completely withdrawn. Their departure was silent, leaving not a soul behind. Northern Yang Mang understood that Tu Tianke had relocated all troops in pursuit of vengeance for his son, preparing for a decisive battle against the King of the North. This knowledge filled him with exhilaration. Regardless of the outcome, it is a fortunate circumstance for him. Naturally, he harbors a preference for Tu Tiang's victory, especially since he has previously engaged in several battles against Tu Tianke. Not to mention, on this vast steppe, the cavalry of the 2 Yuan tribe remains formidable. Had it not been for the Northern King annihilating his 80,000 troops first, he would have hesitated to reclaim Haideku. However, the situation has changed. Even if Tu Tianke emerges victorious, their forces will inevitably dwindle. Consequently, he could then rally his own army to approach Tu Tianke and engage in earnest discussions regarding future territorial claims. To this end, last night, Bei Yangmang hosted a bonfire feast. In high spirits, he indulged in several casks of fine wine, reveling in a state of intoxication. At this moment, still lost in slumber, Bei Yangmang murmured in his dreams, old man, your wrath stirs great conflict. What folly! What concern does guarding the steppe entail?" The woman nestled beside him furrowed her brow and cautiously turned over, only to find his beard pricking her tender skin. The king ought to trim his beard. She grumbled internally before drifting back into sleep. At Hulong Pass, after a night of travel, Huang Tianhu trailed closely behind Huang Yuanlang, arriving at the fortress. Meanwhile, within the city, the soldiers of the Panlong army were going door to door collecting provisions. For this expedition, Huang Yuanlang, in his haste, had not brought sufficient supplies. Thus, he resolved to procure provisions from the local garrison's granaries before departing. However, Upon entering the city, he discovered that the garrison had only a meager amount of food remaining. Inquiries revealed that Chinzay had distributed the majority of the grain to the local populace. This infuriated Huang Tianhu, who ordered his soldiers to gather provisions house by house. He was unwilling to venture into the steppe only to find himself in a state of starvation. Without sustenance, prolonged warfare would be impossible, and annihilating Chinzay would be a daunting task. Naturally, the collection of provisions did not proceed smoothly. Within the garrison, Huang Tianhu, yawning and cursing, lamented, "What a bunch of ungrateful people. We are here to eradicate the Hu horses. What is the harm in requesting a bit of grain?" Observing his outburst, Huang Yuanlang spoke solemnly. This endeavor of taking grain from the common folk may not bode well. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhu erupted in fury, leaping from his seat and pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Yuanlang. "Huang Yuanlang, it is true that my father entrusted me with the task of leading the army. Yet your interference is excessive. Without provisions, how can we march into the steppe? Shall we fight on empty stomachs?" Huang Yuanlang pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "This course of action will likely tarnish our reputation among the populace, especially considering Chinzay proclaimed his intentions when he mobilized." Before he could finish, Huang Tianhu slammed his fist on the table, rebuking, "Is Chinzay foolish? And are you as well? Do you truly believe his deceitful words? He annihilated 80,000 Hu horse soldiers. Who knows how much grain he seized? His claims of distributing grain are merely a ruse to win favor. I suspect he harbors intentions of rebellion, orchestrating this charade." Huang Yuanlang, "My father speaks of your extensive combat experience. Yet how is it that you now appear so bewildered?" In the face of this merciless reprimand, Huang Yuanlang felt a surge of indignation within, though his countenance remained impassive. He spoke, "It seems that after this comparison, the reputation of our Panlong army will plummet into the abyss." Huang Tianhu laughed scornfully. "Success and failure are but fleeting illusions. The verdant mountains shall remain. While Chinzay may perish on the steppes, only our Panlong army shall emerge victorious. Death is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp. Only we shall prevail." Regardless of their words, what can they say? Ultimately, the tale that will circulate is that the northern king fell to the hands of the Hu cavalry, while the Panlong army fought valiantly to protect our homeland. Chapter 68. Gathering Grain. Winning hearts at this juncture, Huang Tianhu yawned and rose languidly. "Enough of this. I am utterly exhausted after running all night. Let the soldiers rest early after collecting the grain, as we shall set forth to the northern grasslands at dawn." Upon finishing his words, Huang Tianhu disregarded Huang Yuanlang and departed without a backward glance. Observing his cumbersome figure sway as he left, Huang Yuanlang clenched his fists, his expression darkening with fierce resolve. "Humph, foolish pig. Were it not for your fortunate birth, you would hardly deserve the title of general. One day, should I command a great army, humph." His face was marred with resentment. Within the city, the populace had initially rejoiced upon learning that the court had dispatched troops to aid the northern king. Yet now, confronted by these rude soldiers who demanded grain, they were left aghast. In front of one household, 2 soldiers emerged, carrying 2 sacks of grain, striding confidently outwards. A thin, dark boy hurried after them, shouting, "Officials, surely you must leave us some grain to sustain ourselves. Otherwise, we cannot survive." Upon hearing this, one soldier turned sharply, rebuking, "You insolent child. How can you be so unreasonable? We fight for you, to confront the Hu cavalry on the grasslands. Without food, how can we muster the strength? Do you intend to take our place in battle?" The boy, with tears in his eyes, trembled as he replied, "The prince sent us 2 loads of grain because he saw we could barely endure. Now, military sir, you leave us only 2 pounds of millet. How long can that sustain us?" The soldier scoffed, pointing at the boy in disdain. "Humph. Is it truly that your family has only 2 pounds of millet remaining? I find it hard to believe your tale. If you had no reserves, how could you have led us to the granary?" With tears streaming down his face, the boy bent over and pleaded, "Military sir, you are the imperial army, renowned as the Panlong army, and you come to assist the prince in defeating the Hu. How could I not take you to gather grain? My family possesses nothing but this meager supply. I am not hoarding anything. I speak nothing but the truth." Meanwhile, another soldier shook his head. "Boy, I have encountered many like you, all claiming poverty and lack of provisions. Once we leave, who is to say you one team miraculously produce more grain?" As he spoke, he patted his companion's shoulder and said, "Let us go. Further words are futile. Let us gather the provisions and rest early, for we must set out again tomorrow." With that, the 2 departed, their backs turned, burdened by sacks of rice. The young boy yearned to chase after them, but a cough from within the room halted him. "Bower, return home. Endure a little longer. We shall surely persevere." Wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, the boy watched as the 2 soldiers faded from view before reluctantly making his way home, glancing back thrice. Upon seeing his mother lying on the bed, He could no longer contain himself and collapsed at her side, weeping uncontrollably. Do not cry, Bower. We still have 2 pounds of millet. We can boil a thin porridge daily, adding plenty of water to stave off hunger. The woman, gaunt yet wearing a faint smile, extended a frail hand from under the quilt to gently stroke her son's head. Yet, the boy seemed deaf to her words, trembling as he asked, Mother, why do we trust the officials, yet they do not trust us? The woman sighed and replied softly, Even among officials, there are those with compassion. She left her sentence unfinished, instead continuing, If only all lords were like the prince, this world would be at peace. On the day the prince entered the city, you carried me to witness it. I saw him clad in armor, quite formidable despite being merely a boy, with a mother waiting for him at home, hoping he would return safely from the steppes. As she spoke, she coughed several times. Mother, I will prepare a meal for you, just wait. The boy hastily attempted to leave, but the woman grasped his hand and said, Bower, listen to me. He nodded fervently, holding her hand tightly. After a moment, she began. I endured much suffering escaping from those barbaric horsemen. She sighed, her eyes reddening, and continued, Bower, I may not have much time left. You are already in your teens. Though you are thin, you are a man. You must live well. If the opportunity arises, enlist in the army and protect those like us from further suffering. Remember, if you join the army, follow the prince. As she spoke, she shook her son's hand with urgency. The boy, tears streaming down his face, nodded in agreement. I have seen many soldiers, but few like the prince. I believe he will keep his word, eradicate those horsemen, and send an army to protect us. If he says you need not enlist, then stay home and farm. If he calls for you, follow him. The prince will ensure our survival. As she finished, her breath grew increasingly frail. The boy sensed the gravity of her words, crying silently, unable to utter another. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the house. The prince has dispatched provisions, yet you have seized our grain, leaving us with so little. How am I, an old man, to survive? Military gentlemen, are you not the emissaries of the court? How can you? At this point, his voice abruptly ceased. A chilling scream followed, accompanied by a series of curses. You unruly peasants, are you not aware that we come on the emperor's command? Open your eyes. You speak of the king of the north. Does he hold more authority than his majesty? Humph. Anyone who dares to utter another word will find my hospitality lacking. On the streets, upon hearing these words, the common folk wore expressions of sorrow, yet their anger remained unvoiced. With heavy sighs, they chose to silently retreat to their homes. Meanwhile, outside the Tiger Rome Pass, the sentinels left by Chinzay were seething with indignation as they galloped towards the grasslands. In truth, across the present-day North Ku grasslands, wherever Chinzay treads, a sentinel stands watch every 5 miles. At this moment, one sentinel after another relayed messages, urgently needing to convey intelligence to Chinzay. Time passed slowly, just past noon. On the grasslands inhabited by the Beiyang tribe, the sound of iron hooves resonated. The stationed cavalrymen lifted their gazes to behold a formidable army charging forth in the distance, an awe-inspiring sight. Their eyes narrowed, and one promptly sounded the horn. The horn's blare instantly stirred the tranquil military camp into a frenzy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Inside the large tent, Beiyang Mang, still groggy from sleep and recovering from a hangover, was abruptly jolted awake by the frantic cries of a companion beside him. My king! My king! It's dire! We are under attack! At this proclamation, Beiyang Mang's body jolted, his drowsiness evaporating instantly. What? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a soldier burst into the tent, exclaiming in panic, My king! The king of the north leads a great army towards us. They approached swiftly. Beiyang Mang's eyelids twitched as he sprang to his feet, hastily donning his garments while shouting, How many? How far are they? The soldier replied urgently, The numbers are unclear, but they are very close. Only a few miles away. Hurry. Summon the troops. Beiyang Mang quickly slipped on his shoes and dashed outside the tent. The moment he emerged, he heard the distant sound of the horn. Chaos erupted in the military camp as several deputy generals rushed about, gathering the soldiers. One deputy general, his face pale with alarm, hurriedly approached, saying, My king, the king of the north's army bears down upon us with great ferocity. From afar, they appear to number in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing the mention of tens of thousands, Beiyang Mang's initial panic subsided somewhat. Yet, his heart suddenly raced as a troubling question loomed in his mind, causing his anxiety to resurge. Why, in these recent days, has Tu Tianke been rallying his forces for a decisive battle against the king of the north, only for him to launch an attack upon us today? Has he circumvented Tu Tianke's army to strike at us directly? Or have they already concluded their battle? Once the thought emerged, a chill surged from the depths of Beiyang Mang, racing towards the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Despite it being midday, an unexpected wave of cold washed over him. Chapter 69. Confronting Bei Yongmang on the vast grassland, Huatsubing rode forth, approaching Chinzay. He spoke with enthusiasm. My lord, I bear good news. According to the sentinels monitoring this area, the Beiyang tribe held a bonfire feast last night, reveling until late. Now that our forces have arrived, they will likely struggle to assemble their troops in time. We have a splendid opportunity to catch them off guard. Chinzay nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. What news from Zhongqing? Huatsubing replied promptly. My uncle has circumvented them, but the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. When the battle commences, chaos is inevitable. It may prove challenging to eradicate them all at once. Chinzay responded with a contemplative hum, his voice steady. No matter. The troops of Bei Yongmang remain atop the Tianke. With so many adversaries, we cannot devour them all at once. However, even if they flee, they cannot escape our grasp. This time, let us slay a greater number and secure this territory. They will be like lost dogs. Our forces shall grow daily. Where can they possibly retreat? Indeed, my lord. A moment later, Chinzay and Huatsubing led their army closer to the Beiyang encampment, now just 2 or 3 li away. Unlike the impulsive and fiery temperament of Tu Tianke, Bei Yongmang had opted for a defensive strategy this time. Chinzay raised his gaze. Outside the Beiyang camp, a formidable defensive line had been erected. Countless horsemen gathered, armed with bows and arrows, forming long rows, seemingly awaiting Chinzay's advance. In truth, this was indeed Bei Yongmang's intention. Within the camp, Bei Yongmang stood with arms crossed, his expression icy. A few generals gathered around him, their faces etched with grave concern. Regardless of whether Chinzay clashes with Tu Tianke, we need not strike first. Should Chinzay recklessly charge, he shall find no return. Bei Yongmang declared coldly. As his words lingered, one of the generals posed a question. Your Majesty. It appears their forces are relatively few, numbering only in the tens of thousands. We possess a vast army, our numbers far exceeding theirs. They have marched here. While we await them with ease, the advantage lies with us. Why not divide our forces, striking from both flanks while our main army attacks head-on, thereby encircling and annihilating them? Bei Yongmang shook his head, responding solemnly. No, you are mistaken. Observe Chinzay's troops. Many of their steeds are armored, indicating heavy cavalry with formidable combat strength. Should we split our forces, even with a numerical advantage, they could easily be scattered, resulting in significant casualties. In summary, to annihilate them here, we must be prepared to pay a substantial price. At present, we remain unaware of the circumstances surrounding Tu Tianke. Should we suffer losses in our forces, it would surely grant him an advantage. That old scoundrel has long coveted our territory. A moment's carelessness could result in our lands being seized, allowing him to reap the benefits. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. The deputy commander, struck by a sudden realization, nodded and remarked, Your Majesty's intent is simply to compel the enemy to retreat? Bei Yongmang narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, we must make him recognize the futility of his efforts. However, if his troops are weak and crumble easily, then eliminating them would not be a misstep. The battlefield is rife with unpredictability. Anything could transpire. Nevertheless, if we proceed with caution and maintain a steady approach, we shall encounter no misfortune. The others nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is indeed insightful. As they were engaged in this discussion, a soldier hurriedly approached with news. Your Majesty, the enemy is now but a li away. The archers are ready. Bei Yongmang stroked his beard and replied with a cold smirk. Do not rush. Let them draw nearer. The more fervently they charge, the quicker they shall meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the nearby deputies exchanged smiles. Bei Yongmang continued. It is said that Chinzay is not yet 20 years old, brimming with youthful exuberance. It seems the previous battle has inflated his confidence, emboldening him to lead his troops today. He truly knows not the meaning of peril. Very well, let us teach him a lesson today. Should he survive by some stroke of luck, he shall learn to tread carefully in the future. And if he falls, he may aspire to be a true hero in 18 years. With his words, laughter erupted among the ranks. However, abruptly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. At that moment, a panicked shout echoed through the camp. They are firing arrows at us. Beware of the archers. Bei Yongmang's eyes widened as he witnessed a torrential downpour of arrows raining upon them. Though he was positioned in the central camp, some distance from the front lines, the sight of the dense volley of arrows immediately instilled a sense of dread within him. He trembled and exclaimed, But they are still a li away. How can the arrows be upon us so soon? The response came in the form of the continuous cries of agony from the soldiers at the front lines. Release the arrows. The tiger leopard cavalry swiftly drew arrows from their quivers, firing in an orderly manner at the command. Meanwhile, Chinzay observed coldly as the defenses of the Beiyang tribe fell victim to the arrows, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He had initially anticipated that Bei Yongmang would, like Tu Tianke, leverage his larger forces to confront them head-on, yet he was surprised to find him adopting a defensive strategy. This unexpected turn delighted Chinzay immensely. Since you choose not to engage, then bask in your own slow demise like a frog in warm water. To this end, he had instructed the archers to wait until they were within 500 meters before unleashing their assault. The distance was close, and the arrows were launched with both speed and ferocity. Unlike the troops of Tu Tianke, the majority of Bai Yongmang's army donned leather armor. Although he commanded a larger force, their equipment was inferior to that of Tu Tianke's soldiers. In essence, he was akin to a soft persimmon, a mere ostrich with its head buried in the sand. From his decision to refrain from battle and ally with Tu Tianke, Chinzay could glean a hint of Bai Yongmang's intentions. Upon his arrival today, Chinzay discovered that Bai Yongmang was even more composed than he had anticipated. At this moment, witnessing the enemy's defenses beginning to crumble, Chinzay bellowed, "Continue to shoot. Slay those on the front line and fire into their ranks. Aim for their cavalry. Fire." Heeding Chinzay's command, the tiger leopard cavalry held their breath in concentration. Their movements synchronized as they relentlessly unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the opposing forces. Meanwhile, the cries of anguish reverberated throughout the Bai Yong military camp. The cavalrymen, tasked with fortifying the defenses, began to flee in desperation, racing toward their encampment. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the arrows, and countless individuals fell to the ground, slain during their chaotic retreat. The sudden onslaught of arrows had thrown the entire Bai Yong camp into disarray. In the rear of the Bai Yong encampment, atop a grassy knoll, Wei Qing had arrived with his forces. Observing the turmoil unfolding before him in the Bai Yong camp, Wei Qing narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. There was something exhilarating about this kind of warfare. Within the Bai Yong encampment, the relentless barrage of arrows had utterly dismantled the outer defenses. There, amidst the chaos, stood 30,000 archers of Bai Yongmang. Yet now, they had not even a moment to draw their bows before succumbing to several volleys of arrows. The unexpected attack left them in shock within mere moments. They suffered devastating losses, with a multitude of archers falling to the ground. The remaining archers, in a state of panic, hastily urged their steeds toward the safety of the camp. Behind them loomed countless arrows, pursuing relentlessly. With a 30% increase in combat capability, the tiger leopard cavalry's range had further extended, and the fleeing Huma archers were swiftly brought down. The ground was littered with corpses, and the cries of the wounded echoed in the air. Inside the military camp, the previously confident demeanor of Bai Yongmang had been entirely replaced by chaos. In his original calculations, how could the enemy's forces possibly rival his own? He held the advantage of terrain and resources, while the enemy had traveled far. Surely, they were no match for his troops. Yet now, the mere act of unleashing arrows had already caused his forces to falter. They had yet to engage in direct combat. Gazing at the swarm of arrows in the sky, Bai Yongmang's face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead. 1,000 questions plagued his mind. How could the enemy launch arrows with such distance and power? Was this the capability of mere mortals? This is no longer within the realm of what a normal human could achieve. It is as if divine warriors have descended. Even the formidable Deqian Crimson Flame army from years past could not match this prowess. When we fought them previously, there was an exchange of blows. Yet now we find ourselves unable to even make a move. They are nothing short of a horde of monsters. What manner of soldiers has Chinzay summoned forth? Could it be that Deqian has mobilized the entire nation's archers to this vast plain? Yet, the woman known as Jin Fengwan appeared pale and murmured incoherently at the mention of the Qin family's North Yongmang. At this moment, a deputy general galloped over, his expression fraught with panic. "My lord, the situation at the front is dire. 80% of the archers on our defensive line have perished. The remaining archers are retreating to the camp, but the enemy has begun their pursuit. If this continues, we risk being hunted down to the last man. We must launch a full-scale offensive to withstand their onslaught." North Yongmang took a deep breath, his mind racing. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "If we commit the entire army, with their archers able to shoot at such distances, are we not marching to our doom?" The deputy general urgently responded, "It appears there is no alternative, General. Our numbers are substantial, and we are not too far from them. If we charge with all our might, even if we suffer from their arrows, once we penetrate their ranks, their archers will be rendered ineffective. Only by closing the distance can we seize a chance of victory." Though it was certain that many lives would be lost, this was the most viable option. North Yongmang wiped the sweat from his brow, understanding that in the face of such long-range assaults, only by narrowing the gap could they hope for a chance at success. Yet, this approach was a complete contradiction to his strategic principles. To engage in battle at such a cost, with his 150,000 troops, would surely result in half of them perishing. Should he not flee instead? preserve the mountains, and one need not fear the absence of firewood. If they cannot win, can they not at least escape? This thought suddenly surged within him. However, he found it difficult to voice this decision. After all, abandoning his 150,000 troops to flee before a mere few thousand of Chinzay's men would be an act of utter weakness. He was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. To fight or to flee, it was a decision fraught with difficulty. The deputy general, sensing his prolonged silence, grew anxious. My lord, the situation is critical. We must engage. So many of our brothers have already fallen at their hands. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. If we let them advance unchecked, our forces will be gradually exhausted. North Yongmang's face turned ashen, and gritting his teeth, he finally made up his mind. No, the enemy is too fierce, and their archers are far too powerful. We cannot confront them head-on. We shall abandon this camp, issue orders to retreat. We will withdraw from this place. Their cavalry is armored and will not be able to catch up with us. The decision made by Bei Yongmang left the deputy general utterly astonished. Although he was well aware of the king's typically cautious nature, the intention to retreat at this moment surpassed his expectations. With a hesitant expression, he urged, Your Majesty, shall we simply allow them to seize our camp? Before he could finish his sentence, Bei Yongmang bellowed, Enough of your words, retreat. The deputy general sighed internally and replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. He immediately issued orders to commence the withdrawal. Despite the retreat having begun, numerous cavalrymen from the who were struck down by arrows from the pursuing archers. In just over an hour of combat, tens of thousands of Hu cavalry had suffered casualties. At the front lines, Huitzubing led the archers, relentlessly unleashing arrows. Once the tide of panic began to swell, chaos ensued. Thanks to the bows acquired from the Tuyang tribe, each of the tiger and leopard riders now wielded a significant number of arrows. One after another, arrows flew forth, and the fleeing northern Hu soldiers continued to fall. In a brief moment, a vast number lay sprawled upon the ground. Observing their complete lack of counterattack and their desperate flight, Huitzubing furrowed his brow. They are fleeing. Quickly, pursue them and slay more. Meanwhile, Chinzay, leading an armored cavalry unit, surged forward at full speed in pursuit. Though this heavily armored cavalry was formidable, their pace was comparatively slower. However, Chinzay was unconcerned about Bei Yongmang's escape, for on the other side, Wei Qin commanded 10,000 iron cavalry and 3,000 archers, lying in wait. Despite their smaller numbers, the fleeing Hu soldiers faced a pincer attack, which would surely throw them into disarray. On the grassy slope, a soldier reported, General, the enemy has begun to rout. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing's expression hardened. He raised his long spear and commanded, Advance. It is time for us to strike. Kill. The sound of the horn followed, and Wei Qing led his troops up the grassy slope, charging forward with great speed. As the battle drew on, the sun began to set, casting shadows across the land. While Bei Yongmang was retreating with his forces, he spotted several dark figures on the distant grassy slope. His heart raced as he focused intently. In the next moment, his eyes widened in alarm, panic flooding his face. Not good. There are more troops ahead. What a disaster. They must be planning to annihilate us today. Sweat poured down Bei Yongmang's brow. On the opposite side, witnessing the fleeing Hu soldiers, Wei Qing raised his arm and shouted, Once you have exhausted your arrows, charge with me. Yes, General. The 3,000 archers galloped forward, already retrieving their bows from their backs. With a distance of less than 800 meters remaining, Wei Qing commanded, Release the arrows. In an instant, the sound of bowstrings snapping echoed, as 3,000 arrows rained down upon the Hu cavalry. As the relentless pursuit continued, Huitzubing witnessed a relentless rain of arrows descending from the sky ahead. Filling his heart with elation, he bellowed, Fire while riding. Do not let them escape. The cavalrymen of the Hu tribe, caught between two forces, were immediately besieged by arrows from both flanks. At this moment, the iron cavalry led by Chinzay had elongated their battle line, forming a half-circle that closed in on the Hu cavalry. Simultaneously, Wei Qing at the rear was executing a similar maneuver. A vast net, woven from heavily armored cavalry, was gradually tightening around the trapped Hu warriors, who were now enduring a relentless barrage of arrows. Among the northern Yang forces, Bei Yongmang watched in despair as countless arrows rained down, the thunderous sound of iron hooves echoing in his ears, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. In that fleeting moment, the warning of Tu Shadong resurfaced in his mind. The words he had spoken echoed relentlessly. If my Tu Yuan tribe is annihilated, you, the Beiyang tribe, shall be next on my list. His ambitions extended far beyond mere conquest. Should he muster his forces, it would be too late for regret. He sought dominion over the entire North Kulu Prairie. With a pale face, Bei Yongmang muttered to himself, So the Tu Yuan tribe has indeed been exterminated. Chapter 71. The annihilation battle in the night on the dimly lit prairie, the autumn wind howled, and countless arrows fell from the heavens. their sharp tips viciously piercing the bodies of the Hu cavalry. The formidable force of these arrows was unstoppable, penetrating leather armor and flesh, with some individuals being completely impaled. Countless Hu cavalrymen tumbled from their mounts, some riddled with arrows, resembling hedgehogs. Bei Yangmong and his subordinate commanders found themselves at the heart of the army, desperately attempting to shield themselves from the rain of arrows. Over 100,000 troops had yet to engage in direct combat, yet 60,000 to 70,000 had already perished from the relentless barrage. The deputy general, witnessing the unceasing onslaught of arrows, was filled with urgency and exclaimed, "My lord, we are besieged from the front and ambushed from the rear. They have drawn out such a long line. They intend to encircle us entirely. If this continues, we shall all perish here today." The general implored, "Let us rally all our forces and break through in a single direction." Realizing the gravity of his previous missteps, Bei Yangmong did not hesitate and declared, "Very well. All troops, heed my command. We shall advance towards the west." As he spoke, the Hu cavalrymen, while fending off arrows, charged westward. Bei Yangmong understood that in their current predicament, they could not hope to match the enemy in direct combat. These adversaries were monstrous in their prowess. The archers had already rendered any counterattack futile, and the heavily armored cavalry behind them posed an unimaginable threat. He dared not contemplate the cost of facing these armored horsemen. However, regardless of the peril, escaping the encirclement from the west offered a glimmer of survival. To the west of the northern prairie, a continuous path leads to the territory of the Deyuan tribe. At this juncture, joining their ranks appears to be the only means of securing a foothold. Despite the reluctance in Bei Yangmong's heart, he comprehends the necessity of this course of action. Meanwhile, amidst the iron cavalry, Chinzay observes as the Hu cavalry commences their charge towards the west, and he bellows, "Gather, leave no one behind." Upon his command, the tiger leopard cavalry begins to tighten their encirclement, the earth beneath the pounding hooves rendered desolate. In the rear, Wei Qing perceives the movements of the Hu cavalry and promptly issues orders, directing the heavy armored cavalry to contract their formation, while the tiger leopard cavalry on the southeast hastens to converge. Throughout this maneuver, the archers do not cease their barrage, beneath the rain of arrows. Bei Yangmong's forces suffer rapid attrition. As time ticks away, the sun has fully descended, and the round moon ascends, casting its luminous glow upon a prairie strewn with corpses. After incurring tremendous losses, Bei Yangmong finally breaches the encirclement on the western front. In this moment, Bei Yangmong, with an injured arm and blood cascading down, finds himself struck by an arrow amidst the hail of projectiles, and now only 3,000 to 4,000 of his troops remain. Among this meager contingent, many bear wounds from arrows, rendered as remnants of a once formidable army. With his eyes ablaze and teeth clenched, Bei Yangmong spurs his steed with all his might. "Quickly, charge with me. Break their ranks," he shouts fervently. At that instant, he finally catches sight of a figure among the heavy armored cavalry, Jinbei Wang, Chinzay. Upon seeing Chinzay, a surge of fury ignites within Bei Yangmong. Just yesterday, he commanded an army of over 100,000, reveling in a lively bonfire feast within the camp. Yet in the span of a single day, he has been brought to this dire state. Consumed by wrath, Bei Yangmong bellows at Chinzay, "Chinzay, do not revel in your triumph. All that you have wrought upon us today shall be repaid tenfold. From this day forth, your Deqian shall know no peace." In response, Chinzay, his eyes narrowing slightly as he listens to Bei Yangmong's furious outcry, sneers coldly, "A future? What future do you speak of? The atrocities committed by your Hu cavalry over these years will be repaid 100-fold by me." Chinzay, "Kill." With this command, the heavy armored cavalry, wielding their long spears, charge forth like a torrent of steel towards the Hu soldiers. Bei Yangmong roars, "Cover me. Charge with all your might. Tear open a breach." As he speaks, the Hu cavalry, relying on their numerical advantage, launches a full-scale assault towards the west. The distance between the two forces diminishing rapidly, 200 meters, 150 meters, 50 meters finally. With a piercing scream from the fastest charging Hu soldier, the two armies collide with ferocity. In that moment of impact, the ranks of the northern Hu cavalry are thrown into disarray, men and horses falling in chaos. Before the armored cavalry of the tiger and leopard riders, the horsemen of the Hu seemed as fragile as tofu. The cold spears pierced through their bodies, causing their entrails to spill from the gaping wounds. The valiant steeds of the tiger and leopard riders rendered the northern Hu soldiers utterly helpless. How could their feeble weapons penetrate such formidable armor? This iron legion swept through with overwhelming force. Beneath their iron hooves, the Hu horsemen suffered grievous losses, unable to advance, and even being forced to retreat under the onslaught of the tiger and leopard riders. Surrounded by the Hu horsemen, Bei Yangmong's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his body. He understood the strength of this heavily armored cavalry and the difficulty of breaching their defenses, yet he had not anticipated their prowess to be so formidable. They were akin to a wall of iron spiked with sharp points, advancing inch by inch, with each step forward claiming the lives of countless Hu horsemen. The prospect of breaking through seemed utterly futile. He felt as though he would be hunted down to his demise. Just as fear gripped his heart, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. "You traitors! Where do you think you're going?" Bei Yangmong whirled around to see a towering figure leading a cavalry charge towards him. It was none other than Wei Qing, the commander of 10,000 tiger and leopard riders. At that moment, another shout rang out from the front. "Charge! The entire army! Advance!" Bei Yangmong turned once more, this time to see a young captain brandishing a long spear, rallying the troops with fervor. The two cavalry forces converged at that instant, and the iron net began to close in. The few tens of thousands of Hu horsemen were ensnared as prey within this iron trap. The final skirmish commenced, with the heavily armored cavalry relentlessly charging forward. Their long spears stained crimson with blood, splattered across their armor with remnants of flesh. The full moon gradually ascended, reaching the zenith of the night sky. Several hours later, the carnage on the grasslands began to wane. Bei Yangmong, drenched in blood and pierced in several places by long spears, bowed his head, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a figure appeared before his murky vision. He strained to lift his head and gaze upon the approaching individual. But in the next instant, a whistling wind cut through the air. Thud! The figure was Chinzay, wielding a shattering halberd, which he used to sever Bei Yangmong's head from his body. The severed head rolled to the ground, signaling the conclusion of this battle. It was now deep into the night. Chapter 72. Points gained amplified again ding. Detecting that the host has eliminated a faction, points increased to 351 seconds. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Chinzay's mind once more. This annihilation campaign had yielded an unprecedented increase in points. 35 points per second, accumulating 3 million points in a single day. Chinzay's heart surged with excitement. With such a bounty of points, he would sweep away the remaining Dawan tribes with overwhelming force. The unfinished business from 2 years prior would now be brought to fruition. After the eradication of the last of the northern Hu tribes, the entire North Ku grassland will be free from foreign entities, ensuring the safety and security of the populace, while also allowing for a counteroffensive towards the imperial capital. Chinzay opened the system attributes panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 1008, 300. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang 100. 123 square kilometers. Level 5 troop type, Qinrui soldiers, 9000. Level 5 troop type, Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 43, 500. 1-star troops, 500. 3-star generals, Dian Wei, 5-star generals, Hui Tsubing, Wei Qing. In the recent confrontation against the 150,000 strong Northern Yangmang army, the casualties were merely a trifling 3,000. With 14 hours having elapsed, the points amassed had exceeded 1 million. Furthermore, the creation of new armies was now possible. Just then, Hui Tsubing and Wei Qing rode forward. After a fierce battle, their expressions were somewhat fatigued, yet they bore no injuries. It was a splendid annihilation battle. Wei Qing, with a pleased countenance, respectfully remarked, "My lord, these foreign tribes are not particularly formidable. We did not exert our full strength in this battle." Hui Tsubing chuckled. "Indeed, uncle, our troops are valiant and fierce. Whether in individual combat or in weaponry, we far surpass them, making them no match for us. However, on this grassland, the two tribes we have conquered do not qualify as dominators. The most formidable among the Hu people remains the Deyuan tribe, which boasts a large and valiant army, entrenched beyond the Julu Pass, presenting a formidable challenge." Upon hearing this, Chinzay spoke solemnly. In comparison to the Tuoyuan and Northern Yang tribes, the Deyuan tribe is indeed more powerful. However, by the time we reach Julu Pass, we shall possess a force far exceeding our current 40,000 troops. The journey to Julu Pass will take several days. There is no need to rush. We shall proceed at a steady pace. Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. Go, assess the enemy's supplies, bring sufficient provisions, and gather usable arrows," Chinzay instructed. As he spoke, a commotion arose nearby. "General, urgent report." Chinzay raised an eyebrow and turned to look. A soldier was galloping towards him, the steed panting heavily, clearly having traveled a considerable distance. Soon, the soldier reached Chinzay's side. He dismounted, bowing respectfully as he clasped his fists, reporting to the general, "Urgent news from Hulong Pass. The court has dispatched the Panlong army, consisting of 50,000 elite troops, which have already entered Hulong Pass, led by Huang Long's son, Huang Tianhu. They have seized the grain from the hands of the townsfolk. The provisions you dispatched have largely fallen into their grasp. The populace now faces a dire shortage of food, and the Panlong army has decided to emerge from the city tomorrow and advance towards the grassland. Upon hearing this, Huitzubing's complexion suddenly flushed crimson, the veins in his neck visibly bulging. Even in the face of the Xiongnu, Huitzubing had never been this enraged. To seize grain from the hands of the common people? What sort of soldiers has the court dispatched? They are nothing short of bandits. Huitzubing bellowed. At that moment, Wei Qing's face also reflected his fury. His fists clenched tightly as he remarked, "To take grain from the people before even engaging the Xiongnu is utterly shameless." Huitzubing turned to Chinzay, noticing his expression, which was as somber as a winter's night, yet his gaze was colder than the harshest frost. "My lord." Chinzay lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a chilling light under the moonlight, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly agitated. "The Panlong army is a source of pride for the Huanglong. As for Huang Tianhu, the invincible general who dares to seize the grain I have dispatched, let him remain upon this vast steppe." Upon uttering these words, Huitzubing felt a surge of solemnity. "My lord, do you intend to take action against the Panlong army?" Chinzay nodded slightly, speaking coldly. "Indeed. We must eventually march towards the capital. Now that Huang Tianhu has led his troops to the North Ku steppe, there is no reason to allow him to return unscathed. This foolish, arrogant man has always been headstrong, disregarding others. To confiscate the grain from the people before even crossing the pass is sheer folly. Now that they have entered our territory, we shall annihilate them, be it the Panlong army or the Dawan tribe. Only we shall return from this steppe. All others shall be eradicated." As his words fell, Huitzubing and Wei Qing exchanged glances. "Yes, my lord." Wei Qing continued. "My lord, having seized such a large quantity of grain, they must have considerable supplies. Why not allow me to lead a cavalry detachment to cut off their provisions?" Chinzay pondered briefly, his eyes gleaming with thought. In the next moment, he opened the system marketplace to select and exchange for troops. The following morning, outside Heroing Pass, 50,000 soldiers of the Panlong army surged forth through the gates, galloping across the steppe. Huang Tianhu and Huang Yuanlang led the charge, advancing deeper into the grasslands. "Yuanlang, this steppe is vast. What route are you taking?" Huang Tianhu scratched his chin, glancing at Huang Yuanlang. "General, since this is your first visit to the North Ku steppe, you may not be aware that the closest tribe outside Heroing Pass is the Tiyuan tribe, known for their formidable warriors. Their leader, Tu Tianke, commands a cavalry with impressive combat prowess. If I am not mistaken, Chinzay is likely heading towards the Tiyuan tribe." Huang Yuanlang spoke solemnly. Huang Tianhu nodded, then asked, "Once we catch up to Chinzay's forces, what are your plans?" Huang Yuanlang smiled slightly. "If he has already engaged the Tiyuan tribe, that would be ideal. We need only remain still and reap the benefits. If they have yet to clash, I shall feign assistance, urging him to launch an offense. And when he penetrates deep into enemy lines, we shall withdraw, leading him to his demise. If he chooses to retreat and flee, we shall leave it at that." Huang Yuanlang smirked sinisterly, making a gesture across his throat. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhu smiled, looking at Huang Yuanlang and exclaimed, "Excellent, splendid. Let us proceed with this plan." Several hours later, the Panlong army had advanced several dozen miles towards the grasslands. However, at this moment, the army's pace had slowed considerably. "Halt!" Huang Yuanlang commanded, his expression grave, halting the advance of the troops. His brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. There, in a fenced area, lay countless corpses of the Hu cavalry, with several horses wandering amidst them. The number of lifeless bodies on the ground was, by any account, in the thousands. It appeared that the Hu cavalry had been annihilated, indicating that Chinzay had engaged in battle with the Tiyuan tribe's forces, Huang Yuanlang concluded. Huang Tianhu, however, burst into laughter, exclaiming, very good, very good. The more they slay, the better. In the end, all the credit will be ours. Well done, Chinzay. Ha ha, these horses are quite fine. We can take them with us when we leave the grasslands, without losing a single soldier. Ha ha, let us proceed, we cannot linger. Let us ascertain the situation ahead. Huang Yuanlang nodded, leading the army onward. Thus, they continued until midday, when the Panlong army had penetrated deeply into the grasslands. After ascending a high ridge, the army halted once more. The howling winds swept mercilessly across the plain, the thick stench of blood invading Huang Yuanlang's nostrils. He stood atop the slope, his eyes narrowed, his expression grave, and his breath quickening. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. A glance revealed a sea of corpses. The ground was soaked in crimson. The bodies piled closely together, some grotesquely deformed, deeply embedded in the mire of blood and flesh. Huang Tianhu's face went blank, his finger pointing forward in astonishment. Huang Yuanlang felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like yellow peas. droplets cascading from his chin, his hand gripping the reins trembling slightly. He parted his lips, struggling to utter a few words. It seems the Tiyuan tribe has been annihilated. Chinzay may have an army of several 100,000. Huang Tianhu abruptly turned to Huang Yuanlang, exclaiming in shock, several 100,000 troops? Huang Yuanlang inhaled deeply, nodding gravely. Just then, a soldier cried out, General, it seems there are troops approaching from the front. On the opposite side, Chinzay approached with an impassive expression, commanding his army. Chapter 73. The two armies converge. Huang Yuanlang raised his gaze, and indeed, a contingent of troops was hastily approaching, tightening his heart. If Chinzay has annihilated the Tiyuan tribe, does that not mean our plan has failed? What shall we do next? Huang Tianhu asked, somewhat flustered. Hearing this, Huang Yuanlang rolled his eyes inwardly, cursing silently. This foolish, rotund man still cannot grasp the situation. Chinzay's ability to eradicate the Tu Yuan tribe clearly illustrates the formidable strength of his army, while my own elite Panlong army of 50,000 boasts impressive combat prowess. One cannot assert with certainty that we could vanquish the Tu Yuan tribe. Yet he has achieved this. What does this signify? It signifies that, on this vast expanse of grassland, there seems to be little that can challenge Chinzay's dominance. The shifting tides of the situation have far exceeded Huang Yuanlang's expectations, spiraling beyond control. To eliminate Chinzay now poses an arduous challenge. Beside him, Huang Tianhu, observing Huang Yuanlang's silence, impatiently urged, speak up. Father insisted that we must eliminate Chinzay this time. What are we to do now? Huang Yuanlang, unable to contain his frustration, retorted angrily, can you not see? How many lives have been lost here? Surely over 100,000. And you still speak of killing him? How can we achieve that? Unless His Majesty commands the dispatch of an additional 70 or 80,000 troops, we stand little chance. Chinzay is approaching. We must avoid conflict with him and first ascertain his intentions. Before he could finish, Huang Tianhu interjected with a furious shout, Huang Yuanlang, how dare you speak to me like that? Look at your cowardice. Earlier, I contemplated that these Hu cavalry might not be so formidable. If Chinzay could slay them, why can't we? My Panlong army is composed entirely of elite soldiers. My father provided only the finest warriors. What does Chinzay possess to compare? We should simply strike. Who cares about the consequences? Let us kill him. Huang Yuanlang, seething with rage, mentally berated the foolish Huang Tianhu, clenching his teeth as he replied. You underestimate these Hu cavalry far too much. They are certainly not weak. Chinzay's extermination of the Tu Yuan tribe indicates his immense power. Yet, he was interrupted once more by Huang Tianhu, who pointed ahead and declared, stop your nonsensical ramblings. Look at how many troops Chinzay has brought. It's merely a few thousand. One-on-one, my Panlong army is invincible. Who can stand against us? As Huang Tianhu raised his gaze, he noticed that the enemy troops had indeed advanced significantly in a short span, and it appeared they numbered only around 30,000. Yet, this seemingly small force heightened Huang Yuanlang's anxiety. From this distance, he discerned that many of the enemy's steeds donned armor, revealing that Chinzay commanded heavily armored cavalry. Huang Yuanlang's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly comprehended that Chinzay must have led this contingent of armored cavalry to annihilate the Tu Yuan tribe, further underscoring the formidable combat strength of his forces. As a seasoned veteran of battle, Huang Yuanlang immediately sensed something amiss. However, before he could voice his concerns, Huang Tianhu sneered, Humph, did you see that? A mere few thousand troops can slay so many Hu cavalry. As I suspected, the Hu cavalry on this grassland are not particularly strong. I wonder how many more remain. It seems we can proceed with our previously established plan. You have a point. Let them engage with the Hu cavalry while we sit back and reap the benefits. Come, let us converse and see what Chinzay intends to do next. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanlang felt a sense of helplessness, yet he understood that the army had already arrived on the prairie and encountered Chinzay, making departure impossible. After all, the Panlong army was officially dispatched by the court to aid Chinzay. With this in mind, he refrained from contradicting Huang Tianhu. Consequently, the two led their troops forward at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Chinzay raised his chin slightly, casting a cold gaze upon the approaching Panlong army, a smirk gracing his lips. Beside him, Huatsubing solemnly remarked, My lord, my uncle should have already circled around to Hulong Pass. Their retreat is cut off. Chinzay nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Earlier that day, he had ordered Wei Qin to lead a contingent from the opposite end of the prairie to flank Hulong Pass, and the movements of the Panlong army had long been monitored by scouts along the way. Now, as the two armies converged, a knowing smile appeared on Chinzay's face. He had no intention of launching an immediate assault on the Panlong army. Keeping them around would prove advantageous. The Dayuan tribe resided to the west of Hulong Pass. Their mission to resist the Deer Pass conveniently aligned with the route taken by the Panlong army. which had been sent by the court to assist him against the Hu cavalry. How splendid it would be to have them act as vanguard against the Deyuan tribe, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Before long, the two armies were merely hundreds of meters apart. A commanding voice rang out, "Your Highness, by the Emperor's decree, I, Huang Yuanlang, have come to reinforce the battle." Chinzay lifted his gaze to see a robust man bowing from a distance of 100 meters, flanked by Huang Tianhu, son of the Yellow Dragon, who looked skyward with an air of arrogance. "What's Yubing barked, since the prince is present? Why do you maintain such a distance and not come to pay your respects?" At these words, Huang Yuanlang's expression shifted. The formidable presence of the troops before him indicated their formidable combat prowess, and given that they were his adversaries, he dared not approach recklessly. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Tianhu shouted, "His Majesty has specifically appointed me to confront the Hu cavalry on the North Ku Prairie. There is no question of hierarchy here." At that moment, Chinzay spoke in a deep voice, "No matter, since we are all here to quell the Hu cavalry's rebellion, we must unite our efforts and eliminate the Hu cavalry first." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "You have ventured out to battle, yet before engaging, you have already confiscated the grain from the citizens of Hulong Pass?" Huang Tianhu replied coldly, "What of it? Is it unacceptable? What is wrong with utilizing the grain for military supplies? We traveled hastily from the capital and cannot carry large quantities of provisions. This is merely to ensure we arrive promptly to combat the Hu cavalry. If we cannot eat, we cannot fight." Chinzay tightened his lips and declared, "Having taken the grain from the citizens, what is your purpose in coming here to face the Hu cavalry?" Huang Yuanlang chuckled, saying, "Your Highness, do not be angered. We presumed you were engaged in battle with the Tu Yuan tribe, which is why we came to offer assistance. We did not expect that you had already annihilated the Tu Yuan tribe." Before he could finish his words, Chinzay narrowed his eyes and coldly interjected, "Currently, the Baiku grasslands are left with only the Deyuan tribe yet to be eradicated. The Panlong army has arrived from the capital to eliminate the Hu Ma. Shouldn't we make use of this opportunity? The Deyuan tribe is stationed at the Julu Pass on the western side of Huragong Pass. Turn back now and join me in the fight." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanlang and Huang Tianhu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting shock. Only the Deyuan tribe remains in the Baiku grasslands? Could it be that the Beiyang tribe has also been wiped out besides the Tu Yuan tribe? How could that be possible? It has only been a short time. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Huang Yuanlang hastily inquired, "Has the Beiyang tribe also been?" Huang Xiaobing interrupted coldly, "Do you not understand? Only the Deyuan tribe is left. Turn back swiftly and join us in confronting the Deyuan tribe." This statement left Huang Yuanlang in a state of shock. As he looked at the troops behind Chinzay, fear began to fill his eyes. Was it truly with these forces that he had vanquished the Tu Yuan and Beiyang tribes? Impossible. He must have other troops hidden somewhere on this grassland. A sense of dread washed over Huang Yuanlang as he contemplated the implications. The thought that Chinzay had amassed so many troops in such a brief period filled him with fear. If left unchecked, the day he emerged from the grasslands. As Huang Yuanlang's thoughts spiraled, he felt the vast expanse of the grassland concealing a formidable army. Meanwhile, Huang Tianhu furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. However, he quickly shouted, "Humph, we do not accept your orders, Your Highness." Before he could finish, Chinzay raised his chin, his gaze icy as he lifted his hand. In the next moment, the tiger leopard cavalry swiftly drew their bows, assuming a ready position. This sudden turn of events left Huang Yuanlang aghast. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed. "We have come at Her Majesty's command to confront the Hu Ma. Why would you point your arrows at us?" Huang Tianhu, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "Chinzay, are you truly intending to wage war against us? What do you mean? Do you seek rebellion?" Chinzay's expression remained impassive as he declared, "I will count to 3. If you do not engage in battle against the Deyuan tribe, I shall consider you to have retreated in the face of the enemy and labeled you as cowards. In warfare, any cowardice must be punished." Huang Yuanlang hastily pleaded, "Your Highness, you cannot do this. We are all striving to eliminate the Hu Ma. How can you turn your bows against us? We are all subjects of the Great Qian. We cannot resort to internal conflict. Such strife will only allow the Hu Ma to reap the benefits." In a fit of rage, Huang Tianhu shouted, "Chinzay, should you dare to release your arrows, it will lead to an irreconcilable conflict. My 50,000 Panlong army fears you not. Do you believe that vanquishing a few barbarian cavalry makes you remarkable? Let me assure you, I am not easily intimidated. Should you dare to take action, it would be tantamount to treason, and His Majesty shall not spare you." Chinzay feigned ignorance. Huang Yuanlang, witnessing Chinzay's demeanor, sensed that he was indeed poised to release arrows, and his heart raced with urgency. Unlike Huang Tianhu, who naively thought the barbarian cavalry was easy prey, Huang Yuanlang recognized that Chinzay's ability to dispatch so many barbarian warriors indicated the formidable strength of his army. Moreover, Huang Yuanlang harbored suspicions that Chinzay concealed an even larger force on this vast steppe. Otherwise, his audacity would be unfathomable. He surely had some form of backing. Meanwhile, Huang Tianhu began to feel the weight of apprehension. He raised his hand and bellowed, "Archers, prepare. If you dare to shoot, Chinzay, I shall retaliate in kind." Chinzay continued to count down. 2. In haste, Huang Yuanlang shouted to his soldiers behind him, "Lower your bows and retreat." Yet, Huang Tianhu was relentless, commanding, "Listen to me. Do not turn back. Do you think I am afraid? At this distance, do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Before he could finish his words, Chinzay's cold command rang out, "Release the arrows." In the next moment, hundreds of arrows soared through the air. Huang Tianhu's eyes widened in shock. He was utterly stunned. They truly dared to shoot arrows, and at such a distance. Observing the arrows hurtling towards them, Huang Yuanlang swiftly rolled to the side, seeking refuge behind his horse's belly as he urged his steed to retreat. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he possessed a clear understanding. Chinzay's forces, though few, had managed to slay numerous barbarian soldiers, and such an anomaly could only signal the presence of something sinister. He was not foolish enough to believe that Chinzay was merely attempting to intimidate him. Thus, while retreating, he yelled, "All units, heed my command. Turn back, turn back." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the arrows had already struck the ranks of the soldiers. The air was filled with cries of despair, the loudest among them being Huang Tianhu's. "I have been struck by an arrow in my knee," he howled in agony, hastily retreating on horseback. No one had anticipated that Chinzay's forces could shoot arrows from 500 meters away. The soldiers of the Panlong army recognized that something was amiss. It was wise to heed the deputy commander's orders, and thus they began to turn back. On the other side, Chinzay, with a stern expression, observed their retreat but did not command his archers to fire again. In truth, the arrows released moments ago numbered only a few hundred, intended primarily as a means of intimidation. Although the 50,000 Panlong soldiers were to be eliminated, allowing them to engage in a chaotic battle with the barbarian cavalry, leading to mutual destruction, would yield the greatest benefit for him. The satisfaction of witnessing the enemy embroiled in disarray was unparalleled. In this moment, as he faced the retreating Panlong army, Chinzay bellowed, "Huang Tianhu, should you dare to withdraw your troops midway, it would be seen as cowardice. Do not provoke the barbarian cavalry. I shall personally see to your demise." As the words fell, Chinzay waved his hand majestically, leading the tiger and leopard cavalry forward at a leisurely pace. Their destination, the Jilu Pass, was still some distance away, and Chinzay was not in a hurry. He intended to accumulate points along the way, so that upon reaching Jilu Pass, he would have enough points to exchange for an army. Meanwhile, the Panlong army was hastily retracing their steps, much like ducks being driven. Huang Tianhu had just been unfortunate enough to be struck by an arrow, albeit one that merely grazed his knee. Nevertheless, the pain left him pale, his features contorted in distress. His entire body trembled, as if shaken by a sieve, and he cried out in anguish. In fact, this was the first time he had been injured in years of military campaigns. Previously, he had always been well protected, and he never anticipated being struck by an arrow in such a manner. "Quick, help me pull it out. Get it out." Huang Tianhu cried in agony while riding his horse. Just then, Huang Yuanlang galloped over. "We can't stop, General. Chinzay is pursuing us from behind. If we halt, they will surely shoot again. Just endure for now." Upon seeing Huang Yuanlang, Huang Tianhu erupted in anger. "You scoundrel! You abandoned me to run for your life when an arrow was shot. You wretch! Did my father not instruct you to protect me?" Being publicly berated, Huang Yuanlang's face darkened considerably. He turned his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "General, one must learn to assess the situation. The reason they could annihilate so many of our cavalry is undoubtedly due to their formidable combat strength. The fact they can shoot arrows from 500 meters away attests to their prowess. Engaging them in battle would be disastrous." Huang Tianhu was infuriated, his rage boiling over as he spat a thick phlegm towards Huang Yuanlang. "Bah, if it weren't for my father's assistance, would you have achieved your current status? And now you dare to criticize me. Tell me, why did you fail to protect me? Now that I have been struck by an arrow, you stand there unscathed, yet still dare to blame me? How dare you?" Though the spit did not land on Huang Yuanlang's face, the humiliation was palpable, turning his complexion a shade of deep fury. If not for the presence of others, he would have surely taken a weapon to Huang Tianhu's head. Such a foolish creature appeared even more detestable than Chinzay at this moment. Suppressing his anger, Huang Yuanlang spoke. "My adoptive father has said that you must heed my counsel when we are out here. I would never lead you astray." Although Chinzay's forces are few in number, their combat effectiveness is evidently strong. We cannot confront them directly. We must endure and retreat to the Tiger Rong Pass. Then send word to the capital. Chinzay dares to act against us, which indicates treasonous intent. The emperor will dispatch a great army to deal with him. Until then, let him revel in his triumph. Humph, this time he is doomed. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhu felt slightly better, yet he still expressed his discontent. Humph. Chinzay dares to shoot arrows at me. Wait for me. I shall make you pay dearly. Do you think a mere army of tens of thousands is invincible? Soon enough, you shall witness the formidable might of my Panlong army. Curse it. And you, Huang Yuanlang. This matter will not be left unresolved. Upon returning to the capital, you will see how I deal with you. Huang Yuanlang lowered his head in silence, yet his eyes brimmed with a murderous intent. To frame Chinzay for treason and have you, Huang Tianhu, perish at his hands would be most fitting. Chapter 75. Lay down supplies. Prepare to confront the northern Hu. Thus, the Panlong army advanced ahead, with the Tiger Leopard riders following closely behind, both forces making their way toward the Healing Pass. Within the Panlong army, Huang Tianhu wore a grim expression. He dared not remove the arrow lodged in his knee, opting instead to sever the shaft with his blade. The arrowhead remaining embedded and causing him excruciating pain that drained the color from his face. He glanced back at the Tiger Leopard riders trailing behind him, their faces twisted in expressions of resentment. Damn it, now it feels like we are the ones being supervised. Huang Tianhu cursed through gritted teeth. Beside him, Huang Yuanlang remained silent, calculating how to ensure Huang Tianhu met his end at Chinzay's hands. Should he perish, it would matter not if he failed to complete the task assigned by Huang Long. With Huang Tianhu's death, Chinzay would openly assassinate a high-ranking general of the court, and the emperor would surely seek retribution. This would compel the dispatch of a formidable force to justly execute Chinzay. Casting a furtive glance at Huang Tianhu, he scoffed inwardly. You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As time passed, afternoon approached, and with the Tiger Leopard riders urging them on, the Panlong army's pace quickened significantly. Just as Huang Yuanlang was devising a surprise assault on the Healing Pass, a sudden cry rang out from ahead. General, a large contingent of troops awaits us up ahead. The news sent a jolt through Huang Yuanlang, causing his eyes to narrow in alarm. A substantial force ahead. Had his suspicions proven correct? Did Chinzay truly have hidden troops lurking on the grasslands, having stealthily maneuvered behind them? As they drew closer to the Healing Pass, Huang Yuanlang lifted his gaze and indeed saw a line of soldiers barring their path. The sight sent a chill through him, awakening a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Huang Tianhu, upon spotting the enemy troops, grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face. There were no troops when we exited the pass. Where did they emerge from? Panic gripped Huang Tianhu's heart. Noticing Huang Yuanlang's silence, he bellowed, Speak, Huang Yuanlang. There's an obstruction ahead. How do we enter the Healing Pass? Huang Yuanlang furrowed his brow, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to utter a few words. Let us observe. They shouldn't attack us, should they? Huang Tianhu glared at him fiercely, cursing, Since we left Bailiang, you've not done a single thing right. All the meticulously arranged plans proved utterly futile. What a useless fool. As these thoughts festered in my mind, a commanding shout echoed ahead. Halt. It was Wei Qing leading the army, encircling us. Huang Yuanlang hastily ordered the troops to stop, and the entire Panlong army ceased their advance, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. Huang Tianhu, witnessing the encirclement ahead and the approach of Chinzay's forces from behind, felt a humiliation he had never experienced in his life, his complexion alternating between crimson and pallid. This expedition had brought disgrace upon his title as the undefeated general. He was accustomed to pursuing others in battle, yet now he found himself cornered, a situation that was simply unbearable. Initially, he contemplated confronting Chinzay head-on, but upon seeing the overwhelming number of soldiers, he faltered. If a battle ensued, he feared he might truly perish here. He sighed, recalling that he should have been given an army of 500,000. Moments later, Chinzay's forces advanced toward them. Huang Yuanlang wiped the perspiration from his brow and, with a sardonic smile, addressed Chinzay. Your Highness, you send us forth to confront the Duan tribe, yet dispatch troops to intercept us. Is this not somewhat contradictory? Huang Tianhu, brimming with pent-up rage, felt his knees growing increasingly painful, rendering him speechless. Chinzay, his expression impassive, cast a glance at Huang Yuanlang before shifting his gaze to the ranks of the Panlong army. The piercing intensity of his gaze made Huang Yuanlang's heart constrict, akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping block, causing a prickling sensation on his scalp. At that moment, a chilling voice reached his ears. Each person may carry provisions for only 3 days. All other supplies must be left behind. With these 3 days' worth of rations, you shall advance to confront the Duan tribe. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhu's eyes widened in disbelief. despite the excruciating pain in his knees. He felt compelled to voice his opposition, shouting, "You want us to surrender our military provisions?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hui Tsubing raised an eyebrow and immediately drew his bow, followed in kind by the archers behind him, who knocked their arrows. Additionally, Wei Qing bellowed, "Prepare to charge." With a resounding crash, the heavily armored cavalry brandished their long spears, poised to spring into action at any moment. Huang Tianhu's words had transformed the atmosphere into a taut string, the air thick with the anticipation of combat. "Stop! Stop! Do not engage!" Huang Yuanlang urgently interjected. 3 days' worth of provisions is sufficient. Enough for us to reach Jilu Pass. Quickly, set down the supply carts, he implored. As his words echoed, the soldiers complied, relinquishing their supplies. Though Huang Tianhu felt a deep sense of grievance, he recognized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly fell silent. Upon witnessing the soldiers lay down their provisions, Chinzay let out a cold chuckle. Meanwhile, Wei Qing, his lips pressed into a thin line, led the army in a strategic withdrawal, positioning themselves outside Hulong Pass to ensure that no one could escape into it. As Huang Yuanlang observed the breach in the encircling net, a sigh of relief escaped him. "It was time to set forth, my friends." Chinzay's voice reached Huang Yuanlang's ears, causing his heart to leap. He feared that Chinzay might abruptly sever ties and initiate conflict. Yet, in the next moment, Chinzay's words allowed his anxieties to dissipate. "I wish you both, leading the Panlong army, to vanquish the barbarian cavalry, leaving them in disarray, thus earning great merit and rewards in the future. Go forth, I shall follow closely behind." Huang Yuanlang, feeling a mixture of anger and restraint, clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, indeed. The entire army, heed my command, march immediately towards Jilu Pass." With a resounding shout, Huang Yuanlang rallied his troops. Chinzay narrowed his eyes slightly and added, "Do ensure you reach Jilu Pass promptly. Running out of provisions would spell trouble." Huang Tianhu's face darkened with rage, his frustration bubbling within. Forcing the horses to run without providing them fodder was pushing them towards a dire fate. However, there was no alternative but to comply. In his discontent, he felt an acute pain in his knees. Thus, the Panlong army surged forth towards Jilu Pass. Meanwhile, Chinzay instructed the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to gather provisions and arrived at the entrance of Hujiong Pass. There, he addressed Hui Tsubing, "Return these supplies to the people. Furthermore, allow them to enter the pass tomorrow and corral the horses. I shall require them in due course. We shall rest here for the night and depart for Jilu Pass on the morrow." "Yes, my lord," Hui Tsubing responded. "Wei Qing, you shall continue leading a contingent forward, both to oversee General Huang Tianhu and to ascertain the strength of the Deyuan tribe's forces. They are numerous and should not be underestimated." "Yes, my lord. I shall depart at once." Wei Qing bowed and promptly set off with his troops. Chapter 76. With such forces, why fear Chinzay? As the sun set, a great army thundered across the grasslands, their cries of discontent echoing in the air. "Damn Chinzay, he has left us with merely 3 days' rations. What are we to do? He expects us to serve as the vanguard against the Deyuan tribe. His calculations are indeed shrewd." Huang Tianhu cursed as he rode. Huang Yuanlang maintained a stoic silence. Seeing his demeanor, Huang Tianhai became incensed and exclaimed, "We are being led by the nose. I have never felt so constrained in my military career. Had we engaged with them from the outset, perhaps we would not be in this predicament. It is all your indecisiveness." Huang Yuanlang's eyes flickered as he touched his nose and solemnly replied, "Yes, General, it was my misjudgment. However, it matters not. Although Jilu Pass is currently under the control of the Deyuan tribe, we need not necessarily engage them in battle. At present, the grasslands are dominated by this single tribe. If we negotiate a truce, the Deyuan tribe may well acquiesce." Huang Tianhu raised an eyebrow. "Is that feasible?" Huang Yuanlang nodded and continued, "Indeed. Without those two tribes, the Deyuan tribe could claim supremacy over the grasslands, becoming the sole ruler. If they possess wisdom, they shall refrain from further hostilities. The conflict has reached a pivotal juncture. The Northern who have already been vanquished twice, leaving only one faction, which no longer poses a threat to our great Qian. The Deyuan tribe, seeking dominance over the steppes, aims to seize the territories of the other two factions. Thus, this suffices." At this point, he shifted his tone, speaking coldly. "However, Chinzay is a madman. He seeks to eradicate all Hu cavalry, a course of action that His Majesty would never endorse. The Northern Liang must always have a foreign presence. Whether it be Chinzay or the court, neither can eliminate the Hu cavalry." This declaration left Huang Tianhu momentarily stunned. "Why is that?" he queried. Huang Yuanlang's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from elaborating. Defending a kingdom is far more arduous than conquering one. Having external enemies is a calamity, yet lacking them is equally perilous. He changed the subject, stating, Upon reaching the Jilu Pass, I shall dispatch someone to negotiate with the Dahin tribe. General, there is no need for your concern. As long as we gain entry through Jilu Pass and return to the capital with news from this region, what awaits Chinzay will be most amusing. After a night of rest, the following morning, Chinzay led his army forth from Hulong Pass. By afternoon, outside Jilu Pass, several figures galloped towards them, and they were none other than Tu Shadong and his party. Since witnessing Chinzay's destruction of the Tiyuan tribe, Tu Shadong had hastened to the Diyuan tribe without pause, determined to arrive swiftly. Finally, after days of relentless travel, he reached his destination. "Who are you?" "Halt immediately," shouted a Hu cavalryman at the camp's entrance. "I am Tu Shadong of the Tiyuan tribe, an acquaintance of King Chaiyuan. I have urgent matters to discuss. Please escort me to meet the king at once." "This is a matter of great urgency." Tu Shadong dismounted, his face lined with weariness. Soon, he was led into the main tent of the military camp. Upon entering, he beheld a towering figure with hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at a hanging map. To his astonishment, the map depicted the geography of Great Xian. "I pay my respects to the king." Tu Shadong's lips were pale as he immediately bowed. "It has been many years since we last met, Tu Shadong. I have never seen you in such a state of distress." The imposing figure turned, standing nearly 9 feet tall, exuding an aura of authority, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. Tu Shadong inhaled deeply, his expression one of profound sorrow. "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but my Tiyuan tribe has been annihilated by the northern king, Chinzay." Upon hearing this, Chaiyuan's brows knitted in concern. "Annihilated? I had heard that Chinzay had slaughtered 80,000 of your troops at Hulong Pass barely half a month ago. Now he has led his army to your tribe?" Tu Shadong nodded, his voice heavy with grief. "Indeed, Chinzay acts with such swiftness. First, he decimated our 80,000 troops, and after lying in wait for a few days, he immediately marched his forces to our tribe. I was already aware that Chinzay was unlike the other generals of the Great Qian, and thus I took precautions by visiting the Beiyang tribe. However, the short-sighted Beiyang Mang, proud and disdainful, completely underestimated Chinzay and was unwilling to send troops to confront him alongside us. Consequently, my Tu-Yuan tribe would likely perish at Chinzay's hands. If my suspicions are correct, and Chinzay has indeed ventured to the Beiyang tribe, then Beiyang Mang would certainly not be his match. He may have already fallen victim to treachery." Upon finishing this discourse, Cha Yuanjin's brow furrowed deeper, and his expression grew grave. He stroked his chin and spoke in a low voice. "The northern king Chinzay, does he possess such prowess?" According to the news I received from the Great Qian, the Jinfeng Yuan had confined the Qin family for 2 years. This time, granting him the fief of Bei Liang was likely intended for his demise here. How has he amassed such an army? Tu Shadong shook his head, admitting ignorance on that front. Furthermore, he added, "Chinzay's forces are exceedingly formidable. I have witnessed the arrows they unleash. Each one possesses tremendous power." As he spoke, a look of sorrow crossed Tu Shadong's face, and he trembled as he implored, "My lord, Chinzay harbors vast ambitions, aiming to seize the entirety of the Bei Ku grasslands. My fortunate return mandates that you remain vigilant. Within half a month, he will undoubtedly lead his army here. You must prepare defenses against his impending assault." At these words, Cha Yuanjin stroked his chin and responded, "I have clashed with Chinzay before. 2 years ago, he led his troops against me, but the Empress summoned him back before a resolution could be reached." A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Cha Yuanjin's mouth as he continued, "If the battle were to persist, he would surely meet his end at my hands." Seeing this dismissive smile, Tu Shadong panicked. Previously, Tu Tianke had exhibited similar indifference towards Chinzay, and the outcome had been disastrous. He quickly cautioned, "My lord, you must not underestimate him. It is not that I lack foresight, the times have changed. 2 years have passed since Chinzay arrived in Beiliang from the capital. Like a ferocious tiger returning to its mountain, now he is an unstoppable force with grand designs that warrant serious attention." Cha Yuanjin smiled slightly and nodded. "Indeed, this is only natural. I, Cha Yuanjin, am not one to disregard my adversaries. With Chinzay's arrival, I shall make all necessary preparations to ensure he gains no advantage over me. Tu Shadong, your tribe has already fallen to Chinzay. From now on, accompany me as a military advisor. Here, I have obtained the topographical map of the Great Qian. Once we have dealt with Chinzay, you shall march with me into Beiliang, and after conquering it, we will hunt the deer of the Central Plains." Cha Yuanjin declared, hands on his hips, his gaze fervently fixed upon the map, exuding an air of ambition. Tu Shadong nodded, though concern lingered in his heart. How could Chinzay be so easily subdued? Cha Yuanjin, noticing Tu Shadong's troubled expression, laughed heartily and pulled him out of the grand tent. "Military advisor, behold my troops. 300,000 soldiers, all clad in armor. Each a skilled warrior. Moreover, behold here, this formidable army of 50,000, armed with shields of unparalleled strength. You claim that the archers under Chinzay's command are exceptionally skilled. Do you think they can pierce through my shields? Upon witnessing this battalion of shielded soldiers, Tu Shadong's eyes widened in astonishment. My king, from whence did you acquire these shields? Cha Yuanjin smiled gently, patting Tu Shadong on the shoulder. I procured them from the Tianguo, a land renowned for its iron production. Currently, they are engaged in negotiations with the Dacian regarding territorial matters. Though the Dacian appears to be in a golden age, it is, in truth, on the brink of collapse. However, this serves us well. It is high time we advance our own territory. Tu Shadong nodded eagerly, joy illuminating his gaze. Excellent. With such formidable troops, what have we to fear from Chinzay? Should he dare to approach, this land shall become his final resting place. Chapter 77. Making my name known across the world. Cha Yuanjin chuckled and spoke. What is there to fear from a mere Chinzay? What I seek is the territory of the Dacian. Chinzay is merely a stepping stone for me. Once I have dealt with him, I shall command the entire grassland, officially declaring myself king and holding a grand coronation. His words resonated with grandeur, stirring Cha Yuanjin's spirit and igniting boundless aspirations within his eyes. Tu Shadong nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Your Majesty speaks wisely. At last, I can rest easy. Before your arrival, I was plagued with worry that the northern who would be gradually consumed by Chinzay. I was most distressed, but now, alas, all is well. Seeing the relief on Tu Shadong's countenance, Cha Yuanjin burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand dramatically. Summon the troops. From this day forth, any Dacian forces that approach shall be met with annihilation. Let us slay them without mercy. Let my strategist enjoy a sound slumber. Yes, your majesty, the soldiers replied, rushing to carry out the command. Tu Shadong's face flushed with gratitude as he bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Thank you, your majesty, for your shelter. Henceforth, I shall devote myself entirely to your service until my last breath. In the future, as you pursue your ambitions in the Central Plains, I vow to follow you steadfastly, even unto death. Very well, let us achieve great deeds together, leaving a legacy for the ages. But before that, allow me to deal with Chinzay, haha? Cha Yuanjin laughed heartily. 2 days later, on the grassland, Chinzay led his army steadily onward, followed by a multitude of horses. These steeds were acquired from the two tribes, intended for the forthcoming exchange of troops. As he contemplated, he opened the system attribute panel. Host, Chinzay. Points, 9. 072,000. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 123 square kilometers. Level 5 unit, Chinrui soldiers, 9,000. Level 5 unit, Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 48,500. 1-star units, 500. 3-star generals, Dianwei, 5-star generals, Huitzubing, Weiqing. Previously, when Weiqing was dispatched to the Tiger Rong Pass, Chinzay expended 9.55 million points to exchange for 5,000 heavily armored Tiger Leopard cavalry. Consequently, the troop strength has now reached nearly 50,000. Ever since the points accrued at a rate of 35 per second, within these 3 days, the total has surpassed 9 million. This implies that he can now exchange for nearly 50,000 heavy cavalry. However, they have yet to arrive at the Jilu Pass. So Chinzay is not in a rush to make the exchange. The journey has not been swift, and in truth, he is quite composed. After annihilating the other two Hu horse tribes, the eradication of the last Dian tribe is merely a matter of time. At this juncture, Huitzubing approached on horseback from the distance. My lord, news from my uncle indicates they are nearing the Jilu Pass. Chinzay nodded. And Huang Tianhu's group? Huitzubing smiled slightly. My uncle mentioned they are advancing rapidly, though it seems their supplies are running low. They are hastening towards the Jilu Pass and should arrive today. Chinzay nodded again, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, let them engage for a while. We are not in haste. Outside the Jilu Pass, Huang Tianhu rubbed his knee, and a moment later, a pained expression crossed his face. Damn, it still hurts. This is it. I'll likely be limping for life. How infuriating. He gritted his teeth. Huang Yuanlang shot him a glance, inwardly scoffing. Would you still be able to walk if that were the case? But soon, he composed himself and said solemnly, General, just ahead lies the Jilu Pass, currently occupied by the Dayuan tribe. I shall send soldiers to negotiate. Huang Tianhu waved his hand dismissively. Hurry, get us through the Jilu Pass. I want to return to the capital. I can't stand this place for another day. We ran out of supplies last night and are starving. Huang Yuanling acquiesced, calling over several soldiers and whispering instructions before they galloped away. Before long, these soldiers reached the outskirts of the Dayuan tribe. From a distance, they shouted, Do not engage. We come to negotiate. The Hu cavalrymen, skeptical yet curious, dispatched a few to their camp. Soon, The news reached their headquarters, where Cha Yuanjin and Tu Shadong sat on the ground. After hearing the soldiers' report, Cha Yuanjin stroked his chin and turned to Tu Shadong. They wish to negotiate. What are your thoughts, strategist? Tu Shadong's expression darkened as he scoffed. Humph. They are attempting deceit. They have slaughtered so many of our northern Hu people, yet now they seek negotiation? What is there to discuss? It is absurd. My king, we must not engage in talks with them. Every word they utter is a falsehood. In just a few days, they have hastened to this point. Can we not discern their intentions? Our forces are formidable. There is no need to heed their sweet words. We should advance and crush them. In the face of overwhelming might, any dialogue is superfluous. Our army is invincible, destined to conquer all in its path. This statement evidently pleased Cha Yuanjun, who caressed his beard and waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Enough of this deliberation. Let us charge forth." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers promptly accepted their orders and set off. On the grasslands, Huang Yuanlang awaited news with bated breath. Moments later, figures emerged in the distance. The very men he had dispatched returning. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. Behind them, the northern Hu army was advancing towards them with alarming speed. "General, they are upon us," shouted the mounted soldier, his face etched with panic. "This is disastrous. Fool, your plan has faltered once again." Huang Tianhu berated Huang Yuanling vehemently. He then turned to his soldiers, declaring, "No matter. If they do not permit our passage, we shall break through. If we can reach Jilu Pass, salvation awaits." At that moment, Huang Yuanlang was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Since their deployment to the northern Kubu grasslands, every judgment he had made had proven erroneous. He had anticipated negotiations, yet found himself bereft of even the opportunity to parley. Where had it all gone awry? Frustration boiled within him as he beheld the northern Hu forces charging forward, while behind them, the troops of Chinzay loomed ominously. The only recourse was to carve a bloody path. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "We shall break through, carve a bloody path." Huang Tianhu echoed his fervor, shouting, "Protect me. If we can breach Jilu Pass, I assure you, each of you shall rise in rank and fortune." As his words resonated, the 50,000 soldiers of the Panlong army erupted in a deafening battle cry. Hearing their synchronized roar, Huang Tianhu's face lit with a flicker of joy. The 50,000 men gifted by his father were indeed elite warriors, who said they could not match the northern Hu cavalry. Chinzay may fight, but can the ever-victorious general not prevail? At that moment, a surge of confidence flooded his being, and he bellowed, "Charge! Annihilate the northern Hu! Let us make our names resound throughout the world." With that fierce rallying cry, Huang Tianhu led his army into battle. Chapter 78. The ever-victorious general falls on the battlefield. Before the two armies, the northern Hu commander Bai Yuang, his countenance ablaze with fervor, brandished a large blade and pointed it menacingly at Huang Tianhu in the distance, shouting, "How dare you trespass upon our northern Kubu grasslands? Today, you shall be buried here." Huang Tianhu's face flushed crimson as he too grasped a blade, retorting angrily, "A mere northern who dares to boast before me. If you knew my name, it would surely strike terror into your heart." Bai Yuang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Huang Tianhu closely. Though tall, he appeared rather corpulent. With a mocking smile, he replied, "State your name, for I, Bai Yuang, do not slay nameless wretches." Huang Tianhu, taken aback, boldly declared, "I am Huang Tianhu, the ever-victorious general of the great Qian kingdom. My father is the renowned General Huang Long, the protector of the realm. Have you heard of him?" Bai Yuang sneered. "To invoke your father's name upon the battlefield is the height of absurdity. When you fall by my hand, I shall have your father retrieve your remains. Your father has arrived. Should I slay him, I shall have your mother come to collect the remains. If your mother comes, I shall take her as my servant, to attend to my every need." This venomous curse caused Huang Tianhu to tremble with fury, disregarding the pain in his knee. And he immediately retaliated with a furious shout, "To hell with you! Kill!" With that cry, the Panlong army surged forth like a tidal wave. Bai Yuang similarly raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" The cavalry of Huma charged like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing, and the two torrents instantly converged. Outside the military camp, Cha Yuanjin sat astride his steed, his keen hawk-like gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding at the front. Beside him, Tu Shadong was also observing, stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. "Why have we not seen them deploy archers this time?" Cha Yuanjin replied, "Their numbers are limited. It appears they have only a few tens of thousands. The bulk of their forces must still be behind. They are likely testing our strength." Tu Shadong nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, Chinzay has yet to appear. He must be lurking in the rear. My lord, I believe we should not venture too deeply but engage them here instead. It is a wise strategy that our king has not committed all his forces." They cannot ascertain our strength, which will deter them from acting rashly. Cha Yuanjin smiled slightly, stroking his beard, and said, precisely. If Chinzay sends out small forces to probe, it will suit my purpose perfectly. We shall slay as many as he sends forth, and I shall see how many troops he has left. Should he mobilize his entire army, we shall annihilate them in one fell swoop. As he spoke, Cha Yuanjin's expression darkened, revealing a ruthless demeanor. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Wei Qing stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing the conflict ahead. Let them fight, the longer, the better, he sneered. He then turned to a member of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and instructed, go inform the Lord and relay the news from this location. Yes, General. The soldier promptly mounted his horse and departed. Wei Qing resumed his scrutiny of the battlefield, keenly assessing the combat capabilities of the Huma soldiers. Following his gaze, it was evident that the fighting had reached a fever pitch. The soldiers of the Panlong army were handpicked by Huang Long and were no slouches in battle. At this moment, they were gaining the upper hand against the Huma troops. This advantage, of course, was also due to Cha Yuanjin not deploying all his forces, while Bai Yuan commanded only several thousand soldiers. As the battle progressed, reinforcements were continuously being sent from the northern Hu camp. At the rear of the battlefield, Huang Tianhu was protected by his soldiers, continuously shouting, kill them, kill them. How dare they boast before me, lacking any true ability. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's neck veins bulged, and he roared back, you worthless fools, hiding in the back, come forth if you have any courage. Huang Tianhu then bellowed, Huang Yuanlang, go and cut out his tongue for me. Huang Yuanlang, standing nearby, wore a grim expression, although it seemed they had a slight advantage at present. He knew that this advantage would soon vanish. Earlier, he had glanced forward and seen more Huma soldiers rushing in, shattering his hopes of charging into Jilu Pass. The enemy continued to send reinforcements, while our side was left with a mere 50,000 troops. Chinzay assured support, but could one truly rely on such promises? He dared not indulge in such hopes. As time progressed, it was inevitable that the ranks of the Panlong army would dwindle, and when that moment arrived, he too would meet his demise. Huang Yuanlang was acutely aware of this grim reality, and it was precisely this awareness that brought him great anguish. To possess lofty ambitions, yet perish in a foreign land. How could one possibly endure such a fate? At that moment, Huang Tianhu erupted in a furious tirade. Huang Yuanlang, did you not hear me? Go and bring me that man's head. Upon hearing this command, Huang Yuanlang gripped his long knife tightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, he reached a resolution. In the next instant, he bellowed, kill, annihilate them. With that, he charged forward, blade raised. Bai Yuan, witnessing his advance, smirked disdainfully and spurred his horse into a gallop. Soon, a resounding clash echoed as their blades met, sparks flying in all directions. Huang Yuanlang did not falter an inch. While Bai Yuan was forced to lean back, his grip trembling, his palms tingling. A sense of trepidation gripped Bai Yuan. This opponent felt different from the rotund one he had faced before. He could not afford to underestimate him. After their initial exchange, he quickly distanced himself, turning to strike back. His speed was remarkable, yet Huang Yuanlang was swifter still. In the fleeting moment Bai Yuan created distance, Huang Yuanlang's great knife was already descending. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he paid no heed to how Bai Yuan might retaliate. In a flash, a sickening sound accompanied a spray of crimson as blood erupted from Bai Yuan's neck. Staring in shock, Bai Yuan's eyes widened, slowly dimming, as his long knife slipped from his grasp. In the next heartbeat, Huang Yuanlang surged forward, delivering a devastating blow to his neck, and the head fell with a resounding thud. Huang Yuanlang caught it mid-fall, swiftly turning his steed back toward Huang Tianhu. Upon seeing Huang Yuanlang return with the severed head, Huang Tianhu erupted in joy, shouting, well done, kill, annihilate them. An elated Huang Tianhu burst forth from his guards, brandishing his long knife and cheering wildly. Huang Yuanlang remained expressionless as he bound Bai Yuan's head to his horse, his icy gaze fixed upon Huang Tianhu. General, I have fulfilled my duty and severed the enemy general's head. Huang Tianhu laughed heartily. Excellent. Not bad. Huang Yuanlang, you are indeed of use. At that moment, Huang Yuanlang had reached Huang Tianhu's side. In the next instant, he suddenly drew his knife. The strike was swift and fierce, aimed not at anyone else, but Huang Tianhu himself. The distance was so close that Huang Tianhu had no time to react, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the blade approaching his neck. Huang Yuanlang, what do you intend to do? Huang Yuanlang uttered not a word, yet his frigid gaze spoke volumes. In the eyes of Huang Tianhu, filled with terror, the long blade severed his neck, causing his head to tumble to the ground. Huang Yuanlang caught the head and immediately spurred his horse to flee, shouting, clear the way. Everyone, step aside. The warm blood of Huang Tianhu sprayed over Huang Yuanlang, drenching him in crimson, making him appear as a harbinger of death. The soldiers present were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why he had decapitated Huang Tianhu. After a brief pause, cries erupted. The general is dead. The general is dead. With 2 severed heads in tow, Huang Yuanlang swiftly exited the battlefield, heading towards the location of Wei Qing. I cannot perish, even if it means serving under Chinzay. Huang Yuanlang gasped for breath as he fled at a rapid pace. Chapter 79. Abandoning darkness for light. The wind howled, and the cacophony of battle faded into the distance behind him. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must survive at all costs. The annihilation of the Panlong army was merely a matter of time, and he could not accompany them to their demise. He kicked his horse's belly, urging it to gallop with all its might. Behind him, chaos engulfed the Panlong army. The main commander, Huang Tianhu, had been slain by his deputy, Huang Yuanlang, an unforeseen turn of events. Such betrayal on the battlefield was invariably fatal. Yet, they had little time to contemplate the implications, as the Huma soldiers intensified their assault, leaving them no choice but to repel the enemy before them to grasp a fleeting chance of survival. The ranks of the Huma army swelled, erasing any fragile advantage the Panlong forces once possessed. The savage clamor of combat reverberated across the plains. On the other side, having abandoned the Panlong army, Huang Yuanlang, after a relentless flight, finally reached the forces commanded by Wei Qing. From a distance, he brandished the 2 heads and shouted, "Please allow me to meet the prince. I have urgent matters to report." Wei Qing furrowed his brow, having previously sensed the unrest within the Panlong army, and then witnessing Huang Yuanlang fleeing the battlefield. Initially, he assumed Huang Yuanlang was retreating out of fear, but upon seeing the heads he carried, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What is this madness? Wei Qing thought, his brow furrowing deeper. Let him through. The tiger and leopard cavalry parted to create a path, allowing Huang Yuanlang to approach. He was covered in blood, his back drenched with sweat, fatigue evident from the recent skirmish. Gasping for breath, he looked at Wei Qing and stated, "Permit me to meet the prince. I have slain Huang Tianhu. I have urgent matters to report." Wei Qing's eyes narrowed, his gaze darting between the heads atop Huang Yuanlang's horse. The bearded head belonged to a Huma warrior, while the other was unmistakably that of the invincible general, Huang Tianhu. Wei Qing's expression turned icy as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Huang Yuanlang, in front of both armies, you have slain the commander, Huang Tianhu." Facing Wei Qing's murderous glare, Huang Yuanlang did not flinch. Instead, he met his gaze steadily and declared, "Yes, I killed him." If the prince were to learn of the underlying reasons, he would undoubtedly be pleased with such an outcome. "I slayed Huang Tianhu, and came here solely to pledge my allegiance to the prince." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Qing drew his long spear and positioned it at Huang Yuanlang's throat, coldly stating, "The prince has no need for someone like you." Unfazed, Huang Yuanlang replied in a deep voice, "I possess crucial intelligence that the prince would surely wish to hear." Wei Qing raised an eyebrow and demanded, "Speak. What intelligence do you possess?" Taking a deep breath, Huang Yuanlang continued, "I will not disclose it before the prince." Wei Qing's eyes narrowed in anger, applying a slight pressure that caused the spear's blade to pierce Huang Yuanlang's skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. "Even if you were to kill me now, I would not divulge it. This intelligence is of paramount importance to the prince. What would it matter if he hears it afterward?" Huang Yuanlang's complexion paled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, mingling with blood, making it difficult for him to fully open his eyes. "Humph." Wei Qing scoffed and withdrew his spear. "For now, I shall spare your life. When our lord arrives, we shall see to your fate. Guards, bind him and keep a close watch." The next day, in the afternoon, Chinzay led his troops to the outskirts of Jilu Pass, gazing intently at the scene before him where Wei Qing's army was encamped. He also considered the points accumulated in the system. After a day, he had amassed over 3 million points. If he were to exchange all the accumulated points for the tiger and leopard cavalry, it would amount to nearly 70,000 troops. Coupled with his current forces, he would command an army exceeding 100,000. The troops of Chaiyuan, being the strongest in the grasslands, would yield countless resources such as grain and horses upon their defeat. Hence, Chinzay intended to charge with overwhelming force, aiming for complete annihilation. After the burning of a stick of incense, the 2 armies converged. Wei Qing rode in, escorting Huang Yuanlang. Chinzay had received news from Wei Qing in the morning, thus was aware that Huang Yuanlang had killed Huang Tianhu and sought to join his ranks. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Who would want a traitor who jumps sides? The soldiers he had summoned through the system were all of 100% loyalty, with no chance of treachery. What purpose would Huang Yuanlang serve? Nonetheless, he found a flicker of interest in the secret intelligence mentioned by Huang Tianhu, which was why he had refrained from ordering Wei Qing to execute him immediately. At that moment, upon seeing Chinzay, Huang Yuanlang immediately knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I am Huang Yuanlang, wishing to serve you. If your Highness accepts me, I vow to dedicate my life to your service. The head of Huang Tianhu is my token of loyalty to you. Lowering his head, Huang Yuanlang spoke solemnly. Chinzay stroked his chin, his icy gaze sweeping back and forth over Huang Yuanlang. Killing Huang Tianhu as your token of loyalty? Speak of the intelligence you possess. Huang Yuanlang, not receiving a response, hurriedly implored, Your Highness, I am capable of slaying the formidable general of the Huma with a single strike, possessing commendable martial prowess. And I excel in leading troops in a battle. Now, having forsaken the shadows for the light, I sincerely wish to serve under your esteemed lordship. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Chinzay furrowed his brow and replied coolly, If you do not speak, I shall have you executed. Immediately, two members of the Tiger Leopard cavalry stepped forward. Huang Yuanlang, caught off guard by Chinzay's resoluteness, hastily exclaimed, I will speak. My lord, if I divulge the truth, will you spare my life? Chinzay regarded Huang Yuanlang from a position of authority, his expression devoid of emotion. Huang Yuanlang's heart raced, leaving him no choice but to comply. Huang Long commanded Huang Tianhu to lead 50,000 Panlong troops to Beiliang, with the ulterior motive of seizing the opportunity to assassinate you while you are engaged in battle with the Huma. This is why I chose to defect, killing Huang Tianhu to seek refuge with you. Upon uttering these words, Huang Yuanlang felt a surge of anxiety. He could only hope that Chinzay would spare him, as this was his last chance. After hearing Huang Yuanlang's confession, a subtle smile crept onto Chinzay's lips. The initial part of his statement aligned with his suspicions, but the latter half was utterly laughable. Huang Yuanlang, in his desperate bid for survival, had gone to such extremes as to slay Huang Tianhu. Chinzay narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Huang Long is indeed treacherous, a villain of the highest order. To orchestrate my demise amidst the chaos of the Huma speaks volumes of his sinister intentions. Huang Yuanlang quickly replied, My lord, you are absolutely correct. Huang Long is narrow-minded, envious of talented individuals. Seeing you achieve great feats, he resorted to such treachery. I learned of this last night from Huang Yuanlang, and in my anger, I seized this opportunity to eliminate him. Although I am Huang Long's adopted son, I was compelled by circumstance. To assure you of my sincerity, I had to take action against Huang Tianhu. I possess deep insight into Huang Long's character. If you intend to confront Huang Long in the future, please allow me to serve you. Chinzay stroked his chin, deep in contemplation, before a faint smile graced his lips. He crouched down to meet Huang Yuanlang's anxious gaze and said, Very well, after I eradicate the Duan tribe, you shall accompany me back to Beiliang. Then, you must assist me in a particular task. Huang Yuanlang, feeling a mix of apprehension and eagerness at the ambiguity of Chinzay's request, found himself unable to refuse. At this moment, his only desire was to survive. He quickly nodded, declaring his willingness to comply with any task the Lord might assign him in the future. Chinzay pressed his lips together and patted his shoulder. Huang Yuanlang, head bowed, was drenched in sweat. Chapter 80. The uprising in Shijing in the capital. Within the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere was tense. On the dragon throne, Jean Fengluan wore a solemn expression. Her elongated brows slightly furrowed as she surveyed the civil and military officials before her. With a gentle parting of her lips, she inquired, The general of Ever Victory has been in Beiliang for some time. Why has there been no word from him yet? Her gaze fell upon Huang Long. Huang Long bowed forward and spoke, Your Majesty, the Tianhu has been traveling swiftly and, by my calculations, should have already arrived at the Baiku grassland. News from the front lines is expected to reach the capital in the coming days, so there is no need for your concern. With a gentle smile, he added, The King of the North has already achieved initial success, and with the addition of Tianhu's 50,000 troops, we are bound to accomplish great things. On the day Tianhu departed, I entrusted him with specific instructions, and I believe he will not disappoint us in fulfilling his duties. He emphasized the latter part. Knowing well that the Empress was deeply concerned about Chinzay, Jean Fengluan slightly nodded, picking up a report beside her, her delicate brows furrowing as she said, In recent months, the Shijing prefecture has continually sent reports, and the chaos in Shijing is escalating. What are your thoughts, my lords? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li furrowed his brow tightly. The Shijing prefecture, located in the Shijing county, has historically been a part of the Great Qin's territory. However, 50 years ago, it was seized by the neighboring Tiyuan kingdom. It was only 5 years ago that General Qin Haoyan led his troops to victory against Tiyuan's forces, reclaiming Shijing. Yet, the region still harbors hidden dangers. For decades, Shijing has been under Tiyuan's influence, with the local populace indoctrinated into believing they rightfully belong to Tiyuan, especially among the younger generation. Consequently, Shijing has been clamoring to return to Tiyuan. While Qin Haoyan was alive, they dared not make overt moves. But since his passing and the disbandment of the Qian army, The turmoil in Xijing has intensified. In particular, over the past 2 years, there have even been calls for independence, leading to frequent disturbances. Zhang Li, with a solemn expression, stated, "Your Majesty, the unrest in Xijing is undoubtedly being fueled by Tuyuan in the shadows. They have long coveted Xijing. I believe it is imperative for your Majesty to dispatch a strong military presence to quell the chaos in Xijing." Jin Fenghuan was well aware that Tian was indeed instigating trouble, but given the current circumstances, she could not afford to send a significant military force to Xijing. The territory of Xijing County spans merely over 10,000 miles. No matter the commotion, it remains a minor disturbance. However, the situation in Bailiang is quite different, as Chinzay is currently thriving there, and the number of his troops remains uncertain. Compared to the King of the North, the unrest in Xijing pales in significance. For now, it seems the only option is to await news from Huang Tianhu. As long as Chinzay is eliminated, she can find peace. Until then, she must avoid any rash military movements. Just as she was about to speak, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Yong, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I believe it is unnecessary to worry excessively. Xijing has its own forces, and their disturbances are minor. They will manage to alleviate your burdens. Moreover, Tuyuan currently boasts a strong military presence as a neighboring nation. Without concrete information, we should not engage in unnecessary conflict with them. At present, we are already engaged in battle with the Hu cavalry." Jin Fenghuan slightly nodded and replied, "You speak wisely. However, we cannot overlook the situation in Xijing. Convey my edict to the commanding officer in Xijing to closely monitor civilian movements and ensure that any unusual activities are reported promptly." Zhang Li let out a sigh, acutely aware that the Empress's focus lay firmly with the northern Liang, driven by her deep-seated apprehension of Chinzay. This realization stirred a profound sorrow within him. Had the heavenly sovereign not perished, or had the Red Flame army remained intact under Chinzay's command to protect the great Qian, how different the state of affairs might have been. Peace, which should have been secured by the general, was now denied him, and now, even that semblance of peace seemed to be receding into the distance. As for Her Majesty, her interest appeared solely in the machinations of power, with little regard for the matters of the realm. Zhang Li lowered his gaze, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He silently wished for Chinzay to swiftly eradicate the Hu Ma and return safely to the northern Liang. On the northern steppe, Hu Tsubing inquired, "My lord, when shall we mobilize our forces?" Chinzay stroked his chin, gazing into the distance. "There is no rush. Let them savor the taste of victory before we make our advance." Hu Tsubing nodded, then asked, "My lord, I am puzzled as to why we should spare Huang Yuanlong's life. His intentions are clearly malicious, and keeping him alive poses a risk." Chinzay smirked coldly. "Indeed, Huang Yuanlang cannot be retained. However, utilizing his life as a pawn can lend our uprising legitimacy, ensuring the people's support. With the people's hearts on our side, many obstacles can be circumvented." Hu Tsubing raised an eyebrow, sensing the implication of his lord's words. Chinzay continued with a sardonic smile. "Huang Yuanlang is the adopted son of Huang Long. Let him publicly disclose the sinister plots that Huang Long harbors against me, as the Grand General of the town army. How can such treachery remain unpunished? If Jin Fenghuan insists on protecting Huang Long, I shall march directly from northern Liang into the capital." Hu Tsubing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "It is time, my lord." At that moment, Wei Qing rode in from the front, reporting, "My lord, the strength of the Panlong army has dwindled to merely 3 or 4%. The Dawan tribe has a considerable number of troops, with at least over 10,000 deployed this time. They are fortified by the Jilu Pass and likely have even more forces." Chinzay nodded thoughtfully, his voice low and deliberate. "Very well, we shall wait a bit longer." Under the full moon, the night breeze swept through the northern Hu barracks. Within the main tent, Cha Yuan stood at the head of the table, raising a wine bowl to drink deeply before addressing his generals. "Today, we return victorious." "Well done." The generals below followed suit, drinking heartily, their faces aglow. One of them laughed, "Your Majesty, it seems that Chinzay is nothing extraordinary. Though those troops may be slightly stronger than the defenders at Jilu Pass, they are still no match for us." Haha. As his words fell, another general commented, "We did suffer some losses as well. However, they were entirely annihilated, marking a significant victory." Tu Sha Dong stroked his chin, speaking solemnly, "In my view, our triumph was due to our superior numbers. Yet, it is strange that Chinzay did not dispatch reinforcements. Could it be that these 50,000 troops were merely a test? The cost is rather exorbitant and defies reason." Cha Yuanjin chuckled and shook his head, suggesting that perhaps Chinzay simply lacked substantial military support. Tu Shadong quickly interjected, asserting that such a notion was impossible. Chinzay surely commanded more troops than that. Otherwise, how could he? Before he could finish, a general interrupted, saying, "Military strategist, you seem overly concerned. One should not elevate another's ambitions while diminishing one's own prestige. Such a mindset is unwise. Rest assured, regardless of the number of troops Chinzay possesses, they will crumble before us. Cha Yuanjin cast a disapproving glance at the general and replied, "It is only natural for the strategist to be cautious. Do not let a momentary victory lead to arrogance. The true battle lies ahead. Brace yourselves. Furthermore, it is unfortunate that Bai Yuang met his demise at our hands. He was indeed a commendable general." With that, Cha Yuanjin raised a cup of wine and addressed the assembly, stating, "In the forthcoming battles, I wish for none of you to come to harm. After we eliminate Chinzay, you will accompany me to conquer the great Qian, and all of you shall be honored as founding heroes." The crowd's demeanor shifted, and they all raised their cups in unison, exclaiming, "Yes, my king. As long as Chinzay dares to come, we shall deliver his head to you." With the sound of shattered bowls echoing, the atmosphere was filled with raucous laughter. Chapter 81. The Decisive Battle Against the Hu Cavalry. Yu Fei and the Beiwei army 2 days later, on a crisp morning. The withered yellow grass was coated in frost, and the air was laden with a chill. Yet, standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chinzay felt a surge of excitement, his face flushed, and his gaze ablaze with fervor. Host, Chinzay. Points, 18, 180. 000. Increasing. Territory, Bailiang, 100, 123 square kilometers. 5th tier troops, Qinrui soldiers, 9, 000. 5th tier troops, Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 48, 500. 1-star troops, 500. 3-star generals, Dianwei, 5-star generals, Huitzubing, Weiqing. With points accumulating at a rate of 35 per second, his total had surpassed 18 million. This substantial sum was sufficient to summon a formidable army, and today marked the day to eradicate the remnants of the northern Hu cavalry. Given the vast number of enemy troops, complete annihilation in a single day was improbable. Moreover, to prevent their escape, Chinzay understood that he could not solely rely on heavy cavalry. Their speed was too sluggish. After much contemplation, Chinzay commenced the summoning of troops, exchanging for 80,000 personnel, acquiring helmets, armor, long swords, and crossbows. Ding. Consumed 9,680,000 points. Remaining points, 8,500,000. In the 2-star marketplace, alongside longbows, there were short crossbows, and this time, Chinzay specifically opted for the latter. While the range of short crossbows is not extensive, they possess a significant advantage: rapid firing speed. Given the multitude of enemy forces, swift elimination was essential, and thus, the combination of short crossbows would allow for quick and effective strikes. Furthermore, this decision is intricately linked to the type of troops that Chinzay is about to select. In the next moment, Chinzay glanced at the troop templates, but this time, his gaze fell upon another unit within the 5-star template. This particular unit also boasts extraordinary combat prowess, and without the slightest hesitation, he declared, "Exchange for the Beiwei army template." Beep. Consumed 8,000 points to exchange for the 5-star Beiwei army template. Beep. Remaining points, 500,000. The Beiwei army, a distinguished cavalry force from history, is renowned for its valor. As the ancient saying goes, unmatched in bravery, when confronted with formidable foes, deploy the Beiwei army, and none shall withstand their might. Their tactics are highly adaptable, often dividing into multiple independent combat groups that execute synchronized maneuvers. In battle, they commonly unleash a volley of arrows from 7 or 8 men at a distance of roughly 100 paces, while another group targets the enemy's horses with crossbows, swiftly charging in with long blades to strike down the adversary. The standard equipment of the Beiwei army consists of long blades and crossbows, which, when utilized together, effectively slay the enemy. Against the vast forces of the Diyuan tribe, their flexible and varied tactical style is undoubtedly more suitable, regardless of the enemy's numbers. The combination of the Beiwei army and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry will assuredly lead to total annihilation. However, since the Beiwei army has been acquired, how could one not summon a commander to lead them? Chinzay turned his attention to the general section, and his eyes sparkled upon seeing a familiar name. With lofty ambitions, I feast upon the flesh of the barbarian, and in jest, I quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. These were words he had once uttered. To confront the last of the foreign horsemen, how could he not call upon him to fulfill this task? Without the slightest hesitation, he solemnly proclaimed, "Exchange for the 5-star general template." Yu Fei. Beep. Consumed 500,000 points to exchange for the 5-star general Yu Fei. Beep. Yet to acquire the general's bonus troops totaling 80,000, this 5-star general grants a combat power increase of 30. Chinzay's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the distant horizon. The autumn breeze swept across the grasslands, and a wisp of blue smoke arose from the earth, gradually revealing shadowy figures within the haze. Amidst the swirling mist, a towering figure, 8 feet tall, approached with a long spear in hand and a short crossbow at his waist, exuding an air of calm confidence. Chinzay, accompanied by Hui Tsubing and Wei Qing, stepped forward to meet him. In those few strides, Chinzay was overwhelmed by myriad emotions. On this day, 3 renowned generals in history, known for their resistance against foreign tribes, had gathered in one place. The marauding horsemen, who had tormented the populace for years, would soon be eradicated. As Yu Fei approached Chinzay, he was about to clasp his fists in greeting when Chinzay stepped forward to steady him, saying, "Pengju, there is no need for such formalities. I have summoned you today to confront the barbaric horsemen who plague our people." Yu Fei's countenance turned solemn. "Yes, my lord." Chinzay continued earnestly. "The troops are prepared and ready to march at once. In this battle against the horsemen, we must annihilate them entirely, putting an end to the troubles they bring to our great Qian dynasty, and restore peace to the people." Upon these words, Yu Fei's countenance became resolute, and he immediately clasped his fists, declaring, "Yes, my lord, I shall not disgrace my mission." Meanwhile, the 80,000 soldiers of the Beihai army erupted in a thunderous roar. Subsequently, Yu Fei, along with Wei and Hua, commenced the meticulous allocation of troops. Given that the confrontation with the Hu cavalry would not culminate in total annihilation within a single day, careful arrangements were imperative. Within a grand tent, Huang Yuanlang lay bound and blindfolded, his face shrouded in a dark cloth, as he listened to the commotion outside, his expression betraying shock. Why were there so many shouts? From where had these soldiers come? Had Chinzay summoned reinforcements from the grasslands? Judging by the intensity of the clamor, could it be that today heralded the final battle? Alas, he could not fully place his trust in me. He sighed, wishing for his triumphant success. Otherwise, he struggled to shift his body. But with the cloth bag over his head, he could see nothing, and in his helplessness, he resigned to despair. Unbeknownst to him, within the tent stood 10 fierce riders of the tiger and leopard cavalry, holding long spears, their icy gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the prostrate Huang Yuanlang. By mid-morning, after a series of arrangements, an imposing army of over 100,000 advanced towards the Jilu Pass. The journey was not lengthy. Within a little over an hour, they had arrived at the battlefield. In the Hu cavalry camp, scouts returned with reports. Inside the grand tent, Cha Yuanjin wore a grave expression. Addressing his generals, "I had assumed that after Chinzay's last crushing defeat, he would have fled. Unexpectedly, he has brought forth a great army today. This time, he has assembled even more forces. It appears he has mobilized all his troops. We must not underestimate this battle. We must annihilate them with all our might." The generals replied in unison, "Yes, my king." As the words settled, one general interjected, "My king, while that may be the case, it seems that Chinzay's forces are not particularly numerous today. Based on the previous battle, we possess a significant advantage in numbers and can surely crush them entirely. I believe that once they are defeated, they will flee to the grasslands. Why not keep a contingent of cavalry ready to pursue and eliminate them?" Cha Yuanjin nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is sound. In today's battle, we shall not grant them the opportunity to linger." Meanwhile, Tu Shadong, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore a troubled expression, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Yet before he could voice his concerns, Cha Yuanjin raised his hand and issued orders. "Relay my command. Deploy 200,000 troops. Engage them head-on, while 50,000 remain to guard the camp against any reinforcements from the Dakian through the Jilu Pass. And another 50,000 shall pursue and annihilate them when Chinzay's forces are in retreat. Move out." Chapter 82. Outnumbered, yet overwhelmingly dominant. The autumn breeze rustled, scattering blades of grass, as the prairie became filled with soldiers. Chinzay gazed coldly at the Hu cavalry before him, noting that their numbers appeared substantial, seemingly exceeding his own forces. Nevertheless, such numbers did not incite concern within Chinzay. The ancient adage states, "A skilled warrior stands on the ground of invincibility while ensuring the defeat of his adversary." Thus, victorious soldiers attain triumph before seeking battle, whereas the vanquished rush into combat before aspiring for victory. Though the skirmish had yet to commence, Chinzay was acutely aware that this was a conflict destined for triumph. His 3 esteemed generals had already rallied their troops, prepared for the impending confrontation. A formidable force of 25,500 heavily armored cavalry, 23,000 archers, and 80,000 infantry wielding long blades and short crossbows stood resolute, their spirits ablaze with fervor. Across the field, the Hu cavalry had also donned their armor and sharpened their weapons, bracing themselves for the fierce clash ahead. With a resounding blast of horns, both sides surged forward simultaneously into the fray. Such a grand battle could not see all combatants engage at once. Hence, at this moment, Huitzubing led over 20,000 archers in a vanguard assault, intent on utilizing their arrows to decimate enemy ranks before the melee. Meanwhile, the Northern Hu, renowned for their cavalry tactics, dispatched their archers as well, initiating the opening exchanges before transitioning into a direct confrontation. As the distance gradually diminished from 1,000 meters to 800, then 700 and 600, the cacophony of battle cries reverberated across the plains, even startling the migrating geese above, prompting them to soar higher. Behind the Northern Hu forces, Chaiyuanzhen remained undeterred, clad in battle attire, observing the unfolding battlefield from a wooden platform. Previously, he had heard from Tu Shadong about the exceptional prowess of Chinzay's archers, whose strength was remarkable. Thus, he had mobilized his 50,000 shielded infantry for this encounter. Moreover, Chaiyuanzhen was confident that his own archers would match their adversaries, for his troops were far superior to those of Tu Tianke. Years of relentless training and procuring superior weaponry from the Tiyuan kingdom had been aimed at unifying the grasslands, with the ambition of launching an offensive against Deqian to seize additional territories. Chinzay's assistance in eliminating rival factions was, in truth, a boon that accelerated his plans. However, the annihilation strategy employed by Chinzay was a development that had taken him by surprise. Yet now, should he vanquish Chinzay, the northern Ku grassland would be his realm alone, and Deqian would suffer significant troop losses, allowing for a gradual reclamation of power in the future. Lost in these thoughts, Chaiyuanzhen felt a surge of exhilaration. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed the enemy forces drawing increasingly closer. Out of nowhere, a deluge of arrows was unleashed from the opposing side. The darkened skies were filled with a relentless barrage of projectiles, causing Chaiyuanzhen's eyes to narrow, and he instinctively gasped in disbelief. How could they unleash arrows so swiftly? He exclaimed. Beside him, Tu Shadong's eyes widened in shock, and he hastily responded. This is dire, my lord. I warned you of the formidable strength of Chinzay's archers, and witnessing it now exceeds even my estimations. We must swiftly deploy our shielded infantry to counter this onslaught. In truth, without the need for Tu Shadong to utter a word, Chaiyuanzhen had already commenced the deployment of troops. At the heart of the battlefield, Huitzubing led the archers, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows, one after another. Much like the troops that had previously confronted Tu Tianke, the cavalry of the northern who suffered grievously before the long-range arrows. Many of their archers struck down before even drawing their bows. The air was filled with anguished cries as Huitzubing observed with a cold gaze. His directive was to lead these archers in the initial wave of onslaught. The objective was to release every arrow, striving to maximize the enemy's casualties in this first assault. Release the arrows, Huitzubing commanded. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was relentless, mercilessly claiming the lives of the northern Hu soldiers one after another. Faced with this ceaseless hail of arrows, the northern Hu archers found themselves utterly powerless. At that moment, a singular thought consumed them. Retreat. Should they delay even a moment longer, they would meet their demise beneath the rain of arrows. However, the first wave had already descended upon the throng, with countless individuals struck down. The disheveled northern Hu soldiers stumbled backward, their faces smeared with blood and panic etched upon them, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear of death and a desperate yearning for survival. Their hair was disarrayed, wounds from their armor throbbed painfully, and they could not suppress their agonized groans. Blood-soaked armor dripped incessantly onto the ground, leaving a gruesome trail. The grasslands had turned crimson. Meanwhile, in the rear, Wei Qing gripped his long halberd tightly, fervor igniting his gaze. On the other side, Yu Fei, wielding his leak gun, calmly surveyed the unfolding chaos ahead. With 80,000 Beihai troops behind him poised for battle, they were the main force for the upcoming engagement. Hurry, withdraw. Faced with the onslaught of arrows that were utterly insurmountable, the northern Hu army, after an initial bout of chaos, soon regained their composure and began to retreat, clearing a path for the troops behind them to advance. That contingent consisted of the 50,000 shielded soldiers. The shields procured from the Tianguo were robust and exceedingly broad, capable of withstanding the arrows. Soon, as the archers fell back, the 50,000 shielded infantry emerged at the forefront of the battlefield. With the sky darkened by the rain of arrows, they all raised their shields, steadily advancing against the volley. As long as they could withstand the arrows and engage the enemy head-on, they could initiate close combat. At this juncture, the archers would be rendered ineffective, allowing the main army to launch a collective assault. Behind the northern Hu forces, a soldier reported the frontline conditions to Chaiyuanzhen. My king, the arrows from the opposing archers are striking from an impossibly great distance, he began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chaiyuanzhen's sharp rebuke. I am aware. Get to the point. What are the casualty figures? The cavalrymen, whom Ma Bing immediately remarked, at present, it appears that several thousand, perhaps even over 10,000, have perished in battle. Fortunately, we retreated in time. Had we delayed any longer, the toll would have been even greater. Thankfully, our shielded soldiers have withstood the arrows and engaged them in combat. Cha Yuanzhen nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as he steadfastly surveyed the unfolding battle ahead. In his line of sight, his proud contingent of 50,000 shielded warriors was steadily advancing towards Chinzay's forces, making it clear to Cha Yuanzhen that their archers would soon become ineffective as close-quarters combat loomed. Each of his 5,000 shielded soldiers was a robust and formidable warrior of the Northern Hu, capable of wielding the immense shields and moving forward. In close combat, he felt a profound confidence. Chinzay's troops would undoubtedly be no match for his own. This ironclad army was an unstoppable force. He gently stroked his beard and turned to the strategist, Tu Shadong, saying, "What do you think of my shielded soldiers? Surely, you have never witnessed such a force upon these plains before?" Tu Shadong nodded in agreement. "With such troops, we harbor no fear." However, he could not help but sigh inwardly, lamenting that had his own tribe possessed such shielded warriors, they would not have been annihilated by Chinzay. Contemplating this, his gaze sharpened with cold resolve. "Chinzay, today is the day of reckoning." At that moment, a startled exclamation rang out. "My lord, look. They have also withdrawn their archers." Cha Yuanzhen focused intently and indeed saw the enemy archers retreating to the flanks, creating a broad expanse in the center, seemingly to allow room for the troops behind. Suddenly, Cha Yuanzhen's eyes widened in shock. From the forefront of the battlefield, a contingent of heavily armored cavalry surged forth. Clad in black armor,